The jolt when the plane's wheels touched the runway made Lin Weiwei's heart tremble. 5 years. It had been 5 long years since she last set foot in this land, Cloud City. The place that once gave her the sweetest dreams and the most painful goodbye. "Mom, are we there yet?" Tianxin rubbed her sleepy eyes, her small hand clutching tightly at Lin Weiwei's clothes. That soft touch calmed her heart a little. Tianyu had already unbuckled his seatbelt, his young face unusually calm. "Based on the flight time and ground reference points, we've arrived at Cloud City International Airport. Accuracy, 99.7%. Looking at her 2 children, Lin Weiwei felt a wave of warmth mixed with sadness. 5 years. For 5 whole years, she had raised them alone in a foreign country. From the early days of confusion to the steady rhythm she had now, only she knew the hardships behind it all. The nights spent rushing to the hospital with a feverish child, the days of eating dry bread to save money for milk, the times she dragged their luggage through the streets after being forced to move out. Each memory flashed before her eyes. "Come, hold Mommy's hand." She knelt down, gently fixing Tianxin's crooked braid and adjusting Tianyu's glasses, the pair without lenses that he insisted on wearing because it made him look more professional. Her fingers brushed through his soft hair, and her heart ached with tenderness. The airport hall was crowded, the familiar local accent echoing around her, making her feel dazed. 5 years ago, she had left this place alone, dragging her suitcase, carrying 2 tiny lives in her belly, filled with confusion and determination. Back then, she never imagined that one day she would return with 2 bright, clever children by her side. "Mom, that man keeps looking at us," Tianyu whispered, pointing quietly ahead. Lin Weiwei followed his gaze, and her breath caught. How could he be here? The man stood at the VIP passage, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit that made his tall figure look even more striking. Even from a distance, she could feel the strength of his presence. Time had treated him well. 5 years had left no trace on his face. Instead, he looked more mature, his expression calm yet deep. His eyes swept over the crowd and finally stopped on her. Those deep eyes narrowed slightly, filled with scrutiny, confusion, and a hint of curiosity. Lin Weiwei's heart began to race. Instinctively, she pulled her 2 children behind her. "Don't recognize me. Please don't." She forced herself to look away, pretending to tidy up the luggage, though her fingers trembled uncontrollably. 5 years had passed. She thought she had become strong enough. But the moment she saw that face again, all her defenses collapsed. Memories she had tried so hard to bury surged back like a tide, making her almost lose her balance. "Mom, you're hurting me," Tianxin whispered. Only then did she realize she was gripping her daughter's arm too tightly, her nails leaving faint red marks on the pale skin.
"I'm sorry, sweetheart."
Her voice shook as she quickly loosened her hand and gently rubbed her daughter's arm. Just then, Tianyu's suitcase toppled over, scattering its contents across the floor, his favorite programming book, Tianxin's doll, and the family photo she had secretly brought along. That photo was her most precious secret, and also her deepest pain. "Oh no!" Tianxin gasped and hurried to pick things up. Lin Weiwei crouched down too, fumbling to gather everything. "Please don't see that photo." Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst from her chest. A pair of polished black shoes stopped in front of her. The glossy surface reflected her flustered face. "Need some help?" A deep, calm voice came from above her, making her freeze. That voice had once whispered countless sweet words to her, but now it sounded distant and unfamiliar. She didn't dare look up. All she could see were his long, steady fingers picking up Tianxin's doll, then Tianyu's book. And finally, the family photo. His hands were still as elegant and well-kept as they had been 5 years ago. Time seemed to stop. In the photo, she was holding 2 newborn babies, smiling softly and lovingly. It was their only family photo, though one place in it was empty. She remembered that day clearly, holding both babies, forcing a smile for the camera while tears silently fell. They're lovely children. The man's voice revealed no emotion, but if one listened carefully, there was a faint trace of gentleness. It must be hard for you to raise 2 children on your own. She finally gathered the courage to look up and meet his eyes. The eyes that once made her heart race now held only polite distance and mild appreciation, with no sign of familiarity. He looked at her as if she were a complete stranger.
He
didn't recognize her. A wave of mixed feelings rose in her heart: relief, sadness, and a deep ache. Relief that he hadn't recognized her, meaning the children were safe for now. Sadness that all their beautiful memories seemed to exist only in her mind, and the ache of realizing that 5 years apart had turned them into strangers who once knew each other best. "Thank you." She took the photo from him, and her fingers brushed against his by accident. The brief touch sent a jolt through both of them. Her heart skipped a beat, and his brows furrowed slightly. He frowned a little, his gaze lingering on her face for a few seconds, as if trying to recall something. "Have we met before?" "Mr. Gu, the meeting is about to start," an assistant hurried over, interrupting them. The man withdrew his gaze, nodded, and turned to leave. But after a few steps, he looked back again. The questioning look in his eyes made her uneasy. There was curiosity and thought in that glance, and it made her heart race. "Mommy, who was that man?" Tianxin asked curiously, blinking her big eyes. "He looks a lot like my brother." Tianyu adjusted his glasses, his small face serious. From a genetic point of view, the similarity rate is 68.3%, which is higher than normal. Also, his jawline and mine are almost identical, and the height of his nose bridge. Lin Weiwei's heart sank. Even the children had noticed. Tianyu's sharp observation made her both proud and worried. She crouched down, looked at the 2 children carefully, and tried to keep her voice calm. "Listen, my loves, that man is just a stranger. If you see him again, stay away from him, okay?"
Why?
Tianxin tilted her head, confusion written all over her face. "He doesn't look like a bad person. He even helped us pick something up." "Because..." She paused, not knowing how to explain. How could she tell them that the man might be their father? The one she left to protect them? The one who might take them away from her? "Just listen to Mom, okay?" She finally said, her voice trembling slightly. She held her 2 children tightly, as if that could keep them safe from harm. Dragging her suitcase out of the airport, she looked up at the sky over Cloud City. It was the same color she remembered, yet everything else had changed. She took a deep breath. The air carried a scent that was both familiar and strange. 5 years ago, she left with 1 secret. 5 years later, she returned with 2. These 2 secrets were like ticking time bombs that could explode her peaceful life at any moment. In the taxi, Tianyu suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "Mom, I just used recognition to check that man." Lin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. She turned sharply toward her son. "What? What did you do?" Gu Chenyu, 32 years old, president of the Gu Group, unmarried. The boy reported seriously, a hint of pride on his face. Net worth about 27.8 billion, owns 23 companies, currently hiring a project manager in technology. His office is 3.2 kilometers from the tech park, about a 15-minute commute. She stared at her son in shock, her voice trembling. "You. How do you know all this? How could you?" Tianyu proudly shook his wristwatch, a modified smart device. "I improved the airport's Wi-Fi security system and checked the personnel database." "Mom, his company is hiring, and your major fits perfectly."
Tianyu.
She cried, both frightened and angry, her voice rising. "That's illegal. You can't do that. What if someone finds out?" "But Mom needs a job," Tianxin interrupted softly, tugging at her sleeve. "Brother was just helping you find one. And that man's company looks so big and nice. If you work there, you'll be amazing." Looking at their innocent, serious faces, her eyes grew warm. For the past 5 years, they had been her only reason to keep going. Tianyu's intelligence and maturity, Tianxin's kindness and thoughtfulness, they filled her with both pride and heartache. They were still just children, yet they already knew how to worry for her. "Listen, my darlings," she said softly but firmly, holding her 2 children close. Mom will find a job, but it has to be done the right way. Promise me you won't do something like this again, okay? We must be good, law-abiding people. Tianyu nodded, half understanding, though a spark of defiance still shone in his eyes. She knew her son's nature. He would never give up so easily. This little genius always had his own ideas and ways of doing things, which made her both proud and worried. Outside the car window, the tall headquarters of the GU Corporation rose into the sky, its glass walls gleaming coldly in the sunlight. That was where her dreams had once begun, and where they had been shattered. 5 years ago, she had joined GU Corporation as its youngest intern, full of hope for the future. Back then, she never imagined she would leave in such a way, only to return like this. Now, for the sake of her 2 children, she had to stand up again. No matter how hard the road ahead might be, she would face it bravely for them. She was no longer the naive Lin Weiwei from 5 years ago. Now, she was a mother, a fighter who would do anything for her children. "Driver, please go to the technology park," she said calmly, giving the address of her best friend, Su Qing. On the way, her thoughts were tangled. The look in Gu Qinyu's eyes just now lingered in her mind, that strange mix of familiarity and distance, making her uneasy. Did he recognize her? Or did she just look familiar to him? More importantly, if he learned the truth, what would he do? Would he try to take the children away from her? No, she could never let that happen. She clenched her fists, her nails pressing into her palms. In the past 5 years, she had grown from a confused girl into a strong mother. No matter what came her way, she would protect her children. That was her promise to them, and to herself. "Mom, look!" Tianxin suddenly pointed out the window, her little face full of excitement. Following her daughter's finger, she saw a huge recruitment banner outside the GU Corporation building. Technology Park hiring project manager. High salary. The bold words seemed to wave at her, yet also mock her situation. Fate could be so ironic sometimes. She gave a bitter smile, but silently made up her mind. No matter how hard the road ahead, she would keep moving forward for her children. After all, she was no longer the Lin Weiwei who could be easily controlled 5 years ago. Now she was a mother. The car slowly stopped in front of an apartment building in the technology park. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath, held her 2 children's hands, and got out of the car. The sunlight fell warmly on them. A new life was about to begin. No matter how many challenges lay ahead, she would face them with her children, because she was a mother. The GU Group headquarters towered into the sky, its glass walls shining coldly in the morning light, like a giant steel beast watching over the city. Lin Weiwei stood before the building, took a deep breath, and unconsciously rubbed the edge of her resume. The rough paper texture gave her a small sense of calm. 5 years had passed, and she had finally returned to this place. But this time, she was no longer the naive intern she once was. She was now a mother who had to support 2 children on her own. The weight on her shoulders was heavy, almost making it hard to breathe. Yet when she thought of Tianyu and Tianxin's sweet smiles, she forced herself to stand tall. "Ms. Lin Weiwei, the interviewer is waiting for you," the receptionist said with a polite smile, though there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Her gaze quietly studied Lin Weiwei, as if wondering what made this woman, who came with 2 children, confident enough to apply to GU Group.
Thank you.
Lin Weiwei straightened her back. Her heels clicked firmly against the floor, each step steady and strong. It was a habit she had developed over the past 5 years. No matter how nervous she felt inside, she had to appear calm and composed. It was a rule she had learned while working abroad. Inside the interview room, the air was so tense it felt heavy. The long conference table was surrounded by project team members. Sitting at the end, Lin Weiwei could feel their eyes on her from every direction, sharp and uncomfortable. "The new project manager? I heard she's a single mother," whispered a well-dressed woman. In the quiet room, every word was clear. "Probably someone brought in by the boss himself," another man muttered, his tone full of jealousy and doubt. The murmurs buzzed around her like mosquitoes. Lin Weiwei sat up straight, pressing her nails into her palm, using the slight pain to remind herself to stay calm. After 5 years of working overseas, she thought she had seen it all, but this time was different. The man sat at the head of the table, his sharp gaze fixed on her like a hawk, leaving her nowhere to hide. Gu Chenyu flipped through the project files, his long fingers tapping lightly on the table. The steady rhythm echoed in everyone's hearts. The Nebula project is the group's most important task this year. I want to see real progress. His eyes swept across the room and finally stopped on her. His look was so sharp it seemed to pierce right through her. Manager Lin, share your thoughts. All eyes turned to her, some curious, some doubtful, and others openly jealous or hostile. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath, forcing herself to ignore his intense gaze and focus on the screen in front of her. I think the current technical plan is too conservative, she said, standing up and walking to the projector screen, keeping her voice steady. We can adopt an agile development model and divide the project into 3 parallel stages. She explained her plan clearly and confidently, using professional terms with ease. Each suggestion hit the key issues, showing her solid expertise and rich experience. The room gradually fell silent. The doubtful looks turned into focused attention, even admiration. Clearly, this seemingly gentle single mother was far more capable than they had imagined. Then she added, at the same time, I suggest setting up real-time collaboration with the Overseas Research Center.
No.
Gu Chenyu interrupted suddenly, his voice cold and firm, leaving no room for discussion. Lin Weiwei froze, confusion and frustration rising in her heart.
Why?
The Overseas Center has strong technical resources. When I say no, I mean no. He stood up, his powerful presence filling the room. The air seemed to tighten. This project must be completed entirely within the country. Their eyes met, and she saw in his gaze a mix of determination and something she couldn't quite understand.
Why?
It was clearly the best plan. Why was he so firmly against it? It didn't match his usual logical style. The meeting ended in a heavy, tense silence. As Lin Weiwei was organizing some files, she overheard 2 female colleagues whispering nearby. Their voices were just loud enough for her to catch every word. Who does she think she is? She only got in because of her connections, said a woman in a pink suit, her eyes full of disdain. Exactly. And with 2 kids, she still thinks she can get close to Mr. Gu, another woman with short hair added sourly. Weiwei's fingers trembled slightly, but she pretended not to hear and continued sorting the documents calmly. After 5 years, such gossip no longer hurt her. In a foreign country, she had faced far worse words and much harder times, and she had survived them all. Now, for the sake of her 2 children, she couldn't let idle talk bring her down. As she walked toward the elevator with the files in her arms, Gu Chenyu suddenly appeared behind her, silent as a shadow, startling her. Manager Lin, his deep, steady voice carried a quiet authority that was impossible to ignore. She turned and met his dark, unreadable eyes. Her heartbeat quickened. Mr. Gu, is there something you need? He stepped closer, and the faint scent of cedar surrounded her. That familiar fragrance made her momentarily lose focus, as if she had returned to those close, unforgettable days 5 years ago. But she quickly forced herself to stay calm. This was not the time for memories. Come to my office at 3 this afternoon, he said firmly before turning away, leaving her standing there with her heart pounding and her palms slightly damp. At 2:50 p.m., Lin Weiwei stood outside the president's office, feeling as nervous as someone awaiting judgment. She took a deep breath and was about to knock when she heard loud arguing from inside. Even through the thick wooden door, the voices were clear. I will never agree to this. The Gu family's bloodline must not be left outside, an older, commanding voice shouted, filled with anger and authority. The tone made Weiwei shiver involuntarily. Father, I know what I'm doing, came Gu Chenyu's voice, low, controlled, but firm. Though he was trying to stay calm, his determination was unmistakable. Know what you're doing? You call this bringing an unknown woman into the company, with 2 children. The old man's voice grew more agitated, filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Do you know how many eyes are watching the Gu family right now? How many people are waiting to see us fail? Lin Weiwei's heart sank sharply, as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly, almost stopping its beat. Were they talking about her? And the child?
How could they know about the child?
Had Gu Chenyu already investigated her? The thought made her shiver, and cold sweat gathered in her palms. She instinctively took a step back, wanting to escape this suffocating place, but accidentally knocked over a potted plant. The sound of the ceramic pot shattering echoed through the quiet hallway, sharp and startling like thunder splitting the night sky.
Who's out there?
Gu Chenyu's voice turned cold and sharp, filled with alertness and anger, like a drawn sword, dangerous and cutting. The door was pulled open suddenly. He stood there, his face dark and frightening, his eyes sharp as blades. Behind him was an elderly man with white hair. Though old, his gaze was still piercing, carrying the authority and pressure of someone long in power. He wore a well-tailored traditional suit, and the rosewood cane in his hand struck the floor with a heavy sound, each thud echoing in Lin Weiwei's chest. President Gu, Lin Weiwei's mind went blank. Her tongue felt tied, and she couldn't form a complete sentence. She could feel her cheeks burning, her heart pounding wildly, and a faint ringing filled her ears. The old man's eyes swept over her, openly filled with doubt and disdain, as if he were judging the worth of an object. "You're Lin Weiwei?" His tone was cold and dismissive, making her feel as if she had fallen into an icy pit, completely exposed and defenseless. She forced herself to stay calm, straightened her back, and met his sharp gaze.
"Yes, Chairman."
Her voice trembled slightly, but she still managed to sound polite and composed. She knew that in moments like this, showing fear would only make things worse. Gu Chenyu stepped slightly to block the old man's view, his stance protective. "Father, let's talk about this later." His tone was respectful but firm, leaving no room for argument. His tall figure stood like a wall in front of her, giving her a brief sense of safety. The old man let out a cold snort, his hand on the cane trembling slightly with anger.
"Fine.
I'll wait and see what you plan to do." After speaking, he glared fiercely at Lin Weiwei. The warning and threat in his eyes made her shiver. Then, leaning on his cane, he left angrily, his footsteps echoing down the hallway until they faded away. The office door closed, leaving only the two of them. The air seemed frozen, so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Lin Weiwei could still smell the faint scent of cedar mixed with the old man's cologne, creating a strange and heavy atmosphere. "You heard everything?" Gu Chenyu asked, his back still turned to her. His voice was calm, but the tension in his shoulders showed he was far from it. His fingers tapped the desk unconsciously, the rhythm revealing his irritation. I didn't mean to." She clenched her hands, her nails pressing into her palms to keep herself calm. "I just came to." She wanted to explain but didn't know how. What could she say? That she hadn't meant to overhear? Or that she didn't understand what they were talking about? He suddenly turned around and stepped closer, trapping her between himself and the door. The pressure of his presence made it hard for her to breathe. His breath brushed her forehead, warm and carrying that faint cedar scent. "Then tell me those two children." His voice was low and dangerous, like a hunter in the dark, sending chills down her spine. His eyes were deep and searching, as if he could see through all her secrets. Lin Weiwei's heart pounded wildly, her blood rushing so fast it made her ears ring. Her legs felt weak, barely able to hold her up. "The children. They're mine," she blurted out, her voice trembling with fear and determination, like a mother protecting her young. His gaze grew even deeper, filled with doubt and curiosity. "Only yours?" The question carried a hint of suspicion, as if he already knew the truth and was waiting for her to admit it. Just then, her phone rang. The screen showed Tianyu's homeroom teacher. It felt like a lifeline pulling her out of the tense moment. The familiar ringtone sounded unusually loud in the silent office. "Sorry, I need to take this call." She used the chance to step away, her fingers shaking as she answered. Her voice was unsteady, and she could feel her hands trembling so much she almost dropped the phone. Ms. Lin, Tanu had a conflict with a classmate at school. Please come right away. The homeroom teacher's voice sounded anxious and helpless, with faint noise in the background. Her face turned pale instantly, and her heart tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand. Okay, I'll be there right away, she said, her voice trembling with worry. Tanu was smart but quiet, rarely getting into trouble. What could have happened this time? After hanging up, she looked at Gu Chenyu and tried to keep her voice calm. Mr. Gu, my son had some trouble at school. I'll take you, he interrupted, picking up his car keys. His tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. There was something in his eyes she couldn't read, part concern, part curiosity. That's not necessary, she wanted to refuse. She didn't want to get more involved with him, especially at such a tense moment. She needed time to think and space to calm down. I said, I'll take you. His voice grew even more determined, his sharp gaze leaving her no choice but to follow. He put on his coat and walked toward the door first, his confident stride forcing her to keep up. In the car, the air felt heavy. Lin Weiwei stared out the window at the passing lights, her thoughts tangled. The neon reflections slid across the glass like her restless mind. She didn't know what had happened at school, nor what this man beside her really knew or wanted. What did he know? Why was he so concerned about the children? His attention went beyond what a boss would normally show an employee, carrying a kind of persistence she couldn't understand. Gu Chenyu suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. How old are the children? His voice was calm, but his fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel, revealing his unease. Her heart skipped a beat. F5, she answered, her voice trembling. She forced herself to stay composed, not wanting him to notice her anxiety. Twins? He asked, eyes still on the road, his profile tense with focus.
Yes.
She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Why was he asking these questions? Could he really be suspicious of her? His fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel, the knuckles turning pale. What a coincidence. I also have a 5-year-old. Before he could finish, his phone rang sharply. He answered, and his expression changed at once.
What?
I understand. I'll be right back. After hanging up, his brows furrowed, and his eyes grew serious. There's an emergency at the company. I have to go back. He pulled over to the side of the road, speaking quickly. Sorry, I can't take you any farther. There was a trace of apology in his eyes, but behind it was a complicated emotion she couldn't read. Lin Weiwei watched him leave in a hurry, a strange uneasiness rising in her heart. What had happened? Why did he look so tense? The feeling of worry wrapped around her like vines, tightening with every thought. When she arrived at the school, she saw Tianyu and Tianxin standing safely beside their teacher. Next to them was Gu Chenyu's assistant. The young man in a neat suit and gold-rimmed glasses was politely talking with the teacher. Ms. Lin, the assistant said respectfully, wearing a professional smile. Mr. Gu asked me to take care of the matter. Everything has been resolved. His calm tone made it sound like something trivial. She stood there, stunned, watching him handle everything smoothly. Questions filled her mind. He had said there was an emergency at the company, so why had he sent his assistant here? And so quickly, with everything handled so perfectly? It didn't make sense, unless he had known what would happen all along. Or maybe everything was under his control from the start. The thought sent a chill down her spine, and a deep unease spread through her chest. By the time she returned to her small apartment, night had already fallen. Neon lights flickered outside, and the sound of traffic filled the air. Yet none of it could chase away the heaviness in her heart. She leaned against the door, exhausted, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh. The events of the day replayed in her mind like a film, every detail making her heart race. Tianyu tugged gently at her sleeve, his small hand warm and soft. Mom, a kind man helped us today. His voice was quiet, carrying a hint of hesitation and worry, as if he knew he had done something wrong. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened suddenly, as if an invisible hand had gripped it hard. She crouched down, meeting her son's eyes, trying hard to keep her voice calm. What kind of uncle? Her fingers trembled slightly, almost unable to hold his hand. Tianyu tilted his head, thinking carefully, his little face serious. A very handsome uncle, wearing a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He spoke very gently. He paused, as if trying to remember more. He looked a lot like Uncle Gu. No, not just alike, almost exactly the same, like an older version of my brother. Lin Weiwei's heart sank, as if falling into a cold abyss. So it was true, he had started investigating. And he moved so quickly, so precisely, going straight to the school, and even sending his assistant to handle things. This wasn't a sudden impulse, it felt planned. Could he have known all along? Or had he been secretly watching her? Her fingers tightened unconsciously, her nails pressing into her palm until the pain brought her back to herself. No, she couldn't panic. She had to stay calm and think carefully. Gu Chenyu wasn't an ordinary man. His power and resources were far beyond what she could imagine. If he wanted to find something, nothing could stay hidden. She had to prepare for the worst. That night, she lay in bed, unable to sleep. Moonlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, casting a silver line across the floor. She stared at it, her thoughts in chaos. 5 years ago, on a night just like this, under the same moonlight, she had also been sleepless and restless. Back then, she never imagined that 5 years later, she would face such a situation. At last, she couldn't hold back. She picked up her phone and called her best friend, Su Qing. Her fingers trembled so much, she could barely hold the phone. The sound of the ringing filled the quiet night, each tone echoing in her heart. Qing, I have something to tell you. Her voice was choked, full of hesitation and unease. She didn't know how to begin or how to explain the years of hiding and running away. There was a brief silence on the other end, then Su Qing's gentle voice came through, soft and comforting like a spring breeze. Is it about the children's father? The understanding in her tone broke through Weiwei's defenses. Lin Weiwei gripped the phone tightly as silent tears streamed down her face, falling like broken pearls. She could no longer stop. 5 years of pain, hardship, and hiding had finally found a way to be released. She covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out, but her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Was it time to tell the truth? Was it time to face everything? She didn't know, she really didn't. All she knew was that she couldn't carry it alone anymore. She needed help, support, someone she could talk to. The moonlight outside was still bright, just like that night 5 years ago, quietly watching her, witnessing her struggle and her choice. The night grew deeper. Neon lights outside shone through the thin curtains, casting scattered shadows across the small rented room. Lin Weiwei sat on the worn-out sofa, her fingers tapping the laptop keyboard without thinking. The crisp sound echoed clearly in the quiet night. On the screen was the login page of the GU Group's human resources system. The bright red words "background check in progress" felt like a sharp blade stabbing into her eyes, making it hard to breathe. 5 years had passed. She thought she had become strong enough to face anything. But the moment she saw that man in the meeting room today, all her defenses collapsed like a sandcastle washed away by the tide. His eyes, his voice, even the faint scent of cedar on him. Everything was so familiar, yet so distant, tearing at her heart. Mom. Tianyu walked over holding his tablet, worry far beyond his age showing on his small face. His eyes, so much like Gu Chenyu's, glimmered with unease. Are you worried about the background check? His soft voice pierced her heart like a needle. Lin Weiwei forced a smile and gently rubbed her son's hair. The soft touch calmed her a little. It's okay, Mom can handle it. Her voice was hoarse, carrying a tiredness she couldn't hide. Tianxin came over too, wrapping her small hands around her mother's arm like a gentle kitten. Mom, that Uncle Gu looks really nice. I like him. The innocent words of her child unlocked the deepest fear in her heart. Like him? If they knew that the nice Uncle Gu they spoke of was actually their real father, the man who had left her to face 5 years of hardship alone. What would they think? The thought cut through her heart, leaving her breathless. "Mommy's going to warm up some milk for you." She stood up and went into the kitchen, using it as an excuse to hide the tears in her eyes. The kitchen was small, barely enough for one person to turn around, yet she felt safer there than in the spacious living room outside. Leaning against the refrigerator, Lin Weiwei closed her eyes, letting the cold surface seep through her thin clothes. Gu Qinyu's searching gaze still lingered in her mind. That look that seemed to see through everything made her feel exposed and uneasy, as if she had nowhere to hide. Why did he hire her? Was it really because of her skills, or did he have another reason? The thought coiled around her heart like a snake, making her restless. She knew Gu Qinyu well. He never did anything without a purpose. Every move he made carried meaning. So, what was he planning this time? Was it revenge for her sudden departure years ago? Or did he want something from her? In the living room, Tianyu watched his mother's back as she left. His small brows furrowed tightly, and in his eyes, so much like Gu Qinyu's, shone a mix of worry and determination far beyond his age. He opened his tablet and began to type quickly, his movements far too skilled for a 5-year-old. "Brother, are you going to help Mommy?" Tianxin asked softly, her voice full of hope and trust. She knew her brother was amazing. Even though he was only 5, he could already understand things most adults couldn't. Tianyu nodded, his face serious, like a little grown-up. "Mommy's resume has a 1-month gap. If someone finds out..." He didn't finish, but Tianxin already understood. That missing month was when their mother gave birth to them, the hardest yet happiest time of her life. Lines of code flashed across the screen as Tianyu focused intently. The light of intelligence shone in his eyes, inherited from his father. Firewalls, encryption, access logs, things that seemed complicated to adults were like toys in his hands. His fingers danced across the screen like playing a silent piano, every move precise and graceful. "Got it," he whispered, a small, proud smile appearing on his face, the kind of smile only a confident child could have. He had found a loophole in the system, a hidden way to quietly change the background check results without anyone noticing. Just then, a warning window suddenly popped up on the screen, the bright red letters glaring like blood. "Abnormal access detected. Security system activated." Tianyu's face turned pale, as white as paper. Oh no, he had triggered the advanced protection system. He hadn't expected the Gu Corporation system to be this powerful, with such strong defenses. "Brother." Tianxin grabbed his arm nervously, her small hand cold, her eyes full of fear. Tianyu took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm, just as his mother had taught him. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer he needed to be. His small fingers moved even faster across the keyboard, sweat forming on his forehead, but he didn't have time to wipe it away. He had to fix the problem before his IP address was traced. Otherwise, not only would he fail to help his mother, but he might also cause her even more trouble. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Gu Corporation, Gu Qinyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city lights. The amber liquid in his glass swirled gently, the ice cubes clinking softly, echoing his restless thoughts. Outside, the neon lights flowed like rivers of stars, making the sleepless city shine brilliantly, but he had no mood to admire it. That woman, Lin Weiwei. She looked so much like her. Not just her face, but that familiar feeling, the one that made his heart race, that strange mix of joy and unease, as if something lost had suddenly returned. 5 years. He thought he had forgotten, but when she appeared before him again, all the memories came rushing back like a tide, drowning him completely. 5 years ago, that night, that woman who vanished without a trace, he had searched for her, using every resource he had, but she seemed to have disappeared from the world. The pain and helplessness of losing her had been like a dull knife, cutting at his heart day after day. Until today, when he saw those eyes at the airport, and those 2 children. For a moment, his heart nearly stopped. Those eyes, that face, that expression, all so familiar, yet so distant. And the 2 children, The boy's gaze, the girl's smile, both gave him an inexplicable sense of closeness. He took out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he dialed a number. Assistant Zhang, help me look into someone. Lin Weiwei, 27 years old, recently returned from overseas with a pair of 5-year-old twins. His voice was a little hoarse, carrying an urgency he didn't even notice himself. I want to know everything about her from the past 5 years, especially everything about the child. After hanging up, he walked to his desk and opened a locked drawer. Inside was a small sandalwood box containing an old, yellowed photo. The girl in the picture was smiling brightly, her eyes shining like stars. It was Lin Weiwei from 5 years ago. It was the only photo they had together, one he had secretly taken without her knowing. What are you hiding from me? He murmured, gently brushing his fingers over her image, as if touching something fragile and precious. 5 years of longing, searching, and waiting all turned into a storm of emotions that he could no longer calm. In a small rented room, sweat covered Tianyu's forehead as if he had just come out of the rain, but his eyes grew brighter, sparkling like twin stars. His small fingers moved quickly across the screen, so fast it was hard to follow. Just a little more, he whispered, his voice filled with tension and excitement, like a young warrior charging into battle. Suddenly, the warning window on the screen disappeared, replaced by a bright green access granted sign. The color was as fresh as the first green of spring, filling the room with hope. I did it, Tianyu whispered joyfully, his eyes shining with pride. He had done it. He had helped his mother solve the problem and protected their home. Tianxin clapped her hands happily, her face glowing with pure joy. You're amazing, big brother. You're the best. She ran over and hugged him tightly, like a little kitten. But just then, the tablet screen suddenly went black, as if the power had been cut, then restarted on its own. A line of text appeared, written in a graceful, confident hand. Little one, your skills are impressive, but don't do this again. Tianyu's face turned pale, like a crumpled piece of paper. He had been discovered. And the person on the other side was clearly an expert, someone who not only noticed him, but could also leave a message on his device. That kind of skill was far beyond ordinary. What's wrong? Lin Weiwei came out holding a glass of milk. When she saw her son's pale face and frightened eyes, her heart tightened, as if an invisible hand had gripped it. She put down her glass of milk and quickly walked to her son. Nothing. Nothing's wrong. Tianyu hurriedly hid the tablet behind his back, as if it were something hot. He tried to look calm, but his trembling voice gave away his nervousness. Mom, the background check should be fine now. He tried to sound relaxed, but Lin Weiwei's sharp eyes still caught the trace of panic in his tone. Lin Weiwei looked at her son with doubt, searching his face for clues. She knew he was hiding something, but when she thought about tomorrow's interview and the children's future, she decided to hold back her questions. The most important thing now was to pass the interview and give her children a stable life and a real home. Everything else could wait. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the thin curtains of their small rented room, casting warm patches of light on the floor. Lin Weiwei stood in front of the mirror, carefully getting ready. She put on her best professional outfit, a suit dress that Gu Qinyu had given her 5 years ago, one she had never worn before. With delicate makeup, she tried to hide her uneasiness and fear behind a confident look. The woman in the mirror appeared calm and capable, but only she knew the storm that raged inside. Mom, you look so pretty today. Tianxin twirled around her like a happy little butterfly, her face glowing with a pure smile. She reached out to touch her mother's dress. You look just like a princess. Tianyu, on the other hand, looked at his mother seriously, his expression far too mature for his age. Based on my calculations, Mom's chance of passing the interview is 87.6%. He pushed up imaginary glasses on his nose, looking exactly like Gu Qinyu when he was deep in thought. But considering Uncle Gu's special attention to you, the actual chance might rise to 92.3%. She smiled and gently patted both children's heads, though her heart was full of mixed emotions, sweet, bitter, and everything in between. Be good at home and wait for Mom's good news. Her voice trembled slightly, but she forced herself to stay calm. These two children were both her weakness and her strength. For them, she had to stay strong. When she arrived at Gu Corporation, the receptionist greeted her with an even warmer smile than the day before, almost overly polite. Ms. Lin, Mr. Gu specifically said you can go straight to his office. The tone carried a hint of curiosity and gossip that made her uncomfortable, as if people were whispering behind her back. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. Gu Qingyu wanted to interview her in person? What did that mean? Was he trying to test her further, or did he have another reason? Countless thoughts rushed through her mind like waves, making it hard for her to breathe. In the president's office, Gu Qingyu sat behind a large desk, calm and sharp-eyed like a resting predator. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining him with a golden glow that made him look even taller and more distant.
Seat.
He pointed to the chair opposite him. His voice was calm, but his eyes scanned her carefully, missing nothing. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath and sat down, trying to stay composed, though the tension in her posture gave her away. She could smell a faint scent of cedar in the air, his usual cologne, familiar enough to make her heart ache. Your resume is impressive, he said, flipping through the papers with long, steady fingers. But there's a 1-month gap. Can you explain that? His tone was even, but his gaze was sharp, watching her every reaction. Her fingers tightened slightly, nails pressing into her palm. During that time, I had some personal matters to take care of. Her voice trembled a little, though she tried to sound calm. Personal matters? He looked up, his eyes piercing. For example, having a child? The certainty in his tone made her heart race, as if she had been completely exposed. Lin Weiwei's heart nearly stopped. Her mind went blank for a moment. He knew? How could he know? Had he investigated her? Or had he known all along? Thoughts flashed through her mind so quickly that she could hardly think straight. Mr. Gu, you must be joking. She forced a smile, trying to stay calm. Her voice shook slightly, but she kept her composure. What is it? He stood up and walked toward her, his tall figure casting a shadow that made her feel small and breathless. Lin Weiwei, what are you hiding? His voice was low and steady, carrying a quiet pressure that made the air feel heavy. He was standing so close that she could smell the faint scent of cedar on him. That familiar fragrance almost made her lose control. Memories from 5 years ago came rushing back, sweet, painful, and helpless, all blending together until she could hardly stay calm. I haven't hidden anything. She lifted her head and met his gaze, forcing herself to stay composed. If you think I'm not suitable, Mr. Gu, I can leave right now. Her voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were firm. She couldn't back down or show weakness, or he would see right through her. They stared at each other, the air thick with tension, like a bowstring pulled tight, ready to snap. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a bright line between them, like a boundary that couldn't be crossed. Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking the suffocating silence. He glanced at the screen, frowned, and answered. What is it? What? The system was hacked. When? Last night? His tone turned sharp, his eyes cold and focused. Then his gaze shifted to her, filled with suspicion, as if he were studying her reaction. Lin Weiwei's heart pounded wildly, as though an invisible hand was gripping it. Could it be that Tianyu's secret had been discovered? That warning message. Was it from him? The thought made her shiver, her legs almost giving way. After hanging up, he stared at her for a few seconds, his eyes seeming to see right through her. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled, a faint, curious smile. Interesting. Your background check is clear. Report to work tomorrow. His tone carried a meaning she couldn't quite grasp. She froze, stunned as if struck by lightning. You mean? She could hardly believe what she'd heard. The sudden change left her completely unprepared. The project manager position, he said, returning to his seat with his usual calm and distance. I hope you won't disappoint me. His words sounded both like encouragement and a warning, making her feel as if she were walking on the edge of a cliff, One wrong step, and everything would collapse. When she left the president's office, her heart was still racing like a trapped rabbit. She leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths to steady herself. What did he really know? Why had he changed his attitude so suddenly? The uncertainty unsettled her even more, as if she were walking through fog, unable to see the road ahead. When she returned to the rented apartment, Tanu ran up to her right away, his small face full of hope and worry. "Mom, did you pass?" His bright eyes sparkled like two tiny stars. "I passed, but—" She looked at her son with a complicated expression. "Tanu, did you do something yesterday?" Her voice trembled slightly, filled with concern. Tanu lowered his head, nervously twisting the corner of his shirt. His voice was as soft as a whisper. "I just helped Mom pass the background check." His eyes flickered, avoiding her gaze. And then, she pressed, feeling a heavy weight in her chest.
Then,
"I think they found out." Tianyu's voice grew even smaller. "But they didn't blame me. They even helped erase what I did." His tone carried both fear and relief, like a small animal that had narrowly escaped danger. Lin Weiwei's heart sank. Was it Gu Chenyu? He discovered what Tianyu had done but didn't pursue it? That wasn't like him. He was always strict and fair, never tolerating tricks. Why would he let it go this time?
could it be?
He already knew something? The thought made her shiver, as if a cold snake had fixed its eyes on her, leaving her nowhere to hide. That night, lying in bed, she replayed everything that had happened. Her mind was a mess. Moonlight slipped through the curtains, casting scattered shadows on the floor. Gu Chenyu's behavior was too strange. He suspected her but still hired her. He found out about Tianyu's hacking but didn't punish him. What was he planning? How long could she keep up with this dangerous game? Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. The crisp sound broke the silence of the night. "Starting tomorrow, work hard. Don't let me down." There was no name, but she knew who it was. The tone, firm and controlling, was unmistakably Gu Chenyu's. Lin Weiwei gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. A mix of fear, unease, anger, and a faint, confusing emotion she didn't want to admit rose in her heart. This game had only just begun, and she already had no way out. The morning meeting at the Gu Group's Technology Park project department was tense, the air so heavy it felt like the calm before a storm. The long conference table was filled with project team members. Lin Weiwei sat at the far end, clearly feeling the sharp, probing gazes from all directions. They pricked at her like needles, making her uneasy. Some eyes held curiosity and interest, but most were filled with open hostility and jealousy, like a pack of hungry wolves watching a new prey, ready to attack at any moment. The new project manager? "I heard she's a single mother," a woman in a pink suit whispered, her voice just loud enough for Lin Weiwei to hear. It buzzed in her ear like a mosquito, full of mockery and disdain. Probably someone brought in from outside. "I heard Mr. Gu interviewed her himself." Another woman with short hair added sourly, her tone sharp and unpleasant. "No idea what she did to get into Gu Group with 2 kids. Impressive, isn't it?" The hidden meaning in her words made Lin Weiwei's heart tighten, as if pricked by a needle. Lin Weiwei straightened her back, pressing her nails into her palm to keep calm. After 5 years of working abroad, she had faced many challenges, but this time was different. The man sitting at the head of the table made everything feel more intense. His gaze was sharp and focused, like that of a hawk, leaving her nowhere to hide. She could almost feel his eyes on her, steady and piercing, as if they could see through every layer of her composure. Gu Chenyu flipped through the project documents, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. The sound echoed like a drumbeat, carrying an undeniable authority. "The Nebula project is the company's top priority this year. I expect to see real progress," he said in a deep, steady voice that filled the silent room with quiet pressure. His eyes swept across the room and finally stopped on her. His gaze was sharp as a blade, cutting straight through her thoughts. "Manager Lin, let's hear your ideas." The tone carried both challenge and expectation, making her heart race like a startled rabbit. All eyes turned to her again, some curious, some doubtful, and many openly jealous. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath, forcing herself to ignore the burning gaze fixed on her. She focused on the screen in front of her, stood up and walked toward it. Each step was steady and confident, as if she were walking on the edge of a blade, yet she still managed to remain calm and graceful. I think the current technical plan is too conservative. Her voice was clear and steady, filled with professionalism and confidence. We can adopt an agile development model and divide the project into 3 parallel stages. She began to explain her proposal, using technical terms with ease. Every suggestion hit the key issues directly, showing her solid expertise and rich practical experience. The meeting room gradually fell silent. The once doubtful looks turned focused, even showing surprise and admiration. Clearly, this seemingly gentle single mother was far from simple. Her thoughts were clear, her logic precise, and her understanding and control of the project far exceeded their expectations. When she mentioned, "At the same time, I suggest establishing real-time collaboration with the Overseas Research Center," her voice remained calm, though she felt a bit uneasy inside. This was the suggestion she valued most, but also the one most likely to cause disagreement. "No," Gu Chenyu suddenly interrupted, his voice cold and firm, leaving no room for discussion. The determination in his tone made her heart sink, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Lin Weiwei froze, feeling confused and hurt.
Why?
"The Overseas Center has strong technical resources," she tried to explain, but he cut her off again. "When I say no, it means no." He stood up, his strong presence filling the room. The air seemed to freeze. "This project must be completed entirely within the country." His tone was firm, his eyes sharp like a drawn sword, cold and unyielding. Their eyes met in the air. She could see the determination in his gaze, along with something deeper she couldn't understand.
Why?
It was clearly the best plan. Why was he so firmly against it? This didn't match his usual rational style. Could there be something behind this that she didn't know? The thought made her chest tighten, as if an invisible hand had gripped her heart. The meeting ended in a heavy silence. As Lin Weiwei gathered her papers, she overheard 2 female colleagues whispering nearby. Their voices were just loud enough for her to hear. "She's just pretending. Everyone knows she got in through connections." One well-dressed colleague sneered, her eyes full of disdain, as if looking at something cheap. "Exactly, bringing her child along and still trying to get close to Mr. Gu," another short-haired woman added, her tone sharp and sour, as if she had just bitten into a lemon. She should look at her own status first. Does she really think she's good enough for him? The malice and jealousy in their voices made her heart ache, like being pricked by a needle. Her fingers trembled slightly, but she pretended not to hear and calmly continued organizing the documents. It had been 5 years. Words like these no longer hurt her. In a foreign country, she had heard far worse and faced much harder times, yet she had survived them all. Now, for the sake of her 2 children, she couldn't let gossip defeat her. But as she walked toward the elevator with the files in her arms, Gu Chenyu suddenly appeared behind her, silent as a shadow, startling her. Manager Lin, his deep, magnetic voice carried a quiet authority, echoing through the empty hallway like the sound of a cello. She turned and met his dark, unreadable eyes. Her heartbeat quickened. "Mr. Gu, do you have any instructions for me?" Her voice trembled slightly, though she tried to stay calm. He stepped closer, and the faint scent of cedar surrounded her. That familiar fragrance made her momentarily lose focus, as if she had returned to those close, warm days 5 years ago. But she quickly forced herself to stay clear-headed. This was not the time to dwell on the past. "Come to my office at 3 this afternoon," he said firmly, leaving no room for refusal. Then he turned and walked away, leaving her standing there, heart pounding, palms damp with sweat. His tall, straight figure seemed to weigh on her chest like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Lin Weiwei stood outside the president's office, feeling like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Her heart was filled with unease and tension. She took a deep breath and was about to knock when she heard loud arguing from inside. The voices carried clearly through the heavy wooden door, striking her ears like thunder. "I will never agree. The Gu family's bloodline must not be left outside," an old, commanding voice roared, filled with anger and authority. The force of it made Lin Weiwei shiver, as if cold water had been poured over her. "Father, I know what I'm doing," came Gu Qinyu's voice, low, restrained, but firm and unyielding. His voice was lower than usual, as if he were trying hard to control his emotions, yet his firm determination was still clear. "Boundaries? Your idea of boundaries is letting a woman of unknown background into the company? And with 2 children?" The old man's voice grew louder, filled with anger and disapproval, like a lion provoked. "Do you know how many eyes are watching the Gu Corporation right now? How many people are waiting to see us fail?" The scorn and hostility in his tone made her heart ache, as if pricked by a needle. Lin Weiwei's heart sank suddenly, as though an invisible hand had gripped it tightly, almost stopping its beat. Were they talking about her? And the children?
How did they know about them?
Had Gu Qinyu already investigated her? The thought made her shiver, as if she had fallen into an icy pit. She instinctively took a step back, wanting to escape this suffocating place, but accidentally knocked over a potted plant. The sound of the ceramic pot shattering echoed sharply in the quiet hallway, like thunder breaking the silence.
"Who's out there?"
Gu Qinyu's voice turned cold and sharp, filled with alertness and anger, like a drawn sword, dangerous and cutting. The chill in his tone made her tremble, frozen in place. The door was pulled open suddenly. He stood there, his face dark and frightening, his eyes sharp as blades, as if they could pierce her soul. Behind him stood an elderly man with white hair. Though old, his gaze was still keen and commanding, carrying the weight of authority. He wore a well-tailored suit, and the sound of his wooden cane striking the floor echoed heavily, each thud landing on Lin Weiwei's heart like a funeral bell. "President Gu, Lin Weiwei's mind went blank. Her tongue felt tied, unable to form a full sentence. She could feel her cheeks burning, her heart pounding wildly, and a faint ringing filled her ears. The old man's eyes swept over her, filled with open suspicion, as if assessing the worth of an object. "You are Lin Weiwei?" His tone carried disdain and displeasure, making her feel as though she were standing exposed before everyone, with nowhere to hide. She forced herself to stay calm, straightened her back, and met his sharp gaze. "Yes, Chairman." Although her voice trembled a little, she still managed to stay polite and calm. She knew that in moments like this, showing fear would only make others look down on her. Gu Qinyu stepped slightly to the side, blocking the old man's view and forming a protective stance. "Father, let's talk about this later." His tone was respectful but firm, leaving no room for argument. His tall figure stood like a wall in front of her, giving her a brief sense of safety. The old man let out a cold snort, his hand on the cane shaking slightly with anger. "Fine, I'll see what tricks you can play," he said sharply, glaring at Lin Weiwei with a look full of warning and threat. The chill in his eyes made her shiver. Then he turned and left, his footsteps echoing down the hallway, fading away like distant thunder, but still leaving a sense of unease behind. When the office door closed, only the two of them remained. The air seemed to freeze, so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Lin Weiwei could still smell the faint scent of cedar mixed with the old man's cologne, creating a strange and heavy atmosphere. "You heard everything?" Gu Qinyu asked, his back still facing her. His voice was calm, but the tension in his shoulders showed he was far from relaxed. His fingers tapped the desk unconsciously, the rhythm revealing his irritation and restlessness. I didn't mean to." She clenched her hands tightly, her nails pressing into her palms to keep herself steady. "I just came to." She wanted to explain, but didn't know how. What could she say? That she hadn't meant to overhear? Or that she didn't understand what they were talking about? He suddenly turned around and stepped closer, stopping only when she was trapped between him and the door. The pressure of his presence made it hard for her to breathe. His voice was low and steady, carrying a quiet intensity. Then tell me, those two children. His eyes were deep and searching, as if he could see through every secret she tried to hide. Lin Weiwei's heart pounded wildly, her blood rushing so fast it made her ears ring. Her legs felt weak, barely able to hold her up. The children. They're mine, she blurted out, her voice trembling with fear and determination, like a mother instinctively protecting her own. His gaze grew deeper, filled with curiosity and thought. Only yours? The hint of doubt in his tone made her heart race, as if he already knew something and was just waiting for her to admit it.
Just then, her phone rang.
The screen showed Tianyu's homeroom teacher. It felt like a lifeline pulling her out of the tense moment. The familiar ringtone sounded unusually loud in the quiet office, almost like music that brought her back to her senses. Sorry, I need to take this call. She used the chance to step away, her fingers trembling as she answered. Her voice was unsteady, and she could feel her hands shaking so much that she almost dropped the phone. Ms. Lin, Tianyu got into a conflict with a classmate.
Please come to the school, right away.
The teacher's voice was filled with worry, and she could hear faint noise in the background, each sound piercing her heart. Her face turned pale, and her chest tightened as if something was squeezing it. Okay, I'll be there soon, she said, her voice full of panic and concern. Tianyu was smart but quiet, rarely involved in trouble. What could have happened this time? The thought made her anxious and restless. After hanging up, she looked at Gu Chenyu and tried to keep her voice calm. Mr. Gu, my son has some trouble at school. I'll take you, he interrupted, picking up his car keys. His tone left no room for refusal, firm and commanding. There was something in his eyes she couldn't read, part concern, part curiosity. That's not necessary. She wanted to refuse, not wanting to get more involved with him, especially now. She needed time to think, to figure things out. I said, I'll take you. His voice grew even more determined, his sharp gaze leaving her no choice. He grabbed his coat and walked to the door first, his confident stride forcing her to follow. In the car, the air felt heavy, like the calm before a storm. Lin Weiwei stared out the window at the passing lights, her mind in chaos. The neon reflections streaked across the glass, just like her tangled thoughts. She didn't know what had happened at school, nor what this man beside her truly knew, or what he intended to do. What exactly did he find out? Why was he so focused on the children? His attention went far beyond what a normal boss would show to an employee. It carried a kind of persistence and curiosity she couldn't understand, like a fog that blurred her sense of direction. Gu Chenyu suddenly spoke, breaking the heavy silence. How old are the children? His voice was calm, but his fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel, revealing his unease. The hint of curiosity in his tone made her heart tighten, as if pricked by a needle. Her heart skipped a beat. 5 years old. Her voice trembled a little. She forced herself to stay calm, not wanting him to notice anything unusual. Twins? His eyes stayed on the road, but the tense lines of his face showed his focus. The certainty in his tone made her heart race, as if he could see right through her.
Yes.
She lowered her head, nervously twisting the corner of her clothes. Why was he asking these questions? Could he really be suspecting something? The thought made her uneasy, her whole body tense. His fingers tightened again on the steering wheel, the knuckles turning pale. What a coincidence, I also have a 5-year-old. Before he could finish, his phone rang suddenly, cutting through the silence like lightning and breaking the fragile balance between them. He answered the call, and his expression changed instantly.
What?
I understand. I'll be right back. Hanging up, his brows furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with concern, as if something serious had happened. There's an emergency at the company. I need to go back. He pulled over to the side of the road, speaking quickly. Sorry, I can't drive you the rest of the way. There was a trace of apology in his eyes, but also a complicated emotion she couldn't read. Lin Weiwei watched him leave in a hurry, a wave of unease rising in her heart. What had happened? Why did he look so serious? The feeling of worry wrapped around her like vines, tightening, until she could hardly breathe. When she arrived at the school, she saw Tanu and Tianxin standing safely beside their teacher. Next to them stood Gu Chenyi's assistant, the young man in a neat suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He was politely talking with the teacher, calm and composed, as if he were attending a formal business meeting. "Ms. Lin," the assistant said respectfully, his face showing a professional smile. "Mr. Gu asked me to take care of it. The matter has been resolved." His tone was calm, as if it were just a small issue, something as simple as handling an ordinary document. She stood frozen, watching the assistant skillfully manage the follow-up tasks, her mind full of questions. He had said there was an urgent matter at the company, so why did he send his assistant here? And how did he arrive so quickly and handle everything so smoothly? It didn't make sense, unless he had known what would happen all along, or perhaps everything was under his control. The thought made her shiver, a wave of unease rising inside her, as if she were trapped in an invisible net with no way out. By the time she returned to her small rented room, night had already fallen. The neon lights outside flickered like the city's cold eyes, watching the cramped and simple space without emotion. Lin Weiwei leaned weakly against the door, feeling as if all her strength had been drained away. Everything that had happened today replayed in her mind like a movie, each detail making her heart race, as if she were walking on a tightrope that could snap at any moment. Tianyu tugged gently at her sleeve, his small face filled with worry and confusion, like a frightened little deer. "Mom, a nice man helped us today," he said softly, his voice sweet and innocent, brushing gently against her heart. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened, as if an invisible hand had gripped it. She knelt down to meet her son's eyes, trying to keep her voice calm. "What kind of man?" Her fingers trembled slightly as she held his hand, the unease in her chest rising like a tide, threatening to drown her. Tianyu tilted his head, thinking hard, his big eyes blinking as he tried to remember. "A very handsome man. He looked a lot like Uncle Gu," he said innocently, as if sharing something amusing, unaware of the storm his words stirred in his mother's heart. Lin Weiwei's heart sank, as if falling into a deep, cold abyss. So he had started investigating after all. The thought coiled around her like a snake, chilling her to the bone. Was it Gu Chenyi's assistant? Or had he come himself? What was he trying to do? Why was he getting close to the children? The questions pierced her heart like countless needles, filling her with pain and fear, yet leaving her nowhere to hide. At night, she lay in bed, turning over and over, unable to fall asleep. The moonlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, scattering across the floor like her tangled thoughts. She looked at her two sleeping children beside her. Under the soft light, Tianyu and Tianxin's faces looked peaceful, their long eyelashes resting gently on their cheeks, their lips curved slightly as if they were dreaming something sweet. The scene should have been warm and comforting, yet it filled her heart with unease and fear, like the calm before a storm, heavy enough to make her breathless. She couldn't help but pick up her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed her best friend Su Qing's number. That familiar number felt like a lifeline, giving her a faint sense of hope in her despair. The beeping sound before the call connected echoed in her chest like a drumbeat, each tone making her more nervous. "Qing, I have something to tell you." Her voice was choked and shaky, as if she were lost in the dark, unable to find her way. She didn't know how to begin, how to explain the secret she had kept for 5 years, or how to face the storm that was about to come. There was a moment of silence on the other end, so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. The silence pressed down on her heart like a heavy stone, making it hard to breathe. Then came Su Qing's gentle but steady voice, warm like sunlight breaking through the clouds. "Is it about the children's father?" The understanding in her tone broke Lin Weiwei's defenses completely. All her strength and calmness collapsed in an instant. Lin Weiwei gripped the phone tightly as tears silently rolled down her cheeks, falling onto her hand like hot pearls. 5 years of hardship, loneliness, and endurance all surged up at once, flooding her heart. She could barely speak, only letting out broken sobs, like a small wounded creature, helpless and lost. Was it time to tell the truth? The thought flashed through her mind like lightning, bringing both relief and fear. What would it mean to speak out? Would she lose everything she had now? Would her children face an uncertain future? Would everything between her and Gu Chenyu change forever? These questions hung over her like sharp blades, making her too afraid to move, yet unable to escape. Outside, the moonlight remained bright, like a pair of calm eyes quietly watching the joys and sorrows of the world. Lin Weiwei wiped away her tears and looked at her sleeping children beside her. A new sense of determination and courage filled her heart. No matter how difficult the future is or how harsh the truth may be, she must protect these two children. This is her duty as a mother and the meaning of her life. At 7 a.m., in the underground parking lot of Gu Corporation, Lin Weiwei parked her used car. She checked her makeup one last time in the rearview mirror. The tiredness under her eyes was carefully covered with concealer, but the deep exhaustion felt like a shadow that wouldn't go away. It wrapped around her, making her feel like a walking corpse, mechanically repeating her daily routine. A week of overtime work, combined with Tianyu and Tianxin taking turns catching colds, was almost too much for her. Last night, Tianxin had a fever of 39 degrees Celsius. She stayed awake all night, wiping her daughter's hot little body with warm water. Hearing her child's uncomfortable moans made her heart ache like being pricked with needles. At dawn, she forced herself to get up, prepare breakfast for her two children, send them to kindergarten, and then rush to the company. These days of non-stop work felt like an endless marathon, each step on a knife's edge, painful and hard. "Good morning, Manager Lin," the security guard greeted respectfully, but his eyes showed curiosity and suspicion, as if he was examining a rare object. She could feel their speculating and gossiping looks, like tiny needles stabbing her back, making her feel uncomfortable all over. She forced a faint smile, nodded, and quickly stepped into the elevator. The mirror on the elevator door reflected her pale face and the bloodshot eyes that couldn't be hidden, like spider webs covering her whites, revealing her fatigue and suffering from the past days. She took a deep breath, forced herself to straighten her back, and refused to let anyone see her weakness and exhaustion. The elevator stopped on the 28th floor. When the doors opened, she was so tired that she almost bumped into a strong chest. The broad, firm chest carried a familiar cedar scent, like an invisible wall blocking her way. "Be careful," a deep voice said from above, with a presence that couldn't be ignored, like the sound of a cello echoing in the quiet corridor. Lin Weiwei quickly stepped back, like a startled rabbit, her heart pounding faster. "Good morning, Mr. Gu," she said, trembling, her fingers unconsciously clutching the strap of her briefcase, her knuckles turning white. Gu Chenyu's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, sweeping over every inch of her skin like a spotlight. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. "You don't look well," he said with concern. His tone made her heart tighten, as if something had hit her, leaving her feeling both sour and bitter. "It's nothing. Maybe I didn't sleep well," she said instinctively, avoiding his eyes and not daring to look at him, afraid he would see her inner panic and unease. His gaze was too sharp, like X-ray vision that could all disguises, leaving her with nowhere to hide. But he didn't step back. His tall figure blocked her path, like a wall. "How is the project progressing?" he asked calmly, but the curiosity in his eyes made her feel uneasy. "We're on schedule. We should finish the first phase of testing today." She forced herself to sound professional, trying to keep her voice steady, though her trembling tone betrayed her nerves and exhaustion. "Good," he nodded, but still didn't move away. His eyes stayed fixed on her, like a hawk watching its prey. "I heard you've been working late often." His tone was probing and caring, which made her heart tighten, as if something had gripped it. Her heart fluttered slightly, like being pricked by a needle. Was he paying attention to her schedule? That wasn't like him. He usually only cared about results, not the process. Why was he suddenly concerned about her working hours?
Could it be
he had noticed something? The thought made her shiver, cold sweat soaking her shirt instantly. "The project is tight, and I want to get familiar with things quickly." She tried to explain, but before she finished, he interrupted her. No need to push yourself so hard. His voice carried a firm tone. Gu Corporation doesn't encourage pointless overtime. Hearing this from a workaholic like him was almost ironic. Everyone knew Gu Chenyu was famous for working late into the night, often staying up all night. Now, he was telling her not to work overtime? That was strange, like the sun rising from the west. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but look up at him, only to meet his deep, mysterious eyes. Those eyes were like a bottomless pool, dark and enigmatic, hiding some emotion she couldn't understand. It seemed to be concern, or curiosity, or perhaps an obsession and focus she couldn't grasp.
Could it be concern?
The thought made her heart tremble, as if something had burned her, leaving her anxious and confused. She quickly lowered her head, like a frightened ostrich, wishing she could bury her head in the sand. "Thank you, General Manager Gu, for your concern. I will be careful," she said in a very soft voice, almost inaudible. When she entered the project office, a few colleagues were whispering in the break room. As soon as they saw her, they dispersed quickly, like a flock of startled sparrows. But their meaningful glances and flirtatious smiles felt like needles stabbing her, making her feel uncomfortable all over.
She was used to this scene.
Ever since Gu Chenyu made an exception to allow her flexible working hours, gossip in the office never stopped. The jealousy and speculation were everywhere, like air, making it hard for her to breathe. "Little Weiwei," Assistant Xiao Zhang whispered to her, lowering his voice with a mysterious tone, "I heard that yesterday, General Manager Gu stood up for you against Director Li again." His excitement and gossip made her feel heavy inside, like a big stone pressing down on her. Lin Weiwei frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. What happened? She didn't want to become the topic of office gossip, nor did she want to get involved in any complicated relationship with Gu Chenyu. That would only put her in more danger. "Director Li said you leave work early every day, which affects the team's morale." But General Manager Gu directly said, "If you have the ability, show your performance like Manager Lin," and made Director Li speechless. Xiao Zhang described vividly, his eyes shining with excitement, as if watching an exciting show. A strange feeling arose in her heart, like something disturbing the calm surface of a lake, creating ripples.
Why did he defend her like that?
It didn't seem like his usual professional style. He always judged by ability and results, never making exceptions for anyone. Why was he so special to her? This feeling of being special made her uneasy, like walking on thin ice, afraid she might fall into the cold depths at any moment. All day, she felt restless, like carrying a rabbit that kept pounding its heart. Every time she passed by the CEO's office, she would instinctively glance at the heavy wooden door, as if hiding some shocking secret behind it. Today, the man seemed especially quiet, not like usual, wandering around and inspecting everything like a lurking predator, giving her a chilling feeling. At 3 in the afternoon, she was about to pick up her child, thinking about what to cook for dinner. Tiany's appetite had been poor lately, so she needed to find a way to get him to eat more. Suddenly, the internal phone rang loudly, like a thunderclap breaking the silence, startling her. "Manager Lin, please come to my office." Gu Chenyu's voice came through the receiver, deep and magnetic, yet carrying an unyielding force. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if hit by something. At this time, he clearly knew she was going to pick up the children, so why did he call her now?
Could it be
he was doing it on purpose? This thought made her feel heavy inside, like falling into an icy pit, freezing her whole body. She entered the office and saw Gu Chenyu standing by the window, talking on the phone. His back was tall and solitary, like a lone mountain peak standing on a cliff, filled with an unspoken loneliness and heaviness. The sunset's glow shone through the floor-to-ceiling window, outlining his perfect side profile, but also making his loneliness more obvious. "Did I told you, there's no room for discussion." His voice was cold and hard, like ice, without any warmth. The Gu family's bloodline must not be lost outside. His firm tone and unquestioning attitude hit her like a heavy hammer, stabbing deep into her heart. Her steps froze as if she had been cast in place, unable to move.
was he talking about?
Her child? Did he really know? This realization struck her like lightning, making her numb all over, almost unable to stand. Blood rushed to her head, then quickly receded, leaving her with cold fear and despair. After hanging up, he turned and saw her. For a moment, his eyes looked dazed, as if he was pulling away from distant memories. "You're here." His voice carried a faint weariness and complexity, as if he had gone through a fierce internal struggle. "What does President Gu want with me?" She forced herself to stay calm, but her trembling voice still revealed her inner panic and unease. She could feel her palms sweating and her heartbeat pounding like it was about to burst out of her chest. He walked to his desk and handed her a folder, his movements smooth and natural, as if the cold and commanding person from before was not him. "The Overseas Cooperation Plan for the Star Cloud Project, I approved it." His tone was as calm as discussing the weather, but it stirred a storm inside her. She froze, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she had heard something incredible. "But you said earlier." Her voice was filled with confusion and doubt. He had been so firm in opposing it. Why did he suddenly change his mind? It was so strange, like the sun rising from the west. Hard to believe. "I've changed my mind." His gaze fixed on her face, sweeping over every inch of her skin like a spotlight. "You're right, the Overseas Center's technology is indeed better." The tone of approval and concession made her feel strange inside, like being burned by something hot, warm and nervous at the same time. This was very unusual. He was never someone to change his mind easily. He always stood firm and acted quickly. Why was he suddenly making an exception for her? This special treatment made her uneasy, like walking on thin ice, afraid of falling into the cold depths at any moment. "Is there anything else?" She glanced at the time, feeling anxious like ants on a hot pan. If she didn't go pick up the kids soon, she would be late. Tianyu and Tianxin must be waiting anxiously. He paused silently, as if weighing something, his eyes complex and hard to read. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice calm but with firm certainty. "I've asked the driver to pick up the kids." His tone was so flat, like saying something trivial, but it hit her like a heavy bomb in her heart. "What?" She looked at him in shock, her eyes wide, as if she had heard something unbelievable. How could he know she was going to pick up the kids? And he had sent the driver without asking her? This was crossing a line, invading her privacy, making her feel strong discomfort and resistance. "Taking a taxi at this time isn't convenient," he said calmly, as if stating a fact. "The driver will take them to the company. You can stay here and finish their homework before leaving work." That arrangement sounded reasonable, but it made her heart alarm. He knew she took a taxi every day at this time to pick up the kids? How much had he investigated? This realization made her feel cold all over, like falling into an icy pit. Her heart suddenly sped up, pounding like a rabbit in her chest. Her blood rushed to her head and then quickly receded, leaving cold fear and anger. "Mr. Gu, this isn't quite right." She tried to refuse, her voice clearly showing resistance and unease. She didn't want to owe him favors, nor did she want him to further interfere in her life. That was too dangerous, like playing with fire. "This is an order." His voice was firm, authoritative, carrying the strength and dignity of someone in power. "The Nebula Project needs your full attention. I don't want something as small as picking up the kids to affect your work." His words sounded justified and flawless, but she clearly saw his ears turn slightly red. That unnatural flush revealed his inner unrest and some emotion she couldn't understand. At 4 p.m., when Tianyu and Tianxin were brought to the CEO's office by the driver, their eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity, as if they had discovered a new world.
"Mom."
"This office is so big." Tianxin ran around happily, swinging her pigtails like a joyful butterfly. "It's bigger than our kindergarten playground." Her innocent voice echoed in the spacious office, bringing a touch of energy and life. Tianyu went straight to Gu Qinyu's desk, his face full of curiosity and admiration, as if he saw his idol. "Uncle Gu, your computer is very powerful." His tone was so professional and serious that it didn't sound like a 5-year-old, which made Lin Weiwei feel nervous. worried he might say something inappropriate. Gu Chenyu looked at the two children with a complex, hard-to-read expression, as if he was seeing something distant through them. "If you like it, you can come often," he said softly, with a gentle and indulgent tone, like a spring breeze melting ice, causing tiny cracks. In the following days, this special treatment became more obvious, like an invisible net tightening around her. Gu Chenyu not only allowed her to stay in the office with the children but also arranged a corner for children's learning, equipped with the latest educational tools and comfortable tables and chairs. There was even a small book corner filled with picture books and science books suitable for 5-year-olds. The attention to detail and care went far beyond what a boss would normally show an employee, resembling a father's tender care for his children. This thought made her feel shocked and anxious, as if she had been burned by something hot, feeling both panicked and confused. Rumors in the project department grew louder, buzzing like flies, making everyone uneasy. Words like using the kids to get ahead, scheming woman, and pretending to be noble spread malicious gossip and slander, like poisoned arrows aimed at her. But she had no time to care. The Cloud Star project had entered a critical stage, and she was busy every day, like a spinning top that couldn't stop. She handled project matters, responded to emergencies during the day and at night. She took care of the children, helped with homework, and prepared meals for the next day. This non-stop life felt like an endless marathon, each step on a knife's edge, painful and difficult. However, just as the project was about to be completed and victory seemed within reach, an accident happened, like a bolt from the blue, sudden and unexpected, enough to destroy everything. "Manager Lin, something has happened." Xiao Zhang hurriedly ran in, her face pale as paper, her voice trembling with fear and panic. The testing system suddenly crashed. "All data is lost." The despair and fear in her tone hit her like a thunderbolt, freezing her in place. Lin Weiwei's heart sank suddenly, like falling into a deep abyss, cold and hopeless. "When did this happen?" Her voice trembled unconsciously, and she clenched her cloves with her fingers, her knuckles turning white. "Just now. Director Li brought people to check, and he said your code had a problem." Xiao Zhang's voice grew quieter, almost inaudible, but the accusations and suspicion in her words stabbed her like a sharp knife into her heart. She immediately realized something was wrong. Her code had been tested and verified many times. It couldn't have such issues. Clearly, someone was deliberately framing her. The thought tangled around her like a poisonous snake, making her feel cold all over. Who? Why would they do this? To hurt her? Or to attack Gu Chenyu? Countless questions flooded her mind like a tide, almost suffocating her. When she arrived at the server room, Director Li was already trying to rescue the data, but his clumsy performance and smug look betrayed his true intentions. Seeing her come in, he immediately caused trouble, like a hungry wolf waiting for its prey, finally finding an opportunity. "Lin Weiwei, look at what you've done. The company's loss is at least 10 million. His tone was full of schadenfreude and malice, like a poisoned dagger stabbing into her. She calmly checked the system, her fingers quickly typing on the keyboard, her gaze focused and sharp. "This isn't a code problem. Someone deliberately sabotaged the backup system." Her voice was calm and firm, with undeniable professionalism, like a sharp sword cutting through the fog. "Nonsense," Director Li sneered, a flash of panic crossing his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by deeper malice. "It's obviously your lack of ability and your attempt to shift blame." His tone was full of slander and conspiracy, like dirty water pouring over her, trying to drown her completely. At this moment, Gu Chenyu arrived with a technical team, like a divine figure bringing hope and light. He didn't look at Director Li but walked straight to Lin Weiwei, his gaze firm and trusting. "What's the situation?" Those 3 simple words were like a stabilizing force, instantly calming her frantic mind. The backup system was maliciously damaged, but the main system should still be salvageable. She quickly reported the situation, her voice calm and professional, like stating an objective fact rather than describing a life-and-death crisis. "How long will it take?" His gaze fixed on her face, full of trust and reliance, as if entrusting her with something very important. "Give me 2 hours." She met his eyes with a firm and confident look, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, bright and dangerous. He looked at her determined expression and nodded, like a general giving a final order. "Everyone, follow Manager Lin's instructions." The authority and trust in his voice formed a barrier, protecting her behind it and blocking all malice and attack. Director Lee's face turned pale, like he had just tasted a sour lemon, looking unpleasant. "President Gu, this is clearly her responsibility." He tried to argue, but was interrupted before he finished. "Shut up." Gu Chenyu coldly glanced at him, his icy and threatening look like a drawn sword, sharp and dangerous. "Wait until it's over." His tone, full of authority and warning, was like a shackle that instantly silenced Director Lee. In the next 2 hours, Lin Weiwei almost single-handedly turned the tide, like a brave hero fighting her way out of a desperate situation. Her fingers danced over the keyboard so quickly it was hard to see her movements, like a pianist playing an energetic march. Sweat beads formed on her forehead, sliding down her cheeks, but her eyes remained focused and steady, like an unshakable rock. Her concentration and persistence shone like a light, illuminating the dark server room and inspiring hope in everyone's hearts. When the system finally recovered and all data appeared intact on the big screen, the entire server room erupted in thunderous cheers, like celebrating a great victory. Colleagues gathered around, their eyes full of admiration and gratitude, like witnessing a hero saving the world. Gu Chenyu stepped in front of her, his eyes hiding emotions she couldn't understand, deep and mysterious, like an endless pool of water. "Well done." Those 3 simple words carried 1,000 meanings, filled with a complexity and depth she couldn't grasp. At that moment, his phone rang, like an ominous sign, breaking the brief warmth and joy. After answering, his face instantly darkened, like the sky before a storm, oppressive and dangerous. "I found out." He looked at Lin Weiwei with a cold voice, as icy as a block of ice, without any warmth. "The person who damaged the system is Director Lee." The anger and disappointment in his tone hit everyone like a heavy hammer. When the truth was revealed, Director Lee was taken away by security guards, still shouting loudly, like a trapped beast making a final struggle. "Gu Chenyu, you treat me like this for a woman. The old master won't let you go." The venom and threat in his voice were like a poisoned dagger, stabbing fiercely at Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei. "The old master? Who is that?" Why did Director Lee mention the old master? This question took root in her mind, growing into more unease and fear. Only the 2 of them remained in the office. The air seemed frozen, so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Gu Chenyu looked at her and suddenly said, "You were very impressive just now." His tone of praise and curiosity was like a light shining into a corner of her heart. "This is what I should do." She lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes, worried he would see her inner panic and unease. His gaze was too sharp, like an X-ray, able to all disguises, leaving her no place to hide. "No." He stepped closer, his strong presence almost suffocating her. "I mean, that night 5 years ago, you were also very impressive." His tone, full of hints and curiosity, was like a key opening a long-sealed door of memory. Her heart suddenly stopped, as if cast under a paralysis spell, unable to move. Her blood rushed to her head and then quickly receded, leaving cold fear and despair.
He
remembered? That night she deliberately tried to forget, the night that changed her life forever. He finally remembered? This realization hit her like a lightning bolt, making her numb all over and almost unable to stand. In the evening, the sunset's afterglow shone through the window of the rented house, casting warm spots of light on the mottled wall. 5-year-old Lin Tianyu was focused on the laptop screen, his tiny fingers flying quickly over the keyboard. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Tianxin came over, blinking her big eyes curiously. Tianyu smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. "I'm looking up information about Uncle Gu." Not only that, Tianyu switched pages. "Look at this." A photo from Gucci's university days appeared on the screen. His young, handsome face made Tianxin exclaim, "Uncle Gu looked so handsome when he was young." Tianyu pointed at the details in the photo. "Look at his eyes and the shape of his nose." Tianxin looked carefully and suddenly covered her mouth. "Brother, Uncle Gu's eyes look just like yours. And his nose too, not just me." Tianyu showed a photo of himself and his sister. "Look, we both resemble him." The two children exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. Tianxin whispered, "Brother, do you think Uncle Gu might be Dad?" Tianyu answered confidently. "I'm about 80% sure." Tianxin excitedly grabbed her brother's hand. "Should we tell Mom?" "No." Tianyu shook his head. "Mom seems to be afraid of us knowing about Dad. We need to find out ourselves." Tianxin tilted her head and thought. "How can we find out?" Tianyu grinned slyly. "I already have a plan. Uncle Gu has an important meeting at 3 p.m. tomorrow. We can bump into him, but Mom won't let us go out alone." Tianxin worried. "And we don't even know where Uncle Gu is having his meeting." "It's easy," Tianyu confidently typed on his keyboard. "I've hacked into Gu Group's security system and checked his schedule. The meeting is at the International Conference Center in the Tech Park." Tianxin looked at her brother with admiration. "You're so amazing. But how do we get there?" Tianyu took out a small notebook from the drawer. "I've planned everything. After kindergarten, we tell Teacher Wang that Mom will pick us up late, then take the subway to the tech park." "But," Tianxin hesitated. "Isn't that lying?" Tianyu looked seriously at his sister. "We just want a complete family. Mom works too hard alone. We need Dad." This moved Tianxin. She nodded firmly. "Yes. We will help Mom find Dad." The two children began planning their actions for the next day. Tianyu prepared technical support, checking subway routes and the map of the conference center in advance. Tianxin is responsible for the acting part and has thought about how to answer, if asked questions. "Most importantly, be natural," Tianyu advised his sister. "We should act like we just happened to meet, not too obvious." Tianxin nodded and suddenly thought of something. "Brother, should we prepare a small gift for Uncle Gu? That way, he might like us more." "Great idea." Tianyu's eyes lit up. "Uncle Gu likes to drink black coffee. We can buy a cup and accidentally spill it on him, then apologize." Tianxin laughed at this idea. "You're so naughty." But it could really create a chance to get close. The two became more excited, imagining their parents happily together. Tianyu even started planning a long-term, cute baby plan. Step 1. Create a chance encounter. Step 2. Make Uncle Gu like us. Step 3. Help Dad and Mom get together. Step 4. Have the whole family reunited. Tianyu drew a flowchart on the whiteboard. Seeing her brother so serious, Tianxin couldn't help but hug him. "You're so great, brother. We can do it." Just then, the sound of a key turning outside the door was heard. The two kids quickly put away all their tools and pretended to be playing with building blocks. Lin Weiwei pushed the door open, tired but smiling gently. "Kids, Mom is back. Did you have fun at kindergarten today?" "Yes." The children answered in unison and ran to hug her. Lin Weiwei stroked their heads, feeling a bit sad inside. She wished she could give her children a complete family, but... "Mom, what's wrong?" Tianxin sensed her mom's mood change. "Nothing," Lin Weiwei forced a smile. "Mom is just a little tired. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you." Watching her busy figure, Tianyu and Tianxin exchanged determined looks. The cute baby plan must succeed. At night, after Mom fell asleep, the two children quietly gathered again to make final preparations. Tianyu checked his gear for tomorrow: a small tracker, a spare phone, some change, and a subway card. Tianxin practiced what to say when she saw Uncle Gu. "Hello, Uncle. We are Lin Weiwei's children." Tianxin practiced in front of the mirror. "No, that's too direct," Tianyu suggested. "Just say, 'Uncle, can you help us find Mom? We're lost,' which sounds more natural." "Good idea." Tianxin's eyes lit up. "Uncle Gu will definitely help us this way." The two children carefully discussed every detail to make sure their plan for tomorrow would go smoothly. Tianyu even prepared a backup plan. If they didn't meet Uncle Gu by chance, they would go straight to the front desk of the Gu Group to find Dad. "Big brother, I feel a little nervous," Tianxin whispered. "What if Uncle Gu doesn't like us?" Tianyu held his sister's hand. That won't happen. Look at how he looks at us, it's different from how he looks at other kids. He must have sensed something too. This gave Tianxin courage. She remembered seeing Uncle Gu at kindergarten. His focused and gentle gaze was different from other adults.
Yes.
I trust your judgment, big brother. Tianxin nodded firmly. It was late at night, and the two children finally went to sleep, full of hope for tomorrow. The moonlight shone on their young faces, as if blessing their innocent and brave plan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Gu Chenyu was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night sky. For some reason, he kept thinking about the clear eyes of the twin children, feeling a strange sense of attachment. Lin Weiwei, he softly repeated the name, feeling like he had heard it somewhere before but couldn't remember where. The wheels of fate had already started turning, and the adorable plan was about to begin an unexpected connection. On Wednesday afternoon, outside the International Conference Center in the Tech Park, sunlight streamed through the glass walls onto the smooth marble floor. Tianyu and Tianxin, dressed neatly in their kindergarten uniforms and carrying small backpacks, nervously stood in a corner of the lobby. Big brother, will Uncle Gu really come out from here? Tianxin whispered, clutching her brother's sleeve tightly. Tianyu looked at his watch, confident. According to the schedule I found, the meeting ends at 3 o'clock. Uncle Gu should come out soon. Sure enough, not long after, the doors of the conference hall opened, and a group of well-dressed business elites walked out one after another. Tianyu immediately recognized the man at the front, Gu Chenyu. He's here, Tianyu quietly whispered to his sister. Let's follow the plan. Tianxin took a deep breath, picked up the hot coffee she bought earlier at the cafe, and walked toward Gu Chenyu. Just as she was about to get close, she deliberately tripped. Heavenly Heart gasped and accidentally spilled her coffee precisely onto Gu Chenyu's suit pants.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Heavenly Heart immediately apologized, her voice trembling with tears. Uncle, I didn't mean to. Gu Chenyu frowned and looked down, about to say something, but he froze when he saw Heavenly Heart's face. This face. How is it so familiar? Heavenly Heart. Tianyu hurried over, pretending to be worried. How could you be so careless? Seeing Tianyu, Gu Chenyu was even more shocked. These two children are clearly the twins he saw at the kindergarten that day. Is it you? Gu Chenyu asked in surprise. How are you here? Where's your mom? Tianyu quickly answered as planned. Mom said she would pick us up later, so we waited at the kindergarten. But we waited a long time and she didn't come, so we took the subway to find her. Heavenly Heart sobbed along. Uncle, we got lost. We don't know how to get home. Gu Chenyu looked at the two pitiful children and felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. He knelt down gently and asked kindly, Do you know your mom's phone number? I can call her for you. Tianyu gave his mom's phone number, secretly happy that his plan was working. Gu Chenyu dialed the number. Soon, a worried voice came from the other end. Hello, may I ask who this is? Miss Lin, I am Gu Chenyu, he said calmly. Your two children are at the International Conference Center in the Science Park, they said. Before he finished, Lin Weiwei's panicked voice came through. What? How could they? Mr. Gu, please watch over them for me. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Gu Chenyu looked at the two children, full of questions. Why did these children run so far alone? And from Lin Weiwei's reaction, she seemed completely unaware. Uncle, Heavenly Heart timidly tugged at Gu Chenyu's sleeve. Your pants. I'm sorry, let me help you clean it. Seeing the sincere apology on the child's face, Gu Chenyu's doubts eased a lot. He patted Heavenly Heart's head gently. It's okay, I don't blame you. Tianyu took the opportunity to ask, Uncle, do you know our mom? Gu Chenyu hesitated for a moment. I guess. I do know her. He was thinking to himself, not just about knowing her, but that the chance encounter at the kindergarten left a deep impression of this single mother. To comfort the children, Gu Chenyu took them to the nearby rest area and bought each of them a juice. Thank you, Uncle. Tianxin smiled sweetly, her big eyes forming a crescent shape. Seeing Tianxin smile, a soft part of Gu Chenyu's heart was touched. He couldn't help asking, Where is your dad? Tianyu and Tianxin looked at each other. Tianyu answered with a prepared excuse. Mom said Dad went to work far away and won't be back for a long time. This answer made Gu Chenyu feel a bit heavy inside. A single mother raising 2 children must be very difficult. At that moment, Lin Weiwei hurried into the meeting center, panting. When she saw Gu Chenyu sitting with the 2 children, her face instantly turned pale. Tianyu. Tianxin, she hurried over, hugging the children into her arms. How could you run out alone? Mom was so worried. Sorry, Mom. Tianxin whispered an apology, secretly glancing at Gu Chenyu. Lin Weiwei turned to Gu Chenyu, feeling awkward. Mr. Gu, thank you so much. The children caused you trouble. It's okay. Gu Chenyu stood up. The children are very cute. But, he paused, it's still dangerous for them to go out alone. Lin Weiwei's face reddened further. Yes, I was careless. I will pay more attention next time. Seeing Lin Weiwei's embarrassed look, a desire to protect suddenly rose in Gu Chenyu's heart. He spoke gently, I'll take you back. It's not convenient to take a taxi at this time. No, Lin Weiwei quickly refused. It's too much trouble for you, Mr. Gu. We can take the subway. That's settled, Gu Chenyu said firmly, not allowing refusal. My car is downstairs. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was a little tense. Tianyu and Tianxin sat in the back, secretly exchanging successful glances. Lin Weiwei sat nervously in the front passenger seat, unconsciously twisting her fingers around her clothes. Gu Chenyu looked at the 2 children through the rear-view mirror. The familiar feeling grew stronger in his heart, especially for Tianyu. The expression on his face was just like his own when he was young. Mr. Gu, Lin Weiwei suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Thank you so much today. Gu Chenyu snapped out of his thoughts. It's just a small favor. But, he hesitated. May I ask, who is the father of the children? Lin Weiwei's body stiffened noticeably.
He
is not in the country. This answer made Gu Chenyu more confused. From Lin Weiwei's reaction, it seemed there was something she was hiding. When they reached the door of the house, Gu Chenyu deliberately got out of the car. He looked at the old apartment building and frowned unconsciously. Do you live here? He asked. Lin Weiwei looked a bit embarrassed. The rent is cheaper here, and it's close to the kindergarten. Gu Chenyu looked at this strong single mother and felt a mix of complicated emotions. He took out his business card and handed it to her. If you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me. Lin Weiwei took the card, her fingers trembling slightly. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Just as Gu Chenyu was about to leave, Tianxin suddenly ran over and hugged his leg. Uncle, will you come to see us again? This sudden hug warmed Gu Chenyu's heart. He squatted down and patted Tianxin's head. Of course. Next time, I'll take you to get ice cream, okay? Okay. Tianxin happily smiled. Under Tianyu's gaze, he also kissed Gu Chenyu on the face. Goodbye, Uncle. This kiss left Gu Chenyu stunned, a strange feeling rising in his heart. He watched the 2 children happily run upstairs, unable to look away for a long time. Back in the car, Gu Chenyu didn't start the engine immediately. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Secretary Li, help me look up someone. Lin Weiwei and her 2 children, Lin Tianyu and Lin Tianxin. I want all their information. After hanging up, Gu Chenyu looked at the lit-up window, filled with questions. Why did this mother and children make him so interested? Why did that boy look so much like himself when he was young? Meanwhile, upstairs in the rented room, Lin Weiwei was looking seriously at the 2 children. Be honest, what exactly happened today? Lin Weiwei crossed her arms. How did you end up in the tech park? And just happened to meet Mr. Gu. Tianyu and Tianxin lowered their heads. Tianxin whispered, Mom, we just wanted to find Dad. That sentence hit Lin Weiwei like a heavy. She staggered backward a step, her face pale. How do you all know? Tianyu looked up bravely and said, Mom, we found out. Uncle Gu is actually our dad, right? Lin Weiwei sank into a chair silently, tears falling without a sound. The secret she had carefully guarded was finally discovered by her children. Mom, Tianxin threw herself into her mother's arms. We want a dad. We want a complete family. Lin Weiwei hugged her daughter, feeling mixed emotions. How should she explain that complicated past to her children? And how should she face Gu Chenyu, who was about to learn the truth. Outside the window, Gu Chenyu's car was still parked downstairs. The wheels of fate had already started turning, and a storm about family, love, and truth was about to begin. 3 days later, at the Gu Group headquarters, Gu Chenyu stared at the investigation report in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly. The clear words on the paper read, Lin Tianyu, Lin Tianxin, 5 years old, mother Lin Weiwei, father unknown. But what shocked him most was the DNA comparison result. There was a 99.99% chance that the 2 children were his biological children. How is this possible? Gu Chenyu muttered to himself, feeling confused. When did he have 2 children? Why did he have no memory of this? He immediately called the internal line. Secretary Li, come in. Secretary Li quickly entered the office. Mr. Gu, what do you need? Gu Chenyu pushed the report toward her. Is this report accurate? Could there be a mistake? Secretary Li answered cautiously. Mr. Gu, we had 3 different testing agencies do the analysis, and all results are the same. Also, she paused, I found out that 5 years ago you disappeared for a full 2 days after a business dinner. 5 years ago. Gu Chenyu tried to recall, but only remembered that his memory from that time was somewhat blurry. He had taken 2 days off due to a severe cold, and after that, things became hazy. Continue the investigation, Gu Chenyu said in a deep voice. I want to know exactly what happened 5 years ago. Yes, Mr. Gu, Secretary Li nodded and left. Gu Chenyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the city skyline, his mind turbulent. If the report is true, why did Lin Weiwei hide this? She was raising 2 children alone. How had she managed these 5 years? Thinking of this, he felt a wave of guilt and sadness. He picked up his coat and decided to go find Lin Weiwei to ask her clearly. At the same time, Lin Weiwei was picking up her children at the kindergarten. She had been feeling uneasy these days, always sensing that Gu Chenyu looked at her with strange eyes. Mom. Tianyu and Tianxin ran happily toward her. Lin Weiwei forced a smile. Did you enjoy today at kindergarten? Yes, Tianxin said eagerly. The teacher praised me for my drawing. Tianyu, however, noticed his mom's mood and asked gently, Mom, are you still angry with us? Lin Weiwei stroked her son's head. Mom isn't angry, but there are some things I don't know how to tell you. Just then, a black Maybach slowly stopped at the kindergarten entrance. Gu Chenyu got out of the car and walked straight toward them. Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly jumped, and she instinctively protected the children behind her. Mr. Gu, why are you here? She asked nervously. Gu Chenyu's gaze swept over the 2 children and finally settled on Lin Weiwei's face. We need to talk. Lin Weiwei bit her lip. It's not a good time now. I want to take the kids home. Actually, Gu Chenyu interrupted her. I'll take you back, and we can talk on the way. His tone left no room for refusal, so Lin Weiwei had no choice but to get into Gu Chenyu's car with the children. In the car, the atmosphere was very quiet. Tianyu and Tianxin sensed the tension between the adults and sat quietly in the back seat, not daring to speak. Gu Chenyu glanced at Lin Weiwei through the rearview mirror and asked directly, What exactly happened 5 years ago? Lin Weiwei's body stiffened noticeably, and her fingers unconsciously clenched her clothes. I don't understand what Mr. Gu is talking about. Children, Gu Chenyu looked at her calmly. Tianyu and Tianxin are my children, right? This sentence hit like a thunderbolt inside the car. Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned pale, and her lips trembled slightly. Tianyu and Tianxin exchanged surprised glances and secretly high-fived under the seat. Mr. Gu, you misunderstood. Lin Weiwei wanted to make a final struggle, her voice trembling slightly. Gu Chenyu took out a folder from his briefcase, his movements steady. This is a DNA test report from 3 authoritative agencies. Do you want me to interpret it for you? Lin Weiwei's fingers trembled as she took the file bag, the rough texture of the brown paper feeling cold and sharp. She didn't have the courage to open it, just gripping it tightly, her knuckles turning white. Why did you hide this from me for 5 years? Gu Chenyu's voice was heavy with mixed feelings. Do you know how many firsts I missed during these 5 years? The first time calling Dad, the first steps, the first day at school. Tears finally broke free from Lin Weiwei's eyes, silently sliding down her cheeks.
I'm sorry.
I just didn't know how to face this situation. Gu Chenyu looked at her trembling shoulders, and his anger slowly turned into sharp pain. He slowed his voice, almost pleading. Tell me the truth, Wei Wei. I have the right to know. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath, her nails digging into her palms, and finally revealed the secret she had kept for 5 years. It turned out that 5 years ago, she was an intern attending the annual celebration of Gu Group. That night, Gu Chenyu had drunk quite a bit, and she was ordered to take him back to the hotel to rest. In the hotel room, Gu Chenyu, in a foggy state, mistook her for someone from his past. The next morning when I woke up, you had already left. Lin Weiwei's voice choked with emotion. I wanted to treat it all as a dream, but 2 months later, the doctor told me I was pregnant. Gu Chenyu listened in shock, trying to recall, but only found a blurry memory. However, the data on the test report was like solid proof, making it impossible for him not to believe. Why didn't you tell me? His voice was filled with pain. At least let me take responsibility. Lin Weiwei smiled bitterly, tears falling onto the back of her hand. At that time, you were already engaged, with a suitable fiancé. And I was just a humble intern. Revealing the truth would only make everyone uncomfortable. This statement made Gu Chenyu fall silent. 5 years ago, he indeed had a family-arranged engagement, which was later called off due to differences in values. Over these 5 years, you've been raising 2 children alone. It must have been very hard for you. His voice softened, filled with genuine concern. Lin Weiwei shook her head, showing a faint, strong smile. The children are very sensible. They are my motivation and hope. At that moment, the car slowly stopped in front of the old apartment building where Lin Weiwei lived. Gu Chenyu looked at her red, swollen eyes, and a strong desire to protect her surged in his heart. From today on, I won't let you face any difficulties alone. His tone was firm like a rock. I will take full responsibility and give the children a complete home. Lin Weiwei looked up in surprise. Mr. Gu, you don't have to do this. This is not charity or compensation. Gu Chenyu interrupted her, his eyes shining brightly. It's my duty as a father that I cannot avoid. He got out of the car and opened the door for Lin Weiwei, acting naturally and thoughtfully. Let me take you up. When they reached the stairs, Gu Chenyu carefully looked at the old, poorly maintained apartment building. The walls were chipped, the corridor dim, and the air was damp, making his heart tighten. Inside the small rental, Gu Chenyu felt even more sad. The space was crowded with simple furniture, and the children's toys were neatly stored in the corner. On the wall, there were drawings by Tianyu and Tianxin. Uncle Gu, Tianxin softly held his hand. Do you want some juice? Mom bought some sweet orange juice. Seeing the innocent smile on the child's face, Gu Chenyu's heart softened. He squatted down to meet Tianxin's eyes. Thank you, Tianxin. I'm not thirsty right now. Tianyu proudly showed his drawing. Uncle, look. This is a picture of our whole family. The picture showed 4 people holding hands, Dad, Mom, Tianyu, and Tianxin with a bright sun and rainbow in the background. Gu Chenyu looked at the innocent drawing, his eyes slightly moist. That's a great drawing. He gently stroked Tianyu's hair. I will come to see you often, okay? Okay, the 2 children said together, their faces shining with happiness. Lin Weiwei watched this warm scene, feeling both comforted and anxious. She didn't know how long Gu Chenyu's promise would last, or what challenges might come next. Gu Chenyu stayed in the rental for over an hour. When night fell, he stood up to leave. Before leaving, he solemnly told Lin Weiwei, "Give me some time. I will handle everything properly and give you a proper explanation." Watching Gu Chenyu's figure disappear into the distance, Lin Weiwei felt a mix of emotions. The 5-year secret was finally revealed. She didn't know if this was the start of a new life or the beginning of another storm. Unnoticed by them, a long-focus camera in the shadows silently recorded everything. On Monday morning, Lin Weiwei arrived at the office half an hour early. Since the DNA test results came out, she has been very nervous. She deliberately avoids direct contact with Gu Chenyu, even choosing to avoid the exclusive elevator for executives. Good morning, Weiwei. A colleague named Xiao Zhang greets warmly. I heard your proposal for the Shanghai project last week was excellent. President Gu praised you in the high-level meeting. Lin Weiwei forces a smile. It's all thanks to the team's effort. She quickly walks to her desk, opens her computer, and starts working. The Shanghai project was a proposal she spent 2 full weeks working on. She initially just tried her best, never expecting to get President Gu's recognition. At 10 a.m., there's a department meeting. Lin Weiwei chooses the seat farthest from the chairman's position and focuses on organizing the meeting materials. Is everyone here? Gu Qinyu's deep, magnetic voice comes from the door. Her heartbeat speeds up involuntarily. She forces herself to concentrate on the documents in front of her. The meeting goes smoothly until they discuss the next steps for the Shanghai project. This project's preliminary work was very well done. Gu Qinyu surveys the room, finally stopping at Lin Weiwei. Assistant Weiwei, you will be responsible for the project's follow-up. Lin Weiwei suddenly looks up, meeting Gu Qinyu's deep gaze. She instinctively wants to refuse. President Gu, I trust your ability, Gu Qinyu interrupts her firmly. You know this project best, so it's most suitable for you to follow up. The department manager quickly agrees. President Gu is right. Weiwei is definitely the best choice. After the meeting, Lin Weiwei is called to the CEO's office. She stands in front of the large redwood desk, nervously twisting her fingers. President Gu about the Shanghai project. She tries to decline. Gu Qinyu looks up from the files, his eyes gentle. Sit down and talk. He gets up and walks to the coffee machine, skillfully making 2 cups of coffee. He places one in front of Lin Weiwei. With milk, no sugar, right? Lin Weiwei is stunned. How did you know? Just observed. Gu Qinyu smiles softly. You always make coffee like that when you go to the break room. This small detail makes Lin Weiwei's heart flutter. She didn't expect Gu Qinyu to notice such little things. The Shanghai project is very important. Gu Qinyu returned to the main topic. I need someone who truly understands the project to be in charge. Your proposal is very creative, and I believe you can handle the execution well. Lin Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but my experience. Experience isn't the most important thing. Ability is, Gu Qinyu said firmly. I'll have Secretary Li work with you. If you need anything, just tell me directly. In the following days, Lin Weiwei dedicated herself fully to the project. She found that although Gu Qinyu was strict, his advice was always very helpful. Their teamwork became more natural. Sometimes just a look was enough to understand each other. On Thursday afternoon, the project team stayed late to meet the deadline. Gu Qinyu unexpectedly appeared in the office, carrying several lunch boxes. Everyone worked hard, he said, placing the boxes on the meeting table. Eat something first, then continue. Colleagues gathered around happily. The lunch boxes contained delicious takeout from a 5-star hotel. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thanks, Mr. Gu. Gu Qinyu went to Lin Weiwei and handed her a separate box. This is for you. I heard you like Cantonese food. Lin Weiwei was surprised as she took the box, which was filled with her favorite dishes. She looked up at Gu Qinyu and saw a faint smile in his eyes. This small interaction didn't escape her colleagues' notice. After Gu Qinyu left, the office quickly buzzed with gossip. Weiwei, Mr. Gu, is very special to you. Exactly. He even brought your favorite dishes. Could it be? Another colleague lowered her voice. Mr. Gu is interested in you? Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned red. Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Gu just cares about the project. But such rumors spread like wildfire in the office. The next day, Lin Weiwei noticed her colleagues looking at her with curiosity and flirtation. What made her more embarrassed was that Gu Qinyu seemed completely unbothered by the rumors. He still came directly to discuss work with her, sometimes even debating passionately over a creative idea. At the Friday project presentation, Lin Weiwei's proposal was approved again. Gu Qinyu praised her in front of all the senior managers. Assistant Lin's plan is very forward-thinking, and she has considered the details carefully. After the meeting, Gu Qinyu specifically called her back. Are you free this afternoon? I want to take you to see the actual site of the Shanghai project. Lin Weiwei initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Gu Qinyu's serious expression, she nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Gu. In the afternoon, Gu Qinyu personally drove her to the project site. During the drive, they discussed project details, and the atmosphere was professional and friendly. However, once at the site, Lin Weiwei sensed something was wrong. Gu Chenyu was overly attentive to her, instinctively protecting her when getting in and out of the car, helping her walk over uneven ground, and even focusing intently on her eyes when she explained the plan. These small actions were noticed by the staff at the site. Lin Weiwei could feel their curious glances. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car became a bit tense. Lin Weiwei deliberately kept her distance and limited their conversations strictly to work topics. "Are you avoiding me lately?" Gu Chenyu suddenly asked. Lin Weiwei was startled but tried to stay calm. "Mr. Gu, you're overthinking. I am just focused on work." Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment and then softly said, "What I said that day was serious. I want to be responsible for you, Mr. Gu." Lin Weiwei interrupted. "It's better if we keep our relationship strictly professional for now." Gu Chenyu looked at her, but said nothing more. On Monday, when she returned to the company, Lin Weiwei found the rumors in the office had become even more outrageous. Some said she had dinner with Mr. Gu over the weekend, others claimed Mr. Gu had specially adjusted the department structure for her, and some even said he postponed a matchmaking meeting with a wealthy young lady for her. These rumors made Lin Weiwei feel very uncomfortable. She started avoiding Gu Chenyu intentionally, skipping meetings whenever possible, and keeping her reports brief and efficient when she had to meet face-to-face. But Gu Chenyu seemed unaffected. He still praised her work in meetings, sent dinner to her when she worked late, and was the first to offer help when she faced difficulties. On Wednesday noon, while eating in the cafeteria, Lin Weiwei overheard a conversation at the next table. "I heard Lin Weiwei got her position through special connections. The Shanghai project was originally supposed to be managed by Manager Wang." "Exactly. How can an assistant be responsible for such an important project? Maybe the child's situation was also her plan, just to climb higher." These harsh comments made Lin Weiwei feel sick to her stomach. She finished eating quickly and hurriedly left the cafeteria. In the afternoon, Gu Chenyu clearly noticed her mood was off. During the project discussion, he deliberately kept her behind. "What's wrong? You look upset," he asked with concern. Lin Weiwei shook her head. "It's nothing, maybe just a bit tired." Gu Chenyu paused for a moment. "If you hear any gossip, don't mind it. I know your abilities well. This project must be yours." This should have been comforting, but it made Lin Weiwei feel even more uneasy. She preferred Gu Chenyu to be professional and not show such special care. After work, Lin Weiwei intentionally waited until everyone left before leaving. But at the elevator, she still ran into Gu Chenyu. "Let me take you home," Gu Chenyu said. "It's a good chance to see the kids." Lin Weiwei quickly refused. "No need, Mr. Gu. I can go back by myself." Just on the way, Gu Chenyu insisted. "I should spend more time with the kids too." Just as they were arguing, the elevator doors opened, and a few colleagues who had stayed late were inside. When they saw Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei together, their eyes immediately became suggestive. Lin Weiwei felt extremely embarrassed and could only grit her teeth and step into the elevator. The atmosphere inside was silent and tense. Gu Chenyu seemed completely unfazed and naturally asked about the kids' recent activities. "Has Tanu improved in math? He said last time he couldn't do some problems." "What about Tianxin? She said she wanted to learn piano, right? I know a really good piano teacher." These questions sounded more like family conversations to the colleagues. Lin Weiwei could sense their meaningful glances exchanged. Finally reaching the first floor, Lin Weiwei almost ran out of the elevator. "Wait for me," Gu Chenyu caught up. "I'll see you off." "No need, Mr. Gu." Lin Weiwei almost begged. "I want to go back alone." Gu Chenyu looked at her flustered expression and seemed to understand something. He sighed. "All right, be careful on your way. Say hi to the kids for me." Watching Gu Chenyu's back as he left, Lin Weiwei let out a sigh of relief, but inside, she felt strangely disappointed. She didn't know how much longer these days would last, nor how to face the increasingly complicated situation. What she didn't notice was that across the street, a familiar figure was watching everything coldly. On Friday night, Lin Weiwei returned home exhausted. The stress from her work this week and office gossip made her feel both physically and mentally tired. "Mom." Tianyu and Tianxin rushed over as usual, but Lin Weiwei immediately sensed something was wrong. Their cheeks were unusually red. She reached out to touch their foreheads and felt worried. Do they have a fever? Tianxin nodded weakly. I feel dizzy. Tianyu, though trying to act strong, also spoke with a nasal voice. I'm fine, Mom. Don't worry. Lin Weiwei quickly found a thermometer and checked. Tianyu had 38.5 degrees Celsius. Tianxin 38.8 degrees Celsius. She was anxious and looked through the medicine box but found the fever medicine was already used up. Looking at the time, it was past 9 at night and nearby pharmacies were closed. Lin Weiwei was frantic. Who could she ask for help now? Mom, Tianyu suddenly whispered, can we call Uncle Gu? He must have a way. Lin Weiwei instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing her children look so uncomfortable, she hesitated. Tianxin softly begged, I want Uncle Gu. He said last time that if we got sick, we could call him. While Lin Weiwei hesitated, Tianyu had already picked up her phone, skillfully found Gu Qinyu's number, and dialed. Tianyu. Lin Weiwei tried to stop him, but the call was already connected. Hello? Gu Qinyu's deep voice came from the receiver. Tianyu immediately, with a crying tone, said, Uncle Gu, my sister and I are sick and Mom is very worried. Gu Qinyu on the other end instantly became tense. Sick? Is it serious? Where is your mom? Lin Weiwei took the phone and awkwardly said, Mr. Gu, sorry, the kids are just being naughty. Weiwei? Gu Qinyu's tone grew more anxious. What happened to the kids? Do they have a fever? How high? Lin Weiwei had no choice but to tell the truth. Tianyu 38.5 degrees Celsius. Tianxin 38.8 degrees Celsius. We're out of fever medicine at home. I'll be there right away. Gu Qinyu quickly said, use warm water to wipe the children's bodies first. I will bring medicine and the doctor over. Before Lin Weiwei could refuse, the call was already disconnected. 20 minutes later, Gu Qinyu hurriedly arrived with the family doctor. He was still in his suit, his tie loosely hanging, and beads of sweat on his forehead. Mr. Gu, there's no need to. Lin Weiwei hadn't finished speaking when Gu Qinyu quickly walked to the bedside. He first checked the children's foreheads, frowning. They're so hot. Then he turned to the doctor. Dr. Li, please check the children. After examining them carefully, Dr. Li said, it seems to be a viral cold. I'll give them fever medicine first. If the fever doesn't go down by tomorrow, they should go to the hospital. Gu Qinyu stayed by the bed the whole time, watching the doctor give the children medicine and take their temperatures. His eyes were full of worry and tenderness, completely different from his usual authoritative look at work. After giving the medicine, Gu Qinyu poured warm water and gently wiped the children to help lower their temperature. His movements were a bit awkward but very gentle and careful. Uncle Gu. Tianxin weakly opened her eyes. Will you stay with us forever? Gu Qinyu held her small hand softly. Of course, I will stay with you until you get better. Although Tianyu was feverish and groggy, she still managed to say, Uncle Gu is so kind. Like Dad. This made Gu Qinyu's heart tremble sharply. He looked up at Lin Weiwei, who was standing at the door, her eyes complex as she watched the scene. At 2 a.m., the children's temperatures finally started to drop. After Dr. Li left some medicine, Gu Qinyu insisted on staying. You have to go to work tomorrow, Lin Weiwei advised him. Go back. I can take care of them alone. Gu Qinyu shook his head. Work can wait. The children are more important. He looked at Lin Weiwei's tired face. You go rest. I'll stay here. Lin Weiwei couldn't possibly sleep. She sat on the sofa in the living room, listening to Gu Qinyu softly telling stories to the children from the bedroom, feeling a mix of emotions. Once upon a time, there were 3 little bears, Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear. Gu Qinyu's voice was deep and gentle, very different from his usual strict CEO demeanor. Tianxin softly asked, Uncle Gu, will you be our bear dad? Gu Qinyu paused for a moment and softly said, if you all are willing, I really want to be your dad. This sentence was like a stone thrown into Lin Weiwei's heart, causing gentle ripples. She covered her mouth, and tears started to fall naturally. Later that night, Gu Qinyu checked the children's temperatures every hour to make sure the fever didn't come back. As dawn approached, he finally couldn't hold on and fell asleep leaning against the bed. Lin Weiwei quietly entered the room and saw Gu Chenyu still alert even while sleeping, with one hand gently resting on Tianyu's blanket, as if ready to wake up and care for the children at any moment. She took a blanket and softly covered Gu Chenyu. Moonlight shone through the gap in the curtains, illuminating his tired but gentle face. At that moment, Lin Weiwei had to admit that Gu Chenyu was a good father. The next morning, the children's fevers had mostly gone down, and they looked much better. Tianxin pouted, asking Gu Chenyu to feed her porridge, while Tianyu clung to him, sharing funny stories about the company. Gu Chenyu patiently fulfilled their requests, showing no sign of the exhaustion from staying up all night. Uncle Gu, Tianyu suddenly asked seriously, will you always be so good to us in the future? Gu Chenyu put down his porridge bowl and said solemnly, of course. I will always be good to you because I am your dad. This made Lin Weiwei drop her spoon with a snap. She looked at Gu Chenyu in panic, then at the children. Tianyu and Tianxin exchanged a triumphant look. Tianxin sweetly asked, can we call you dad from now on? Gu Chenyu's eyes turned slightly red. Yes, of course, Dad. The two children shouted together, rushing into Gu Chenyu's arms. Gu Chenyu hugged them tightly, voice choked with emotion. Good children, Dad is here. Lin Weiwei watched this warm scene, feeling both touched and scared. She was moved by Gu Chenyu's genuine love for the children but also worried that this secret could no longer be kept. After breakfast, Gu Chenyu insisted on staying to take care of the children, letting Lin Weiwei rest. He skillfully tidied up the dishes, fed the children medicine, and even helped Tianxin comb her hair, though it was a bit crooked. At noon, Gu Chenyu's secretary brought documents and a laptop. He worked in the living room while caring for the children. Lin Weiwei watched his focused face and felt a strange feeling rising in her heart. This man is both a powerful CEO in the business world and a caring, gentle father. These two roles blend perfectly in him, making her feel drawn to him. In the afternoon, while the children were napping, Gu Chenyu approached Lin Weiwei. Let's talk. They sat on a small balcony, with warm sunlight shining on them. Weiwei, Gu Chenyu began, I know you have many worries, but please believe me, I truly want to take responsibility for you and the children. Lin Weiwei looked down. Mr. Gu, call me Chenyu, he interrupted gently. I'm not your boss right now, just the kid's father. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath. Chenyu, I know you treat the children well, but there's too much difference between us. Your family, your status, and those rumors. Gu Chenyu held her hand. None of that matters. What matters is that I want to give you all a home, a complete family. Lin Weiwei tried to pull her hand away, but he held it tighter. Give me a chance, he said sincerely. Let me prove I am serious. Just then, Tianyu's voice came from the door. Mom, please say yes to Dad. Tianxin ran over and hugged Lin Weiwei's leg. We want Dad. Looking at the children's hopeful eyes and then at Gu Chenyu's sincere expression, her last defenses began to shake. But she was still afraid. Afraid that everything might be too good to be true, afraid of losing it all, and even more afraid that the children might get hurt. I need time, she finally said. This all happened so suddenly. Gu Chenyu nodded understandingly. Okay, I'll give you time. But please believe I won't give up. In the evening, Gu Chenyu had to leave for an important business dinner. Before leaving, he carefully checked that the children had no fever and told Lin Weiwei to call him anytime if she needed anything. Goodbye, Dad, Tianyu and Tianxin said reluctantly. Gu Chenyu crouched down and kissed their foreheads one by one. Be good and listen to Mom. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. He stood up and looked deeply at Lin Weiwei. Take care of yourself. As the door closed, Lin Weiwei leaned against it, her mind a mess. She had to admit she was falling for Gu Chenyu. But the more she felt this way, the more she was afraid. At night, when she was telling stories to the children, Tianxin suddenly asked, Mom, why can't you be with Dad? Tianyu also said, Uncle Gu is very nice to us and to Mom. Why can't we live together with Dad like other children? These questions left Lin Weiwei speechless. How could she explain the complexities of the adult world to her 5-year-old children? Late at night, Lin Weiwei stood alone on the balcony, looking at the distant neon lights. Gu Qinyu's appearance was like a bright light that illuminated her dark life. But this light was too dazzling for her to look directly at. She took out her phone, found Gu Qinyu's number, and hesitated over the call button, not pressing it for a long time. Meanwhile, Gu Qinyu was at a dinner party, distractedly entertaining guests. He occasionally checked his phone, worried about the children. "Mr. Gu seems to have something on his mind today," a familiar voice said. Gu Qinyu looked up and saw business rival Zhao looking at him with a meaningful expression. "Nothing," Gu Qinyu replied calmly. "I'm just a bit tired." Zhao smiled and said, "I heard that Mr. Gu has been very concerned about his subordinates lately, especially that assistant Lin." Gu Qinyu's eyes turned cold. Mr. Zhao should focus more on his own projects, but inside he was alarmed. It seemed some people had already started to notice his relationship with Lin Weiwei. Li, the technical expert, spoke with a trembling voice. "This is not a normal fault. It seems like the system has been deliberately damaged." Weiwei Lin stood at the end of the meeting table, her slender fingers unconsciously clenched. She could feel the gazes around her, some full of despair, some filled with doubt, and others watching to see her, the new leader, fail. "Manager Lin, look at this." Wang Ming looked at her for help, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Weiwei Lin took a deep breath and walked to the projector screen. Her steps were steady, and the sound of her high heels hitting the floor was clear in the quiet room. "Pull up the fault logs," she said calmly. "All nodes, starting from the earliest sign of abnormality." The technician hesitated briefly, then quickly began working. Rows of log codes scrolled across the screen, like an unreadable ancient script. "Stop," Weiwei Lin suddenly said, pointing precisely at a spot on the screen. Here, at 3:17 a.m., the main node heartbeat check was abnormal. She took a few steps forward, almost close to the screen. At 3:20, the backup node failed to take over. At 3:25, data synchronization started to lag by milliseconds. The room was silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the slender figure in front of the screen. Her eyes were focused and sharp, very different from her usual gentle appearance. "This is not an external attack." She turned around and looked at everyone present. "It's a chain reaction caused by a flaw in the system architecture under specific data loads. Manager Wang, I need the highest permissions for the entire project team. Xiao Li, gather a team to recheck the distributed lock mechanism. Xiao Zhang, monitor the network topology." Her speech was slow but clear and precise. The panicked crowd gradually quieted and began following her instructions. "Manager Lin, isn't 48 hours too short?" Wang Ming hesitated. "That's enough." Weiwei Lin interrupted him, her eyes firm and bright. "Now we start the countdown." The office lights stayed on all night. Weiwei Lin stood in front of the whiteboard, holding her third marker. The board was filled with complex system diagrams and algorithm flows, with dense formulas and notes covering almost every space. "Weiwei, take a break." Assistant Xiao Yang brought a cup of coffee, with worry in his eyes. "You've been working for 18 hours straight." Lin Weiwei took the coffee, her gaze still on the whiteboard. "The data consistency protocol needs rewriting. The original Paxos algorithm has issues with split brain in very large clusters." She took a sip of coffee, the bitter taste helping her wake up a bit. "I will re-implement distributed consensus using the Raft protocol. It's more complex but more stable." Xiaoyang nodded vaguely, looking at the dark circles under Lin Weiwei's eyes. He couldn't help but say, "But this will be too much work. 48 hours just." "It's enough time." Lin Weiwei put down her coffee cup, picked up a new marker. "As long as the team works well together." She went to the programming team area, where several programmers looked worriedly at their screens. "What's the problem?" Lin Weiwei pulled up a chair and sat down. "Manager Lin, this state machine replication keeps failing," a young programmer said, frustrated, scratching his head. Lin Weiwei leaned over to look at the code screen, quickly typing on the keyboard. "Here, the condition for state transition lacks timeout handling. And here, log replication needs version checks." She spoke while making changes, her fingers dancing on the keyboard, as if the code had a life of its own flowing from her fingertips. Several programmers gathered nearby, their expressions changing from confusion to admiration. "So that's how it is." someone murmured. We've been stuck on this problem, and Manager Lin saw it right away. Lin Weiwei stood up, gently patting the programmer's shoulder. It's not that I saw it. You've already done 90% of the work. I just made the final adjustments. Believe in yourselves. You're all very talented. Her gentle voice lifted the team's spirits. In the office at 4 a.m., the sound of keyboard typing and quiet discussions created a unique melody. Lin Weiwei moved between stations, sometimes guiding, sometimes calculating on the whiteboard. Her ponytail was a bit loose, a few strands of hair falling on her forehead, making her focused side profile look especially captivating. No one noticed that outside the office, a tall figure stood quietly in the corridor for a long time. Gu Chenyu looked through the glass window at the scene inside, his gaze deep. He watched Lin Weiwei patiently explain things to the team members. When he saw her become very tired, he gently massaged her temples and continued working. After she solved a problem, she showed a faint smile. Mr. Gu, the assistant whispered, you've been watching for half an hour. Do you want to? No need, Gu Chenyu interrupted. Don't disturb them. His eyes never left that slender yet strong figure. In his memory, the shy girl from 5 years ago seemed to overlap with this professional, capable woman, but she was also a bit different. She was more dazzling, like a polished diamond shining with a unique glow. The next morning, Lin Weiwei met Lu Zixuan in the corridor. Manager Lin is really dedicated. Lu Zixuan leaned against the wall with a teasing tone. I heard there was a big problem with the Shanghai project. Do you need help? Lin Weiwei kept walking. No need to trouble Mr. Liu. Don't be so formal. Lu Zixuan followed her. I heard President Zhang was very angry. If it's not fixed in 48 hours, they might end the partnership. I think someone has to take responsibility for this. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei stopped and turned to look at him directly. Mr. Liu, it seems you know a lot about the project details. Lu Zixuan froze for a moment, then smiled. Such a big issue. Everyone in the company is talking about it. Is that so? Lin Weiwei said calmly. Then Mr. Liu should also know that the most important thing now is to solve the problem, not to discuss who should take the blame. She continued walking forward with a straight back. Lu Zixuan watched her go, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, rumors started spreading in the company's chat groups. Did you hear? The Shanghai project is managed by Lin Weiwei, and now it's completely messed up. Relying on outsiders doesn't work. If you don't have the skills, don't take on big tasks. Probably, they'll be packing up and leaving in a few days. Xiao Yang was so angry his eyes turned red. He wanted to reply in the group, but was stopped by Lin Weiwei. Instead of wasting time, you should write a few more lines of code, Lin Weiwei said without looking up. Rumors are stopped by wise people. On the day of the presentation, the GU Group's demonstration hall was full. CEO Zhang from Shanghai Technology sat in the front row with his technical team, looking serious. Gu Chenyu sat on the other side, calm and expressionless. Lu Zixuan sat in the corner, leisurely waiting to watch the show. Lin Weiwei stood in front of the presentation stand and took a deep breath. Today, she wore a simple white shirt and black trousers. Her long hair was neatly tied back, making her look capable and professional. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Gu, everyone, hello. Her voice came through the microphone, spreading throughout the room. Now, I will show you the complete solution to the Star C system failure. The demonstration went smoothly. The new system flowchart appeared on the screen, and Lin Weiwei explained clearly and logically. All key technical targets were met. Mr. Zhang's expression gradually softened, and he even nodded in approval at times. Just when everyone thought the crisis was over, an unexpected problem occurred. The demonstration system suddenly froze, and the data on the screen started to flicker and become jumbled. What's going on? Mr. Zhang asked with a frown. The technicians hurriedly checked, their faces growing paler. The system crashed again. It's exactly the same as before. The room was suddenly filled with noise. Lu Zixuan's lips twitched, but he forced himself to stay calm. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei remained very calm. She quickly walked to the main computer and typed rapidly on the keyboard. The code on the screen scrolled quickly, and her eyes were focused and sharp. It's not a system failure, she suddenly said, her voice clear and calm. It's a network attack. Everyone was stunned. Lin Weiwei continued to work while explaining. Someone set up malicious mirror nodes on the external network to forge data packets and attack our internal system. This kind of attack is very hidden, but it has a fatal weakness. She pressed the enter key. It leaves a specific fingerprint in the logs. Suddenly, an IP address and attacker information appeared on the screen. The room fell silent, and everyone looked at the IP address's origin. Lu Group. Lu Zixuan's face turned pale instantly. Lin Weiwei turned to Mr. Zhang and spoke calmly. Mr. Zhang, the attack has been blocked. The actual system is running very stably, and you can verify it yourself. She switched the screen, showing the complete system interface. It was running smoothly, and the data was accurate. The technical team provided a full test report and data verification at the right time. Mr. Zhang carefully read the report. His expression changed from serious to surprised, and finally, he smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, he stood up and clapped. Not only did we solve the problem, but we also caught the mastermind behind it. Manager Lin, having talents like you in Gu Group is a blessing for Mr. Gu. He turned to Gu Chenyu and said, Mr. Gu, I will sign the cooperation agreement now. Not only that, I have decided to give all the IT projects for the next 3 years to the Gu family. The amount will be doubled. Applause erupted around the room. The team members excitedly hugged each other, some even tearing up. Gu Chenyu approached Lin Weiwei with a look of genuine admiration in his eyes. Well done. Those simple 3 words made Lin Weiwei's heart skip a beat. She slightly lowered her head. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Tonight, the project team will have a team-building event and the company will cover the expenses, Gu Chenyu said with a rare smile. You all deserve to celebrate. Cheers rang out again. Lin Weiwei looked up through the crowd and met Gu Chenyu's gaze. At that moment, she felt like she saw a shadow of him from 5 years ago, but it was different. More warm, more passionate. No one in the celebrating crowd noticed when Lu Zixuan quietly left. He walked out of the presentation hall with a gloomy face, holding his phone to his ear. The plan failed. I didn't expect that woman to be so capable. A deep voice came from the phone. It's okay. We still have chances. Remember, the real goal isn't the project, but to find Gu Chenyu's weakness. Lu Zixuan sneered. Don't worry, I've already found his weakness. He looked back at Lin Weiwei, who was surrounded by people, with a cold, fierce gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei's phone vibrated. She looked down and saw a message from her kindergarten teacher. Tian Xian performed especially well today. Tian Xian even drew a picture to give to Mom as a gift. In the attached photo, the twins held up a drawing of 3 small figures holding hands, with the words, Mom, you work so hard, written beside it. Lin Weiwei's eyes welled up slightly. She quietly saved the photo and set it as her phone wallpaper. Gu Chenyu watched her from nearby, his gaze falling on her phone. Though he couldn't see the content clearly, he noticed her gentle smile, very different from her professional look on the presentation stage. That smile inexplicably reminded him of a night 5 years ago. Mr. Gu, Lin Weiwei noticed his gaze, a bit confused. Gu Chenyu snapped out of his thoughts and raised his glass. To our hero, the clink of glasses sounded crisp, like the signal that the gears of fate were turning again. And all of this was just the beginning. The morning sunlight streamed through the blinds into the office. Lin Weiwei sat in her newly assigned director's office, feeling a bit unreal. Just a week ago, she was an ordinary project manager, and now she was a department director. Her office had changed from a cubicle to a private room. Good morning, Director Lin. Su Qing entered, holding a cup of coffee. This new office is nice, with a great view. Lin Weiwei took the coffee with a small smile. Please don't call me that. It feels strange. Get used to it. Su Qing leaned in and lowered her voice. I heard you handled the Nebula project yesterday. President Gu praised you highly at the board meeting. Lin Weiwei's heart moved at her words. She remembered how President Gu looked at her yesterday, full of admiration, pride, and something else she didn't dare to analyze deeply. But Su Qing hesitated. Be careful of Zhang and his team. They're quite upset. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhang and a few key technicians stood outside, looking serious. Director Lin, Zhang said stiffly, we need to ask for approval on the follow-up maintenance of the Nebula project. Lin Weiwei stood calmly.
Come in.
From now on, no need to ask for approval. Just follow the proper procedures. Zhang looked surprised, as if he didn't expect her to say that. The people behind him exchanged glances. Lin Weiwei walked to the whiteboard. I reviewed yesterday's reports. There are some technical points that need improvement. Zhang, since you have experience with database encryption, I'll assign this to you. She quickly drew a diagram on the whiteboard. Li will handle the backup system upgrade. Wang will manage permissions. I want detailed plans in 3 days. They looked at her in surprise. Not only did Lin Weiwei understand technology, but she also knew how to assign work reasonably. She showed no sign of acting like a new boss trying to assert authority. Any problems? She asked, turning back. No problem. Zhang hurriedly replied. We'll get ready right away. Seeing their attitude soften, Su Qing gave a thumbs up. Impressive, Weiwei. You've won them over already. Lin Weiwei smiled faintly. It's just about leading with virtue. At 10 in the morning, the department meeting began. Lin Weiwei hosted her first meeting as a director. She could feel the various looks from below. Curiosity, doubt, and expectation. First, thank you all for your efforts yesterday, she began. The crisis with the Nebula project has been resolved, but the issues exposed need our attention. She pulled up the PowerPoint. I have prepared 3 improvement plans. First, establish stricter access control. Second, upgrade the backup system. Third, conduct weekly safety drills. Someone in the audience whispered, all these will cost money. New leaders always like to shake things up. Lin Weiwei ignored the comments and continued, I understand everyone is worried about costs. But compared to the loss from data breaches, these investments are worth it. I have already applied for a special budget from General Manager Gu, and it has been approved. The room suddenly fell silent. No one expected that she not only proposed plans but also secured the budget. Midway through the meeting, the door was pushed open. Gu Chenyu entered with a few senior managers. General Manager Gu. Everyone stood up. Gu Chenyu waved his hand. Keep going. I'm just here to listen. He found a seat in the back and looked at Lin Weiwei. She felt a little nervous but quickly calmed down. She continued explaining her plans clearly, with detailed data. It was obvious that Gu Chenyu's gaze was always on her, full of approval. After the meeting, Gu Chenyu approached her. Well done. Come to my office. In the CEO's office, Gu Chenyu handed her a document. Take a look at this. Lin Weiwei opened it and was surprised to see an equity incentive agreement. Mr. Gu, this is what you deserve. Gu Chenyu looked at her. The Nebula project not only recovered the losses, but also brought us a bigger partnership. The board has decided to give you 0.5% of the shares. Lin Weiwei's hand trembled, almost dropping the document. 0.5% of Gu Group's shares, worth tens of millions. This is too valuable, she quickly declined. I only did my duty. Gu Chenyu stepped closer, his voice low. Weiwei, you deserve it. Your ability and sense of responsibility have made the company very proud of you. He was too close, and Lin Weiwei could smell a faint scent of cologne. She instinctively took a step back. Thank you, Mr. Gu, but I really can't accept this. Why? Gu Chenyu frowned. This is your deserved reward. Lin Weiwei lowered her head. What will colleagues think? There are already rumors. Gu Chenyu sighed. You always care about what others think. He reached out to touch her shoulder, but Lin Weiwei moved away. Mr. Gu, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. She turned to leave. Wait, Gu Chenyu called her. There's a business dinner tonight. You should come with me. Lin Weiwei was surprised. That might not be appropriate? Shouldn't the secretarial department arrange it? You are the project director, in charge of the Yunqing project, Gu Chenyu said firmly. You need to attend. Back in the office, Lin Weiwei felt very mixed up inside. Gu Chenyu's appreciation made her happy, but also scared. She was happy because her skills were recognized, but worried that there might be more behind his praise. During lunch, she received a strange message. Shares? The dinner? Are you planning to get closer? I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Her heart sank. She replied, Who are you? The other person quickly responded, Someone who disapproves. The Gu family isn't someone you can easily reach. Remember your place. Lin Weiwei clenched her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. These threats cast a shadow over her. In the afternoon, she went to report her work to Gu Chenyu, deliberately keeping her distance and speaking professionally. Gu Chenyu noticed her distance and asked at the end of the report, "You seem to be avoiding me?" Lin Weiwei lowered her head, organizing her files. "Mr. Gu, you're overthinking. I'm just doing my job. Is it because of those rumors?" Gu Chenyu stepped closer. "I can handle it." "How would you handle it?" Lin Weiwei looked up. "Fire everyone spreading gossip? That would only confirm the rumors." Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment. "Then what do you want me to do? Pretend I don't know you? Ignore you? At least. Keep some distance," Lin Weiwei whispered. "For your sake, mine, and the children's." Gu Chenyu's eyes darkened. "Children? They like me and I like them too. Why should we keep our distance?" Lin Weiwei felt a sharp pain in her heart. "It's because I like you that I need to keep my distance. I don't want them to get hurt." When leaving work, Lin Weiwei deliberately stayed an extra half-hour to avoid Gu Chenyu. As soon as they arrived at the underground garage, they saw Gu Chenyu leaning against her car. "President Gu," Lin Weiwei said in surprise. "I'm here to take you home," Gu Chenyu said firmly, "and to check on the kids. This might be inconvenient." Lin Weiwei hesitated to refuse. "Why is it inconvenient?" Gu Chenyu looked directly into her eyes. "Because of those threatening messages." Lin Weiwei looked up suddenly. "How do you know?" Gu Chenyu took out his phone. "My security team detected something unusual." "Weiwei, why didn't you tell me?" Lin Weiwei bit her lip. "I didn't want to trouble you." "Trouble? Gu Chenyu said, grabbing her wrist. "Your problems are my problems. Tell me, who is threatening you?" His touch made Lin Weiwei's heart race, but she pulled her hand back. "I don't know, an anonymous number." Gu Chenyu's expression grew colder. "I'll find out." He opened the car door. "Get in, I'll take you." In the car, they sat in silence. As they neared the community, Gu Chenyu suddenly said, "That shareholding, you should accept it. It's a recognition of your ability. Don't give up what you deserve just because of others' opinions." Lin Weiwei was silent for a moment, then softly said, "Thank you, but I really can't take it." Gu Chenyu sighed. "You're always so stubborn." When they arrived home, the children were playing puzzles in the living room. Seeing Gu Chenyu, they happily ran over. "Dad." Tianxin hugged his leg. "Look at the castle I built." Tianyu also showed his work. "I built a space station." Gu Chenyu knelt down and looked seriously. "Great. You two are little geniuses." Lin Weiwei watched the scene, feeling warm but also a bit sad. The children need their father and she needs him too. But the many obstacles in reality made her afraid to move forward. After dinner, as Gu Chenyu was about to leave, he called Lin Weiwei to the balcony. "Think about the banquet again," he said. "It's not just a social event, but a good chance to expand your network." Lin Weiwei hesitated. "But I don't have a suitable dress. I'll help you prepare," Gu Chenyu said immediately. "Tomorrow, the stylist will come to the company to see you." "President Gu," Lin Weiwei wanted to refuse again. "Weiwei," Gu Chenyu looked at her seriously, "you deserve the best. Don't refuse opportunities just because you're afraid." After he left, Lin Weiwei stood on the balcony, lost in thought. Her phone vibrated with a message from Su Qing. "I heard President Gu is taking you to a party?" "Wow, sister. But be careful of Zhao and those people. They might cause trouble." Lin Weiwei replied, "How do you know everything?" Su Qing said, "There are no secrets at the office." "But seriously, this is a good chance, grab it." That evening, after putting the children to sleep, Lin Weiwei sat alone in the living room, feeling lost. She took out a necklace and looked at the photo of the twins inside, feeling conflicted. Her phone lit up with a message from Gu Chenyu. "The dress is ready. I'll show you tomorrow. Good night, Weiwei." The short message made her heart race. She replied, "Thank you, President Gu." "Good night." Almost at the same time, she received a strange message. "Be careful at tomorrow's party. Otherwise, the children's photos might appear somewhere they shouldn't." Lin Weiwei's hand trembled, and her phone fell to the floor. The threat had escalated. On Friday evening, the Gu Group's annual business party was held in the banquet hall of a five-star hotel downtown. The crystal chandeliers shone brightly, champagne towers sparkled with golden bubbles, and many celebrities gathered, dressed elegantly. Lin Weiwei stood at the entrance, her palms slightly sweaty. She wore a light blue off-shoulder gown with tiny crystals on the hem that shimmered as she moved. This dress was a gift from Gu Chenyu, perfectly highlighting her slim waist and graceful shoulders. "Don't be nervous," Gu Chenyu's voice sounded beside her. He had quietly come up next to her. "You look beautiful." Lin Weiwei looked up, her breath catching. Gu Chenyu was dressed in a tailored black suit with a perfectly tied bow tie, exuding a strong presence, yet his eyes were gentle when he looked at her. "President Gu," she instinctively wanted to keep some distance. "Call me Chenyu tonight," he said, extending his arm. "Walk with me. You're my partner." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Weiwei gently took his arm. As they entered the banquet hall, the lively atmosphere suddenly quieted for a moment. Countless eyes focused on them, some amazed, some curious, and some jealous. President Gu finally brought a partner. "Who is she? I have never seen her before." "It seems she is a new director. I heard she is very impressive." Amid whispers, Gu Chenyu confidently led her through the crowd, introducing her to various prominent people. Lin Weiwei tried to keep smiling, but her heart felt like it was holding a rabbit. She could feel many eyes on her, especially the hostility from women. "This is General Manager Zhang from Xingyun Technology," Gu Chenyu said. "General Manager Zhang, this is our company's technical director, Lin Weiwei. She is in charge of the Xingyun project." General Manager Zhang looked at Lin Weiwei in surprise. "I didn't expect the Gu family to have such a young and beautiful technical director. Director Lin, your encryption plan is very impressive. Thank you for the compliment, General Manager Zhang," Lin Weiwei replied politely. "Your company's data security requirements are very high. We are just doing our best." Gu Chenyu watched her handle the situation calmly, a look of admiration in his eyes. He gently tapped her glass. "Relax, you did very well." After a few drinks, Lin Weiwei gradually relaxed. She realized she was quite good at these occasions. Years of work experience had taught her how to interact with people. Several important clients were impressed by her professional yet friendly attitude. "I'm going to the restroom," she whispered to Gu Chenyu. While fixing her makeup in the restroom, a few women dressed as socialites entered. When they saw her, they exchanged meaningful glances. "Hey, isn't that Gu's new favorite?" one woman in a red dress said sarcastically. She climbed up fast, project manager to director, then to Gu's companion. "How long did that take?" "A month?" Lin Weiwei put away her lipstick and calmly said, "Miss Li, you're joking." "I am just accompanying Gu to a business dinner." "Business dinner?" Another woman sneered. "Dressed like she's about to walk the red carpet." Who would believe that? Not wanting to argue, Lin Weiwei turned to leave, but the woman in the red dress stopped her. "Why are you in such a hurry? Share some tips with us. How did you manage to get close to Gu? Please step aside," Lin Weiwei said coldly. Acting so proud, the woman suddenly reached out, trying to grab her dress. "Let me see how much this outfit costs." Lin Weiwei quickly stepped back, but her high heels stepped on a wet spot and she staggered backward. She didn't feel the pain she expected. Instead, strong arms caught her just in time. "Are you okay?" a deep voice asked from above. Lin Weiwei looked up into a pair of caring eyes. A man in his early 30s, dressed in a dark gray suit, exudes a gentle and refined demeanor. "Thank you," she steadies herself, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Miss," the man turns to the few socialites, his tone still gentle but his eyes cold. "It's not proper for a lady to make things difficult for others." The woman in the red dress changes color. "Young Master Shin?" How did you?" "I'm a friend of Mr. Gu." The man called Shin Gongzi smiles slightly. "Do you want me to call Mr. Gu over?" The women quickly apologize and leave in a hurry. "Thanks for stepping in," Lin Weiwei says gratefully. "I'm Lin Weiwei." Shin Sihing, the man, extends his hand. "I've heard of you. You're a hero of the Xingyun project." "Really?" Lin Weiwei is surprised. "You know about it?" "Of course." Shin Sihing shows admiration in his eyes. "That encryption plan was excellent. I studied it for a long time." They walk and talk, discovering many shared interests in technology. Shin Sihing's knowledge and humor make Lin Weiwei feel relaxed, and they laugh often. At the other end of the banquet hall, Gu Chenyu watches the two happily chatting, his brow slightly furrowed. Shin Sihing is his longtime friend and also a rival. He's never seen him so enthusiastic about any woman. "What are you looking at, Mr. Gu?" a soft voice asks. Zhao Qianqian appears beside him unexpectedly. "Is that Director Lin? She's really young and beautiful." Gu Chenyu withdraws his gaze, his tone cold. "Miss Zhao, is there something you need? Can't she come talk to you?" Zhao Qianqian pouts playfully. "Dad said we should get to know more people." Just then, music starts, and the host announces the dance begins. Zhao Qianqian immediately grabs Gu Chenyu's arm. "Brother Chenyu, dance the first song with me." Gu Chenyu is about to refuse but notices Shin Sihing extending his hand to Lin Weiwei, seemingly inviting her to dance. His expression darkens, and he suddenly changes his mind. All right. On the dance floor, Gu Chenyu and Zhao Qianqian become the center of attention. Zhao Qianqian deliberately stays close, smiling proudly. Gu Chenyu's mind is elsewhere, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei initially refused Shin Sihing's invitation, but seeing Gu Chenyu dancing closely with Zhao Qianqian, she feels an inexplicable sourness and, almost instinctively, changes her mind. "Looks like I'm benefiting from Mr. Gu." Shin Sihing notices something keenly. Lin Weiwei forces a smile. "It's just been a while since I last danced." Shin Sihing was an excellent dancer, leading her gracefully across the floor. But Lin Weiwei couldn't focus. Her eyes kept drifting toward that dazzling pair. "Mind if I cut in?" Gu Chenyu's voice came suddenly. No one had noticed when he approached, and his expression didn't look pleased. Shin Sihing raised an eyebrow. "That depends on Miss Lin." Gu Chenyu reached out his hand. "Weiwei." The music changed to a gentle waltz. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Gu Chenyu led Lin Weiwei into the dance floor, his movements firm yet gentle. "Mr. Gu." Lin Weiwei tried to pull away. "Don't move," he said quietly, tightening his hold. "People are watching." He guided her in smooth turns, his steps precise and elegant. Lin Weiwei had no choice but to follow his rhythm, her hand resting on his shoulder, feeling the strength beneath the fabric. "Why did you agree to dance with Shin Sihing?" Gu Chenyu asked softly, his tone slightly displeased. "Aren't you dancing with Miss Zhao?" Lin Weiwei couldn't help but reply. Gu Chenyu paused, then smiled. "Are you jealous?" "Of course not." Lin Weiwei's face turned red. "Don't say that." Gu Chenyu looked at her intently. "Zhao Qianqian is the chairman's daughter. I couldn't refuse her in public. But you're different." The music grew slower, and somehow they were standing closer. Lin Weiwei could smell his faint cologne mixed with a trace of wine, making her a little dizzy. "Weiwei," Gu Chenyu said in a low voice, "you look beautiful tonight." His gaze was so intense that her heart began to race. She tried to look away, but he gently lifted her chin. "Look at me." Their eyes met, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. The crowd, the music, the lights, all faded away, leaving only the reflection in each other's eyes. Gu Chenyu slowly leaned closer. "Brother Chenyu." Zhao Qianqian's voice suddenly broke in. "My father's looking for you." The moment shattered. Lin Weiwei quickly stepped back, her cheeks burning. Gu Chenyu's face darkened as he glanced at Zhao Qianqian. The chairman was indeed waving from across the room, so Gu Chenyu had no choice but to leave. Before he went, he gave Lin Weiwei a deep look. "Wait for me." Her thoughts in turmoil, Lin Weiwei stepped out onto the balcony for some air. The night breeze was cool, but it couldn't calm the warmth on her face. Just a moment ago, she had almost. "Seems I came at the wrong time?" Shin Sihing's voice came over as he handed her a glass of champagne. "Do you want to talk?" Lin Weiwei took the glass and replied, "Mr. Shin, you're joking. Just call me Sihing." He leaned on the railing. "Chenyu is rarely this out of control. You are very special to him." Lin Weiwei remained silent. However, Shin Sihing changed the subject. "The Gu family is complicated. Be careful. Especially Zhao's family and their daughter. They won't give up easily." Surprised, Lin Weiwei asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Shin Si-hing smiled softly. Because I admire you. Not just for your skills but also for your uniqueness. At that moment, Chinyu returned. Seeing what was happening on the balcony, his face darkened. Si-hing, the chairman is looking for you. Shin Si-hing smiled meaningfully and raised his glass to Lin Weiwei. Hope our next meeting is in a happier place. Then he left. Chinyu approached Lin Weiwei with a tense, angry tone. Are you guys having a good chat? We're just talking casually. Lin Weiwei hadn't finished speaking when Chinyu suddenly pulled her into his arms. Mr. Chun, she exclaimed. He took her to the shadowed corner of the balcony, trapping her between the wall and himself. Call me Chinyu. His breath surrounded her, his eyes deep and dark like the night. Lin Weiwei's heart pounded, wanting to push him away, but she couldn't muster the strength. Weiwei, his voice was hoarse. I don't want to hide it anymore. I have feelings for you. Before he could finish, his phone suddenly rang. Chinyu frowned and answered, his face growing serious.
What?
Are you sure? Okay, I'll be right back. After hanging up, he looked at Lin Weiwei with a complex expression. There's an emergency at the company. I have to go now. The driver will take you home. What's wrong? Lin Weiwei asked anxiously. Chinyu hesitated. The Xingyan project has problems again. There might be a traitor. Her heart sank. I'll go with you. No, it's too dangerous. Chinyu firmly refused. Go home first and wait for my message. He hurriedly left, leaving Lin Weiwei feeling uneasy. A traitor? Who could it be? The banquet continued, but Lin Weiwei had lost interest. As she was about to leave, Zhao Qianqian suddenly stopped her. Director Lin, are you leaving? Qianqian Zhao has a sweet smile but a cold look in her eyes. Don't think that Brother Chinyu is interested in you, and you can fly high. The future lady of the Gu family will only be me. Weiwei Lin remains calm. Miss Zhao, you are overthinking. I only have a professional relationship with Mr. Gu. That's best. Zhao Qianqian leans in, lowering her voice. Otherwise, those children's photos might appear somewhere they shouldn't. Weiwei Lin's face changes suddenly. You. Zhao Qianqian smiles proudly and turns to leave. Weiwei Lin stands frozen, feeling cold all over. She realizes the threatening message was sent by Zhao Qianqian. She now knows about the children. In panic, she takes out her phone to call Gu Chinyu but receives a new message from an unknown number. If you want the children to be safe, stay away from Gu Chinyu. Otherwise, you know the consequences. There's also a photo attached showing Tianxin and Tianyu from behind at the kindergarten gate. Weiwei Lin's hand trembles, and her phone drops to the ground. Fear floods her like icy water. She must rush home immediately to protect the children. As she rushes out of the hotel, she doesn't notice the flash of a camera in the shadows. The next day, a photo of her and Gu Chinyu dancing together will appear on gossip magazine covers with a sensational headline. Weiwei Lin almost runs home, her heart pounding like a drum. When she opens the door and sees Tianxin and Tianyu playing safely with building blocks in the living room, her legs go weak, and she nearly collapses. Mom. The children run over and hug her. What's wrong? Your face is so pale. Weiwei Lin hugs her children tightly, voice choked with emotion. It's nothing. Mom is fine. I just missed you. Tianxin notices something is wrong and gently pats her back. Mom, don't be afraid. Tianxin will protect you. Tianyu frowns and asks, did someone bully Mom? Tell me. I'll teach him a lesson. Seeing their innocent yet determined eyes, Weiwei Lin feels both warmth and sadness. She can't let the children be in danger. She must find a way to deal with Zhao Qianqian's threats. The next day is the weekend. Weiwei Lin plans to spend the whole day with her children but receives a call from Gu Chinyu. Weiwei, the issue from yesterday is settled. His voice sounds tired. But I need to confirm some details with you. Can you come to the company? Mom, you should go, Tianyu suddenly said. My sister and I will be good at home. Tianxin nodded. We will play puzzles ourselves and wait for Mom to come back. Lin Weiwei was touched and kissed the children gently. She reminded the nanny to take good care of them before leaving. What she didn't know was that as soon as she left, Tianyu ran to the computer with a serious face. Sister, Mom must be in trouble. Last night, she held on tight, and was trembling. Tianxin leaned over. "How can we help, Mom?" Tianyu skillfully opened the computer. "Let me check Mom's phone records." He clicked a few times, frowned. An unknown number sent threatening messages to Mom, and there are photos too. Tianxin covered her mouth in fear. "Are bad people trying to catch us?" "Don't worry," Tianyu said firmly. "I will find out who this bad person is." Just as Tianyu tried to trace the number, the doorbell rang. The nanny went to open the door and was surprised to see Gu Chenyu. "Mr. Gu? Miss Lin has gone to the company." Gu Chenyu smiled. "I know. I came to see the children and promised to play puzzles with them." It turned out that when Gu Chenyu called, he heard the children's voices. He bought new puzzles to surprise Lin Weiwei. Tianxin and Tianyu saw Gu Chenyu and happily ran over. "Uncle Gu." Gu Chenyu squatted down and noticed Tianyu looked worried. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Tianyu hesitated but decided to speak. "Someone is threatening Mom and they took our photos." Gu Chenyu's face changed suddenly.
What?
"Tell me everything." Just as Tianyu was explaining, the doorbell rang again. This time, an uninvited guest arrived, Qiao Qianqian. "Wow, Mr. Gu is here." Qiao Qianqian pretended to be surprised. "I was passing by and wanted to see Director Lin." She saw the tracking screen on the computer, and her eyes flickered. "Kids are playing on the computer? Let me see." Tianyu quickly closed the computer. "This is Mom's privacy." Qiao Qianqian kept her smile, but took a toy out of her bag. "Annie brought you a gift." Tianxin was about to take it, but Tianyu stopped her. "Sister, don't take it. Mom said you shouldn't accept things from strangers." Qiao Qianqian's face stiffened, then she smiled again. "Such a sensible child. By the way, General Manager Gu, the chairman asked me to remind you not to forget tonight's family dinner." Gu Chenyu replied coldly, "I know. Miss Zhao, if you're fine, please go back. The children are about to take a nap." After Zhao Qianqian left feeling dissatisfied, Gu Chenyu seriously asked Tianyu, "Can you show me that phone number?" Tianyu nodded and reopened the computer. Gu Chenyu saw threatening messages and photos, clenched his fists, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. "Uncle Gu," Tianxin suddenly said, "that ant smells really nice, just like the scent on Mom's clothes yesterday." Gu Chenyu was surprised. "What kind of smell?" "It's a very expensive perfume." Tianxin tilted her head. "When Mom came back last night, she also had that smell. She said she accidentally rubbed against it." Gu Chenyu's eyes darkened. At the banquet last night, Zhao Qianqian indeed sprayed a strong perfume and even deliberately moved close to Lin Weiwei. "Tianyu," he said in a deep voice, "can you track the sender's location?" Tianyu's face lit up. "I'll try." Surprisingly, Tianyu was much more skilled at operating the computer than an average child. He quickly typed in commands, and strings of characters scrolled across the screen. "This number is a virtual one," Tianyu explained, "but we can locate it through the cell tower signals."
Got it.
"The signal is coming from," he announced an address, which was a club owned by the Zhao family. Gu Chenyu looked at Tianyu in shock. "Who taught you this?" Tianyu proudly said, "I learned it myself. Mom says I'm a little computer genius." Gu Chenyu felt a deep shock. This kind of talent, this innate ability, was exactly like his own when he was young. And the way Tianyu frowned, he looked just like himself in the mirror. A vague thought flashed through his mind, but he dared not think too much. At this moment, Lin Weiwei returned. Seeing Gu Chenyu at home, she was startled. "Mr. Gu?"
How?
"Mom." Tianxin rushed over. "Uncle Gu is helping us find the bad guy." After hearing what happened, Lin Weiwei's face turned pale.
You
all found out." Gu Chenyu held her hand. "Why didn't you tell me? Zhao Qianqian threatening you and the children, such a big thing." Lin Weiwei pulled her hand back, trying to stay calm. "It's nothing serious. I can handle it." "Weiwei." Gu Chenyu's tone grew firmer. "This isn't just your matter. It concerns the safety of the children." Tianyu suddenly interrupted. "Mom, that mean woman said if you don't leave Uncle Gu, she will publish our photos." Lin Weiwei trembled and held the children tightly. "Mom won't let anyone hurt you." Gu Chenyu watched the scene, feeling both touched and angry. He made up his mind to protect this mother and her children. "Weiwei," he said seriously, "give me some time." I will handle Zhao Qianqian's matter. Trust me. Lin Weiwei looked up, tears in her eyes. Mr. Gu, you don't understand. This isn't just Zhao's issue. If our relationship gets out, it could affect the company and you. I don't care. Gu Qinyu interrupted her. Your safety and the children's are more important than anything else. His words warmed Lin Weiwei's heart, but she still shook her head. Give me a little more time. Let me handle it myself. Gu Qinyu sighed. All right, but I have one condition. Let me send someone to protect the children, at least during their school commute. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Weiwei finally nodded. Thank you. After Gu Qinyu left, Lin Weiwei hugged the children, feeling a mix of emotions. She appreciated Gu Qinyu's concern, but was more afraid of depending on him. The lessons from the past were too deep, and she dared not trust easily. That night, after putting the children to sleep, she sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. Her phone lit up with a message from Gu Qinyu. Security personnel have been arranged. They will start protecting the children tomorrow. Rest assured, they are reliable. Then another message followed. P.S. Tianyu surprised me today. His talent with computers is very similar to someone. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. Had he discovered something? She replied, Thank you, Mr. Gu. Tianyu is just interested in computers and learned on his own. Gu Qinyu quickly responded, It's not just interest, it's talent. Weiwei, can we talk about? His words were unfinished, but Lin Weiwei understood what he meant. She turned off her phone, feeling overwhelmed. The next day, when she took the children to kindergarten, she indeed saw two plainclothes security guards discreetly following behind. She felt a little relieved, but remained anxious. The kindergarten teacher stopped her. Mrs. Lin, someone came to see Tianyu today. They said they are a relative from his father's side. Lin Weiwei felt a sudden chill. What kind of person? The person is a middle-aged woman, wearing sunglasses, the teacher said. She asked a lot of questions about Tianyu and wanted to see a photo, but I refused. After thanking the teacher, Lin Weiwei immediately called Gu Qinyu. Hearing her description, Gu Qinyu's tone became serious. It might be someone from the Zhao family. Weiwei, you need to be very careful now. She hung up, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Zhao Qianqian's threats were still present, and now there was this relative. Everything made her feel overwhelmed. When she picked up her child after work, Tianyu suddenly said, Mom, today a grandma came to see me. She said I look like someone she knows. Lin Weiwei asked nervously. What did she say? Tianyu shook his head. Nothing much. She just kept looking at me and cried. A warning bell rang in Lin Weiwei's mind.
Could it be
someone from the Gu family? Did they find out? That night, she couldn't sleep. Looking at her sleeping children, she made a difficult decision. Maybe it was time to leave. For the safety of her children, she had to escape again. But this time, why did her heart feel so painful? On Monday morning, after sending her children to kindergarten, Lin Weiwei went to the company with a heavy heart. She hadn't slept all night, and her mind kept replaying the appearance of that mysterious woman and Gu Qinyu's meaningful words. The receptionist greeted her with a bright smile. Director Lin, good morning. Gu always asked you to come straight to his office when you arrived. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. Did he say what it was about? He didn't say, but Gu always looks in a good mood. With a nervous feeling, Lin Weiwei knocked on the door of the CEO's office. Gu Qinyu was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, his back straight. When he heard her, he turned around. Weiwei, you're here. His tone was gentle, but his eyes held curiosity. Is there something Gu wants to talk to me about? Lin Weiwei kept her distance, asking professionally. Gu Qinyu didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked to the sofa and sat down, gesturing for her to sit as well. Let's start with the progress of the Xingyun project. President Gu, she paused her report. Are you listening? Gu Qinyu snapped back to attention.
saw the
Weiwei, I have a question for you. Lin Weiwei's heart sounded in alarm. Go ahead. About Tianyu and Tianxin. Gu Qinyu chose his words carefully. What kind of person was their father? Lin Weiwei almost dropped the documents in her hands. She forced herself to stay calm. Why are you asking that all of a sudden, President Gu? I'm just curious. Gu Qinyu looked at her. Tianyu has a special talent with computers. It reminds me of someone. Lin Weiwei's heart beat faster. Kids messing around don't really have talent. It's more than just playing. Gu Chenyu leaned forward. Yesterday, I looked at the code he wrote. It's simple but logical and well-structured. That's not something a 5-year-old can do. Lin Weiwei's palms were sweaty. With the internet so advanced now, kids learn things quickly. Weiwei, Gu Chenyu suddenly took her hand. Do you know that every time you lie, your fingertips tremble slightly? Lin Weiwei quickly pulled her hand back and stood up. President Gu, that's my private matter. Please respect that. Gu Chenyu also stood and stepped closer. I just want to know what kind of man could make a woman like you have a child with him and then take on everything alone. Lin Weiwei backed away until her back hit the wall.
He's dead.
Dead? Gu Chenyu frowned.
When?
How did he die? Car accident. Lin Weiwei made up a story. 5 years ago. Shortly after we confirmed our relationship, Gu Chenyu's eyes darkened. 5 years ago? When exactly? I don't remember. Lin Weiwei was emotional. Please don't ask anymore. Those memories are too painful. Gu Chenyu looked at the tears in her eyes and softened his tone. Sorry, I shouldn't have pushed you. Lin Weiwei let out a breath, thinking she had avoided the question. But Gu Chenyu's next words made her heart race again. I had someone check the traffic accident records from 5 years ago, he said slowly. There's no record matching that incident. Lin Weiwei's face turned pale. Maybe it happened somewhere else. Weiwei, Gu Chenyu looked at her deeply. What are you really hiding? At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Zhao Qianqian barged in, wearing a proud smile. Brother Chenyu, the chairman wants to see you. Oh, Director Lin is here too. She pretended to be surprised. Actually, I wanted to ask Director Lin something. Lin Weiwei tried to leave quietly. You all talk, I'll go first. Don't rush. Zhao Qianqian stopped her. I just want to ask, where did you work 5 years ago? Lin Weiwei's heart sank. Why does Miss Zhao want to know this? It's nothing. Zhao Qianqian smiled sweetly. I heard there's a gap in your resume 5 years ago, and I'm just curious. Gu Chenyu frowned. Qianqian, this isn't your business. Why isn't it my business? Zhao Qianqian took out her phone. I have some interesting photos I want Brother Chenyu to see. She showed several pictures of Lin Weiwei with a big belly at a prenatal checkup taken 5 years ago. This is... Gu Chenyu's pupils shrank. It seems Director Lin's boyfriend died just in time, Zhao Qianqian said sarcastically. Right after you got pregnant, you had a car accident. Lin Weiwei trembled. Where did you get these? That's none of your concern, Zhao Qianqian said proudly. I even know more. For example, the birth certificate of the child has the father's name left blank. Gu Chenyu snatched the phone and looked carefully at the photos, his face growing darker. He looked up at Lin Weiwei with a complicated expression. Weiwei, what's really going on? Lin Weiwei leaned against the wall, nearly unable to stand. She looked at Gu Chenyu, then at the smug Zhao Qianqian and suddenly smiled, a smile filled with despair. You want to know the truth? Fine, I'll tell you. She took a deep breath. Yes, I was pregnant before marriage. Yes, the father of the child doesn't know about them. Because I don't even know who he is. Gu Chenyu and Zhao Qianqian were stunned. 5 years ago, I was drugged and had an affair with a stranger, Lin Weiwei cried. When I woke up, he was gone, leaving only a necklace. I don't even know what he looks like. She took out the necklace she always wore, opened a hidden compartment, and inside was a blurry side profile photo. This is the father of my children, a stranger whose name I don't even know. Are you satisfied now? Gu Chenyu looked at the necklace, his pupils suddenly constricting. That necklace. That side face. Zhao Qianqian was also stunned, but quickly recovered with a sneer. That's a good story. So why didn't you go and get rid of it? Because they are my children, Lin Weiwei said hoarsely. No matter who their father is, I love them. She pushed past the two of them and ran out of the office. Gu Chenyu wanted to follow, but Zhao Qianqian held him back. Brother Chenyu, do you really believe what this woman says? It's obviously just a story to get sympathy. Gu Chenyu shook her off, his eyes cold. Zhao Qianqian, I warn you, if you dare to investigate Weiwei again, don't blame me for being rude. He ran after her, but Lin Weiwei was already gone. Lin Weiwei ran all the way to the rooftop. leaning on the railing and crying loudly. After years of keeping a secret, she finally spoke it out, but it didn't bring relief. Only deeper fear and pain.
Her phone rang.
It was the kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Lin. A man came to pick up Tianyu and Tianqin earlier, claiming to be their uncle. But we've never seen him, so we didn't let him take them. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. What kind of man? He was wearing sunglasses, driving a black car, with a license plate. Lin Weiwei noted the license plate and immediately called Gu Chenyu. She couldn't think about anything else now. The children's safety was the most important. Gu Chenyu answered quickly, his voice anxious. Weiwei, where are you? Mr. Gu, Lin Weiwei tried to stay calm. Someone tried to take the children. The license plate is XXXXX. Gu Chenyu's tone was serious. I'll handle it right away. You go home first. I'll send people to protect you. On the way home, Lin Weiwei felt uneasy. Who was that mysterious man? Why did he suddenly want to take the children? Was it related to what happened this morning? When she arrived home, she was surprised to see Gu Chenyu waiting for her at the door. Mr. Gu? Why are you? I don't feel at ease. Gu Chenyu looked at her red and swollen eyes, his tone full of concern. I've already checked. That car belongs to the Zhao family. Lin Weiwei's heart sank. Zhao Qianqian? What does she want? It's not clear yet, Gu Chenyu said seriously. But I will handle it. Weiwei, about what you said this morning. Lin Weiwei interrupted him. Mr. Gu, I want to resign. Today's events made me realize that my presence only causes trouble for you and the company, Lin Weiwei whispered. I want to leave with the children and start over. No, Gu Chenyu held her shoulders. I don't care about your past. None of that matters. But I care. Lin Weiwei's eyes filled with tears. The children care. When they grow up, how will they face their background? Gu Chenyu looked at her deeply. What if? What if I accept them and treat them as my own children? Lin Weiwei was shocked. Mr. Gu. You, call me Chenyu. He gently touched her face. Weiwei, can't you feel how I feel about you these days? Lin Weiwei's heart pounded. Of course she felt it, but… Mr. Gu, you're just acting on impulse. She took a step back. Once the excitement wears off, you'll regret it.
We
aren't from the same world. Gu Chenyu wanted to say more, but suddenly his phone rang. He answered, his face changing drastically. What? Are you sure? Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, he looked at Lin Weiwei with a complicated expression. There's an urgent matter at the company. I have to go. But what I said earlier was serious. Think about it carefully. He hurriedly left, and Lin Weiwei sank onto the sofa, feeling overwhelmed. Gu Chenyu's confession made her heart race, but the many obstacles in reality made her afraid to accept. That night, she received a call from an unknown number. The voice on the line was processed to sound distant. Miss Lin, have you thought it over? Leave Gu Chenyu, or next time, it won't be as simple as just taking the children. Lin Weiwei shivered. What do you want? Very simple, the voice sneered. Either you leave voluntarily or we help you leave. The choice is yours. After hanging up, Lin Weiwei made her decision. For the safety of the children, she had to leave. She started packing her bags, tears blurring her vision. Just as she was about to wake the children, the doorbell rang. Through the peephole, she saw Gu Chenyu return, holding a folder. Weiwei, open the door, he said urgently. I know the truth now. Lin Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but finally opened the door. Gu Chenyu rushed in, excitedly grabbing her shoulders. That necklace. Show me that necklace. Gu Chenyu opened the hidden compartment and looked at the photos inside, his hands trembling slightly. Sure enough, he muttered, it's really me. Lin Weiwei looked confused. Mr. Gu. Gu Chenyu looked up, tears shining in his eyes. Weiwei, that night 5 years ago. In room 2808 at the Four Seasons Hotel. Wasn't it? Lin Weiwei's eyes widened in shock.
How?
How do you know? Because I was the person that night. Gu Chenyu said excitedly. That necklace is from me. Inside it is my photo. Lin Weiwei was struck like lightning, standing there in shock. Gu Chenyu. Is he the stranger? The father of the children? Impossible, she whispered. How can this be? I just found out too. Gu Chenyu took out a file bag. I checked the hotel records from 5 years ago. I really stayed in 2808 that night. And he took a deep breath. I did a paternity test. Tianyu and Tianxin are my children. Lin Weiwei looked at the test report, her hands trembling so much she couldn't hold the paper. The secret she had kept for so many years was suddenly revealed in this way, leaving her overwhelmed. So, she said with a trembling voice, you only care about the children because of this. No, Gu Chenyu held her hand. Even if I didn't have children, I would love you. But now I know there's a deeper bond between us. He knelt on one knee. Weiwei, marry me. Let's give the children a complete family. Lin Weiwei looked at the man in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions. Happiness came so suddenly, so unreal. But just then her phone rang. It was a message from Zhao Qianqian. Congratulations. The Cinderella who was pregnant before marriage is about to become a phoenix? Too bad. Tomorrow's headlines will be very exciting. Attached was a blurry photo of her and Gu Chenyu hugging on the rooftop, with a sensational headline. Lin Weiwei's heart sank. It turned out she could never escape these troubles. Old Mr. Gu suddenly slammed the table and said, businesses need to grow, but families must also pass down traditions. Su Wanqing, the daughter of the Su family, is the best choice in terms of background, education, and character. The room instantly became tense. Gu Chenyu frowned slightly and said, marriage is not a business deal. It needs a foundation of feelings. Feelings? Gu Jinxiong sneered. Your father said the same thing back then. Look what happened. He married someone unsuitable, and it ended badly. When mentioning his late parents, Gu Chenyu's eyes darkened. Times have changed. The Gu family no longer relies on marriage alliances to strengthen its position. How dare you? The old man suddenly stood up sharply. The Gu family's current status is built on strong alliances over generations. Su Wanqing will come to intern at the company tomorrow. You must treat her well. Su Wanqing's appearance caused quite a stir. She wore a Chanel custom suit, carried an Hermès Birkin bag, and exuded the elegance and pride of a wealthy young lady. Good morning, Mr. Gu, she said, extending a delicate hand. Please take care of me in the future. Gu Chenyu shook her hand professionally. Miss Su will intern in the CEO's office. Secretary Li will help you get familiar with the work. Just call me Wanqing. She smiled charmingly. My father asked me to learn about business from you. Throughout the morning, Su Wanqing performed perfectly, excellent at her tasks and polite to everyone. But Gu Chenyu always felt something was off. She was too perfect, too unreal. At lunch, she happened to come to the CEO's office. Mr. Gu, I heard you're good with wine. She offered a delicate gift box. My father's collection of Romani Conti, specially brought for you. Gu Chenyu didn't take it. The company has rules against accepting gifts. This isn't a gift, she winked playfully. It's just a normal exchange between future family members. At that moment, Lin Weiwei entered with some documents to sign. Seeing the scene in the office, she paused briefly before returning to her professional demeanor. Mr. Gu, these documents need your signature. Gu Chenyu quickly signed the papers. Excuse me, I have work to discuss with Manager Lin. Watching them leave, Su Wanqing's smile faded slightly. Lin Weiwei looked a bit distracted. Manager Lin. Gu Chenyu tapped the desk. Is there a problem with the plan? Oh no, she snapped back to attention. Who is that Miss Su just now? She's the daughter of the Su family, here to intern, Gu Chenyu said, watching her carefully. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Lin Weiwei lowered her head to organize her documents. It's nothing, I just think she's very talented. Gu Chenyu looked thoughtful. You've been distracted lately. Are you having trouble with something? No, probably just too tired. She forced a smile. Nothing else. I need to get back to work. Watching her hurriedly leave, Gu Chenyu frowned slightly. Recently, Lin Weiwei had been acting strangely, avoiding his gaze and often distracted at work. This made him more certain. She was hiding something from him. Just as Gu Chenyu stepped out of the elevator, he saw Su Wanqing waiting in the lobby. Mr. Gu, can I get a ride with you? She smiled brightly. My car is in for maintenance today. Gu Chenyu was about to refuse when his grandfather called. Chenyu, Make sure to send Wanqing home properly and be polite. Reluctantly, he nodded. Miss Su, please. In the car, Su Wanqing casually chatted. Mr. Gu, I heard you're good at education? My uncle's child goes to an international kindergarten. Gu Qinyu's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Miss Su, are you interested in parenting too? After all, I will be a mother someday, she said meaningfully. Grandpa Gu says he loves children and is eager to see great-grandchildren soon. At that moment, Gu Qinyu's phone rang. The kindergarten teacher called. Mr. Gu, Tianyu has a fever. Can you come pick him up? He immediately changed direction. I'll be there right away. Surprised, Su Wanqing asked, Does Mr. Gu have children? Friends, kid? Gu Qinyu replied briefly, speeding up. Tianyu, with a red face, leaned against the teacher. When he saw Gu Qinyu, he whispered, Uncle Gu. Gu Qinyu gently picked up the child. Sorry to trouble you. I'll take him to the hospital now. Su Wanqing stood nearby, watching the scene with a complicated look. On the way to the hospital, Gu Qinyu paid close attention to Tianyu's condition, ignoring Su Wanqing beside him. When they arrived, he hurried into the emergency room with the child, smoothly handling all the procedures. The doctor examined him and said, It's just a common cold and fever. Rest and medication will do. Gu Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief and called Lin Weiwei. Tianyu has a fever. We're at the central hospital. Less than 20 minutes later, Lin Weiwei rushed to the hospital. Seeing the child lying on the bed, her eyes immediately reddened. Tianyu, Mom is here. Gu Qinyu softly comforted her. Don't worry, the doctor said it's just a common cold. At this moment, they finally noticed that Su Wanqing was still standing at the door of the hospital room, looking upset. Miss Su, I'm really sorry today. Gu Qinyu finally remembered her. I'll have the driver take you home first. Su Wanqing forced a smile. It's okay. The baby is more important. I'll go now. After leaving the hospital, Su Wanqing's face darkened completely. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Dad, help me find someone. The manager of the Gu Corporation Project Department, Lin Weiwei.
And
her child's detailed information. Lin Tianyu was already asleep. Lin Weiwei sat by the bed, gently holding her child's hand. Thank you so much today, Mr. Gu, she whispered. Sorry for causing you trouble again. Gu Qinyu stood by the window, his back lit by the light, stretching long. No need to be so polite. But are you too tired lately? Your face doesn't look good. Lin Weiwei instinctively touched her face. Maybe. If you're having trouble, you can tell me. Gu Qinyu turned around, his eyes deep. We are colleagues and also friends. Lin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. She looked down, afraid to meet his eyes. It's nothing, just work stuff. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, her face changed slightly. I'll go answer it. Lowering her voice, she said, Mom, what's wrong? On the other end, an anxious voice came through. Weiwei, your dad's old illness is acting up again. We're short 3,000 yuan for the hospital bill. Can you help? Lin Weiwei clenched her phone. Mom, I'm also tight on money right now. I haven't received my salary yet. Please tell the doctor to give us a few more days. I'll think of a way. After hanging up, she leaned weakly against the wall. The medical bills for her father, her child's school fees, rent. All the pressure weighed down on her like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Do you need help? Gu Qinyu's voice suddenly came from behind her. Startled, Lin Weiwei hurriedly wiped away her tears. No, Mr. Gu, it's just personal matters. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, he felt a strange pang in his heart. He remembered hearing a faint conversation outside earlier and hesitated for a moment. Our company has an employee mutual aid fund. If you're in urgent need, you can apply. No, really, I can handle it. Lin Weiwei forced a smile. I'll manage. Back in the ward, the child had woken up. Lin Tianyu looked at his mother and whispered, Mom, I'm fine now. Let's go home. Gu Qinyu insisted on taking them home. In the car, Lin Tianyu leaned on his mother's lap and suddenly whispered, Uncle Gu, thank you. Seeing the child's innocent eyes, Gu Qinyu's heart softened. He gently patted Tianyu's hair and said, Get better soon. At the apartment building entrance, Lin Weiwei carried the child out of the car. President Gu, thank you so much today. It's just a small favor. Gu Chenyu looked at her. If you need help, just ask me anytime. Watching the mother and son walk into the building, Gu Chenyu stayed for a long time without leaving. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Check if Lin Weiwei has recent financial difficulties. Also, her father's health. Su Wangqing arrived early at the company, bringing her homemade snacks. President Gu, try my macarons, she said with a smile, offering a delicate box of treats. I saw you were so worried about the child yesterday. You must be tired. Gu Chenyu politely took them. Thank you, but you don't have to go to so much trouble next time. It's no trouble. Su Wangqing sat down across from him. Actually, I like children. If we have kids in the future. Before she finished, Secretary Li knocked and entered. President Gu, Manager Lin is here. Lin Weiwei came in holding some documents. Seeing the scene in the office, she paused. President Gu, these files need your review. Miss Su is also here. Su Wangqing stood up and warmly took Lin Weiwei's arm. Manager Lin, perfect timing.
Try my snacks.
I heard you have a son? I envy you. I love children the most. Lin Weiwei awkwardly pulled her arm back. Thank you, Miss Su, but I am still working. Oh, don't be so serious, Su Wangqing said with a smile. President Gu, how about dinner tonight? I'd like to learn some parenting tips from Manager Lin. Gu Chenyu frowned. I have plans tonight. Miss Su, this is work time. Please go back to work. Su Wangqing's smile stiffened for a moment, then she quickly recovered. All right, maybe another day. After she left, Lin Weiwei visibly relaxed. Does she often bother you like that? Gu Chenyu suddenly asked. Lin Weiwei was surprised. Not really, just sometimes. Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, let's have dinner tonight. We still need to discuss the project, but Lin Weiwei wanted to say that her child was still at home, but thinking about her father's medical expenses, she nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Gu. Evening at a fine Western restaurant, Gu Chenyu was cutting his steak and casually asked, How is your father doing? Lin Weiwei almost dropped her fork. How did Mr. Gu know? I heard from a colleague, Gu Chenyu said calmly. If you need help, just tell me. Lin Weiwei lowered her head. Thank you for your concern, but I can manage. Actually, Gu Chenyu put down his knife and fork, looking at her seriously. My grandfather has been urging me to get married lately. Lin Weiwei's heart sank suddenly, and she forced a smile. Miss Su is very talented and a good match for Mr. Gu. Really? Gu Chenyu looked at her with meaning. Do you think I should accept my family's arrangements? Lin Weiwei clenched her wine glass, her nails turning slightly white. Matching families. It's quite good. At that moment, Gu Chenyu's phone rang. He glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. I need to take this call. The call was from the kindergarten teacher. Mr. Gu, Tianxin has been crying and says she wants to see you and Lin Mama. Gu Chenyu immediately stood up. Sorry, something came up at the kindergarten. We need to go. Lin Weiwei was surprised. What's wrong? It seems Tianxin is in trouble, Gu Chenyu said as he put on his coat. Let's go. Tianxin was sitting in a corner, quietly crying, while the teacher comforted her nearby. Tianxin, what's wrong? Lin Weiwei said tenderly, hugging her daughter. Tianxin threw herself into her mother's arms, crying even harder. The other children said, I don't have a daddy. And that mama is. Lin Weiwei's face turned pale instantly. Gu Chenyu's eyes darkened. He squatted down and gently wiped Tianxin's tears. Who said that? Tianxin sniffled. It was Zhuang and the others. Gu Chenyu picked up the child and said to the teacher, Please ask Zhuang's parents to come. Soon, a fashionable woman led a chubby little boy over. What's wrong, teacher? Our Zhuang is very well behaved. Gu Chenyu looked at her coldly. Your child has been bullying classmates and speaking disrespectfully. The woman looked at Gu Chenyu, and then at Lin Weiwei, suddenly sneering. Who do I think you are? Turns out you're a single mother. So, you found a man to support you. Lin Weiwei trembled with anger and said, Please show some respect. Respect. The woman rolled her eyes. A woman who is pregnant before marriage doesn't deserve respect. Gu Chenyu's eyes instantly turned cold like ice. Apologize. Why should I? I'm telling the truth, the woman boasted. Everyone knows Lin Weiwei was pregnant before marriage, and no one even knows who the father is. I am the father of the child. Gu Chenyu said firmly. Now, apologize immediately. The entire kindergarten suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Gu Chenyu in shock, including Lin Weiwei. The woman was also stunned and stammered. Mr. Gu? Are you joking? Do you want me to show you the DNA report? Gu Chenyu's voice was cold and frightening. Or, do you want my lawyer to talk to you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The woman hurriedly apologized. I was blind. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu and Miss Lin. Gu Chenyu ignored her and turned to the teacher. I hope the school will handle this matter seriously. If there are any similar incidents again, the Gu family will reconsider sponsoring your school. After speaking, he hugged the crying Tianxin and pulled the stunned Lin Weiwei away from the kindergarten. Inside the car, it was very quiet, only Tianxin's occasional sobs. Lin Weiwei's heart was pounding like a drum, and Gu Chenyu's words just now, I am the father of the child, kept echoing in her mind. After a long while, she softly spoke. Mr. Gu, you shouldn't have said that just now. Do you want them to bully the child? Gu Chenyu clenched the steering wheel, his eyes firm. And every word I said was serious. Lin Weiwei was shocked and turned to look at him. What do you mean? Gu Chenyu slowly stopped the car by the roadside, then turned to face her. That night 5 years ago, although I was drunk, I remember it very clearly. That person was you. No way. Lin Weiwei's face turned pale. That night was clearly. It was Qin Xian's funeral. Gu Chenyu interrupted her, his voice low. But I came back a day early because I wanted to see you. Lin Weiwei's breath almost stopped. Memories from 5 years ago flooded her like a tide. The rainy night, the warm embrace, the deep voice. Gu Chenyu's gaze was gentle and firm. They are my children. I knew from the first moment I saw them. At that moment, all doubts, fears, and grievances turned into tears that overflowed. Lin Weiwei leaned against the car window, letting her tears flow freely. Gu Chenyu gently held her hand. I'm sorry for making you bear everything alone all these years. From now on, I will protect you and the children. Outside the car window, the sunset was just right. The 5 years of confusion finally cleared, and the real story was just beginning. In the office of the president of Lu Corporation, Lu Zixuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the busy city. His glass of whiskey shimmered with an amber glow under the light, but his eyes were colder than the drink. Gu Chenyu. He softly repeated the name, a cold smile appearing on his lips. After all these years, you still like to interfere. His assistant carefully handed him a document. Mr. Liu, this is a report on the recent activities of the Gu Group. Lu Zixuan took the file and quickly looked through it. Project Manager Lin Weiwei. Has her background been checked? Still in progress, the assistant whispered. She seems ordinary on the surface, a single mother with good work skills. But what? Lu Zixuan raised an eyebrow. The assistant hesitated. It seems that Mr. Gu has been paying special attention to her. Not only has he promoted her unusually, but they often work overtime together, and he even helped her resolve some child-related issues. A flicker of interest crossed Lu Zixuan's eyes. Oh, that's interesting. When did Gu Chenyu become so caring? He walked to his desk and pressed the internal line. Send someone from the investigation department here. Meanwhile, inside the Gu Group, Lin Tianyu sat in front of a computer, his serious face showing his young but remarkable talent. Although only 5 years old, he was already showing impressive skills with computers. Now, he was checking the company's cybersecurity system. Mom, he suddenly looked up and asked Lin Weiwei, is someone checking your information recently? Lin Weiwei was organizing some files and paused. What do you mean? Tianyu pointed at a string of complex code on the screen. Here, and here, there are unusual access records. Someone is trying to bypass the system permissions to look at your personnel files. Lin Weiwei's heart sank suddenly. She walked over to her son and looked at the code she couldn't understand. Can you find out who this belongs to? Let me try, Tianyu said, quickly typing on the keyboard with a focused look, like a little expert. A few minutes later, he frowned. The other person's IP is disguised through many layers, but the final address seems to be linked to the Lu Group. Lu Group. Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned pale. Lu Zixuan. Why is he investigating her? She immediately sent an encrypted message to Gu Chenyu. It's urgent. I need to report in person. In the CEO's office, Gu Chenyu looked at the evidence Lin Weiwei brought, and his expression grew darker. Are you sure it's Lu Group? He asked in a deep voice. Tianyu nodded nearby. They hide their tracks well, but the last network request points to Lu Group server. Gu Chenyu looked at Tianyu thoughtfully. Did you find all this? Lin Weiwei quickly explained. Tianyu is interested in computers and likes to study these things in his free time. Impressive, Gu Chenyu said, rarely showing admiration. Much better than our IT team. He stood up and walked to the window, lost in thought. Zixuan suddenly investigating you isn't a coincidence. Did you have a conflict before? Lin Weiwei hesitated. Actually, Mr. Lu was my senior in college. Gu Chenyu turned around sharply. You know him well? Not exactly. Lin Weiwei lowered her head. He used to pursue me, but I refused. Gu Chenyu's eyes darkened. When was that? About 6 years ago. Lin Weiwei's voice grew softer. The office fell into silence. 6 years ago. That was just when she left after getting pregnant. Gu Chenyu had a vague suspicion but didn't say anything. I'll handle this, he finally said. Be careful, especially with the child. The next day at Lu Group, Zixuan looked at the investigation report, his brow furrowing more and more. Lin Weiwei. She suddenly left her job 5 years ago, and then disappeared. When she reappeared, she already had a 4-year-old child. He suddenly stood up. The child's. Do we have the birth date? The assistant quickly replied. According to the kindergarten records, about 4 years and 3 months ago. Lu Zixuan quickly checked the time, and his face suddenly turned grim. 4 years and 3 months. That means she was pregnant 5 years ago. He remembered a rainy night 6 years ago when Lin Weiwei cried and refused his confession, saying she already liked someone else. At the time, he thought it was just an excuse, but now.
Search.
Find out everything. Lu Zixuan almost shouted, his eyes flashing with a fierce look. I want to know what secrets this woman is hiding. No one involved is to be left out. Meanwhile, at Gu Group, Gu Chenyu was also secretly taking action. He called a private detective. I want you to investigate 2 people. One is Lu Zixuan from Lu Group, especially his whereabouts 6 years ago. The other, he paused, his voice low. Find out why Lin Weiwei left 5 years ago, especially what happened during the time she was pregnant. After the detective left, Gu Chenyu sat alone in his office, feeling complicated. He wanted to find the truth, but was also afraid that the truth might be too much for him to handle. At that moment, Su Wanqing came, uninvited. Mr. Gu, I heard you're investigating some personal matters lately, she asked with a gentle smile, but her tone was cautious. Do you need my help? The Su family has some resources in this area. Gu Chenyu coldly refused. No need. It's just a personal matter. Is it about Manager Lin? Su Wanqing said casually. I heard that Lu Zixuan is also investigating her. It's strange, an ordinary manager suddenly attracting so much attention. Gu Chenyu's eyes instantly turned cold. Miss Su, where did you hear that? Well, Su Wanqing smiled mysteriously. I have my sources. But Mr. Gu, don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that Manager Lin appeared right after you returned to the country? And she's so capable, gaining your favor. Enough, Gu Chenyu interrupted her. If it's not official business, please leave. After Su Wanqing left, Gu Chenyu felt even more irritated. He had to admit, although Su Wanqing's words were harsh, they hit his inner doubts. That night, at Lin Weiwei's house, little Tianyu suddenly ran out of his room, looking serious. Mom, someone is investigating us again. This time. It seems to be about my birth. Lin Weiwei's heart sank sharply. She hugged her son, her voice trembling slightly. Don't be afraid, Mom is here. She thought for a moment and made a decision. Since she couldn't avoid it, she decided to take the initiative. She dialed a number she hadn't contacted in a long time. Senior, this is Weiwei. Are you free to meet tomorrow? On the other end, Lu Zixuan was clearly surprised. Weiwei? That's rare. Let's meet at 3 o'clock tomorrow, at the usual place. After hanging up, Lin Weiwei took a deep breath. What was meant to happen would happen. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take control. The next afternoon, at the coffee shop, Lu Zixuan was already waiting there. When he saw Lin Weiwei, a complex look flashed in his eyes. "Long time no see, Weiwei," he said politely, pulling out a chair for her. "You look well." Lin Weiwei got straight to the point. "Senior, I know you're investigating me. Can you tell me why?" Lu Zixuan paused briefly, then smiled. "You're still so direct." "Well, since you asked, I'll be honest. I'm interested in your child." Her heart skipped a beat, but she stayed calm on the surface. "What does my child have to do with you? Maybe nothing, maybe everything," Lu Zixuan said meaningfully. "After all, the timing is too perfect, isn't it?" He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Weiwei, tell me the truth. Is Yuan's father Gu Chenyu?" Lin Weiwei almost dropped her coffee cup. She forced herself to stay calm. "That's none of your business." "Exactly." Lu Zixuan leaned back, his eyes turning cold. "No wonder Gu Chenyu is so protective of you and your child. What a dramatic reunion story. What do you really want?" Lin Weiwei couldn't help asking. Lu Zixuan's smile turned a little cruel. "I just want to get back what's mine. Including you." At that moment, Lin Weiwei's phone rang. It was a message from Gu Chenyu. "Where are you? I need you to come back to the company immediately." She stood up quickly, relieved. "Sorry, Senior. There's an urgent matter at the company. I have to go now." Lu Zixuan watched her hurried departure, his eyes growing colder. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Continue the investigation. I want to know what happened 5 years ago, especially Gu Chenyu's whereabouts during that time." In the office of Gu Group's CEO, Gu Chenyu looked serious. "Just received news that Lu Zixuan has intensified the investigation," he told Lin Weiwei. "It seems he is especially interested in Tianyu's background." Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. "What should we do?" Gu Chenyu thought for a moment. "Since he really wants to know, let's show him some truth." He called the IT director and whispered a few instructions. Then he said to Lin Weiwei, "I've made some adjustments in the system. The information Lu Zixuan finds will be what I want him to see." Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. In business, sometimes you need to step back to move forward," Gu Chenyu said with deep eyes. "Since he wants to investigate, let him. But the results he finds will be decided by us." At that moment, Tianyu made a video call.
"Mom."
"Uncle Gu, I found someone trying to hack our firewall." Gu Chenyu took the call and spoke gently. "Don't worry, tell me slowly." Tianyu's serious face appeared on the screen. "This hacker is very skilled, almost broke through my defenses. But I caught his tail. It's someone from the Lu family." Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei exchanged worried looks. "Tianyu," Gu Chenyu suddenly said, "would you like to help Uncle Gu with a favor?" Tianyu's eyes lit up. "What favor?" "We'll set a trap for that bad person," Gu Chenyu said with a smile. "Make him think he found what he was looking for, but in reality." Tianyu understood immediately. "In reality, that's what we want him to see." Uncle Gu is so clever. Seeing his son's excitement, Lin Weiwei felt mixed emotions. She was proud of his intelligence, but also worried he might get involved in adult conflicts. In the following days, an unseen battle was happening in secret. Lu Zixuan kept receiving clues, each seeming closer to the truth, but actually leading him deeper into the maze Gu Chenyu had set. Meanwhile, little Tianyu became Gu Chenyu's secret weapon. The boy used his amazing computer skills to help set various online traps, having a lot of fun. Until one day, Lu Zixuan received what looked like crucial evidence, records of a hotel stay from 5 years ago, showing Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei staying there at the same time. "Found it!" Lu Zixuan exclaimed, slamming the table. "I knew it." What he didn't know was that this evidence was completely forged by Gu Chenyu and Xiao Tianyu working together. The real truth still remains hidden in the fog. Gu Chenyu watched Lu Zixuan step by step into the trap, but he felt no joy. He knew that this was only the beginning of the struggle. The real danger was still ahead. The open day at the International Kindergarten was lively and busy, with colorful flags flying and children laughing happily. Lin Weiwei stood outside the crowd, watching the twins play on the playground. Tianyu was participating in a coding game competition, looking very focused. Tianxin was in the dance area, wearing a pink ballet dress, dancing gracefully like a little fairy. Manager Lin is here to watch the children perform. Su Wanqing suddenly appeared beside her, smiling politely. She's a good mom, Lin Weiwei nodded politely. Miss Su is here to see her friend's child? Yes, Su Wanqing waved her phone, helping a friend record some videos. She's on a business trip today and can't see the performance, which is a pity. At that moment, Tianxin's dance performance began. The girl spun and jumped in the center of the stage, her movements elegant and smooth, earning applause. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but take out her phone to record this beautiful moment. She didn't notice that Su Wanqing was also filming, but her camera focused more on Tianyu. The next morning, Lin Weiwei arrived at the company and immediately sensed something was wrong. Her colleagues looked at her strangely, whispering stopped as she passed by. Secretary Li hurried over nervously. Manager Lin, President Gu wants you to go to his office immediately. In the CEO's office, Gu Chenyu's face was unusually grim. He pushed a tablet to Lin Weiwei. Explain this. The screen showed a popular gossip forum post with a very eye-catching title. Gu Group Project Manager uses son to climb up? Secrets of the wealthy family's illegitimate child. The post included a few photos from yesterday's kindergarten open day. Tianyu's focused side profile while coding, Tianxin dancing ballet, and a photo of Lin Weiwei talking with Gu Chenyu. The angle was deliberately chosen to create a forced perspective, making them look very close. The most serious issue is that the poster carefully analyzed the twins' ages and looks, even revealing that Lin Weiwei suddenly left her job 5 years ago, directly suggesting that the child might be Gu Chenyu's illegitimate son. This is complete nonsense. Lin Weiwei trembled with anger. I will contact a lawyer immediately. It's too late. Gu Chenyu's voice was deep. The post has already spread across major platforms, and the PR team is working on it urgently. But he paused, looking at her with a complex expression. Some details are too accurate, like your leaving date 5 years ago and the child's age. Lin Weiwei's heart sank sharply. Are you saying someone inside leaked the information? Gu Chenyu confirmed. And the person who took those photos was probably on the scene at the time. Both fell silent. The familiar face from yesterday at the kindergarten, Su Wanqing, flashed in their minds. At that moment, Gu Chenyu's personal phone rang. The caller ID showed Grandpa. He took a deep breath and answered, Grandpa. On the other end, Gu Zhenxiong's furious voice came through. Come back immediately. Right now, the atmosphere at the Gu family estate was more tense than ever. Old Master Gu sat in the grand chair, his face dark and stern. The tablet was thrown onto the coffee table, displaying the gossip post. Explain. Old Master Gu said only 2 words, but with great force. Gu Chenyu replied calmly, This is malicious gossip. I have already asked the PR team to handle it. Gossip? Gu Zhenxiong sneered. That child looks exactly like you when you were young. And Lin Weiwei, she worked at Gu Corporation 5 years ago and suddenly left. Her departure time matches perfectly. Lin Weiwei stood nearby, her face pale as paper. Old Master Gu, this is truly a misunderstanding. Shut up. Old Master Gu suddenly slammed the table. You have no right to speak here. He turned to Gu Chenyu, his voice icy. I don't care what the truth is. Immediately fire this woman and cut all ties with her. The reputation of the Gu family cannot be damaged by such scandal. Gu Chenyu stood straight. Grandpa, Lin Weiwei is an excellent employee of the company. She shouldn't be dismissed just because of baseless rumors. Old Master Gu trembled with anger. It's because she's excellent that you got so confused. The Su family already called to ask. Wanqing's child was crying so hard her eyes are swollen. Do you know how much this will affect the marriage alliance? At that moment, the butler hurried in. Master, Mr. Liu from Liu Group is here. He says it's urgent. Liu Zixuan came uninvited, with a meaningful smile. Old Master Gu, Chenyu, it seems I came at a bad time. His gaze swept over Lin Weiwei with a hint of amusement. But since I'm here, I'll be direct. About the rumors regarding your company's manager Lin. We at Liu Group are also paying attention. This concerns the cooperation project between our 2 companies. Gu Zhenxiong looked even more upset. Mr. Liu, don't worry. The Gu family will handle this properly. That's good. Lu Zixuan deliberately sighed. By the way, Wei Wei and I were college classmates. I never thought she would go down this path. His words carried a clear hint. Lin Weiwei clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. Mr. Liu, Chenyu suddenly spoke, his voice cold as ice. This is an internal matter of the Gu family. No need to worry. Lu Zixuan shrugged. All right, I won't bother you to handle your family affairs. But he stepped in front of Lin Weiwei, lowering his voice. If you need help, just ask me. After all, we're old classmates. After Lu Zixuan left, the atmosphere in the living room grew even more tense. Gu Jinxiong tiredly waved his hand. Everyone leave now. Chenyu, remember my words, deal with this immediately. On the way back to the company, the two remained silent. Until they entered the CEO's office, Chenyu suddenly spoke. The photo was taken by Su Wanqing. Lin Weiwei looked up in surprise. How do you know? Angle, time, and… Chenyu opened his computer and pulled up a surveillance video. I asked the kindergarten for yesterday's footage. Look here. On the screen, Su Wanqing was holding her phone, clearly aiming it at Tianyu and Tianxin. Not long after she took the photo, the post appeared. But, Lin Weiwei hesitated. She had no reason to do this, right? Chenyu's eyes were deep. Maybe she sensed something. This sentence made Lin Weiwei's heart skip a beat. She dared not think too deeply about what it might mean. At that moment, Secretary Li hurried in, looking worried. Mr. Gu, it's not good. The kids' photos have been leaked, and now they're everywhere online. Sure enough, a new post appeared on the forum, showing clear pictures of the twins' faces, along with private details like their kindergarten address and daily schedule. When Lin Weiwei saw the photos, her face turned pale.
Tianyu.
Tianxin, her maternal instinct, made her forget all worries. She grabbed Gu Chenyu's arm, trembling as she said, the children. They could be in danger. Gu Chenyu quickly made a decision. Secretary Li arranged security to pick up the kids from the kindergarten immediately. No, I will go myself. He grabbed his car keys and told Lin Weiwei, stay at the company. Don't go anywhere. But Lin Weiwei had already rushed outside. I need to pick up my children. At the kindergarten entrance, many reporters had gathered, pointing cameras and guns at the gate. The principal anxiously tried to block the crowd, but they kept pushing forward. They're coming out. They're coming out, someone shouted, and all the cameras turned toward the gate. Tianyu held his sister's hand as they came out. Seeing the crowd, his face stiffened. He protected his sister behind him, eyes alert and wary of the approaching people. Little friend, is your mom Lin Weiwei? Is your dad Gu Chenyu? Are you their illegitimate children? The questions were sharp and relentless, and the flashlights hurt the children's eyes. Tianxin started crying in fear, while Tianyu, though scared, stood straight to protect his sister. Don't scare my sister, he shouted loudly. His voice was young but firm and serious. Just then, a black car sped toward the crowd and stopped suddenly nearby. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei got out at the same time, pushing through the crowd and rushing forward. Move aside. Everyone move aside. Gu Chenyu's voice was full of rare anger. Seeing the main person arrive, the reporters grew even more excited and crowded closer. Gu Chenyu quickly picked up Tianxin, shielding her with one arm, while holding Tianyu with the other. Lin Weiwei stayed close, forming a protective circle. Mr. Gu, are these two children yours? Manager Lin, are you using your children to get ahead? Gu Chenyu suddenly stopped and turned to face the cameras, his eyes cold as a blade. I warn you all. Anyone who harasses my family will receive a legal notice. The words, family members, instantly made the scene fall silent. The reporters looked at each other in surprise, and even Lin Weiwei was stunned. Gu Chenyu ignored them and protected the mother and children as he got into the car and left. In the car, Tianxin was still quietly crying, while Tianyu kept his head down. After a while, little Tianyu softly asked, Uncle Gu, are we really your family? Gu Chenyu looked at the child's hopeful eyes in the rearview mirror, and a soft spot in his heart was touched. He paused for a moment and quietly said, Of course. Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise, but he just focused on driving as if he hadn't spoken at all. Only he knew that when he saw the children surrounded by reporters, a strong desire to protect them overwhelmed all reason and worries. That familiar feeling of concern, the instinct to shield them under his wing, was so intense that it frightened him. After taking the mother and children home, Gu Chenyu did not leave. He stood by the living room window, watching the strangers passing by outside with a cautious look. "I'll stay here for now," he suddenly said. "It might still be unsafe outside." Lin Weiwei was stunned. This isn't appropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it." Gu Chenyu turned around with a firm look. "Nothing matters more than the safety of the children." He took out his phone to make arrangements. "I'll increase security and have people handle the rumors online." As for Su Wanqing, his eyes turned cold. "I'll handle it personally." Late at night, the children finally fell asleep. Lin Weiwei quietly left the bedroom and saw Gu Chenyu still standing by the window. "Mr. Gu, thank you so much today," she said softly. Gu Chenyu didn't turn around, his voice a little hoarse. Seeing Tianyu protect Tianxin today. It suddenly reminded me of when I protected Chen Xian when we were young." Lin Weiwei's heart trembled slightly. This was the first time Gu Chenyu had mentioned his brother voluntarily. Chen Xian, Gu Chenyu paused. If he were still here, he would probably really like these two children. The moonlight shone through the window, casting a silver edge on him. Lin Weiwei looked at his back and suddenly felt the urge to hug him. But in the end, she just softly said, "You're a good brother. And you'll also be a good father." Gu Chenyu suddenly turned around, looking at her with deep eyes. At that moment, something in the air quietly changed. Neither of them knew that this crisis had only just begun. Eyes in the shadows were still watching their every move. The morning sunlight seeped through the curtains into the living room. Gu Chenyu opened his eyes and realized he had slept on the sofa all night. A thin blanket covered him, and he could faintly smell a light scent of laundry detergent. There was a soft sound coming from the kitchen. He got up and walked over, seeing Lin Weiwei preparing breakfast. She was dressed simply in home clothes, her hair casually, and her profile looked especially gentle in the morning light. "You're awake." Lin Weiwei turned around when she heard the noise. "Breakfast will be ready soon." Gu Chenyu watched her busy figure, feeling a strange warmth in his heart. This kind of everyday family warmth was something he hadn't experienced in many years. The children also woke up one after another. Tianyu rubbed his eyes and came out. When he saw Gu Chenyu, he paused briefly. "Uncle Gu, you're still here?" "Yes." Gu Chenyu rarely smiled. "Just checking if you're all safe." At the dining table, the atmosphere was a bit tense. Tianxin looked curiously at her mother and then at Gu Chenyu, whispering, "Will Uncle Gu come to our house often?" Lin Weiwei was about to explain, but Gu Chenyu spoke first. "As long as you need me, I will be here." This sentence made Lin Weiwei's hand tremble slightly, and the spoon clinked against the bowl with a clear sound. After breakfast, Gu Chenyu began to plan his response. He first called in his private legal team. 3 things, he summarized briefly. First, pursue legal responsibility for all the false rumors spread by the media. Second, protect the children's privacy. Third, find out the source of the information. After the lawyer left, he contacted the public relations director. "Prepare for a press conference, but do it differently." Lin Weiwei asked doubtfully, "Shouldn't we clarify the rumors?" "The more we clarify, the more trouble we give others," Gu Chenyu said with deep eyes. "What we need to do is shift the focus." He opened his computer and pulled up a document. "This is the Morning Light project that the project team is promoting, an aid program for children in need. We can use this opportunity to bring it to the forefront." Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. "Are you planning to use positive energy to cover up the negative news?" Gu Chenyu slightly smiled. "At the same time, this is also a test, seeing who will be the first to oppose." Sure enough, once the news broke, Su Wanqing was the first to lose her composure. She went directly to the CEO's office and said, "Mr. Gu, launching a charity project at this time might make people think we're hiding something." Gu Chenyu didn't look up and replied, "Miss Su, it seems you're very concerned about the company's public relations." Su Wanqing choked a little and forced a smile. "I'm just thinking about the company. Then do your proper work." Gu Chenyu finally looked up with a cold gaze. "And Don't film other people's children without permission. That's basic courtesy. Su Wanqing's face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei was also handling the crisis in her own way. She proactively met with a few media friends she trusted, not to clarify rumors, but to discuss education issues for children in need. Actually, I am a beneficiary of the aid policies myself. She revealed her own growth story for the first time. Without help from society, I wouldn't have finished school, let alone had the chance to work at the Goo company. This sincere sharing quickly spread online. Many people began to focus on her story of struggle rather than gossip and rumors. Even more surprisingly, Tanu also joined the battle. The little boy used his computer skills to design a simple tracking program, successfully identifying several accounts that spread the rumors early on. Mom, look, he pointed at the data on the screen. These accounts are all controlled by the same person and the IP addresses. The Lu group, Lin Weiwei looked at her son's serious face, feeling both proud and worried. Tianyu, you're amazing. But these things should be handled by adults. You're still young. I'm not young anymore. Tianyu puffed out his chest. I want to protect mom and sister. Gu Chenyu also made progress. Through pressure from his legal team, several media outlets had to reveal their sources, pointing to the same anonymous email. The email registration info is fake, reported the IT director. But our tracking shows the last login was from the Su estate. Gu Chenyu's eyes turned cold. He directly called Su's father. Uncle Su, I hope you can take good care of Wanqing. If there's a next time, don't blame me for not considering the relationship between our families. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Su was clearly very shocked and kept apologizing. But Gu Chenyu knew that the real behind-the-scenes person had not yet been revealed. What exactly does Lu Zixuan want to do? A turning point came at an unexpected moment. The kindergarten held a parent-child event, asking parents to participate together. Lin Weiwei initially wanted to ask for leave, but Gu Chenyu took the initiative to say, I'll go with you. On the day of the event, reporters again gathered at the kindergarten entrance. This time, Gu Chenyu held Tianyu's hand directly, while Lin Weiwei hugged Tianxin, facing the cameras confidently. Mr. Gu, what is your relationship with Manager Lin now? Are these two children yours? Gu Chenyu stopped walking and calmly replied, Today, I am here to join the parent-child activity, and we are only discussing topics related to the children. At this moment, Tianyu suddenly spoke up, Uncle Gu is here to join us because he's a good person. Tianxin also said in a sweet voice, Uncle Gu even teaches me math problems. The innocent words of the children were more convincing than any clarification. The reporters were momentarily unsure how to continue their questions. During the event, Gu Chenyu's performance was even more surprising. He patiently played various games with the children and showed impressive athletic talent during the parent-child race. What was most memorable was when Tianxin was afraid to participate in a race. He crouched down and softly encouraged her. Don't be afraid. Uncle is here with you. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. What's important is having the courage to try. This scene was recorded by parents present and quickly went viral online. Many people began to doubt the previous rumors, thinking that if he really was the child's biological father, Gu Chenyu wouldn't be so calm. However, the crisis was not completely over. Lu Zixuan increased his investigation efforts and even sent people to follow Lin Weiwei's parents. As a result, Lin's father's condition worsened, and he was hospitalized again. Mom, how is Dad? Lin Weiwei asked anxiously on the phone. Not very good. Lin's mother choked up. The medical expenses are running out again. Weiwei, can you? Lin Weiwei clenched her phone tightly. Mom, don't worry, I'll find a way. After hanging up, she leaned weakly against the wall. The medical bills for her father, her child's school fees, and daily expenses, pressure weighed down on her like a heavy mountain, making it hard to breathe. Do you need help? Gu Chenyu's voice came from behind her. Lin Weiwei hurriedly wiped away her tears. No need, President Gu. I can handle it, but Gu Chenyu had already heard the conversation. He paused silently, then suddenly said, Our company has an emergency relief fund. You can apply for it. But, no buts, Gu Chenyu said firmly. This is what you deserve. You've given so much to the company over the years. He took out a checkbook and wrote down a number. Take this for now. If it's not enough, we can talk again. Lin Weiwei looked at the amount on the check, her eyes filling with tears.
This
is too much. Just as an early bonus. Gu Chenyu smiled slightly. The Morning Light project went very well. You earned it. Just as things started to improve, a new crisis appeared. Lu Zixuan somehow got hold of a piece of evidence, a blurry screenshot from hotel security footage from 5 years ago, showing a man who looked like Gu Chenyu helping a drunk woman into a room. Weiwei, look at this. Lu Zixuan specially arranged to meet her and pushed the photo in front of her. Do you still want to defend him? Lin Weiwei looked at the photo, her heart pounding. Memories of that night flashed through her mind. Warm embraces, deep voices, and she suddenly stood up. That doesn't prove anything. Really? Lu Zixuan sneered. Then I have no choice but to make this evidence public. Let's see how Gu Chenyu will defend you then. Lin Weiwei rushed out of the cafe, feeling overwhelmed. She didn't know what to do, so she instinctively dialed Gu Chenyu's number. President Gu. Where are you? Gu Chenyu heard that something was wrong in her voice. Stay where you are. I'll be there soon. 10 minutes later, Gu Chenyu's car stopped by the roadside. Seeing Lin Weiwei's pale face, he immediately got out. What happened? Trembling, Lin Weiwei took out her phone and showed him the photo. Gu Chenyu's face instantly darkened. He stared at the photo for a long time, then suddenly said, "This photo is fake. Look here." He pointed to a detail in the corner of the photo. This brand surveillance system wasn't in China 5 years ago. And he took a deep breath, his eyes complex as he looked at her. That night 5 years ago, I wasn't even in the country. I was in the United States attending Chen Xian's funeral. This sentence exploded in Lin Weiwei's ears like a thunderclap. If that night's person wasn't Gu Chenyu, then who could it have been? Gu Chenyu looked at the photo, feeling just as shaken inside. He remembered receiving Lin Weiwei's resignation letter on his brother's funeral day, and at the time, he thought it was strange. They looked at each other, both seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. The truth from 5 years ago seemed more complicated than they had imagined. Just then, Gu Chenyu's phone rang. After answering, his face grew more serious. Lu Zixuan just sent the photo to all the media, he said in a deep voice. A new storm is coming. But this time, Lin Weiwei stayed calm. She lifted her head, her eyes firm. Let them come. This time, I won't run away anymore. Her maternal instinct and years of experience made her incredibly strong at this moment. To protect her child and the truth, she was ready to face any challenge. Gu Chenyu looked at her determined side profile, feeling a gentle stir somewhere inside. This woman was braver than he thought. Lu Zixuan's evidence was like a bomb, instantly blowing up the internet. Major media rushed to report, with headlines more sensational than the last. Gu Group CEO's love child scandal resurfaces, hotel affair from 5 years ago exposed, secrets of the wealthy uncovered. The building of Gu Group was crowded with reporters outside, security guards struggling to keep order. Inside the company, everyone was nervous, whispering, and looking at Lin Weiwei with curiosity and suspicion. In the CEO's office, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. It's confirmed, the IT director said with a serious face. The photos are fake, but the technology is very advanced, almost impossible to detect. Gu Chenyu's eyes were cold. Can we trace the source? The other side is very clever, using multiple layers of proxies, finally jumping to overseas servers. The director shook his head. But their methods are very professional, like business espionage. Lin Weiwei sat on the sofa, her face pale but her expression firm. Mr. Gu, let me speak out and clarify. I can tell everyone about that night. No, Gu Chenyu cut her off sharply.
We can't come out now.
Doing so will only make things worse. At that moment, Secretary Li hurried in. Mr. Gu, the old master is here, waiting for you in the reception room. Old Master Gu looked more upset than ever. When he saw Gu Chenyu come in, he directly slammed a stack of newspapers on the table. Explain. Gu Chenyu calmly picked up the newspaper and glanced at it. It's fake. Fake. Old Master Gu's voice trembled with anger. Everyone in the city is laughing at us. You tell me, is this fake? Grandpa. Gu Chenyu's voice was steady. This is malicious gossip from our competitors. If we react now, it will play right into their hands. Zheng Xiong squinted. That Lin Weiwei. What's really going on? She is a victim. Gu Chenyu looked directly into Grandpa's eyes. Someone is trying to attack her to hurt me and the Gu family. So, what do you plan to do? Fight back, Gu Chenyu said firmly. But not now. When they think they've won, that will be the best time to strike. Zheng Xiong was silent for a long time, then finally sighed. All right, I give you 3 days. If you don't handle it well, you know what to do. Back in his office, Gu Chenyu immediately started planning the counterattack. PR department, prepare 3 plans. Plan A, clear up the misunderstanding. Plan B, shift the focus. Plan C, he paused, strike at the root. IT department, keep tracking the source. I want solid evidence. Legal department, prepare the lawsuit documents. I want the spreaders to pay. After organizing everything, he looked at Lin Weiwei, who had been silent. Are you okay? Lin Weiwei looked up, her eyes shining with unusual determination. Mr. Gu, I have an idea. She opened her computer and pulled up a file. This is my work record from 5 years ago. During that time, I was responsible for the Star C project. I worked late every day, so I couldn't have gone to the hotel. Gu Chenyu examined the detailed overtime records, meeting minutes, and project progress reports, a look of admiration in his eyes. Good. But that's not enough. I know. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath.
So,
I want to meet Lu Zixuan. What? Gu Chenyu frowned. That's too dangerous. The most dangerous place is the safest, Lin Weiwei said with firm eyes. Doesn't he want to see me panic? So, I will let him see that the current Lin Weiwei is no longer the young girl who could be easily controlled 5 years ago. The next day, Lin Weiwei took the initiative to meet Lu Zixuan. They chose a high-end restaurant in the city center, busy and open. Lu Zixuan was clearly surprised but still arrived on time. He wore a tailored suit, smiling politely, but his calculating eyes couldn't hide. Weiwei, I didn't expect you to come to me willingly, he said politely, opening a chair for her. Have you finally understood? Lin Weiwei smiled slightly and sat down calmly. Senior, you're still so confident. She ordered a coffee and spoke slowly. I came today to ask a question. Why do you insist on holding on to what happened 5 years ago? Lu Zixuan's smile faded a little. I just want to know the truth. The truth? Lin Weiwei chuckled softly. Or are you trying to use this to hurt the Gu family? Weiwei, that's not fair. Lu Zixuan pretended to be hurt. I care about you. Gu Chenyu is not someone who will take responsibility for you. Maybe I should come to you? Lin Weiwei interrupted him. Like 5 years ago? Lu Zixuan's face finally changed. What do you mean? 5 years ago, you said the same thing. Lin Weiwei's voice was calm, but cold. That you would help me, protect me. But what happened then? She took out her phone and played a recording. It was the conversation from 5 years ago when Lu Zixuan confessed to her. Weiwei, be with me. I can give you everything Gu Chenyu can, and what he can't give, I can. Senior, please respect yourself. I don't have those feelings for you. Don't be shameless. Do you believe I can make it hard for you in this industry? Lu Zixuan's face turned pale instantly. You recorded that? Always be cautious. Lin Weiwei put away her phone. Especially with someone like you. She stood up and looked down at him. Lu Zixuan, I tell you, 5 years ago I didn't give in, and 5 years later I won't. If you want to fight, I'll fight back. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Lu Zixuan sitting there with a grim face. This meeting was indeed recorded by Lu Zixuan's people. The photos quickly spread online, hinting that Lin Weiwei was meeting an old lover in secret. But this time, Gu Chenyu was already prepared. Release Plan A, he ordered. Immediately, Gu's official Weibo issued a serious statement, attaching 5 years of Lin Weiwei's overtime records, project files, and even surveillance footage from the office at that time, proving she couldn't have been at the hotel during that period. At the same time, the IT department found solid evidence of photo manipulation. Their detailed technical analysis left no room for the rumor spreaders to hide. The most damaging came from Lin Weiwei's personal Weibo account. She posted a long message, sharing her story for the first time. 5 years ago, I was an ordinary intern who earned a chance to become a full employee through hard work. But because I refused to comply with some people's improper demands, I was retaliated against and forced to leave. Now, 5 years later, I have returned to the workplace with my own abilities, only to face the same tricks again. But this time, I will no longer stay silent. Thank you to everyone who supports me, especially to Mr. Gu for your trust and support. The truth may be late, but it will never be absent. This heartfelt post quickly gained tens of thousands of shares. Many people began to reflect on their previous blindly following the rumors, and public opinion started to shift quietly. That evening, Gu Chenyu went to Lin Weiwei's house. The children were already asleep, and only the two of them remained in the living room. "Today, you did very well," he said with rare praise, smiling kindly. "You are braver than I expected." Lin Weiwei poured him a cup of tea. "When pushed to the edge, you can only fight back." After a moment of silence, Gu Chenyu suddenly asked, "What really happened 5 years ago?" Lin Weiwei's hand trembled, spilling a few drops of tea. She looked down and spoke softly. "It's all in the past. It matters a lot to me." Gu Chenyu looked at her.
That day
Was Qinshuan's funeral. Lin Weiwei suddenly looked up, her eyes full of shock. "So you really—" "I'm not in the country," Gu Chenyu said firmly. "So, the person that night couldn't have been me." They looked at each other, both seeing confusion and a strange sense of expectation in each other's eyes. "Who is it then?" Lin Weiwei asked softly.
Why?
"Du Tianyu, and you look so much alike." Gu Chenyu didn't answer, but he had a vague guess in his mind. A possibility he dared not think about deeply, yet couldn't help but wonder. Just then his phone rang. After answering, his face turned unusually serious. "What's wrong?" Lin Weiwei asked anxiously. "Lu Zixuan." Gu Chenyu's voice was deep. He found new evidence. This time it's hospital records. Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly sank. The private hospital from 5 years ago.
Could it be?
Seeing her pale face, Gu Chenyu suddenly made a decision. "Tomorrow, I will take you somewhere." The next day, Gu Chenyu drove Lin Weiwei to a cemetery outside the city. Deep inside the cemetery, a black marble tombstone stood quietly. It was engraved, Gu Jinshuan 1990 to 2016. "This is my brother." Gu Chenyu's voice was a little hoarse. "He passed away 5 years ago. Due to an accident." Lin Weiwei looked at the photo of a face very similar to Gu Chenyu's, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. "Jinshuan." Gu Chenyu paused. He liked helping others when he was alive. Especially young girls. He looked at Lin Weiwei with a complex gaze. During that time, he often mentioned a very hard-working intern at the company, very talented. Lin Weiwei's heartbeat suddenly sped up. She remembered that 5 years ago there was indeed a Mr. Gu who often encouraged her and helped solve her work problems. Could it be not Gu Chenyu, but impossible, she muttered to herself. That night, clearly, after Jinshuan's funeral, I found some things among his belongings. Gu Chenyu took out an envelope from his pocket. I wanted to keep it sealed forever, but now. Trembling, Lin Weiwei took the envelope. Inside was a photo, her from 5 years ago, smiling brightly like a flower. On the back was a line, "Hope you can achieve your dreams. Jinshuan." There was also a medical report. The date was exactly 5 years ago, when she left the company. Jinshuan. Gu Chenyu's voice was filled with restrained pain. He signed a donation agreement before he died, including donation. This sentence exploded like a thunderclap in Lin Weiwei's ears. Her legs went weak, almost causing her to fall. Gu Chenyu quickly caught her, his arm warm and strong.
So
Tianyu and Tianxin. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. "Maybe they're Jinshuan's children," Gu Chenyu softly said.
that's also why.
"I feel that sense of familiarity when I see them." At the moment the truth was revealed, both of them fell silent. The 5-year mystery has finally been solved, but instead of relief, it brings more complicated feelings. Gu Chenyu looked at Lin Weiwei, who was crying, and felt an overwhelming desire to protect her. Gently wiping her tears, he spoke softly, "Don't be afraid. From now on, I will be here. This words felt like a warm current, instantly breaking down all of Lin Weiwei's defenses. She leaned into his arms, releasing all her pent-up frustration, fear, and strength from the past 5 years. Gu Chenyu held her and silently made a decision. No matter what the truth is, he would protect this woman and their 2 children. Not only because they are his flesh and blood, but also because he couldn't let go anymore. As the sunset fell, their shadows stretched long in the cemetery. The misunderstanding from 5 years ago was finally cleared, but a new story was just beginning. In the distance, a pair of eyes watched everything through binoculars. Lu Zixuan lowered the binoculars and smirked coldly. So that's how it is. This is getting more and more interesting. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Plans have changed. I need more detailed hospital records, especially the part about donation. A new storm was quietly brewing. Lin Weiwei felt her head growing heavier, and the computer screen in front of her blurred. She forced herself to keep working on the project plan, but her fingers moved more slowly on the keyboard. Manager Lin, you don't look well. Would you like to take a break? Assistant Xiaozhong asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Lin Weiwei forced a smile. This plan must be finished today. President Gu needs it first thing tomorrow. She had been working overtime for 3 days straight, trying to meet the deadline for this important tech park project. She was only sleeping 3 or 4 hours each night. Plus, the recent pressure from old Gu's arranged marriage made her physically and mentally exhausted. At 3 in the afternoon, a project review meeting was underway in the conference room. Lin Weiwei was explaining the plan in front of the projector when she suddenly felt dizzy. This technical difficulty we used. She hadn't finished her sentence when everything spun, and she fainted softly. Manager Lin Weiwei. The room instantly became chaotic. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to fall to the ground, a pair of strong arms caught her in time. Gu Chenyu appeared at the door of the meeting room, without him knowing when. He quickly picked up Lin Weiwei, his face dark and serious. Meeting is paused. Call an ambulance. His voice was cold and urgent. Gu Chenyu hurried to the elevator with Lin Weiwei in his arms. He felt her unusual body temperature and surprisingly light weight, which made his brow furrow even more. Hold on, Weiwei, he whispered, his tone anxious without realizing it. The ambulance arrived quickly, and Gu Chenyu got in with them. At the hospital emergency room, the doctor examined her with a serious expression. High fever of 39.8 degrees Celsius, extreme fatigue, and mild pneumonia. Why did you wait so long to come? The doctor asked, looking at Gu Chenyu with some blame. Gu Chenyu pressed his lips together and said nothing. He looked at Lin Weiwei's pale face on the bed, feeling a strange mix of irritation and concern. During the checkup, the doctor needed to know her medical history. The nurse held her medical record and asked, does the patient have any allergies? Any family hereditary diseases? Lin Weiwei mumbled unconsciously in her sleep. Don't draw blood.
Tanu.
Tianxin. Gu Chenyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Tanu? Tianxin?
Aren't those the names of his twin children? Why did Lin Weiwei call out these names while unconscious? He remembered the first time he saw the twins at the airport, feeling a sense of familiarity, the way the children looked at him, and Lin Weiwei's always avoiding attitude. Mr. Gu, the nurse's voice interrupted his thoughts. We need to contact the patient's emergency contact. Do you know her family's contact information? Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment, and then said, contact me first. I am her supervisor. After the checkup, Lin Weiwei was moved to a VIP ward. Gu Chenyu sat by her bed, watching the liquid drip from the floor, his mood complicated. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his secretary. Mr. Gu, about the meeting with the Lu group this afternoon. Postpone it, Gu Chenyu interrupted directly. Cancel all plans. I won't be going back to the company today. After hanging up, he continued to stay by her bedside. Lin Weiwei moved restlessly in her sleep, her forehead covered in tiny beads of sweat. Gu Chenyu instinctively reached out and gently wiped her sweat with his fingertips. This action surprised even himself. He had never shown such unconscious tenderness toward anyone before. In the evening, Lin Weiwei finally woke up. She opened her eyes and saw a strange environment, feeling a bit confused. "You're in the hospital. You had a fever and fainted." Gu Qinyu's voice came from nearby. Lin Weiwei turned her head and saw him, her eyes wide with surprise. "Mr. Gu? How come? Don't talk, drink some water first." Gu Qinyu helped her sit up and handed her a warm glass of water, his movements surprisingly gentle. Lin Weiwei took small sips, secretly watching Gu Qinyu. He had taken off his suit jacket, loosened his tie, rolled up his shirt sleeves to his elbows, revealing strong arms. He looked less stern than usual, more caring. "The doctor said you're overworked and have pneumonia," Gu Qinyu said with a hint of blame. "Why didn't you see a doctor earlier?" Lin Weiwei lowered her head. "The project deadline was tight. No project is more important than your health," Gu Qinyu interrupted her. "The company doesn't need you to work yourself to death." Although his words sounded strict, Lin Weiwei sensed a hint of concern. She felt warm inside and softly said, "Thank you for your care, Mr. Gu." At dinner time, Gu Qinyu arranged for light porridge and small dishes to be brought in. He personally opened the lunchbox and handed it to Lin Weiwei. "I can do it myself," Lin Weiwei said a bit shyly. "Don't move, you're still on 4, Gu Qinyu said firmly. "The doctor said you need to regain strength." He scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it to cool, and then brought it to her lips. The action was a bit awkward but very earnest. Lin Weiwei's face turned red instantly. She never thought that the usually stern Mr. Gu would do something like this. "Mr. Gu, you really don't have to. Open your mouth," Gu Qinyu said with an unyielding tone. Lin Weiwei had no choice but to obediently eat. The porridge was just the right temperature, light and tasty. She secretly looked up and saw Gu Qinyu focused on feeding her, her heartbeat speeding up involuntarily. After finishing the porridge, Gu Qinyu carefully wiped her mouth. His fingertips occasionally touched her cheek, causing both of them to flinch slightly. "Mr. Gu, why are you so kind to me today?" Lin Weiwei hesitated to ask. Gu Qinyu paused, then said after a moment of silence, "You're an employee of the Gu Corporation. I have a responsibility to ensure your health." This answer sounded very official, but Lin Weiwei noticed that his ears were slightly red when he said it. At 8 p.m., the nurse came to change the dressing. When checking her temperature, Lin Weiwei's fever had risen again to 38.5 degrees Celsius. "Why is she having a fever again?" Gu Qinyu asked with a frown. The nurse explained, "This is normal for recurring fever. Pneumonia can cause this. Someone needs to stay with her at night and watch her temperature." "I will stay," Gu Qinyu said without hesitation. Lin Weiwei quickly said, "No need, Mr. Gu. I can call a friend." "It's already late. Don't trouble others," Gu Qinyu replied, sitting down on the nearby chair. "You should sleep. I'll be here." Seeing his determined expression, Lin Weiwei knew she couldn't argue, so she obediently lay down. Late at night, the ward was quiet. Only the soft ticking of the 4-pump could be heard. Because of her fever, Lin Weiwei didn't sleep well, sometimes coughing, sometimes murmuring in her sleep. Gu Qinyu sat by her bedside, paying close attention to her condition. Whenever she coughed, he gently patted her back. When she kicked off the blanket, he carefully covered her again. Once, Lin Weiwei cried in her sleep, tears slipping down her cheeks. Gu Qinyu instinctively reached out, gently wiping her tears with his fingertips. "Don't go. Don't leave us," Lin Weiwei mumbled in her sleep. Gu Qinyu's heart was touched. He softly comforted her. "I won't go. I'm here." At 2 a.m., Lin Weiwei's temperature rose again. Gu Qinyu gently wiped her forehead and arms with a damp cloth to help lower her fever. His movements were very gentle, afraid of waking her. During this, he noticed a thin silver chain at her collarbone. A heart-shaped pendant hung from it, looking old but well-preserved. Gu Qinyu's heartbeat suddenly sped up. He remembered that night 5 years ago, a girl also wore a similar necklace. Just then, Lin Weiwei suddenly grasped his hand and murmured in her sleep, "Qinyu."
"I'm sorry, Geu Chenyushiverd."
She called him Tanu? Such an intimate way of addressing him. He stared at Lin Weiwei's sleeping face, his doubts growing stronger. The truth from 5 years ago, the story of the twins, Lin Weiwei's secret. Everything seemed connected somehow. By dawn, Lin Weiwei's fever finally subsided. She slept peacefully, breathing evenly. Gu Chenyu stayed awake all night, but felt very alert. He looked at Lin Weiwei's peaceful sleeping face in the morning light and felt an overwhelming desire to protect her. Maybe he should investigate what happened 5 years ago. And also those twins who made him feel strangely interested. When the nurse came to check on the patient in the morning, she was surprised to see General Manager Gu still standing by the bed. "Mr. Gu, you didn't sleep all night?" the nurse asked softly. Gu Chenyu made a shushing gesture and whispered, "She just finished a fever. Let her sleep a bit longer." His gentle tones surprised the nurse. Was this still the cold and ruthless CEO Gu they heard about? When Lin Weiwei woke up, it was already 8 a.m. She opened her eyes and saw Gu Chenyu leaning back in his chair, resting. The morning light shone through the curtains onto his face, softening his sharp features. She noticed the shadows under his eyes and his slightly furrowed brows, feeling a wave of warmth in her heart. Maybe he isn't as cold as he seems? Just then, Gu Chenyu's phone vibrated. He immediately woke up and saw it was a call from the company. He walked to the window to answer. "Yes, I understand. Delay until the afternoon. Important meeting?" Then a video conference. He spoke softly, but Lin Weiwei could still catch some of his words. He was willing to cancel important work to stay with her. Gu Chenyu hung up and turned around to see that Lin Weiwei was already awake. "How do you feel?" he asked as he walked over and naturally reached out to check her forehead. This intimate gesture surprised both of them. Gu Chenyu cleared his throat and withdrew his hand. "It's good that the fever has gone. Mr. Gu, you didn't sleep all night?" Lin Weiwei asked softly. "It's okay." Gu Chenyu changed the subject. "What would you like for breakfast?" "I'll have someone bring it." At that moment, the door to the ward was pushed open, and Su Qing hurried in. "Weiwei,
How are you?
I heard you fainted." Seeing Gu Chenyu, she paused. "CEO Gu? How come? Miss Su, you're just in time." Gu Chenyu regained his usual calm. "I have work to do at the company. I'll leave Weiwei in your care." He picked up his suit jacket and said to Lin Weiwei, "Rest well. Don't worry about the project." He paused at the door and added, "Call me anytime if you need anything." After the door closed, Su Qing immediately moved to the bedside, her eyes bright. "What's going on?" "CEO Gu personally staying overnight." "Micro, are you?" "Don't talk nonsense." Lin Weiwei blushed. "He's just caring for his employees as a boss." "A boss personally feeding porridge and wiping sweat?" Su Qing raised an eyebrow. "I just asked the nurse about that earlier." Lin Weiwei looked down, feeling confused. Was Gu Chenyu's gentle behavior yesterday real? Or was it just her imagination? After leaving the hospital, Gu Chenyu didn't start the car immediately. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Help me find out something. Who was the girl in room 1008 at the Hilton Hotel 5 years ago? Also, look up detailed information about Lin Weiwei's 2 children, Lin Tianyu and Lin Tianxin." He looked at the hospital building with deep eyes. The truth seemed close at hand. On the 3rd day after Lin Weiwei was discharged, it was the weekend. Sunshine streamed through the curtains into the living room, warm and bright. She sat on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket, holding a parenting magazine, but her mind was far away. Recently, Gu Chenyu's image kept appearing in her mind. The gentle man who fed her porridge and stayed up all night in the hospital was so different from the usually cold and strict CEO Gu. "Mom, are you thinking about Uncle Gu?" Tianxin suddenly came over, blinking her big eyes. Lin Weiwei was startled and blushed slightly. "Don't talk nonsense. Mom is thinking about work." Tianyu looked up from his computer, pushing his small glasses. "When you lie, your right ear turns red." Lin Weiwei instinctively covered her ear, making the 2 children giggle. "Mom, Uncle Gu is really nice to you." Tianxin snuggled beside her. "He even called yesterday to ask if you're feeling better." Lin Weiwei was surprised. "He called? When?" "While you were sleeping," Tianyu answered. "He asked if we're taking good care of you, and said to tell him if we need help." Her heart warmed, but she also became cautious. Why was Gu Chenyu suddenly so concerned about her? Did he find out something? "Mom," Tianxin suddenly said mysteriously, "Uncle Gu said he's coming to see you this afternoon." "What?" Lin Weiwei almost jumped off the sofa. Why didn't he tell me? Tianyu and Tianxin exchanged a sly look. We invited him. He happily said, Mom wants to thank him and invite him for tea this afternoon. Wei Wei couldn't help but laugh and cry. You two little ones, how can you make decisions on your own? Mom always teaches us to be grateful. Tianyu said seriously. Uncle Gu took care of you all night, so we should thank him. Wei Wei shook her head helplessly, feeling a strange sense of anticipation. She looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock.
Well,
I'll go prepare something, she said, standing up and instinctively fixing her hair. Tianxin and Tianyu exchanged a happy look. Step one of their plan was successful. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell rang on time. Tianxin happily ran to open the door, while Tianyu quietly turned on the voice recorder on his phone. Uncle Gu, Tianxin called sweetly. Please come in. Gu Chenyu stood at the door, holding a beautiful fruit basket and a box of health supplements. Today, he dressed casually in a light gray sweater and dark pants, looking softer and more than usual. Is Wei Wei feeling better? He asked softly, glancing unconsciously toward the living room. Wei Wei heard the voice and came over. Seeing Gu Chenyu, her heart skipped a beat. He looked very different today. Mr. Gu, you're too kind, she said, taking the gift with a bit of embarrassment. You went out of your way to come. Just on my way, Gu Chenyu replied briefly, but his ears turned slightly red, giving him away. Tianxin pulled Gu Chenyu's hand toward the living room. Uncle Gu, sit down. Mom's tea is really good. Wei Wei finally remembered she hadn't prepared any tea. She shot Tianxin a look, but the little boy made a funny face at her. I'll go make some tea. Wei Wei hurried to the kitchen. Tianyu took the chance to ask Gu Chenyu. Uncle Gu, can you help me with this programming problem? Mom doesn't understand these things. Gu Chenyu was a bit surprised. You know how to program. Just a little, Tianyu said modestly, leading Gu Chenyu toward the study. In the kitchen, Wei Wei was busy searching for tea leaves. She rarely drank tea, and the only kind she had at home was plain green tea. She sighed and brewed it anyway. When she returned to the living room, she found Gu Chenyu and Tianyu weren't there. She looked at Tianxin with a puzzled expression. Big brother asked Uncle Gu to teach him programming. Tianxin blinked. Mom said I could go to my friend's house to play. Do you remember? Lin Weiwei was momentarily stunned. When did I? Before she could finish, the doorbell rang again. Tianxin jumped up excitedly. It must be Xiaomei coming to play with me. Goodbye, Mom. She quickly ran out, leaving Lin Weiwei standing alone and confused. Only then did she realize she had been tricked by the two children. In the study, Gu Chenyu was surprised as he looked at Tianyu's computer screen. It displayed a complex algorithm program, something a 5-year-old couldn't possibly write. Did you write this? Gu Chenyu asked in disbelief. Tianyu nodded. I'm learning about machine learning. Uncle Gu, I can't quite understand this gradient descent algorithm. Gu Chenyu was even more shocked. When he was 5, he was still playing with building blocks, and this child was already studying machine learning. He suppressed his curiosity and patiently explained. Tianyu listened very carefully, occasionally asking sharp questions, which made Gu Chenyu admire the child's talent. After the explanation, Tianyu suddenly said, Uncle Gu, you're as smart as my mom. Gu Chenyu was surprised. Your mom understand this too? Tianwei is a project manager at a tech company, Tianyu said matter-of-factly. She's really amazing, but she works too hard. Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment and softly asked, Does your mom often work overtime? Tianyu nodded. Yes, often. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and see her working. She says she needs to earn money to support us. Gu Chenyu's heart was touched. He remembered Lin Weiwei's pale face in the hospital and her surprisingly light weight. Uncle Gu, Tianyu suddenly looked at him seriously. Can you help take care of my mom? She often forgets to take care of herself. Seeing the child's hopeful eyes, Gu Chenyu felt a surge of protectiveness. Okay, I promise. At that moment, Lin Weiwei brought in tea. Seeing the two talking happily, she was a bit surprised. The tea is ready, she said softly. Tianyu suddenly covered his stomach. Mom, my stomach hurts. I want to go to the bathroom. He quickly ran out and, thoughtfully, closed the study door. Suddenly, only the two of them were left in the room. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Have some tea. Lin Weiwei offered a cup, her hand trembling slightly. Gu Chenyu took the cup, his fingertips accidentally touching hers. Both of them quickly pulled back their hands as if shocked, almost dropping the teacups. Sorry, they said in unison, then both paused in surprise. Gu Chenyu looked at Lin Weiwei's reddening cheeks, and his heart suddenly beat faster. He remembered her soft hair in the hospital and her restless murmurs in sleep. Your child is very smart, he said to break the silence. Tianyu is learning machine learning and is very talented. Lin Weiwei felt a tightness in her chest but forced herself to stay calm.
He
just likes playing on the computer. Not just playing. Gu Chenyu looked at her deeply. He is talent, like, he paused, not finishing his sentence. But Lin Weiwei understood what he didn't say. Like you, he's very smart. They fell into a brief silence. Sunlight streamed through the study window, casting a warm glow on Gu Chenyu. Lin Weiwei watched his focused side profile, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. This man didn't seem as cold as he appeared. Mr. Gu, she asked softly, why are you so kind to me and the children? Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment, then said, you remind me of some past memories. Past memories? Lin Weiwei asked instinctively. Gu Chenyu looked at her with deep eyes. 5 years ago, I met someone too, but she disappeared. Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly jumped. 5 years ago. Wasn't that? She forced herself to stay calm. Maybe she had her reasons. Maybe, Gu Chenyu said softly. But I've been looking for her. Lin Weiwei's hand trembled slightly, and her tea spilled. Be careful. Gu Chenyu quickly held her hand and gently wiped it with a tissue. Did it burn? His warm, strong hand touched hers, making Lin Weiwei's heart race. I'm fine. She withdrew her hand, her heart pounding. At that moment, Tianyu suddenly pushed the door open.
Mom.
Sister fell. Lin Weiwei was startled and quickly stood up.
Where?
Is it serious? Tianyu pointed outside. At the playground. She said her leg hurts. Lin Weiwei didn't think twice and hurried outside. Gu Chenyu immediately followed. When they reached the playground, they saw Tianxin sitting calmly on the swing, waving at them.
Mom.
Uncle Gu, come push me on the swing. Lin Weiwei froze in place, realizing she had been tricked by the children again. She helplessly looked at Gu Chenyu, noticing a faint smile on his face. Your children are very cute, he said softly. Tianxin ran over and grabbed both of their hands. Mom and Dad, push me together. This way of calling them surprised both of them. Lin Weiwei quickly corrected. Tianxin, you can't call us that. Tianxin tilted her head. But Uncle Gu takes care of Mom just like a dad. Gu Chenyu looked into the innocent eyes of the child, feeling a soft spot in his heart. He squatted down and gently said, Okay, Uncle will push you. He pushed the swing, and Tianxin happily laughed. The sunlight shone on the three of them, creating a warm scene. Lin Weiwei stood nearby, watching this moment, her eyes suddenly a bit moist. This was her dream scene.
But,
Mommy, come too? Tianxin shouted. Gu Chenyu looked at Lin Weiwei and reached out his hand. Come along. Lin Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but then walked over. Gu Chenyu naturally held her hand, and they pushed the swing together. His warm and steady hand made Lin Weiwei's heart race. She secretly looked at him and saw a rare gentle smile on his face. After playing for a while, Tianxin suddenly said, Uncle Gu, can you take me home? I can't walk anymore. Gu Chenyu naturally picked her up. Okay, Uncle will carry you home. Tianxin leaned on his shoulder and made a victory sign at Tianyu behind her. Back at the apartment, Tianxin was hungry again. Lin Weiwei was about to cook, but Gu Chenyu said, I'll do it today. You rest. Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. Mr. Gu, you can cook? Just simple dishes. Gu Chenyu rolled up his sleeves. I learned while studying abroad. His busy figure in the kitchen made Lin Weiwei stare. This man, who was a powerful figure in the business world, was actually cooking for her. Tianyu quietly said to Lin Weiwei, Mom, Uncle Gu is really nice. Lin Weiwei felt complicated inside. Yes, he is really nice. Too nice, in fact, it scared her. Dinner was simple but warm. Gu Chenyu made tomato spaghetti and vegetable salad. It wasn't fancy, but he put a lot of effort into it. Tianxin ate very happily. Uncle Gu's cooking is really delicious. Better than Mom's. Lin Weiwei glared at her with a playful scold, but her eyes held a smile. Gu Chenyu watched this warm scene and felt a long-lost sense of comfort. He hadn't experienced this feeling of home in a long time. After dinner, Tianyu and Tianxin quietly went back to their room to do homework, leaving the two in the living room. As the sunset cast golden light across the room, they sat on the sofa in silence. "Thank you today," Lin Weiwei softly said, "for playing with the kids and cooking." "I'm happy." Gu Chenyu looked at her. "Your children are very cute." Lin Weiwei's heart tightened, and she instinctively said, "They belong to their father." Gu Chenyu's eyes darkened. "What kind of person is their father?" Lin Weiwei lowered her head.
He's
"Good, but we're not suitable." "Why not suitable?" Gu Chenyu asked further. Lin Weiwei clenched her hands. "High society is like an ocean. I can't reach it." Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment and softly said, "Not all wealthy families are so scary." Lin Weiwei forced a smile. "Mr. Gu, coming from a wealthy family, of course you say that." "I've seen many marriages in wealthy families." Gu Chenyu looked at her deeply. "Some are for benefits, some for responsibility. But the most important thing is sincerity." Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
What did he mean by that?
Just then, Gu Chenyu's phone rang. He answered, and his face grew serious. "Okay, I'll be right back," he said, hanging up. "There's an urgent matter at the company. I have to go." Lin Weiwei saw him to the door. Gu Chenyu suddenly turned around and said seriously, "Take good care of yourself. Don't overexert." His focused gaze made Lin Weiwei's heart race. She replied softly. Gu Chenyu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly reached out and gently brushed her bangs aside. "Call me any time if you need anything." This intimate gesture stunned both of them. Gu Chenyu seemed surprised himself and cleared his throat, then turned to leave. Lin Weiwei leaned against the door, her heart pounding. His touch, his gaze, his words all told her that something was changing. But she was afraid. Fearing the day the truth is revealed, fearing losing everything she is now, and fearing hurting the children. Returning to the living room, Tianxin and Tianyu ran out, their eyes shining bright. "Mom, Uncle Gu is so kind." Tianxin threw herself into her arms. "We want him to be our dad." Lin Weiwei held her daughter, feeling a mix of emotions. Tianyu said seriously, "Mom, Uncle Gu truly cares about you. We checked, and he's never been so kind to anyone else." Surprised, Lin Weiwei looked at her son.
"You
checked him?" Tianyu nodded. "I used some methods. Uncle Gu is very clean. No messy relationships." Lin Weiwei couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but she felt strangely at ease. That night, she lay in bed, unable to sleep. Gu Chenyu's image kept appearing in her mind, his gentleness, his care, his promises. She reached for her phone, instinctively scrolling to Gu Chenyu's number. After hesitating, she sent a message. "Thank you for today. Drive safely." Almost immediately, a reply came. "Rest well. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow." Looking at the message, Lin Weiwei felt a warm wave in her heart, but it was quickly replaced by fear. She started to feel attracted, but also more afraid. Afraid that this tenderness was just a fleeting moment, afraid of the harsh truth coming out, afraid she couldn't handle these feelings. That night, Lin Weiwei couldn't sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Gu Chenyu looked at his phone screen. A smile he didn't even notice forming on his lips. Perhaps it was time for him to seriously think about the future, for the woman who moved his heart and the two children who made him feel tender. At the Gu family mansion in the study, Shin Qingwan sat upright at a mahogany desk, holding a document with a furrowed brow. She had just received a report from a private detective, and the contents shocked her. "Lin Weiwei." She whispered the name, her eyes sharp. "The woman Chenyu has been seeing lately." She opened the report and read carefully. "Lin Weiwei, 28, project manager at a tech company, single mother, with a pair of 5-year-old twins." These basic details seemed ordinary, but Shin Qingwan sensed something unusual. 5 years ago, She suddenly appeared in Jiang City with no past records. Her twin birth certificate also seemed a bit strange. Shen Qingwan picked up the phone and dialed a number. Lawyer Zhang, please help me look into Lin Weiwei's background, especially what happened 5 years ago. After hanging up, she stood up and walked to the window. In the garden, Gu Chenyu was playing with his nephew, smiling happily. A rare, relaxed smile. Shen Qingwan felt a heavy feeling in her heart. She hadn't seen her son so happy in a long time. Chenyu has been acting strangely lately, she muttered. He's leaving work early often, declining social events, and even going to the hospital to visit an ordinary employee. She remembered a conversation with her son a few days ago. Mom, a staff member at the company is sick. I took her to the hospital, Chenyu said casually. Why would a staff member need you to take her to the hospital? Shen Qingwan found it strange at the time. She's a project manager, works very hard, Chenyu said lightly. She has 2 kids to support, so it's not easy. Now, she thought about his tone. There was unusual concern. Shen Qingwan's heart tightened. How could the heir of the Gu family get so close to a single mother? The next day, at Gu Corporation, Lin Weiwei had just returned to work when she felt the strange gazes from her colleagues. She tried to stay calm as she entered her office, but she saw a bouquet of expensive flowers on her desk. Is this? She looked at her assistant with confusion. Assistant Xiao Zhang smiled and said, Manager Lin, this was sent by President Gu. He said it's to celebrate your recovery. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. Gu Chenyu giving flowers so openly wasn't his style. She picked up the card. It only had a simple message. Rest well, don't work too hard. Gu. The handwriting was strong and confident, definitely Gu Chenyu's. Lin Weiwei's heart beat faster, and her face warmed slightly. Manager Lin, President Gu is so kind to you, Xiao Zhang said enviously. I heard that when you were hospitalized, President Gu stayed with you all night. Lin Weiwei hurriedly explained, President Gu is just concerned about his employees, but he's never shown such concern for any employee before. Xiao Zhang lowered his voice. Everyone is saying that President Gu is interested in you. Lin Weiwei felt nervous and thought, don't say silly things, General Manager Gu just. Before she finished, Gu Chenyu's secretary suddenly entered and said, Manager Lin, General Manager Gu would like to see you in his office. Lin Weiwei felt anxious and followed the secretary to the CEO's office. Gu Chenyu was reading some documents. Seeing her come in, he put down his pen and asked, Are you feeling better? Much better. Thank you for your concern, General Manager Gu. Lin Weiwei replied nervously. Gu Chenyu pointed to the sofa and said, Sit down. There is a project file I need you to review. Lin Weiwei sat down and took the file. It was about the company's new smart home project, which she was responsible for. This project is very important, Gu Chenyu said. I want you to take full charge of it. Surprised, Lin Weiwei looked up. General Manager Gu, this project. He interrupted her. I trust your ability. Also, you will need to report to me regularly about this project. His eyes were meaningful, and Lin Weiwei's heart beat faster. It was clearly an opportunity to meet more often. General Manager Gu, she wanted to refuse. This is a work assignment, Gu Chenyu said firmly. There will be a meeting with the project team at 3 p.m. Reluctantly, Lin Weiwei nodded. Yes, General Manager Gu. Back in her office, Lin Weiwei felt overwhelmed. Gu Chenyu's attitude was becoming more obvious, making her both excited and scared. In the afternoon, Gu Chenyu personally attended the project meeting. He sat at the main seat, listening to Lin Weiwei's report, his gaze focused and appreciative. Manager Lin's plan is excellent, he praised publicly. Everyone should learn from her. Colleagues looked at her with envy, but Lin Weiwei noticed that some senior executives' eyes carried curiosity and confusion. After the meeting, Gu Chenyu called her over. Are you free tonight? I want to discuss some details of the project. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. General Manager Gu, I need to pick up my children tonight. I can give you a ride, Gu Chenyu said naturally. It's a good chance to see Tianyu and Tianxin. Lin Weiwei was stunned. He actually remembered her children's names. General Manager Gu, that might not be appropriate. She tried to refuse. That's settled, Gu Chenyu said without doubt. See you in the underground parking lot at 6. Lin Weiwei watched his back, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, at the Gu family mansion, Shin Qingwan received a call from lawyer Zhang. Madam, the investigation is difficult. Lin Weiwei's records from 5 years ago are almost blank, as if someone deliberately erased them. Deliberately erased. Shin Qingwan's eyes sharpened. Who would do such a thing? It's not clear yet, lawyer Zhang replied. But there's something strange. The birth certificate of her twin children has an empty space for the father's name. Shin Qingwan clenched the phone tightly. Keep investigating. Be sure to find out the truth. After hanging up, she felt more uneasy. An unknown woman with no clear background, carrying a child without a father, suddenly appearing around her son. It was very suspicious. She decided to meet this woman herself to see what was so special about Lin Weiwei. At 5 p.m., Gu Chenyu finished work early and went to Lin Weiwei's office. Are you ready? He asked gently. Lin Weiwei was still organizing files. Mr. Gu, you should go ahead. I'll wait for you, Gu Chenyu said naturally, sitting on the sofa. No rush. Her heart beat faster. The CEO waiting for her after work in her office. If colleagues saw this, they would surely talk. She hurriedly packed her things. All right, Mr. Gu. They walked to the elevator together, attracting many glances. Lin Weiwei lowered her head, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. In the car, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Gu Chenyu focused on driving, while Lin Weiwei looked out the window, unsure what to say. What do the children like to eat? Gu Chenyu suddenly asked. Lin Weiwei was surprised. What do Tianyu and Tianxin like to eat? Gu Chenyu repeated. Since it's our first formal meeting, I should bring some gifts. Lin Weiwei quickly waved her hands. No need, Mr. Gu. That's too much. It's the right thing to do, Gu Chenyu said firmly. After all, I'm visiting their home. Visiting their home? Lin Weiwei couldn't help but laugh. The CEO visiting employees' homes? That excuse sounded too far-fetched. They went to pick up the children first. When Tianxin and Tianyu saw Gu Chenyu, their eyes lit up. Uncle Gu. Tianxin ran over. You really came to pick us up. Gu Chenyu naturally picked her up. I promised, didn't I? How was school today? Tianxin chattered about funny stories from school, while Tianyu stood quietly nearby, eyes full of anticipation. Gu Chenyu gently patted Tianyu's head and asked, How about you? How is your programming learning going? Tianyu's eyes lit up. Today, the teacher taught us a new algorithm. Watching the natural interaction among the three, Lin Weiwei felt both warm and worried. At home, Gu Chenyu took out several delicate gift boxes from his car. These are gifts for the children. Tianxin and Tianyu happily unwrapped the presents, which included a set of high-quality drawing tools and a children's programming computer. This is too expensive, Lin Weiwei said anxiously. It's okay as long as the kids like it, Gu Chenyu smiled. During dinner, the atmosphere was especially warm. Gu Chenyu naturally helped the children serve food and listen to their funny stories about school. Lin Weiwei watched this scene and felt a strange feeling in her heart. Is this what a family feels like? After dinner, Gu Chenyu really started discussing a project with Lin Weiwei. They sat on the sofa, while Tianyu and Tianxin played nearby. This smart home system, Gu Chenyu pointed to the blueprint. Security is very important. Lin Weiwei nodded. Yes, I suggest using multiple layers of encryption. They discussed professionally and the atmosphere was friendly. Suddenly, Tianyu interrupted. Uncle Gu, this system can be made safer with blockchain technology. Gu Chenyu looked at him in surprise. You know about blockchain? Tianyu nodded. I'm self-learning. Blockchain's distributed ledger technology is very suitable for this kind of application. Gu Chenyu was even more shocked. This 5-year-old child knew more than many college students. He looked at Lin Weiwei with a complex expression. You've raised the kids very well. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened, but she kept her composure.
They
just like to learn. Gu Chenyu looked at her deeply without saying a word. At 8 p.m., Gu Chenyu prepared to leave. Tianxin and Tianyu reluctantly saw him off to the door. Uncle Gu, will you come again? Tianxin asked, pulling his sleeve. Gu Chenyu crouched down. As long as your mom agrees, I will come often. The two children immediately looked at Lin Weiwei with hopeful eyes. Lin Weiwei sighed helplessly. Mr. Gu is busy with work. Even busy, there's always time, Gu Chenyu interrupted her meaningfully. For someone important, Lin Weiwei's heart raced faster, and she dared not meet his eyes. After seeing Gu Chenyu off, Lin Weiwei felt relieved, but also a little sad. Watching the children happily play, she felt more conflicted. At that moment, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. "Hello," she answered. "Is this Miss Lin Weiwei?" A graceful female voice asked. "I am Shin Qingwan, Gu Chenyu's mother." Lin Weiwei's heart sank. "Mrs. Gu, let's meet tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the Peninsula Cafe," Shin Qingwan said firmly. "I want to talk to you." Before Lin Weiwei could reply, the call ended. She held her phone, her palms sweating. Gu Chenyu's mother. Why does she want to see her?
Could it be?
A strong feeling of unease grew inside her. The next day, Lin Weiwei nervously arrived at the Peninsula Cafe. Shin Qingwan was already there, elegant but with sharp eyes. "Please sit, Miss Lin," she gestured. Nervously, Lin Weiwei sat down. "Mrs. Gu wants to see me about something?" Shin Qingwan studied her carefully, her gaze scrutinizing. "Are you used to working at the Gu Corporation?" "Yes, thank you for asking," Lin Weiwei answered cautiously. "I heard Chenyu values you a lot," Shin Qingwan said slowly. "He personally took you to the hospital and even visited your home." A house visit. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. "Mr. Gu is just concerned about his employees." "Really?" Shin Qingwan chuckled softly. "Chenyu has never shown such concern for ordinary employees." She paused, then suddenly asked, "Are you from Jiangcheng?" Lin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. "No, then where are you from?" Shin Qingwan pressed. "What do your parents do?" Lin Weiwei clenched her fists. "My parents are no longer alive." "Sorry," Shin Qingwan said, but her tone lacked sincerity. "And your husband?" "The father of your children." Lin Weiwei's face turned pale.
He
"Is also gone." Shin Qingwan's eyes sharpened. "Oh? How did he pass away?" Lin Weiwei looked down. "It was an accident." "When did the accident happen?" Shin Qingwan pressed further. Lin Weiwei's palms sweat. 5 years ago. Shin Qingwan's expression darkened. 5 years ago? That matches the time he appeared in Jiangcheng. A warning bell rang loudly in Lin Weiwei's mind. Gu's mother was investigating her. "Mrs. Gu, what exactly do you want to say?" She forced herself to stay calm. Shin Qingwan put down her coffee cup and looked directly at her. "Miss Lin, the Gu family is not an ordinary family. Chenyu is the only heir of the Gu Corporation. His marriage affects the future of the entire group." She paused, her tone cold. "I hope you understand your position and don't have unrealistic hopes." Lin Weiwei's face turned pale. "Mrs. Gu, Mr. Gu, and I only have a professional relationship. That's best," Shin Qingwan interrupted her. "Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for you or the children." She emphasized the words, "the children," making Lin Weiwei feel a chill. "You should know the influence of the Gu family in Jiang City," Shin Qingwan said meaningfully. "Some things are better left alone. For your sake and the children's." Lin Weiwei clenched her fists. "Are you threatening me, Mrs. Gu?" "Just a reminder," Shin Qingwan smiled. "For your and the children's good." She stood up gracefully and tidied her clothes. "I've already paid the bill. I hope we won't meet again." Watching Shin Qingwan walk away, Lin Weiwei felt a cold shiver all over. Mrs. Gu's warning was very clear. Did she discover something? A strong fear rose in her heart. If the Gu family continued to investigate, the truth would eventually come out. What would she and the children do then? She wandered back to her company in a daze and bumped into Gu Chenyu. "What's wrong? Your face looks so bad," Gu Chenyu asked with concern. Lin Weiwei forced a smile. "It's nothing. Maybe I haven't fully recovered." Gu Chenyu frowned. "Do you want to rest for a few more days?" "No need," Lin Weiwei hurriedly said. "Mr. Gu, I want to apply to transfer to the branch office." Gu Chenyu was surprised. "Why?" Lin Weiwei looked down. "I feel I'm not suitable to work at the headquarters." Gu Chenyu's eyes deepened. "Is it because of me?" Lin Weiwei dared not look at him. "No, then why?" Gu Chenyu asked again. Lin Weiwei bit her lip. "Mr. Gu, it's better if we keep our distance." Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment and softly said, "What if I don't agree?" Lin Weiwei looked up in surprise, meeting his determined gaze. Lin Weiwei, Gu Chenyu said seriously, I'm serious about you. Lin Weiwei's heart pounded like a drum, but fear overwhelmed her. Mr. Gu, we can't. Why not? Gu Chenyu held her hand. Unless you tell me the real reason. Lin Weiwei struggled to free herself, nervously saying, Sorry, Mr. Gu, I have work to do. She hurried back to her office, closed the door, and leaned against it to catch her breath. Gu Chenyu's seriousness, her mother's warnings, the children's hopes, all of it felt like a net tightening around her. That evening, when she got home, Tianxin and Tianyu ran over happily. Mom, Uncle Gu said he's taking us to the Science Museum this weekend. Her heart sank. Mom has to work overtime this weekend. Uncle Gu already asked for leave for you, Tianxin said proudly. He said you're too tired and need rest. Lin Weiwei was stunned. Gu Chenyu had actually asked for her leave? She was about to call to refuse, but her phone rang. It was a message from Gu Chenyu. Rest well this weekend and spend time with the kids. Don't worry about work. She looked at the message, feeling mixed emotions. His kindness made her heart flutter, but reality made her afraid. Suddenly, Tianyu said, Mom, today a grandma came to our school to see us. Her heart tightened. What grandma? She said she's Uncle Gu's mom, Tianxin added. She asked us a lot of questions. Her face turned pale instantly. What did she ask? Tianyu thought for a moment. She asked about Dad, where we used to live, and about Mom. A cold chill ran through Lin Weiwei. Gu's mother actually came to the school to find the children. She was investigating their backgrounds. Fear surged like a tide. She knew the truth couldn't be hidden for much longer. That night, Lin Weiwei couldn't sleep. She looked at her sleeping children and made a difficult decision. Maybe it was time to leave Jiang City. Before the truth was exposed, before more harm was done. But thinking about leaving Gu Chenyu, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Perhaps she had already fallen in love with that cold-looking but gentle-hearted man without realizing it. Despite her hesitation, Lin Weiwei finally went to the Science Museum on the weekend. She couldn't refuse the children's eager eyes, nor Gu Chenyu's insistence. In the Science Museum, Tianyu and Tianxin excitedly pulled Gu Chenyu around to explore. Lin Weiwei followed behind, watching the three interact closely, feeling both warm and a little sad. Uncle Gu, look at this robot. Tianxin held Gu Chenyu's hand. It can dance. Gu Chenyu patiently accompanied her, his eyes gentle. Tianyu was more interested in the space exhibit, staring intently at the rocket model. Tianyu is very interested in science and technology, Gu Chenyu told Lin Weiwei. He has a talent for it. Lin Weiwei forced a small smile. He just likes playing with these things. Not just playing, Gu Chenyu looked at her deeply. He has a very special way of thinking, like, he paused and didn't finish his sentence. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened, and she dared not meet his eyes. At noon, they ate in the museum's cafeteria. Tianxin suddenly asked, Uncle Gu, why are you so nice to us? Gu Chenyu was momentarily surprised but smiled. Because you are very cute, Tianyu said seriously, but everyone says Uncle Gu is very serious and never smiles. Gu Chenyu patted his head. That depends on who I'm with. Lin Weiwei's heart fluttered, and she looked down, pretending to drink her beverage. After lunch, Tianxin and Tianyu went to the restroom. Gu Chenyu looked at Lin Weiwei and softly asked, Have you been avoiding me lately? Lin Weiwei's heart raced. No. Is it because my mother looked for you? Gu Chenyu asked directly. Lin Weiwei was surprised and looked up. How do you know? My mother is very straightforward, Gu Chenyu said calmly. What did she say? Lin Weiwei bit her lip. Mrs. Gu. She was just concerned about you. Gu Chenyu looked at her deeply. Weiwei, you don't need to worry about what she says. My matters are my own. Lin Weiwei felt warm inside, but also worried. President Gu, are we really? Call me Chenyu, Gu Chenyu interrupted her. In private, there's no need to be so formal. Her heart beat faster, and her face turned slightly red. Just then, Tianxin and Tianyu returned. Tianxin held a balloon and happily said, Uncle Gu, this is for you. Gu Chenyu took the balloon, his eyes gentle. Thank you, Tianxin. Tianyu suddenly said, Uncle Gu, when you're with Mom, you look like a family. This sentence stunned both of them. Lin Weiwei hurriedly said. Tanu, don't say nonsense. I am not talking nonsense, Tanu said seriously. Uncle Gu is kind to Mom and also very good to us. More than, he paused but didn't continue. However, Gu Chenyu quickly caught on. More than what? Tianxin eagerly said. More than Dad. We've never seen Dad. Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned pale. Gu Chenyu's eyes sharpened. You haven't seen Dad? Tianyu tugged at his sister's hand, signaling her to stop talking. But Tianxin didn't notice and kept saying, Mom said Dad went far away and will never come back. Gu Chenyu's heart sank. He looked at Lin Weiwei and saw her face was ghostly pale, her fingers trembling slightly. Weiwei, he asked softly, the children's father. He passed away, Lin Weiwei quickly interrupted, her voice trembling with obvious panic. Let's not talk about this. Seeing her panicked look, Gu Chenyu's doubts grew stronger. He remembered his mother's words, the sudden appearance of Lin Weiwei in Jiang City 5 years ago, and the strange birth certificates of the children. A frightening guess formed in his mind. On the way home, the atmosphere was heavy. Tianxin and Tianyu seemed to realize they had said something wrong and sat quietly in the back seat. Lin Weiwei looked out the window, her heart filled with fear. Gu Chenyu drove carefully, his eyes deep in thought, as if pondering something. When they reached the door, Gu Chenyu didn't get out of the car. He looked at Lin Weiwei and softly said, Rest well. See you Monday. Lin Weiwei sighed in relief. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Goodbye. She hurried inside with the children, almost like she was fleeing. Gu Chenyu sat in the car for a long time without leaving. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Assistant Zhang, help me check something. On Monday, Lin Weiwei arrived at the company feeling anxious. She was afraid of seeing Gu Chenyu, afraid he would ask about the children's father. But all day, Gu Chenyu didn't look for her. He was busy as usual, but his gaze toward her had a hint of curiosity. Lin Weiwei felt a little relieved, thinking maybe he just asked casually and didn't take it seriously. However, what she didn't know was that Gu Chenyu was secretly investigating. In the CEO's office, Gu Chenyu looked at the documents in his hand, his face growing more serious. Lin Weiwei suddenly appeared in Jiang City 5 years ago with no previous records. Her twin birth certificate has the father's name left blank. Hospital records show she had heavy bleeding during childbirth and nearly died. At that time, only a friend named Su Qing was with her. Gu Chenyu clenched his fists. 5 years ago. That was exactly when that incident happened to him. He continued to look through the documents and suddenly, a photo caught his attention. It was a university photo of Lin Weiwei, pure and beautiful, with bright eyes. This girl. He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. A tight feeling grew in Gu Chenyu's chest as he kept flipping through the pages. When he saw the date on Lin Weiwei's graduation photo, he suddenly stood up. June 5 years ago. Jiang City University. That graduation party. Memories flooded back like a wave. That night 5 years ago, he was drugged by a business rival and, in a daze, had an encounter with a girl. When he woke up the next day, she had already left, leaving only a butterfly hairpin. He had been searching for that girl all this time but had no clues.
And now.
Gu Chenyu's hands trembled as he opened a locked drawer. Inside was a delicate box, holding the butterfly hairpin he had treasured for 5 years. He picked up the hairpin and looked at Lin Weiwei's photo again. A thought arose in his mind, something he both looked forward to and feared. Assistant Zhang, he pressed the intercom. Come to my office immediately. Assistant Zhang hurried in. Mr. Gu? Gu Chenyu's face was grim. I want all information about Lin Weiwei, especially her whereabouts before and after June 5 years ago.
And
find a way to get her children's DNA samples. Assistant Zhang looked at him in shock. Mr. Gu, this. Do it immediately. Gu Chenyu's tone was icy. At all costs, Assistant Zhang didn't dare ask more and hurried out. Gu Chenyu sank into his chair, feeling like his mind was in chaos. If his guess was right, why did Lin Weiwei hide everything from him? Why did she take his children and run away for 5 years? Anger and heartbreak mixed inside him, making it hard to breathe. In the afternoon, Lin Weiwei was called to the CEO's office. She walked in nervously and saw Gu Chenyu with his back to her, standing by the window. "Mr. Gu, you wanted to see me?" she asked softly. Gu Chenyu slowly turned around, his eyes cold. "Lin Weiwei, do you have nothing to say to me?" Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. "Mr. Gu, what do you mean?" 5 years ago, at Jiangqing University's graduation party, Gu Chenyu said each word clearly. "Do you remember?" Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned pale, and her fingers trembled.
I
don't understand." "Don't understand?" Gu Chenyu sneered coldly. "Do I need to remind you?" That night, in the hotel room, the butterfly hairpin, Lin Weiwei shivered all over and almost couldn't stand.
How?
"How do you know?" "It was definitely you." Gu Chenyu's eyes looked pained. "Why did you hide it from me? Why did you run away with my child for 5 years? Tears welled up in Lin Weiwei's eyes.
Saw the...
Sorry? Gu Chenyu suddenly grabbed her shoulders, his voice trembling with emotion. 5 years. Do you know I searched for you all that time? Do you know how it feels to look at my own child and not recognize him?" Lin Weiwei sobbed uncontrollably. "I was scared. You were drunk and you didn't know anything." So you just left?" Gu Chenyu shouted angrily. "Carrying my child, bearing everything alone? What do you think of me?" Lin Weiwei shook her head. "No, I tried to find you, but what?" Gu Chenyu pressed. "Why didn't you tell me the truth?" Lin Weiwei bit her lip tightly. "You are the heir of Gu Group. I am just an ordinary girl. We couldn't be together. So you made the decision for me?" Gu Chenyu's eyes were icy. "Do you think this is good for me and the children?" Lin Weiwei lowered her head, tears falling like rain. Gu Chenyu released her, his voice hoarse.
Leave.
"I don't want to see you now." Lin Weiwei's heart felt like it was being cut open. She staggered out of the office. Back in her own office, she slumped into her chair and cried uncontrollably. The truth was finally revealed. He finally knew everything. It was all over. That night, when she returned home, Lin Weiwei was lost in thought. Tianxin and Tianyu noticed her strange behavior. "Mom, what's wrong?" Tianxin asked worriedly. Lin Weiwei forced a smile. "It's nothing. Mom is just tired." Tianyu looked at her red, swollen eyes and softly asked, "Is it because of Uncle Gu?" Lin Weiwei felt a sharp pain inside and said nothing. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened, fearing it was Gu Chenyu. She tremblingly opened the door and saw only Gu Chenyu's assistant, Assistant Zhang. "Miss Lin," Assistant Zhang said politely but coldly, "Mr. Gu asked me to pick up some things." Lin Weiwei's heart sank. "What to pick up?" "Children's toothbrushes and combs," Assistant Zhang replied. "Mr. Gu wants to do a DNA test." Lin Weiwei's face turned pale. He really wants to. Mr. Gu needs to confirm," Assistant Zhang said calmly. "Please cooperate." Trembling, Lin Weiwei took out the children's toothbrushes and combs and handed them to Assistant Zhang. After Assistant Zhang left, Lin Weiwei collapsed to the ground, feeling hopeless. 2 days later, the test results came out. Gu Chenyu looked at the report in his hands, trembling. A 99.99% probability of paternity. Tianyu and Tianxin are truly his children. Anger, heartbreak, guilt. All kinds of feelings flooded his mind. He remembered Lin Weiwei's pale face, her difficult labor alone, and her hardships over the past 5 years. "Prepare the car," he told Assistant Zhang. "Go to Lin Weiwei's house." He wanted to find out why she had hidden this from him for 5 years. Why she had borne all this alone. However, when he arrived at Lin Weiwei's house, he found it completely empty. The room was tidily cleaned, but all of Lin Weiwei's and the children's belongings were gone. On the table, there was a letter and a set of keys. Gu Chenyu tremblingly opened the letter. "I'm sorry. I know deceiving you was my mistake, but I really didn't have the courage to face everything at the time. You are the heir of the Gu Corporation, and I am just an ordinary girl. The gap between us is too big. I was afraid you would take the children away, afraid you would look down on me. These 5 years, I've been regretting every day, regretting not having the courage to tell you the truth. Seeing how good you are to them, I feel both happy and scared. Now that the truth is out, I have no face to face you. I am leaving with the children, not to disturb your life. I'm sorry. I wish you happiness. Gu Chenyu clenched the letter tightly, his heart aching. This foolish woman. Still thinking of him, even now. He rushed out of the apartment, frantically dialing Lin Weiwei's phone, but it was already turned off. He contacted Su Qing and all the people who might know Lin Weiwei's whereabouts, but there was no news. Lin Weiwei and the children, just like 5 years ago, disappeared again from his world. Gu Chenyu stood in the empty apartment, looking at the toys the children left behind, feeling an unprecedented pain and regret. He missed 5 years. And now he might lose them again? No. He would never let history repeat itself. Assistant Zhang, he called, use all resources to find them. No matter the cost. This time, he would never let go again. Lin Weiwei took the children and left Jiangqing overnight. She chose a remote small town, rented a simple apartment, and tried to start a new life. But the pain in her heart kept flooding in like a tide, impossible to calm. Every night, Gu Chenyu's figure appeared in her mind, his kindness, his anger, his pain. Mom, why do we have to leave? Tianxin asked, crying. I miss Uncle Gu. Tianyu didn't speak, but his eyes showed sadness too. Lin Weiwei's heart ached, but she could only force a smile. Mom brought you to a new place to play. There are many fun things here, but she knew the children weren't happy. They missed Uncle Gu, the man who made them feel loved like a father. Meanwhile, Gu Chenyu used all his resources to find Lin Weiwei. He sent private detectives, used the Gu family's connections, and even personally checked every place Lin Weiwei might have gone. Mr. Gu, still no news, Assistant Zhang reported. Miss Lin is very cautious, not using her ID or bank cards. Gu Chenyu clenched his fists. Keep looking. Even if I have to turn over all of China, I will find them. Days passed, but there was still no clue. Gu Chenyu grew more exhausted, his regret and longing almost swallowing him. He remembered Lin Weiwei's pale face, her hardship of raising the children alone, and her patience over the past 5 years. Weiwei, where are you? He whispered in pain. A turn of hope came a week later. Tianyu secretly called Gu Chenyu using a public phone. Uncle Gu. Tianyu's voice was very soft. I am Tianyu. We're in a small town, Tianyu said. Mom told me not to tell you, but I miss you. Gu Chenyu's eyes welled up with tears, and his voice choked with emotion. Good children, tell Uncle where you are, and Uncle will come to pick you up right away. This time, I won't let you go again. Tianyu hesitated for a moment. Mom will be angry. Uncle will explain to Mom, Gu Chenyu said softly. Please tell me the address, okay? Tianyu finally gave the address. Gu Chenyu immediately set out, driving overnight to the small town. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei was worried about her livelihood. She didn't have much money, and it was hard to find a job. That day, she was at the job market looking for work when she suddenly received a call from the kindergarten teacher. Miss Lin, Tianxin has a fever. Can you come pick her up? Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. She hurried to the kindergarten. Tianxin's face was red with fever, and she looked pitifully small, curled up in the teacher's arms. Mom. Tianxin weakly called out. Lin Weiwei felt a pang of pain and gently picked up her daughter. She said to the teacher, Thank you. I'll take her to the hospital now. Holding Tianxin and holding Tianyu's hand, she rushed to the hospital. Tianxin's fever worsened, and Lin Weiwei was very anxious. At the emergency room, the doctor examined her and said, the child has a high fever and needs to stay in the hospital for observation. Lin Weiwei's heart sank. Staying in the hospital required a deposit, and she didn't have enough money on her. Doctor, can we start treatment first? I'll pay tomorrow. The hospital requires a deposit first, the doctor said helplessly. Lin Weiwei was about to cry. Just then, a familiar voice spoke. How much? I'll pay. Lin Weiwei turned around quickly and saw Gu Chenyu standing at the door, looking tired but determined. You. Lin Weiwei was stunned. How come? Gu Chenyu didn't answer. He took out his bank card and said, Doctor, please arrange for her to stay in the hospital and give her the best medicine as soon as possible. The doctor hesitated for a moment and quickly took the card to handle the paperwork. Gu Chenyu walked over to Lin Weiwei, looked at her pale face and said with concern, Why do you always carry everything alone? Why didn't you tell me? Lin Weiwei lowered her head. Tianyu suddenly spoke up. Uncle Gu, it's because Mom didn't let us tell you. Gu Chenyu crouched down and gently touched Tianyu's head. Thank you for telling Uncle. He looked at Lin Weiwei with a complicated expression. Let's talk. After arranging Tianxin's hospital stay, Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei went to the hospital corridor. Why are you leaving? Gu Chenyu asked directly. Why are you leaving me? Lin Weiwei bit her lip.
I
don't know how to face you, so you choose to run away? Gu Chenyu's voice was pained. Weiwei, do you know how I spent these 5 days? I was almost going crazy. Tears slipped down Lin Weiwei's face.
I'm sorry.
I was just scared. Scared of what? Gu Chenyu held her hand. Are you afraid I will take the baby away? Or afraid I will look down on you? Lin Weiwei didn't speak, but her trembling hands betrayed her feelings. Gu Chenyu sighed deeply. Weiwei, you're wrong. I have never looked down on you. I only feel pain and guilt. He lifted her face and forced her to look at him. You have endured so much alone over these 5 years. And I knew nothing, Lin Weiwei sobbed uncontrollably. I really didn't know what to do. You were drunk and you didn't remember anything. I was afraid you would think I did it on purpose. Silly girl. Gu Chenyu hugged her tightly. His voice was low and firm. Why would I think that? Even though I was fuzzy that night, I remember your scent, your gentle touch, and the butterfly hairpin you left when you left. Lin Weiwei trembled in his arms. Chenyu, let me finish, Gu Chenyu said softly. For these 5 years, I kept searching for the girl from that night. I kept the butterfly hairpin, and I regret not holding on to you back then. He held her face gently, his eyes sincere. Now I've finally found you and our child. I thank heaven for giving me a second chance to make up for these 5 lost years. Lin Weiwei looked into his honest eyes, and her defenses slowly crumbled. But your mother? The Gu family. I will handle the Gu family, Gu Chenyu said firmly. You just need to trust me. Trust that we can face everything together. At that moment, Tianyu quietly approached and whispered, Mom, sister is awake and wants to see Uncle Gu. 2 people exchange smiles and walk into the hospital room together. Tianxin sees Gu Chenyu and brightens her eyes. Uncle Gu, you really came. Gu Chenyu sits by the bed and gently touches her forehead. Are you still feeling unwell? Tianxin shakes her head. I don't feel bad when I see Uncle. She looks at Lin Weiwei and asks eagerly, Mom, is Uncle Gu our dad? Lin Weiwei and Gu Chenyu exchange a look. Gu Chenyu says seriously, Yes, I am your dad. Tianxin and Tianyu are surprised at first, then happily shout, That's great. We really have a dad now. Seeing the children happy, Lin Weiwei finally relaxes her last worries. She holds Gu Chenyu's hand softly and says, Let's face everything together, okay? Gu Chenyu holds her hand tightly. Yes, together. That night, Gu Chenyu insists that Lin Weiwei go home to rest while he stays at the hospital to take care of the children. Although she is worried, she agrees because of his insistence. Back at the temporary apartment, Lin Weiwei's mind is full of thoughts. For the first time in 5 years, she feels so at ease. Maybe she can really trust him. The next day, Tianxin's fever is gone. Gu Chenyu handles the discharge procedures and takes the children back to the apartment. This place is too simple, Gu Chenyu frowns. Come back to Jiang City with me. Lin Weiwei hesitates a little, but no buts, Gu Chenyu says firmly. You and the children deserve a better life. Also, Tianyu's talents need a better learning environment. He looks at Tianyu. Do you want to go to the best programming class? Tianyu's eyes light up. Yes. Tianxin also shouts. I want to learn dancing too. Gu Chenyu happily agrees. Okay, I'll arrange everything. Lin Weiwei watches them and finally nods. All right, let's go back. Back in Jiang City, Gu Chenyu takes them directly to his villa. From now on, this will be your home, he tells the children. Do you like it? Tianxin and Tianyu excitedly run around. Yes. Such a big house. However, Lin Weiwei feels a bit uneasy. Chenyu, maybe this isn't so good. People might gossip. Gu Chenyu holds her hand. You are the mother of my children, the person I love. Who dares to say anything? He looked at her deeply and said, Weiwei, give me a chance to make up for the regrets of these 5 years. please?" Lin Weiwei looked into his sincere eyes and finally nodded. Okay. That evening, Gu Chenyu personally cooked the first family dinner. It was simple but warm and cozy. After dinner, the children went to sleep. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei sat on the balcony, watching the stars. "These 5 years have been you," Gu Chenyu softly said. "From now on, with me here, you don't have to carry everything alone." Lin Weiwei leaned on his shoulder. "Actually, I was also at fault. I should have told you earlier. It's all in the past." Gu Chenyu kissed her forehead. "What's important is now and the future." He looked at her seriously and asked, "Weiwei, will you marry me? Give the children a complete family." Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. "But your mother?" "I will talk to her," Gu Chenyu said firmly. "And seeing how adorable Tianyu and Tianxin are, she will accept it." Lin Weiwei felt warm inside but was still a bit worried. "Give me some time, okay? I want to handle my work first, and also, let your mother slowly accept this." Gu Chenyu nodded understandingly.
Okay, no rules.
"I will wait until you're ready." The next day, Gu Chenyu took Lin Weiwei and the children back to the Gu family estate. Shen Qingwan saw them and looked upset. "Chenyu, what do you mean by this?" she asked coldly. Gu Chenyu said seriously, "Mom, this is Weiwei, my fiancé. And these are Tianyu and Tianxin, your grandchildren." Shen Qingwan was shocked as she looked at the two children. Tianxin cheerfully called out, "Grandma, hello." Tianyu also politely said, "Hello, Grandma." Seeing the adorable children, Shen Qingwan's expression gradually softened. Although she still had some reservations about Lin Weiwei, the bond of family made it hard for her to reject the children. "Come in," she finally said. That day, the Gu family estate was filled with joyful laughter. Tianxin and Tianyu's cuteness and maturity slowly melted Shen Qingwan's heart. In the evening, Shen Qingwan spoke privately with Gu Chenyu. "Chenyu, have you really thought this through?" she asked. "Weiwei's background. She is a good woman and a caring mother. That is enough," he said seriously. "Also, Tianyu and Tianxin need a complete family. I hope you can accept them." Shen Qingwan was silent for a moment, then sighed. "The children are indeed very adorable." "All right, I will try to accept this." Gu Chenyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Mom." Over time, Shen Qingwan was gradually moved by the children's cuteness and Lin Weiwei's kindness. She began to accept her daughter-in-law and even helped take care of the children. A month later, Gu Chenyu prepared a romantic marriage proposal for Lin Weiwei. In front of the children, Lin Weiwei tearfully agreed. "Weiwei," Gu Chenyu placed a ring on her finger. "This time, I will never let you go." Lin Weiwei nodded happily. "Yes, we will always be together." Under the sunset, the image of a family of 4 hugging was especially warm. After 5 years of separation and hardships, they finally had a happy ending. Love may arrive late, but it never misses. As long as 2 people truly love each other, they can always be reunited. The morning sunlight seeped through the curtains into the bedroom. Lin Weiwei woke up in a warm embrace. She gently looked up at Gu Chenyu's sleeping face, feeling an indescribable happiness. This was their first morning after officially becoming a couple, and everything felt so unreal yet beautiful. "Are you awake?" Gu Chenyu's deep voice sounded softly in her ear, and his arm naturally tightened a little. Lin Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded. "Yes, when did you wake up?" "Earlier than you." He leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. "Just wanted to watch you like this." They looked at each other and smiled, filling the air with a sweet atmosphere. At this moment, all worries and concerns were temporarily set aside, leaving only tenderness in their eyes. "The children should wake up soon," Lin Weiwei whispered. "We need to get up." Gu Chenyu was reluctant to let her go. "Just 5 more minutes, 5 minutes." Seeing his rare childishness, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but smile. This usually stern and commanding CEO now looked like a boy who didn't want to get out of bed. Sure enough, not long after, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Mom, Uncle Gu, are you awake?" Tianxin's soft voice came through. Lin Weiwei quickly stood up and said, I'm awake. Mom is coming right now." She opened the door and 2 little kids in cute pajamas stood at the doorway. Tianxin was holding her favorite bunny plush toy. "Good morning, Mom." "Good morning, Uncle Gu," Tianxin cheerfully greeted, but her eyes curiously looked into the room. Tianyu said seriously, "It's already 7:20. If we don't get up now, we'll be late." At this moment, Gu Chenyu also came over and naturally ruffled the children's hair. "Good morning. What do you want for breakfast today?" "Fried eggs." Tianxin immediately raised her hand. "In a heart shape, and bacon and milk," Tianyu added. Mom said breakfast should be balanced and nutritious. Lin Weiwei watched this warm scene, feeling very happy inside. She never thought she would see such a moment, her loved ones and her children, naturally acting like a family. "Okay, then heart-shaped fried eggs, bacon, and milk," Gu Chenyu agreed with a smile. "But I need someone to help me." "I'll help," Tianxin volunteered immediately. Tianyu thought for a moment. "I can set the table." So, what should have been a hurried morning became very warm and cozy. Gu Chenyu put on an apron and busy in the kitchen. Tianxin followed him like a little tail, helping out. Tianyu carefully arranged the tableware, while Lin Weiwei prepared a fruit salad nearby. Seeing Gu Chenyu skillfully making fried eggs, Lin Weiwei was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect you to cook. I learned when I studied abroad," he said carefully as he shaped the eggs. "Back then, I couldn't get used to Western food, so I learned to make my own." Tianxin tiptoed to see the eggs in the pan. "Uncle Gu is so amazing. His eggs look even better than Mom's." Lin Weiwei pretended to be angry and glared at her. "You little ungrateful girl, are you starting to dislike Mom now?" Tianxin quickly ran over and hugged her.
No, no.
"Mom is the best." But Uncle Gu's eggs are in a heart shape. Everyone laughed. At the breakfast table, the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. Gu Chenyu not only made heart-shaped eggs but also arranged the bacon in a cute shape and carefully warmed the milk. "Uncle Gu, can you come and make breakfast for us every day?" Tianxin asked innocently while biting her bacon. This question subtly changed the mood at the table. Lin Weiwei and Gu Chenyu exchanged a look, both seeing the hope and concern in each other's eyes. "Tianxin, Uncle Gu is very busy," Lin Weiwei softly explained, "so he can't come every day." Gu Chenyu smiled gently. "As long as you want to eat, I'll come whenever I'm free." After breakfast, Gu Chenyu offered to take the children to kindergarten himself. This surprised Lin Weiwei, since he usually had the driver do it. "Today I don't have any important meetings, so I want to take them myself," he said kindly. In the car, the two children were very excited. Tianxin kept talking about fun things at kindergarten and Tianyu, though quiet, looked happy too. "Uncle Gu, do you know? Next month our kindergarten is having a family sports day," Tianxin suddenly said. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. Before she could stop him, Tianxin continued, "Last year, only Mom came. I couldn't play many games. This year, can Uncle Gu come too?" Gu Chenyu looked at Lin Weiwei through the rearview mirror. Seeing her a little nervous, he gently replied, "If my schedule allows, I'd love to join." After dropping the children off at kindergarten, the car suddenly became quiet. "Weiwei," Gu Chenyu softly said, "you don't need to be so nervous. I know there are some things you're not ready to tell me yet. I can wait." Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. I don't know the details, but I can feel you're protecting something." He held her hand gently. "I trust you, and I believe that when the time is right, you'll tell me." At that moment, tears welled up in Lin Weiwei's eyes. She never thought he would be so caring and understanding. "Thank you," she whispered. "Really, thank you." When they arrived at the company, they kept a professional distance, but their eye contact grew more intimate. Colleagues seemed to notice something, but didn't dare ask. During lunch break, Gu Chenyu sent a message. "Come to my office. I want to talk to you about something." Lin Weiwei was a bit curious, but still went to the CEO's office. "What's wrong?" she asked. Gu Chenyu took out a delicate gift box from the drawer. "This is for you." Lin Weiwei looked at the necklace and saw it was a beautiful piece with two hearts leaning on each other, with a small diamond in the middle. "Is this to celebrate our first day officially together?" he said with a smile. "Do you like it?" Lin Weiwei nodded, feeling warm inside. "I like it very much, thank you." He walked behind her and personally put the necklace on her. His fingers gently brushed her neck, giving her a tingling feeling. "It suits you very well," he whispered. "It's like it was made just for you." Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. "Chenyu, I need to talk to you," a familiar voice said, then stopped abruptly. Lin Weiwei quickly stepped back, blushing. Standing at the door was Lu Zixuan, who looked at them with a half-smile. "It seems I came at the wrong time." Lu Zixuan raised an eyebrow. "But actually, I also have something to discuss with Manager Lin." Gu Qinyu frowned. "What is it?" Lu Zixuan looked at Lin Weiwei with a meaningful gaze. "About something from 5 years ago. I think Manager Lin might be interested." Lin Weiwei's heart sank suddenly. 5 years ago. That was when she left. Had Lu Zixuan found out something? Gu Qinyu also sensed the strange atmosphere. He stepped forward and protected Lin Weiwei. "Zixuan, just tell me what you want." Lu Zixuan smiled, but his eyes held a hint of meaning. "Don't be nervous. I just want to confirm some details with Manager Lin." After all, a lot happened that night 5 years ago, didn't it? Lin Weiwei's face turned pale instantly. That night. The night that changed her life forever. Gu Qinyu seemed to realize something too. His eyes sharpened. "Zixuan, watch your words." All right. Lu Zixuan raised his hands in surrender. "No more jokes. I'm here for an important matter about the project in Qingdong." Although the topic shifted, Lin Weiwei felt more uneasy. Lu Zixuan clearly knew something, and he seemed to be testing her. After the meeting, Lin Weiwei returned to her office feeling heavy-hearted. She sat in her chair and instinctively touched the necklace on her neck, thinking about Lu Zixuan's words. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a message from an unknown number. "I know what happened that night 5 years ago, and I know why you left. If you want to keep this secret, meet me at the Starry Sky Cafe at noon tomorrow." Lin Weiwei's hand trembled, nearly dropping her phone. The worst had happened. Someone knew her secret, and that person was very likely Lu Zixuan. She took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. Now was not the time to panic. She needed to find a way to handle this crisis. First, she couldn't tell Gu Qinyu. Not now, while their relationship was just starting to stabilize. Revealing this secret could ruin everything. Second, she needed to find out how much Lu Zixuan knew and what he wanted. Finally, she had to think of a way to protect the children from any harm. After making up her mind, Lin Weiwei replied to the message. "I will be there on time." She put down her phone and walked to the window, looking out at the busy city. 5 years ago, she left to protect her children. Now, she chose to face everything again for their sake. This time, she wouldn't run away. No matter what challenges lay ahead, she would face them bravely and protect everything she loved. In the evening, Gu Qinyu came to pick her up as planned. Seeing her look a bit pale, he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Lin Weiwei forced a small smile. "A little. I had a lot of work today. Then I'll cook dinner for you tonight," he said gently. "You should rest." In the car, Gu Qinyu seemed to sense something but didn't ask further. Instead, he adjusted the air conditioning and handed her a bottle of water. "Weiwei, no matter what happens, remember I am always here for you," he said softly. Her heart warmed at his words, but it also felt heavier. She wanted to tell him everything, but was afraid of losing what they had now. When they got home, Gu Qinyu personally cooked a delicious dinner. The children were especially happy, and the table was filled with laughter. "Uncle Gu, your cooking is so good," Tianxin praised as she ate. Tianyu also rarely agreed, saying, "It's even better than a restaurant." Watching this warm scene, Lin Weiwei silently made a firm decision. No matter what the outcome of tomorrow's meeting, she would protect this happiness. After dinner, Gu Qinyu helped the children with their homework while Lin Weiwei tidied up the kitchen. Watching the happy scene in the living room, she felt warm and strong inside. Before going to bed, Gu Qinyu said goodbye to her at the door. "Tomorrow night, I will take you somewhere," he said mysteriously. "I have a surprise for you." Lin Weiwei felt a little nervous. She still had to meet that mysterious person at noon tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow night. "Don't worry, it won't take long," he interrupted her, gently kissing her forehead. "Trust me, you'll like it." Seeing his sincere eyes, Lin Weiwei finally nodded. "Okay." After seeing Gu Qinyu off, Lin Weiwei stood by the window, watching his car drive away, feeling a mix of emotions. Tomorrow will be a challenging day. But to protect this hard-earned happiness, she was willing to face any difficulty. Mom, Tianyu suddenly came over. You look a bit worried. Lin Weiwei crouched down and hugged her son. Mom is fine, just a little tired. Tianyu looked at her seriously. If you have any problems, tell me. I've grown up and can help you. Hearing her son's thoughtful words, tears finally fell from Lin Weiwei's eyes. She hugged her children tightly, feeling their warm bodies. Yes, for these two children, she could face anything. No matter what happens tomorrow, she would stay strong and keep going. Late at night, Lin Weiwei couldn't sleep well. She got up and went to her children's room, looking at their peaceful faces, filled with love and determination. 5 years ago, she never regretted her choice. Today, 5 years later, she would still make the same decision, protect her children and guard her love. Tomorrow will be a new challenge and a new beginning. At noon the next day, Lin Weiwei arrived at the Starry Sky Cafe 10 minutes early. She chose a seat by the window, where she could watch outside and stay hidden. Her heart pounded as she stirred her coffee, her mind full of questions. Who was that mysterious person? How much did he know? What did he want? Many questions swirled in her mind. At exactly 12 o'clock, a familiar figure appeared at the cafe door. Lin Weiwei's heart sank suddenly. Sure enough, it was Lu Zixuan. He was dressed casually in a suit, with a half-smile on his face, and walked straight toward her seat. Manager Lin, you're quite punctual. Lu Zixuan sat across from her. It seems you value this meeting a lot. Lin remained calm. President Lu asked me out. Just say what you want. Lu Zixuan wasn't in a hurry to start. He ordered an American coffee from the waiter and then slowly said, Don't be so nervous. I just want to talk about some interesting things from 5 years ago. I don't understand what you're talking about. Lin forced herself to stay calm. Really don't understand. Lu Zixuan chuckled softly. 5 years ago. Hilton Hotel, room 1808. Do I need to be more specific? Lin's hand trembled and the spoon hit the cup with a clear sound. He knew. It seems you remember now. Lu Zixuan looked at her happily. That night was quite memorable. What do you want? Lin lowered her voice, trying to stay cool. Very simple. Lu Zixuan leaned forward. I want you to do me a small favor. What kind of favor? Gu's company is bidding on a tech park project in the east of the city. I need some inside information from you. Lin immediately refused. No way. That's a business secret. I can't do that. Oh. Lu Zixuan raised an eyebrow. Compared to business secrets, you probably care more about the secret from that night, right? If Gu Chenyu finds out that 5 years ago, you approached him willingly and— Shut up, Lin interrupted him, her face pale. Things are not what you think. What are they then? Lu Zixuan looked at her leisurely. I only know that if Gu Chenyu finds out you've hidden so much and used the kids to get close to him. What do you think he would think? Lin's heart sank to the bottom. Lu Zixuan clearly knew part of the truth, but twisted the facts. 5 years ago, she was the one who first noticed Gu Chenyu, but it was definitely not for the reasons he implied. I didn't use the kids, she said firmly. Tianyu and Tianxin are everything to me. I would never use them. Sounds so convincing, Lu Zixuan sneered. But the truth is, after you returned to the country, you entered Gu's company and made Gu Chenyu notice the kids. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Weiwei Lin wanted to explain herself, but found she couldn't say anything. On the surface, it was easy to misunderstand her. I'll give you 3 days to think, Lu Zixuan said, setting down his coffee. After 3 days, if I don't get the information I want, Gu Chenyu will find out everything. Of course, only my version. After speaking, he left his business card and walked away. Weiwei Lin sat alone in the cafe, feeling cold all over. The thing she feared most had happened, and it was worse than she imagined. Lu Zixuan not only knew about what happened 5 years ago, but also twisted the facts, trying to use this secret to threaten her. If Gu Chenyu believed his version, she couldn't imagine the consequences. In the afternoon, back at the company, Weiwei Lin felt uneasy. She tried to focus on her work, but Lu Zixuan's words kept echoing in her mind. Weiwei, are you okay? Her colleague Xiaoli asked with concern. You don't look well. I'm fine. Weiwei Lin forced a smile. Maybe I'm a little tired. Want to take a break? There's no urgent work today anyway. Weiwei shook her head. No need. I can hold on. However, her unusual state caught Gu Chenyu's attention. During the meeting in the afternoon, he kept looking at her with worry in his eyes. After the meeting, he specifically asked her to stay. Wei Wei, come to my office. In his office, Gu Chenyu closed the door and gently asked, You don't look right today. Did something happen? Wei Wei hesitated, but decided to hide it for now. It's nothing, maybe just a little tired. Gu Chenyu clearly didn't believe her, but didn't press further. Instead, he gently hugged her. If you're having trouble, you must tell me. I don't want you to bear everything alone. This almost made Wei Wei break down. She really wanted to tell him everything, but thinking of Lu Zixuan's threats, she had to hold back. Really, I'm fine. She forced a smile. Tonight, aren't you planning a surprise for me? I'm really looking forward to it. Gu Chenyu looked at her with deep eyes. All right, but remember, I'm always by your side. After work, Gu Chenyu drove them to an unexpected place, the amusement park.
Wow.
An amusement park? Tianxin shouted excitedly. Uncle Gu, are you going to take us to play? Gu Chenyu smiled and nodded. That's right. Today we want to have fun. Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. How did you think of coming to the amusement park? Because you seem to need to relax, he said gently, and I've never taken the kids to an amusement park before. I want to give them a good memory. At that moment, Lin Weiwei felt her heart fill with warmth. He always surprises her unexpectedly, showing his love and care through actions. However, even during happy times, shadows lingered. Whenever she saw Gu Chenyu and the children smiling happily, Lin Weiwei would think of Lu Zixuan's threats, filling her with anxiety. While riding the carousel, Tianxin sat in front of Gu Chenyu, smiling happily. On the roller coaster, Tianyu appeared calm on the outside but tightly held Gu Chenyu's hand. While eating ice cream, all three had cream on their faces and laughed like children. These warm scenes made Lin Weiwei more determined to protect this happiness. Mom, come take a photo. Tianxin pulled her to join. Gu Chenyu naturally put his arm around her shoulders, and the children snuggled beside them, capturing this happy moment with the camera. Looking at the bright smiles in the photo, Lin Weiwei's eyes welled up. This was the family happiness she had always dreamed of, now finally within reach. She absolutely couldn't let it be destroyed. On the way home at night, the children fell asleep from exhaustion in the car. Gu Chenyu softly said to Lin Weiwei, Did you have fun today? Very much, she said sincerely. Thank you, Weiwei. His voice became serious. I know there are some things you might not be ready to tell me yet, but I want you to know, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side. This gave Lin Weiwei great courage. Maybe she should trust him and tell him the truth? But just then, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Zixuan. Just a reminder. 2 days left. The courage she had just built up instantly vanished. No, she couldn't take the risk. What if Gu Chenyu believed Lu Zixuan's version? What's wrong? Gu Chenyu noticed her changing expression. Nothing. She quickly put away her phone. Just work stuff. Gu Chenyu seemed to want to say something, but finally sighed. All right, remember to tell me if anything happens. After they got home, Gu Chenyu didn't leave right away. Weiwei, can I talk to you? He asked. Lin Weiwei felt her heart tighten. Did he find out something? They sat in the living room. The children were already asleep, and the room was quiet. Weiwei, I don't know what you're worried about, but I want you to know. Gu Chenyu looked at her seriously. I've been thinking these days. Maybe we should give each other more promises. Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. I'm not forcing you, he quickly explained. I just want you and the children to have a more stable environment. So, I've been thinking, maybe we can live together. This idea caught Lin Weiwei off guard. Living together means more closeness, but also more risks. If Lu Zixuan really told Gu Chenyu the twisted truth. I need time to think, she said softly. This is too sudden. Gu Chenyu's eyes dimmed for a moment, but quickly became gentle again. Of course, I understand. You don't need to rush to decide. After he left, Lin Weiwei sat alone in the living room, feeling full of mixed feelings. She loved Gu Chenyu and wanted to be with him, but her current situation made it hard to promise anything. Late at night, she couldn't sleep. She went to Tianyu's room. To her surprise, Tianyu was still awake, sitting on the bed reading a book. Mom, you're not asleep yet? Tianyu put down his book and asked with concern. Mom can't sleep a little. She sat on the edge of the bed. Why aren't you sleeping either? Tianyu looked at her carefully. Mom, you look upset today. Did something happen? Lin Weiwei hesitated, but decided not to tell her the truth. It's nothing, just work stuff. But Tianyu didn't seem convinced. Is it related to Uncle Gu? Did you have a fight? No, she quickly denied. Uncle Gu is very good and we're fine. Tianyu was silent for a moment and suddenly said, Mom, if you have any problems, you can tell me. I've grown up now and I can help you. This made Lin Weiwei's tears fall finally. She hugged her son, feeling the strength in his small body. Mom's fine, she choked out. It's just, there are some things I need to handle. Sky gently pats her back like a little adult and says, Mom, no matter what happens, my sister and I will be here with you. At that moment, Lin Weiwei makes a decision. She cannot give in to Lu Zixuan, but she also cannot keep hiding forever. She needs to find a way to prove her innocence and protect her love and family. The next day, she begins to secretly investigate Lu Zixuan. Through some contacts at work, she learns that Lu Zixuan has recently faced some business difficulties and urgently needs a big project to turn things around. This explains why he is so eager to get inside information about the Qingdong project. At the same time, she starts collecting evidence from 5 years ago to prove she did not approach Gu Qinyu with any hidden motives, as Lu Zixuan claimed. This process is very hard. Much of the evidence has disappeared over time. But she does not give up because she knows this is the only way to protect her future and Gu Qinyu's. In the evening, Gu Qinyu comes to pick her up from work and notices she seems a bit better. Today you look well, he says with a smile. Did something good happen? Lin Weiwei also smiles. I just came to some understanding. That's good. He gently holds her hand. No matter what happens, remember I am here. Looking into his eyes, Lin Weiwei feels strong. Yes, she cannot give up. For love and for her family, she must fight to the end. But just as she regains her confidence, she receives a message from Lu Zixuan. Last reminder, give me your answer before noon tomorrow. Otherwise, you know the consequences. A crisis is approaching, but Lin Weiwei is ready. She will not give in or run away. This time, she will take the initiative to protect everything she loves. As night falls, Lin Weiwei stands by the window, looking at the city lights, filled with determination. Tomorrow will be a tough battle, but she is prepared. For love and family, she is willing to face any challenge. The next morning, Lin Weiwei arrives at the company early. She knows today is a crucial moment, and she must be fully prepared. In her office, she organizes the evidence she collected and thinks about her strategy. Lu Zixuan's threat feels like a sword hanging over her head, but she is no longer the same Lin Weiwei who used to run away. At exactly 9 o'clock, Gu Qinyu arrived at her office. Weiwei, good morning. You look well today. Good morning, she replied with a smile. I want to talk to you about something. Are you free at noon? Gu Qinyu was a bit surprised but quickly nodded. Yes, I am free. Is it important? Very important, she said seriously. About our situation. Gu Qinyu's eyes softened. All right, I'll wait for you at noon. After he left, Lin Weiwei took a deep breath. She had decided to tell Gu Qinyu the truth before meeting Lu Zixuan. It was the basic respect and trust she could give him. However, plans often change unexpectedly. At 10 o'clock, she received an urgent message from Lu Zixuan. Things have changed. Come to the Starry Sky Cafe now. Otherwise, I will go directly to see Gu Qinyu. Lin Weiwei's heart sank. Lu Zixuan clearly couldn't wait any longer, which disrupted her plan. But she had no choice and had to go immediately. On the way to the cafe, she sent Gu Qinyu a message. Emergency. I need to handle some things. Our talk at noon might be delayed. Sorry. Gu Qinyu replied quickly. Do you need my help? No, I can handle it. I will explain when I return, she replied, feeling both warm and anxious. When she arrived at the Starry Sky Cafe, Lu Zixuan was already waiting there, looking even more grim than last time. You arrived early, Lin Weiwei sat across from him. Didn't we agree on noon? Plans have changed, Lu Zixuan said coldly. Gu's company suddenly accelerated the progress of the East City project this morning. I need to get the internal documents immediately. Lin Weiwei stayed calm. My answer remains the same. It's impossible. Lu Zixuan's eyes turned dangerous. Weiwei, don't test my patience. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the documents now, or else. Or what? A familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Both turned their heads to see Gu Chenyu standing at the cafe door, his face cold. Lin Weiwei's heart nearly stopped. How did he come here? Lu Zixuan clearly didn't expect this either, but he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Gu, what a coincidence. Gu Chenyu approached their table, his gaze sharp. It's not a coincidence. I came to find Weiwei. But it seems I arrived just in time. He turned to Lin Weiwei with a complicated look in his eyes. Is this what you call an emergency? Lin Weiwei wanted to explain, but Lu Zixuan spoke first. President Gu, since you're here, it's a good time. There are some things you should know. Zixuan, no. Lin Weiwei hurriedly tried to stop him. But it was already too late. Lu Zixuan sneered and started to tell his twisted version. 5 years ago, Lin Weiwei deliberately approached you, disappeared after getting pregnant. Now she's back, entered the Gu family, and let the 2 children get close to you, all 4. For what? Gu Chenyu asked calmly, but his eyes had turned cold. For the Gu family's wealth and status, Lu Zixuan said proudly. She has been scheming against you from the start. Lin Weiwei's heart sank to the bottom. She looked at Gu Chenyu, trying to read his expression, but his face was as emotionless as a mask. Are you done? Gu Chenyu asked softly. Lu Zixuan was a bit surprised by his reaction. President Gu, you don't believe me? I can provide evidence. No need, Gu Chenyu interrupted him. Most of what you said is a lie. This time, Lu Zixuan was surprised.
You.
How do you know? Gu Chenyu sneered. Because I already knew the truth from 5 years ago. And I know why you made up this story. He turned to Lin Weiwei, his eyes softening.
Weiwei, I'm sorry.
I should have told you earlier, I already knew. Lin Weiwei looked at him in shock.
You.
You knew? Gu Chenyu nodded.
Yes.
Not long after I returned to the country, I started investigating what happened 5 years ago. I found the hotel records from back then and the surveillance footage from that night. He held her hand. I know it wasn't you who approached me willingly. It was me. I was in a bad state then, drinking too much at the bar, and you helped me. Tears welled up in Lin Weiwei's eyes. So he had known the truth all along. Then why? She choked out. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because I was afraid, Gu Chenyu said honestly. Afraid you would leave again out of embarrassment. I wanted to wait until our relationship was stable before talking about this. Lu Zixuan's face turned pale. This can't be true. That's very likely, Gu Chenyu said coldly, staring at him. Lu Zixuan, your company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and you desperately need the East City project to save it. So you used such disgraceful methods. Am I right? Lu Zixuan stepped back, clearly shocked that Gu Chenyu knew so much. Gu Chenyu continued, I not only know your motive, but I also know this isn't the first time you've done something like this. The leak in the South City project last time was your doing too, wasn't it? You have no proof. Lu Zixuan tried to stay calm. Oh, Gu Chenyu took out his phone. Do you want me to play a recording? Your conversation with Mr. Wang is quite interesting. Lu Zixuan's face turned pale. You were spying on me? It was just a proper business investigation, Gu Chenyu said coldly. Now you have 2 choices. Leave on your own and never come near Weiwei or my family again, or I'll hand the evidence to the police. Lu Zixuan clenched his teeth but finally chose the first option. Fine, I'll go. But Gu Chenyu, don't celebrate too soon. After throwing out his threat, he left the cafe in embarrassment. When only the 2 of them were left, Lin Weiwei still looked dazed. Is all this true? You really knew everything already? Gu Chenyu gently held her in his arms. Yes, Weiwei. I'm sorry, I should have told you earlier. I was just too afraid of losing you. Lin Weiwei leaned against him, tears streaming down her face. I was scared too, scared you'd believe him, scared you'd stop caring about me. Never, he said firmly. I love you, Weiwei. I love everything about you, including your past. At that moment, all their worries and fears disappeared. Lin Weiwei felt a deep sense of peace and happiness. So, she looked up with a tearful smile. You don't mind what happened 5 years ago? I do mind, Gu Chenyu said seriously. I mind that it was that night that brought me to you and gave us Tianyu and Tianxin, our two little treasures. That was the best surprise of my life. Lin Weiwei's heart completely melted. She gently kissed him, pouring all her love and gratitude into that moment. When Gu Chenyu returned to the company, he immediately took action. He not only secured the East City project but also quietly helped other business partners who might have been threatened by Lu Zixuan. In the evening, they picked up the children from school together. Tianyu keenly sensed that the atmosphere between the parents had changed. Mom, Uncle Gu, have you made up? He asked carefully. Gu Chenyu smiled and picked him up. We never really argued. We just solved a few small problems. Tianxin clapped happily. That's great. Will Uncle Gu come to our house tonight too? Not just tonight. Gu Chenyu looked at Lin Weiwei with love in his eyes. From now on, I will come every day until we become a real family. Lin Weiwei blushed and nodded, feeling very happy. At dinner, Gu Chenyu officially told the children, Tianyu, Tianxin, I want to talk to you about something. The two children looked at him seriously. Dad wants to marry Mom, so we can be a real family. What do you think? Tianxin cheered immediately. That's wonderful. I want to be a flower girl. Although Tianyu appeared calm, his eyes sparkled with excitement. I think it's okay. Lin Weiwei watched the scene with tears in her eyes. It was the family she had always dreamed of. That night, after the children went to sleep, Gu Chenyu officially proposed to Lin Weiwei. There was no fancy ring, no big scene, only sincere feelings. Weiwei, I know this might not be the most romantic proposal, but I promise to love you and the children for a lifetime. Will you marry me? Lin Weiwei nodded with tears. Yes, I will. Chenyu, I want to. They hugged and cried, feeling this precious happiness. But just as they were lost in their joy, Lin Weiwei's phone received a message from an unknown number. Do you think this is the end? The game has just begun. Her heart tightened, but this time, she was not afraid. She deleted the message and firmly held Gu Chenyu's hand. No matter what challenges lie ahead, as long as they are together, there is nothing to fear. The truth was clear now, and love had passed the test. All they needed was to walk hand in hand toward a happy future. Late at night, they slept in each other's arms, full of hope for tomorrow. After so many ups and downs, they could finally love openly and build a complete family. But they both knew that happiness was never easy to achieve. It takes protection, effort, and the cooperation of two people. And they are ready. After the proposal, Lin Weiwei and Gu Chenyu were happy and immersed in joy. They started planning their wedding and preparing for their future family life. On the weekend, they took the children to choose wedding dresses. Tianxin was excited, running around the bridal shop, curious about every dress. Mom, this one is so beautiful. Tianxin pointed at a princess-style wedding dress and shouted. Lin Weiwei gently patted her head. Do you like this one, sweetheart? Yes. Mom will look like a princess in it. Gu Chenyu held Tianyu and asked softly, which dress do you think looks best on Mom? Tianyu carefully examined each dress and finally pointed at a simple yet elegant style. This one suits Mom. It's not too flashy but looks very classy. Gu Chenyu looked surprised. I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Tianyu blushed slightly. I saw it in a fashion magazine. Lin Weiwei was touched and hugged her children. Thank you, my babies. I will think carefully. In the end, with advice from the wedding dress consultant, Lin Weiwei chose a dress that combined Tianxin's favorite princess elements and Tianyu's recommended simple style. When trying on the dress, Gu Chenyu's eyes widened. Weiwei, you look so beautiful. Lin Weiwei blushed and spun around. Really? Do I look good? It's not just good, he said affectionately. It's perfect. Tianxin clapped excitedly. Mom is the most beautiful bride in the world. Even Tianyu, usually calm, couldn't help but say, Mom, you really look great. At that moment, Lin Weiwei felt like the happiest person in the world. After choosing the dress, They went to pick rings. Gu Chenyu insisted on buying a special pair of wedding rings. They finally chose a custom-made set, with their family's initials engraved on the inside. Whether we wear rings or not, we'll always know we are a family, Gu Chenyu said gently. Lin Weiwei nodded, feeling full of happiness. But beneath the happiness, dark currents were still flowing. After that mysterious message, Lin Weiwei received strange emails and calls from unknown numbers. The messages were vague but unsettling. She tried to trace the source, but the other person was clearly very professional, using different fake numbers and IP addresses each time. Gu Chenyu noticed her unease and asked, Weiwei, is something bothering you lately? You look worried. Lin Weiwei hesitated but decided not to tell him. It's nothing, maybe just nerves before the wedding. Gu Chenyu didn't seem convinced but respected her choice. All right, but remember, you can tell me anything. To avoid worrying Gu Chenyu, Lin Weiwei decided to handle these issues herself. She contacted a friend who works in cybersecurity and asked him to investigate the source of the harassment. Meanwhile, the wedding preparations were in full swing. They decided to have a simple wedding and invite only close friends and family. I want to ask Suqing to be my maid of honor, Lin Weiwei told Gu Chenyu. She's my best friend. Gu Chenyu nodded. Of course. I'll ask Li Ming to be my best man. He's my most trusted brother. Li Ming was Gu Chenyu's college classmate and now a senior executive at Gu Corporation. They had a good relationship. The wedding was scheduled for a month later. The time was a bit tight, but neither of them wanted to wait any longer. After everything they had been through, they were eager to start their married life. One evening, Gu Chenyu received an urgent call and had to return to the company for an emergency. Lin Weiwei stayed home alone to take care of the children. After putting the kids to sleep, she received an encrypted email. The sender was anonymous, and the message was just one sentence. Do you know Gu Chenyu's secret? Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. What did that mean? Did Gu Chenyu have a secret? She tried to reply to the email, but it showed that the message failed to send. Clearly, the sender didn't want to be tracked. This email kept her awake all night. She knew Gu Chenyu well and believed he didn't have any terrible secrets, but that sentence felt like a thorn in her heart. The next day, Gu Chenyu came back looking very tired. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but cautiously ask, was last night's company issue complicated?
Gu Chenyu sighed.
It's a bit complicated, but I can handle it. Don't worry. His answer was vague, which made Lin Weiwei more uneasy. But she didn't press further, trusting that he would tell her when the time was right. As the wedding approached, the harassment messages she received became more frequent. Sometimes, she received silent late-night calls or anonymous, threatening letters. Both hinted that she did not understand Gu Chenyu's true nature. She began to suspect that this was not just Lu Zixuan's revenge. It seemed that a stronger force was behind everything. One day, she received an unexpected call from old Master Gu. Miss Lin, I heard you're going to marry Chenyu. His voice sounded calm. Yes, Mr. Gu, Lin Weiwei replied nervously.
I want to meet you, he said.
There are some things about Chenyu that I think you should know. Her heart raced. Did old Master Gu know about those harassment messages? Or did he really have some secret about Gu Chenyu to tell her? They arranged to meet the next afternoon. After hanging up, Lin Weiwei felt mixed emotions. On one hand, she wanted to know the truth. On the other, she was afraid to find out. That evening, Gu Chenyu noticed her unusual behavior. Weiwei, what's wrong today? You look worried. Lin Weiwei hesitated but decided to tell him. Your father called me today and said he wanted to tell me something about you. Gu Chenyu's face suddenly turned serious. Did he say what he wanted to tell you? No, he just said there are some things I should know. Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment, then said seriously, Weiwei, I know my father might want to tell you something. But I hope you can trust me. Whatever he says, let me explain first. His reaction made Lin Weiwei more uneasy. Chenyu, are you really hiding something from me? Gu Chenyu held her hand. Everyone has a past, Weiwei. I do have some things I haven't told you, but it's not because I don't trust you. It's just not the right time. Is the time now? Lin Weiwei looked directly into his eyes. Gu Chenyu took a deep breath. Once I finish some things at the company, I will tell you everything. I promise before the wedding. Seeing his sincere eyes, her doubts eased a little. Okay, I believe you. But deep inside, she still felt a little uneasy. The next day, she went to meet old Master Gu as scheduled. The meeting place was an elegant, quiet tea house. Old Mr. Gu has arrived. He looks a bit older than the last time they met, but his eyes are still sharp. Miss Lin, please sit, he said, gesturing. After sitting down, Lin asked directly, Mr. Gu, what do you want to tell me? Old Mr. Gu slowly brewed his tea and said, First, I want to congratulate you and Chin Yu. He looks very happy, which is rare. Thank you, Lin replied cautiously. But, the old man continued, marriage is not just about two people, especially in the Gu family. There are some things you need to know. He handed her a document. This is some records from Chun Yu's youth. I think you should look at it. Lin took the file, her heart pounding. What could be inside? She opened it and saw medical records and police reports. The records showed that Chun Yu had received treatment for serious emotional issues when he was young and once nearly hurt someone out of control. Lin's hands started to shake. Is this true? Old Mr. Gu nodded.
Yes.
After his mother passed away, he went through a very difficult time. These records are from that period. He looked at Lin seriously. I want to ask you, are you really ready to accept him like this? Emotional problems can be inherited, they might affect children, and they could relapse under stress. Lin was overwhelmed. She had never thought Chin Yu had such a past. Why are you telling me this? She asked, trembling. Because you have the right to know, Mr. Gu said. The lady of the Gu family needs to be strong enough to handle anything. I don't want these issues to cause conflicts after your marriage. Lin was silent for a long time. Finally, she looked up with a firm gaze. Thank you for telling me. But I love Chin Yu. All of him. I believe he has already overcome his past shadows. Old Mr. Gu seemed a bit surprised by her reaction. Are you sure? This is not a small matter. I am sure, Lin said firmly. And I believe Chin Yu will tell me everything himself. He promised. The old man nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes.
Good.
You are stronger than I thought. After leaving the tea room, Lin felt very complicated inside. She knew that old Mr. Gu might have had good intentions, but this way made her feel uneasy. That evening, when Gu Chenyu returned, Lin Weiwei immediately told him about their meeting. Gu Chenyu's face turned pale. Did he show you those records? Yes, Lin Weiwei held his hand. Chenyu, you don't need to explain anything. I believe in you and in our love. Gu Chenyu was moved and hugged her. Thank you, Weiwei. But I need to tell you everything. He honestly shared his struggles when he was young, the trauma from his mother's passing, and how he gradually overcame his shadow through therapy and self-adjustment. Those records are from over 10 years ago, he said seriously. I haven't had emotional outbursts in a long time. But I admit I still feel anxious sometimes under pressure. Lin Weiwei gently stroked his face. Everyone has their own struggles, Chenyu. What's important is that we are together now and can support each other. Gu Chenyu looked at her with deep affection. It's so good to have you, Weiwei. You make me a better person. They embraced, and the barriers in their hearts completely disappeared. However, just as they thought everything was improving, a new crisis was quietly approaching. The next day, Lin Weiwei received a mysterious call. The voice was processed. Miss Lin, do you think knowing Gu Chenyu's secret is the end? There are bigger secrets waiting for you. Lin Weiwei's heart sank.
Who are you?
What do you want? The other person sneered. You'll find out soon. Remember, some marriages are destined not to be blessed. The call suddenly ended, leaving Lin Weiwei alone to face the unknown fear. Dark currents flowed beneath, and a new storm was brewing. This time, the threat seemed to come from someone closer. The day after the proposal, Lin Weiwei and Gu Chenyu started preparing for the wedding in a hurry. Although time was tight, they both wanted to give the children a complete family as soon as possible. Gu Chenyu handled all the wedding details, from venue decoration to guest list, personally overseeing every step. Lin Weiwei focused on choosing the wedding dress and the children's small outfits. Tianyu and Tianxin were full of excitement for the upcoming wedding. However, beneath the happy surface, Dark currents were stirring. The mysterious harassment messages not only continued, but became more intense, more detailed, and more threatening. You think he really loves you? On your wedding day, you'll find out the truth. It's not easy to be the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Are you ready to pay the price? The secret from 5 years ago is more complicated than you think. Do you really know that man? These messages haunted Lin Weiwei like ghosts, making her unable to sleep. She tried to find out where they came from, but the sender was very professional, using different fake numbers and encrypted channels each time. Gu Chenyu also noticed her unease. Weiwei, is something bothering you lately? You always seem restless. Lin Weiwei's fingers trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and decided not to face everything alone. Chenyu, I have received some strange messages and emails recently. Gu Chenyu immediately put down his documents and gently held her hand. What did they say? Let me see. Lin Weiwei handed him her phone. Gu Chenyu looked through the messages one by one, his brow furrowing more and more, his face growing darker. When did this start? His voice was serious and low. Not long after we decided to get married, Lin Weiwei whispered. At first, it was vague like a prank, but recently, it's become more specific and targeted. Gu Chenyu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Why didn't you tell me sooner? We agreed to face everything together. Lin Weiwei lowered her head, her voice trembling. I didn't want you to worry. You've been so tired with the wedding and the company.
And some of the messages mentioned your past.
I was afraid. Afraid of what? Gu Chenyu lifted her chin and looked into her eyes. Afraid I believe those lies? Or afraid I have some secret I haven't told you? Tears welled up in Lin Weiwei's eyes. I trust you, Chenyu. I've never doubted your love for me. But I really don't understand why someone is targeting us like this. Gu Chenyu thought for a moment. It might be remnants of Lu Zixuan's group, or other people with bad intentions. He held her hand gently. From now on, don't act alone. I'll send someone to protect you and the children. Lin Weiwei nodded gratefully. Thank you, Chenyu. However, the other person's harassment methods were much more clever than they seemed. The next day, Lin Weiwei received an anonymous package containing a carefully prepared stack of photos. The photos showed Gu Chenyu and a graceful, unfamiliar woman talking closely in various places, dining by candlelight, admiring art together at a gallery, and even sharing a farewell hug outside a hotel. Each photo was clearly dated, exactly 3 months ago, when they had just confirmed their relationship and were in the happiest time of their love. Lin Weiwei's fingers turned cold as she looked through the photos, her heart feeling as if it was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. Gu Chenyu in the photos smiled gently, with focused eyes, just like when he looked at her. Suddenly, her phone rang with an unknown number. Are you satisfied with the photos? This is just the appetizer. Lin Weiwei forced herself to stay calm. What do you want? The other person chuckled softly. Just want you to see the truth. A man like Gu Chenyu, how could he be loyal to you? After hanging up, Lin Weiwei tremblingly dialed Gu Chenyu's number. When he answered, her voice almost broke.
Chenyu.
Can you come back home now? I received some things. Gu Chenyu rushed home within half an hour. When he saw the scattered photos on the coffee table, his face turned pale instantly. He picked up one photo, his hand trembling slightly. Weiwei, these are fake. You have to believe me. Lin Weiwei's voice was trembling with tears.
But
these photos look so real, and your interaction seems so natural. Gu Chenyu hurriedly looked through the photos, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Look here. In this restaurant photo, I'm wearing that dark blue suit, but that suit was custom-made in Italy and was delivered to me just last week. He pointed at another photo. And this gallery picture, I'm wearing a watch that my father gave me last week for my birthday. It's impossible for me to appear in these photos 3 months ago. Lin Weiwei examined the photos carefully, and indeed, as he said, they matched. She let out a breath of relief, but her unease deepened. The other side even considered these details. Who could be so meticulous to set us up like this? Gu Chenyu's eyes sharpened. I will find out. Weiwei, leave this to me. He immediately contacted cybersecurity experts and private detectives to thoroughly investigate the source of the harassment messages. Meanwhile, the wedding preparations continued. To ensure safety, Gu Chenyu strengthened security measures to protect the wedding day. The day before the wedding, while trying on her wedding dress, Lin Weiwei received a call from a number labeled Su Qing. She happily answered, but heard a completely unfamiliar female voice. Lin Weiwei. The voice was cold and elegant, with a condescending tone. For tomorrow's wedding, I suggest you think carefully about canceling. Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly jumped. She instinctively clenched her phone.
Who are you?
Why are you using Su Qing's number? The other person chuckled softly, a sound that sent chills down her spine. I am an old acquaintance of Gu Chenyu. There are some things about him I think you have the right to know since it concerns your life. Say whatever you need to say over the phone. Lin Weiwei tried to stay calm. It's hard to explain everything over the phone, the voice said with a teasing tone. If you really want to know what kind of person Gu Chenyu is, come to Hilton Hotel, room 1808, at 8 o'clock tonight. Remember, come alone. The call ended, and Lin Weiwei's heart sank. Room 1808 at Hilton Hotel, this number was like a key, unlocking memories of a night 5 years ago. It was definitely no coincidence. She immediately tried to call Gu Chenyu, but the calls went straight to voicemail several times. When she called his office, the secretary said he had an urgent meeting in the afternoon and left without giving further details. A strong sense of unease took hold of Lin Weiwei. She contacted the bodyguard team arranged by Gu Chenyu, devised a detailed protection plan, and decided to go to this mysterious meeting. At exactly 8 p.m., Lin Weiwei stood in front of room 1808 at Hilton Hotel. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The door slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged woman dressed in a Chanel suit with an elegant demeanor. She appeared to be about 35, well-maintained, and exuded a natural sense of superiority. Lin Weiwei felt she recognized her, but couldn't recall where she had seen her before. Miss Lin, you're punctual. The woman smiled slightly and stepped aside. Please come in. The room setup almost made Lin Weiwei's heart stop. Every detail, from the color of the curtains to the arrangement of the sofa, even the crystal bedside lamp, was exactly the same as 5 years ago. This deliberate restoration made her feel chills. Who are you? Lin Weiwei asked directly, trying to keep her voice calm. The woman sat gracefully on the sofa, crossing her legs, and gave a meaningful smile. My name is Shin Meng. I am Gu Chenyu's former fiancé. Lin Weiwei's heart sank. She finally remembered. This woman was Gu Chenyu's girlfriend in college, but they broke up for some reason. What do you want from me? Lin Weiwei stayed calm. Shin Meng gently swayed her wine glass, showing a knowing smile. I'm here to tell you some truths Gu Chenyu would never tell you. Do you know why he chose to marry you? Because we love each other. Lin Weiwei's voice was firm, but her fingers unconsciously clenched. Love, Shin Meng sneered coldly. My dear, do you really think a man like Gu Chenyu would truly love an ordinary designer? The Gu family heir needs a marriage based on family ties, not true love. She stood elegantly, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city night. Gu Chenyu only needs a suitable wife, someone from a good family background, decent looks, able to have children, take care of the home, and behave properly in social settings. And you meet all these conditions. Lin Weiwei shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. I don't believe it. Chenyu isn't like that. He is sincere with me. Oh, Shin Meng turned around, her eyes filled with pity. Then tell me, why has he never mentioned my existence? Why has he never told you that we almost got married? Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly sank. Indeed, Gu Chenyu had never mentioned any ex-girlfriends, let alone a former fiancé who almost married him. Shin Meng continued slowly, her voice like the most delicate poison. We broke up not because I didn't want him, but because the Gu family disapproved. Old Master Gu needed a daughter-in-law from a good family, and although I come from a good family, I didn't meet the Gu family standards. She slowly approached Lin Weiwei, her perfume faintly lingering. Do you think you're special? No, you just happened to appear when he was being pressured by his family to get married, and you even had a lovely child with him. It was like a perfect solution falling from the sky. Lin Weiwei's face turned pale, but she still insisted. You're lying. Chenyu is not like that. Really? Shinmeng took out a delicate folder from her Hermes bag, her movements elegant, as if she were displaying a piece of art. Then take a look at this. It's a prenuptial agreement prepared by Gu Chenyu's lawyer, and the terms are quite interesting. Lin Weiwei trembled as she opened the folder. Inside was a thick prenuptial agreement with harsh clauses. She was required to quit her job immediately after marriage, have another child within 5 years, follow strict family rules at social events, and even the child's education was detailed. The coldest part was that the agreement clearly stated she would get almost nothing if they divorced. This can't be. Lin Weiwei's voice broke, and the agreement in her hands felt incredibly heavy. Shinmeng looked at her with sympathy. I understand how you feel. I almost signed such an agreement myself once. Luckily, I woke up in time. Suddenly, the door burst open. Gu Chenyu stormed in, his face pale with anger. Shinmeng, what are you doing here? He shouted. Shinmeng remained calm. I'm just telling Miss Lin some things she should know. Gu Chenyu snatched the agreement from Lin Weiwei's hands, looked at it, and his face changed drastically. This is forged. Weiwei, you have to believe me. Lin Weiwei looked at him, full of confusion and pain. Then why have you never told me you had an ex-girlfriend? Why have you never mentioned any of this? Gu Chenyu took a deep breath. Because I thought none of it mattered anymore. Shinmeng and I ended things long ago, and it was a very unpleasant ending. He turned to Shinmeng. What do you want? You planned this 5 years ago, and now you're trying to ruin my happiness again. Shinmeng's face changed slightly. Plan this? Gu Chenyu, clarify what you're saying. Do I need to say more? Gu Chenyu sneered. 5 years ago, in this room, you drugged me, trying to force me to marry you. Luckily, I discovered it in time and didn't let you succeed. Lin Weiwei looked at the two in shock. What is really going on here? Shinmeng's face turned pale. You. How did you find out? Because I investigated later, Gu Chenyu said coldly. You drugged my drink and planned all this. Luckily, I was still somewhat clear-headed and left in time. He held Lin Weiwei's hand. Weiwei, the reason I acted that night 5 years ago was because I was drugged. I never told you because I felt ashamed. Lin Weiwei's mind was in chaos. Is this the truth about 5 years ago? Suddenly, Shinmeng burst into laughter. Gu Chenyu, you're right, but so what? Do you think Lin Weiwei truly loves you? She turned to Lin Weiwei. Do you know how much property the Gu family has? Do you understand what it means to be Mrs. Gu? Do you really think love can conquer all? Lin Weiwei looked at Gu Chenyu, and then at Shinmeng, suddenly understanding something. Miss Shen, she said calmly, I don't love the Gu family's wealth or the title of Mrs. Gu. I love Gu Chenyu as a person, regardless of his money or status. She held Gu Chenyu's hand. What happened 5 years ago was an accident, but Tianyu and Tianxin are gifts from heaven. Now, we truly love each other, and that is enough. Gu Chenyu looked at her moved. Weiwei. Shinmeng's face darkened. You are so naive. The Gu family will never accept you. We already have their blessing, Gu Chenyu said firmly. My father has accepted Weiwei and the children. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. Old Mr. Gu stood in the doorway, looking serious. Shinmeng, enough. His voice was firm and unquestionable. Shinmeng looked at him in surprise. Uncle Gu, I've investigated what happened 5 years ago. Old Mr. Gu said. You planned against Chenyu, trying to force him into marriage. Now you want to ruin his happiness again. Do you think I will allow that? Shinmeng's face turned deathly white. I was just, there's nothing just about it. Old Mr. Gu said coldly. If you leave now, I won't pursue this. Otherwise, Shinmeng clenched her teeth and finally lowered her head and left. Only 3 people remained in the room. Old Mr. Gu looked at Lin Weiwei. Miss Lin, I'm sorry for frightening you. I already knew about Shinmeng's situation, but I didn't expect her to do this. Lin Weiwei shook her head. It's okay, Mr. Gu. I just need some time to process everything. Gu Chenyu looked at her nervously. Weiwei, are you okay? Lin Weiwei took a deep breath. I need some quiet time. She left the hotel alone, feeling mixed emotions. Tonight's truth was shocking, and she needed time to clear her mind. Gu Chenyu didn't follow her. He understood she needed space. Back home, the children were already asleep. Lin Weiwei sat alone in the living room, thinking about everything that happened tonight. The truth from 5 years ago, Shen Meng's scheme, Mr. Gu's changing attitude. Everything felt like a dream. But one thing was certain. She loved Gu Chenyu and believed his feelings for her were real. Late at night, Gu Chenyu came over. He didn't knock. He just stood quietly outside the door. When Lin Weiwei opened it, she saw worry and love in his eyes. Weiwei, he softly said, whatever decision you make, I respect it. But I want you to know, my love for you is real. Lin Weiwei looked at him and suddenly smiled. I know. I love you too, Chenyu. They hugged and cried, and all doubts and worries disappeared in that embrace. The next day, the wedding went as planned. No surprises, no interruptions, only happiness and blessings. As Lin Weiwei walked in her wedding dress toward Gu Chenyu, she saw tears in his eyes. The ring-bearers, Tianyu and Tianxin, smiled like angels. Among friends and family, they exchanged vows and rings, officially becoming husband and wife. I love you, Weiwei, Gu Chenyu whispered before kissing her. I love you too, Chenyu, Lin Weiwei happily replied. After the wedding, Gu Chenyu told her some news. Shen Meng has left the city. My father arranged for her to go abroad to the branch office, and she won't come back. Lin Weiwei nodded. I hope she finds her happiness. But just when they thought everything was calm, Lin Weiwei's phone received a new message. The game isn't over. Congratulations on becoming Mrs. Gu, but the real test has just begun. The sender was anonymous, and the message was unsettling. Lin Weiwei deleted the message and held Gu Chenyu's hand tightly. No matter what challenges the future may bring, as long as they are together, there is nothing to fear. Amid the joy of the wedding, underlying tensions still linger. But this time, they are ready to face everything. At 6:30 a.m., Gu Chenyu was already in the CEO's office on the 88th floor of Gu Group. The morning light streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long golden shadows on the smooth, mirror-like Italian marble floor. He held a cup of black coffee, gazing beyond the glass wall to overlook the waking city below. The office door was gently knocked. Assistant Li Ming entered quietly, carrying a stack of documents. He moved softly as he spoke. CEO, the final plan for the Nebula project is ready. He carefully placed the thick file on the desk, his tone serious. Gu Chenyu turned around and opened the file with long, slender fingers. The Nebula project, Gu Group's most important tech initiative this year, with an investment of billions, aimed at developing the next-generation AI cloud computing platform. Everyone in the industry knew this project was extremely difficult, almost considered impossible to complete. Has the team been decided? Gu Chenyu's eyes scanned the list of team members, pausing slightly when he saw a certain name. Technical Director recommended Manager Lin Weiwei. Li Ming answered cautiously. She performed very well in the last project, but what? Gu Chenyu looked up sharply, his eyes piercing. Li Ming lowered his voice. There are people arranged by the old master in the team. Vice President Wang specifically inserted his nephew, Wang Mingyuan, claiming it was for learning and training, but in reality, he was an informant. Gu Chenyu understood this well. Since his relationship with Lin Weiwei grew closer, the old master had been placing people everywhere, under the guise of assistants, but really to monitor. Send out the notice. There will be a project kickoff meeting at 9 o'clock. Gu Chenyu closed the file firmly. Lin Weiwei will be the project leader. In the project meeting room, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed like it could be squeezed out. Over 20 team members sat around a long conference table, all skilled tech experts. But at this moment, their faces showed the same expressions, doubt and distrust. Lin Weiwei stood in front of the projection screen, dressed simply in a gray suit skirt, making her look even slimmer. She could feel the weight of their gazes, doubt, scrutiny, and even some amusement. Colleagues, starting today, the Nebula project is officially launched. Her voice was clear and firm, even though her palms were slightly sweaty. I know this project is difficult, but because it is hard, we need to work together even more. A few people chuckled dismissively. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses lazily spoke up. Manager Lin, I heard you used to work in traditional software development? The Nebula project is about AI cloud computing. Isn't that a big leap? This was Wang Mingyuan, an informant planted by old Master Gu. He deliberately emphasized the words, I heard, implying that Lin Weiwei got her position through connections. Lin Weiwei showed no sign of upset. She gently tapped her tablet and said, Manager Wang, you're right. That's why I've already invited Professor Zhang from Tsinghua Artificial Intelligence Research Institute to be our technical advisor. Also, before she finished, a sarcastic voice interrupted from the corner. Manager Lin, let's be honest. Everyone here knows how difficult the Nebula project is. You're a single mother, taking care of your child and managing such a big project. Do you have enough energy? Otherwise, the comment was quite rude, and the room fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Weiwei, waiting for her reaction. She took a deep breath and looked at everyone present. My personal life will not affect my work. As for my abilities, she smiled slightly. Let's see the results of the project. Just then, the door to the conference room opened. Gu Chenyu strode in confidently, his strong presence making the room feel cooler. It seems everyone is very interested in the Nebula project. His voice was calm but carried undeniable authority. I just overheard someone discussing Manager Lin's personal life. The person who spoke earlier turned pale. President, I didn't mean it like that. In this company, we only discuss workability. Gu Chenyu's gaze was cold. Manager Lin was personally appointed as the project leader. Anyone with objections can raise them now. The room went completely silent. Gu Chenyu turned to Lin Weiwei, his expression softening slightly. Manager Lin, please continue. Lin Weiwei gratefully looked at him and refocused on the project. All right, let's discuss the technical architecture. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. Lin Weiwei explained the project plan, technical challenges, and solutions in detail. Her professionalism and clear organization gradually made some skeptical voices disappear. However, Wang Mingyuan always had a half smile on his face and occasionally asked tricky questions. After the meeting, when everyone else had left, Wang Mingyuan deliberately slowed down. He approached Lin Weiwei and lowered his voice. Manager Lin, you are really talented for your age. But some things are better left alone, don't you think? Lin Weiwei calmly packed her files. Manager Wang, feel free to speak directly. Wang Mingyuan smiled knowingly. The Yunqing project concerns the future of the Gu family, and the old master cares a lot. I hope Manager Lin will be careful, watching his back as he left. Lin Weiwei sighed softly. She knew this was just the beginning of a tough fight. At the end of the workday, Lin Weiwei was the last to leave the office. She took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, tiredly massaging her temples, heading toward her car. Wait a moment. A familiar voice called from behind. Gu Chenyu stepped out of the shadows, with a caring look. You worked hard today. Just okay. Lin Weiwei forced a smile. I didn't expect the project to be so difficult. Gu Chenyu looked at her intently. If the pressure is too much, I can find someone else. No need. Lin Weiwei immediately shook her head. I can handle it. A silence grew between them. Under the dim parking lot lights, Gu Chenyu's gaze was especially deep. I'm sorry about Wang Mingyuan. The old master. I understand, Lin Weiwei interrupted him. Work is like this. You encounter this kind of thing everywhere. Gu Chenyu suddenly stepped closer, close enough to smell each other's breath. If you have any difficulties, just come to me. His voice was soft but serious, leaving no room for doubt. Lin Weiwei's heart beat faster involuntarily. She could feel the warmth and concern in his eyes. Thank you. She lowered her head, hiding her cheeks that had suddenly turned red. I will. At that moment, a phone ringing broke the intimate atmosphere. Lin Weiwei answered the call. It was Tanu. Mom, when will you come home? Today, the kindergarten teacher praised me. Her son's cheerful voice came through the phone. A gentle smile appeared on Lin Weiwei's face. Good boy. Mom will be home soon. She hung up the phone and looked at Gu Chenyu. The kids are asking me to come home. Gu Chenyu's expression softened. I'll take you. No need, I can drive myself. Lin Weiwei politely declined. See you tomorrow. She watched her car leave the parking lot, and Gu Chenyu stood there for a long time without moving. His phone rang. It was his father calling. Chinyu, I heard the Cloud Star project has started? His father's voice came through the receiver, firm and commanding. Wang Mingyuan is a good kid, right? Give young people more chances. Gu Chinyu's eyes turned cold. Grandpa, I have my own plans for the project. Haha, you're too competitive, his father said with a hint of meaning in his voice. I heard Manager Lin is very capable, but she's just a woman, balancing work and kids. She might find it hard. She is very capable, Gu Chinyu said firmly. I trust her. That's good, his father continued. Let's have dinner with Miss Qin this weekend. The Qin group is very important to us. Gu Chinyu clenched his phone so tightly his knuckles turned white. Grandpa, I already said, it's settled, his father interrupted without giving him a chance to refuse. This weekend at 7 p.m., Yun Cloud Restaurant. Don't forget. The call ended. Gu Chinyu stood there, his face dark. He knew this was more than just a dinner. Qin Yurua, the daughter of the Qin group, was the ideal granddaughter-in-law in his grandfather's eyes. This matchmaking dinner had been arranged long ago. The Cloud Star project was not just a business venture, it had become a game of strategy between him and his grandfather. Lin Weiwei, unintentionally, had become the center of this game. Gu Chinyu took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Li Ming, help me check all of Wang Mingyuan's background. Yes, detailed. After hanging up, he looked toward the exit of the parking lot, his expression complicated. The Cloud Star project was very difficult, but the bigger challenge was just beginning. He pushed open the door to his home, which was almost 8 o'clock. The sensor light in the hallway turned on automatically. The smell of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a hint of braised pork filled the air. Lin Weiwei kicked off her high heels and rubbed her sore ankles. Mom. 2 small figures ran into the living room. Tianxin was running so fast she almost tripped, while Tianyu was steady, holding a half-used pencil in his hand. Are the children behaving well today? Lin Weiwei crouched down and hugged each of the kids. Tianxin chattered about funny things from kindergarten, while Tianyu quietly helped Mom with the slippers. Seeing the 2 children, Lin Weiwei's exhaustion from the day eased a lot. At dinner, Tianyu suddenly asked, Mom, are you very busy lately? Lin Weiwei was surprised. Why do you ask? Tianyu blinked. Because you've been coming home late and look very tired. The children's sharp observation made Lin Weiwei feel both touched and sad. Mom is working on an important project, so she's busy. But it's okay, I can handle it. Tianxin interrupted. Is it the Nebula project? I heard Uncle Gu mention that name on the phone today. Lin Weiwei looked at her daughter in surprise. When did you hear that? Uncle Gu came to see us this afternoon, Tianyu explained. He brought our favorite cake and played with us for a while. Lin Weiwei's heart fluttered. Uncle Gu came to see the kids? He never mentioned it before. Tianyu continued. Uncle Gu seems worried about this project. He said it's very difficult and asked how you are doing lately. Lin Weiwei ate her dinner in silence, feeling a mix of emotions. Uncle Gu's concern warmed her, but the pressure of the project and workplace challenges also weighed heavily on her. After dinner, she put the children to bed and sat alone in the study, staring at the project plan on her computer screen. The technical difficulties of the Nebula project were many, especially in the core algorithms, where current solutions had flaws. She needed a breakthrough, but it required time and inspiration. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Uncle Gu. Don't push yourself too hard with the project. Call me if you need anything. The short message warmed her heart. She hesitated for a moment and replied, Thank you. The kids said you visited today and brought cake. Thanks. Almost immediately, Uncle Gu called. Are the kids asleep? His voice was deep and gentle through the phone. Just fell asleep, Lin Weiwei answered softly. Thanks for coming today and for the cake. Today, I just happened to pass by and suddenly wanted to see them. Lin Weiwei could hear a hint of uncertainty in his voice, which surprised her. Usually confident and decisive, President Gu also has moments like this. They really like you to visit them, Lin Weiwei honestly said. Tianyu even drew a picture to give to you. Gu Chinyu's voice sounded happier. Really? Then I must come see it tomorrow. They talked for a while about the children, and the atmosphere was relaxed and natural. Before hanging up, Gu Chinyu suddenly said, Weiwei, remember, "You're not fighting alone." This made Lin Weiwei's eyes slightly tear up. She softly replied, "I know." "Thank you, Chinyu." After ending the call, Lin Weiwei looked at the night sky outside the window and took a deep breath. Yes, she was not fighting alone. She had children to protect, people who cared about her, and a strong will to prove herself. The Star Cloud project was difficult, with many hidden dangers in the workplace, but Lin Weiwei had never been someone to give up easily. She opened her computer and began to review the project plan again. Under the light, her side profile was firm and focused, as if she was ready to face any challenge. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Wang Mingyuan was reporting to Old Master Gu. Lin Weiwei does have some ability, but the difficulty of the Star Cloud project is obvious. "She probably can't finish it," Wang Mingyuan said over the phone. "And her relationship with the CEO is quite unusual." The old master's deep voice came from the phone. "Keep observing. When necessary, create some trouble for her." Wang Mingyuan smiled proudly. "Understood. Rest assured, I know what to do." The Star Cloud project, which seemed like an ordinary business venture, had unknowingly become a game of hidden currents. Lin Weiwei was at the center of this game, but she was unaware. The first technical discussion of the Star Cloud project team was tense, like a string pulled tight in the meeting room. A long conference table was filled with key technical staff. Some were twirling pens, others staring silently at their computer screens, and some unscrewing and their thermos cups. Yet no one spoke first. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Weiwei in front of the whiteboard. Their gazes showed doubt, scrutiny, and a hint of waiting to see a good show. Engineer Zhang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and gently tapped the table twice before speaking slowly. "Manager Lin, I don't mean to criticize, but your technical structure." He paused deliberately. The room fell silent, and the only sound was the air conditioner. "It looks feasible on paper, but when put into practice, I'm afraid there could be big problems." Lin Weiwei kept a calm face, unconsciously twirling her pen. "Engineer Zhang, just tell me, what specific part has issues?" "Data synchronization." Zhang leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. "Your distributed cache design works okay normally, but when the load increases, data inconsistency problems appear. We're working on financial-grade applications, and if such issues happen, it could lead to serious accidents." A low murmur of discussion arose in the room. Wang Mingyuan sat in the corner, with a faint, almost hidden smile on his face. Lin Weiwei walked to the whiteboard, spinning her marker in her hand, making a soft clicking sound. "The problem Zhang pointed out is indeed critical," she said as she started drawing on the board. The pen moved smoothly, making a rustling sound. "I have a new idea." Soon, a complex architecture diagram appeared on the whiteboard, with clean, sharp lines. "We can use multi-version concurrency control, combining timestamps and version numbers to ensure data consistency. Plus, we add an asynchronous check in the background for double insurance." Zhang's expression relaxed slightly, but remained serious. "This solution is theoretically possible, but very difficult to implement. It requires precise time synchronization and complex conflict resolution algorithms. I've already completed a prototype algorithm." Lin Weiwei opened her laptop and connected it to the projector. "This is a simulation I wrote last night, showing how it performs under millions of concurrent users." Lines of code appeared on the screen, and the results showed the new plan performed excellently in the simulation. The room quieted, only the sound of keyboard tapping and program running. Zhang studied the data carefully, his brow gradually relaxing. "This algorithm is quite interesting. Is this your own design?" "Yes," Lin Weiwei nodded. "It's based on an open-source project I researched while working abroad, but I made significant improvements." Suddenly, Wang Mingyuan interrupted. "Manager Lin, I heard that your main work abroad was front-end development. Are you sure you can handle such complex back-end algorithms?" His question was quite blunt, making the atmosphere in the meeting room tense again. Lin Weiwei turned to Wang Mingyuan, speaking calmly but firmly. "Manager Wang, technical skills are not judged by hearsay. If you have doubts about my algorithm, we can discuss the technical details on the spot." She walked to the whiteboard and explained each part of the algorithm in detail. From choosing data structures, to implementing concurrency control, to handling exceptions, Her explanation was clear and easy to understand. Zhang Gong's expression changed from doubt to admiration, and he occasionally nodded in agreement. Other technical staff also started taking notes seriously, asking some technical questions, which Lin Weiwei answered one by one with clear thinking and logical reasoning. The discussion lasted for 2 hours. When Lin Weiwei finished explaining the last technical challenge, the room broke into scattered applause, gradually turning into more enthusiastic applause. Zhang Gong stood up and extended his hand to Lin Weiwei. "Manager Lin, I apologize for my earlier doubts. Your technical plan is truly excellent." Lin Weiwei shook his hand. "Zhang Gong, you're too kind. Technical discussions are meant to be a process of mutual learning. Your experience is also very valuable to me." Wang Mingyuan's face looked a bit unhappy, but he forced a faint smile. Manager Lin truly lives up to her reputation. After the meeting, Lin Weiwei returned to her office and let out a long breath. Although the discussion went smoothly, it drained a lot of her energy. She knew this was only the first hurdle, and more challenges awaited her ahead. Meanwhile, in Gu Chenyu's office, a discussion about project resources was underway. "President, the Yunhai project requires too many server resources." The IT director looked troubled. "The current server cluster is already running at full capacity. To meet the Yunhai project's needs, we need to triple the resources." Gu Chenyu frowned. "Budget isn't an issue. How long will procurement take?" "At least a month." The IT director shook his head. "And the installation and debugging of new equipment will also take time. Can Manager Lin wait?" Gu Chenyu was silent for a moment, then picked up the internal line phone. "Li Ming, please check if there are any idle server resources in the group recently." A few minutes later, Li Ming replied, "President, there is a batch of newly purchased servers in the tech park. They were originally meant for a new project and are currently unused, all assigned to the Nebula plan." Gu Chenyu ordered decisively. "Notify the tech park that the equipment will arrive this afternoon." The IT director looked at him in surprise. "President, those are for," I said, "for the Nebula plan." Gu Chenyu's tone was firm. "Prioritize any resources needed by Manager Lin. But what about other projects?" "Other projects can wait." Gu Chenyu stood up. "The Nebula plan is the company's top priority this year. All resources should be focused on it." "Understand." The IT director nodded repeatedly. "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." Gu Chenyu walked to the window, looking at the busy park below. He knew his decision might upset some people or even reach his father's ears. But he didn't care. The importance of the Nebula plan far outweighed idle gossip. More importantly, he believed in Weiwei Lin's ability. She deserved this support. The project team was working intensely. Weiwei Lin worked almost every night, studying technical plans and solving various problems. The team's attitude was gradually changing, from initial doubt to recognition, even some admiration. But challenges still remained. That afternoon, a difficult technical problem put the entire team in trouble. The performance of the data migration module never meets the requirements. Engineer Zhang frowned. "No matter how we optimize, the migration speed is 3 times slower than expected." The team discussed for a long time, proposing various solutions, but with limited results. Wang Mingyuan sat nearby, seemingly thinking, but with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Weiwei Lin stared at the code on the screen, her brows tightly furrowed. She knew that if this problem wasn't solved, the entire project would be delayed. "Let me see," she said, sitting at the computer and carefully analyzing the code. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, and the code kept scrolling on the screen. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew more tense. Some people started whispering, others shook their heads in frustration. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up. "I found it." The problem was with the way the data was being stored. She quickly fixed a few lines of code and ran the test. The data on the screen started scrolling rapidly, and the transfer speed clearly improved. "Great job," Engineer Zhang couldn't help but praise. "Manager Lin, how did you think of that?" Lin Weiwei smiled gently. "Actually, I encountered this problem before, in a project abroad. It took a long time to find the cause back then." She explained the root of the issue and the solution in detail. The team members listened carefully and nodded from time to time. However, Wang Mingyuan's face grew more and more displeased. After the meeting, Wang Mingyuan deliberately waited until everyone else left and then approached Lin Weiwei. Manager Lin, you're really impressive. You can solve such a rare problem. Lin Weiwei was packing her files without looking up. Manager Wang, you're too kind. It's just experience, but Wang Mingyuan lowered his voice. I heard that President Goose specially allocated a lot of resources for you. That kind of treatment isn't something most project managers get. Lin Weiwei paused briefly, but continued packing her things. The project needs support, so the president naturally provides it. If Manager Wang has nothing else, I'll go ahead and get busy. Watching her leave, Wang Mingyuan's expression darkened. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Old master, things are not looking good. Lin Weiwei's abilities are stronger than we thought. The team is already starting to recognize her. Yes, we need to take some measures. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Weiwei was still working overtime in her office. The children had called to urge her to go home, but she still had a technical problem to solve. The office door was gently knocked. Gu Chenyu entered carrying 2 cups of coffee. Still busy, Lin Weiwei looked up, a bit surprised. President? You haven't finished work yet? Your office light is still on, Gu Chenyu said, placing a cup of coffee on her desk. How's the progress on the Nebula project? Lin Weiwei took the coffee, feeling the warmth in her hands. Overall, it's going smoothly, but there are a few technical challenges to overcome. Gu Chenyu sat down in the chair opposite her. I heard you solved another big problem today. Engineer Zhang specifically told me to praise you. Lin Weiwei felt a little shy. Just good luck. I've encountered similar issues before. There's no need to be modest. Gu Chenyu looked at her and said, I know your abilities very well. They sat in silence for a moment, with only the hum of the computer fan in the office. Suddenly, Gu Chenyu asked, How are the kids? I haven't had time to visit them recently. They're doing well, but they keep talking about you. Lin Weiwei smiled. Tianyu even drew a picture to give to you. Gu Chenyu's lips curved slightly. I must see it tomorrow. What is it about? That's a secret. Lin Weiwei blinked. He wants to surprise you himself. Gu Chenyu chuckled softly, his eyes gentle. Lin Weiwei was different from her usual professional self, more playful and lively. If there are any problems with the project, tell me anytime. His voice was deep. Don't try to handle everything alone, Lin Weiwei nodded. Thank you. Actually, there is a problem I need your help with. We need to access the company's data lake, but the permission requests keep getting rejected, she said with some frustration. The IT department says it needs multiple approvals, which will take at least a week. Gu Chenyu immediately took out his phone. Li Ming, notify the IT department that the permissions for the Nebula Project's data lake need to be granted immediately. Yes, right now. After hanging up, he said to Lin Weiwei, It's resolved. For issues like this in the future, come directly to me. Lin Weiwei looked at him gratefully. Thank you, President. Call me Chenyu, he suddenly said. In private, there's no need to be so formal. Lin Weiwei was momentarily stunned, her heartbeat quickening. Okay.
Chenyu.
They exchanged a smile, and a subtle atmosphere filled the air. Just then, Lin Weiwei's phone rang. It was Tianyu calling. Mom, when will you come home? Her son's soft voice came through. Me and sister miss you. Lin Weiwei's heart softened instantly. Mom will be home soon. Can you wait a little longer, sweetheart? After hanging up, she looked apologetically at Gu Chenyu. The kids are urging me to go home. I'll take you. Gu Chenyu stood up. It's late and it's not safe. No need, I can drive. I insist, he said firmly. It's my way of thanking you for all your hard work on the project. Seeing his serious expression, Lin Weiwei finally nodded. All right then. Thank you. In the underground parking lot, Gu Chenyu opened the car door for Lin Weiwei. After she got in, he carefully adjusted the air conditioning temperature. Are you tired? Rest for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive. Lin Weiwei was indeed very tired. She leaned back and quickly fell asleep. Gu Chenyu slowed down the car, trying to drive smoothly. At the red light, he looked at the sleeping Lin Weiwei. Her face was peaceful, with long eyelashes casting soft shadows under her eyes, making her look much gentler than usual. A strange feeling of protectiveness filled Gu Chenyu's heart. He knew what the Nebula Project meant to Lin Weiwei. It was not just a project, It was her chance to prove herself and an important step in her career. He wanted to help her, protect her, and let her focus on showing her talent. When the car reached Lin Weiwei's home, she was still asleep. Gu Chenyu didn't want to wake her, so he quietly waited. The moonlight shone through the window onto her face, making her look very peaceful. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei's phone vibrated. She woke up groggily and saw it was a call from home. She quickly answered.
Mom.
Why haven't you come back yet? Tianxin's voice was trembling with tears. Brother has a stomach ache. Lin Weiwei immediately became alert.
What?
What happened to Tianyu? Gu Chenyu sat up straight. What's going on? Lin Weiwei nervously said. Tianyu's stomach hurts and it seems serious. Don't worry. I'll take you to the hospital, Gu Chenyu said quickly as he started the car. Go upstairs and check on him. I'll wait here for you. Lin Weiwei hurried out of the car and ran into the building. A few minutes later, she carried Tianyu down in a rush, with Tianxin following behind, worried on her small face. Gu Chenyu quickly got out of the car to help. Come on, get in. On the way to the hospital, Tianyu curled up in the back seat, looking pale. Lin Weiwei was so anxious that her eyes reddened, and she kept comforting her son. While driving, Gu Chenyu used the Bluetooth headset to call. Dr. Shun, it's me. There's a child with an emergency, severe stomach pain. Yes, we'll arrive at the hospital in 10 minutes. Please arrange for treatment. When they arrived, Dr. Shin and the medical team were already waiting at the emergency entrance. Seeing Gu Chenyu carrying the child, he immediately approached. Quick, this way. In the examination room, the doctor performed a detailed check on Tianyu. Lin Weiwei held her son's hand tightly, nervous. Gu Chenyu stood beside her silently, offering support. The test results came back quickly. It was acute appendicitis, and surgery was needed immediately. Lin Weiwei's face turned pale. Surgery? Don't worry, it's a small operation, Dr. Shun reassured her. Now we can do minimally invasive surgery and you'll recover quickly. The consent form was handed to Lin Weiwei, and her hands trembled a little. Gu Chenyu gently held her hand. Don't be afraid.
Dr.
Shun is the best surgeon. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath and signed her name. Watching her son being taken into the operating room, tears finally fell from her eyes. Gu Chenyu gently put his arm around her shoulders. It's okay. Tianyu is very strong. The waiting time felt very long. Lin Weiwei sat restlessly on the bench outside the operating room. Gu Chenyu stayed by her side, offering comfort now and then. Thank you, Lin Weiwei whispered. If it weren't for you, don't say that, Gu Chenyu interrupted. The child's health is the most important. Tianxin snuggled close to her mother and softly asked, Uncle Gu, will my brother get better? Gu Chenyu patted her head. Yes, he will get better very soon. An hour later, the door to the operating room opened. Dr. Shun came out, removing his mask. The surgery was successful. The child is fine. Lin Weiwei let out a deep breath, her legs feeling weak, almost collapsing. Gu Chenyu quickly supported her. Be careful. Tianyu was brought out still under anesthesia. His face was pale but breathing steadily. Lin Weiwei held her son's hand, tears flowing again. In the hospital room, Gu Chenyu helped arrange everything. By the time Tianyu was peacefully asleep, it was past 2 a.m. Stay with the child. I'll go now, Gu Chenyu softly said. Don't worry about the company tomorrow. I'll make arrangements. Lin Weiwei looked at him gratefully. Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, just a small favor. Gu Chenyu smiled slightly. Take good care of the child. Call me any time if you need anything. Watching his back as he left, a warm feeling filled Lin Weiwei's heart. In this difficult moment, having someone there to support her felt really good. Tianxin tugged at her mom's sleeve. Mom, Uncle Gu is really nice. Lin Weiwei stroked her daughter's head. Yes, Uncle Gu is very kind. Outside the window, the moonlight was gentle. During this long night, some things were quietly changing. For Lin Weiwei, this sudden crisis revealed a different side of Gu Chenyu and brought their relationship closer without her realizing. Tianyu's surgery was successful, but he needed to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Lin Weiwei took leave and stayed with him all day. Gu Chenyu visited every day, sometimes bringing fruit, sometimes toys, which always made Tianyu very happy. The project team's work did not stop because of Lin Weiwei's absence. Engineer Zhang temporarily managed daily tasks, but a major technical problem put the whole team in trouble. The performance issue with the data encryption modules still can't be solved, Zhang reported with a frown during a video call. We tried all common optimization methods, but the encryption speed still isn't fast enough. In the hospital room, Lin Weiwei was caring for Tianyu while attending the meeting. The encryption algorithm itself is fine. The problem might be with key management or memory allocation. We've already checked that. Another engineer interrupted. Key management follows standard procedures and memory has been optimized. But the performance just won't improve. Tianyu was quietly playing on his tablet when he suddenly looked up. Mom, are you talking about the encryption algorithm? Lin Weiwei patted his head. Yes, sweetheart. Mom is working. You can play by yourself for a while. But Tianyu's eyes sparkled. Yesterday, I saw an interesting algorithm in the programming book Uncle Gu gave me. It's called Butterfly Transform, and it might help speed up encryption. The team members on the video call all smiled. Engineer Zhang said gently, Little Tianyu is very smart, but our problem is quite complicated. Tianyu pouted confidently. I really know. That algorithm can use parallel computing to make encryption faster. He picked up his tablet and quickly drew a diagram. Look like this. Divide the data into small parts, encrypt them at the same time, then combine them. It can be much faster. Lin Weiwei initially glanced casually, but suddenly froze. The diagram Tianyu drew was simple, but the idea was very clear and hit the core of the problem. Wait, she said, picking up the tablet to look carefully. Tianyu, your idea. Engineer Zhang on the call also noticed. Manager Lin, let the child explain a bit more. You received encouragement and spoke more confidently. I saw in Uncle Gu's book that traditional encryption algorithms are processed one step at a time, but modern CPUs have multiple cores and can do many things at once. If we design the data splitting and synchronization well, the speed can be many times faster. As he spoke, he drew on his tablet and quickly outlined a complete technical plan. Although he used simple words and drawings suitable for a child, the main idea was very mature. The meeting room was very quiet. Everyone was amazed by the plan proposed by this 6-year-old child. Engineer Zhang was the first to react. Wow, this kid is a genius. Manager Lin, the idea he suggested is completely possible. Other engineers agreed. Yes. Why didn't we think of using parallel processing before? This data splitting idea is so clever. Lin looked at her son with pride and worry. She knew Yu was very smart, but she didn't expect him to understand technology so deeply. Sweetheart, where did you learn all this? She asked softly. You blinked. From Uncle Gu's book and some programming tutorials online. I found it interesting, so I started learning and playing. The team on the video call smiled, but their smiles carried respect. Engineer Zhang said seriously, Manager Lin, may I ask your son a few technical questions? So, in the hospital ward, a special technical discussion took place. On one side was the top technical team of Gu Group, and on the other was a 6-year-old child. You used simple but accurate words to answer the engineer's questions. Key synchronization can be solved like this. You drew diagrams on his tablet. Each data block uses a different key, but derived from a main key. This is both safe and efficient. And memory allocation? Would parallel processing cause memory fragmentation? We can use memory pool technology. You answered without hesitation, pre-allocate memory blocks and reuse them in a cycle. I saw this in a book about game programming. The discussion lasted over half an hour. Yu's suggestions made all the engineers see things clearly. Finally, Engineer Zhang sincerely thanked you. Little Yu, you helped us solve a big problem. Thank you. Yu happily smiled. You're welcome. I am happy to help my mom with her work. After the video call, Lin Weiwei hugged her son, feeling mixed emotions. She was proud of her son's intelligence, but also worried. Tianyu's talent was very obvious, and she wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. Baby, when did you start learning these things? She softly asked. Tianyu leaned into his mom's arms. Just recently. Uncle Gu bought me lots of books and taught me how to read code. I think it's way more interesting than kindergarten lessons. Lin Weiwei sighed. She knew she was busy with work and didn't pay enough attention to her child, but she didn't expect Tianyu to have learned so much on his own. At that moment, Gu Chenyu pushed the door open, carrying dinner. How's it going? I heard our little genius showed off today. Tianyu excitedly jumped off the bed. Uncle Gu, I helped Mom solve a technical problem. Gu Chenyu smiled and picked him up. I heard about it. Engineer Zhang called me specially to praise you. He said you're better than those engineers who have been working for over 10 years. Lin Weiwei looked at them with some helplessness. Chenyu, don't you think Tianyu is still too young? These technical things. Weiwei, Gu Chenyu put Tianyu down and looked seriously at her. Tianyu has this talent and we should encourage him, not hold him back. You know, many tech giants started out as talented kids in garages, but he's only 6. Age isn't the problem. Gu Chenyu gently patted Tianyu's head. What's important is his interest and talent. Tianyu likes this, and he's very talented. We should support him. Tianyu nodded strongly. Mom, I really like coding. It's more fun than playing with toys. Seeing his bright eyes, Lin Weiwei's heart softened. Maybe Gu Chenyu was right. She shouldn't restrict her child's development out of worry.
All right, she sighed.
But you have to promise me it won't affect your rest or health. I promise. Tianyu happily hugged his mom. Gu Chenyu brought dinner from her favorite restaurant. The three sat around a small table in the hospital room, eating together like a family. Don't worry about the project, Gu Chenyu told Lin Weiwei. Engineer Zhang and the team have already started implementing Tianyu's plan and the initial tests look very good. Lin Weiwei asked in surprise. So fast. Yes, everyone is very excited, Gu Chenyu said with a smile. Especially after learning that your son is the one who proposed the solution, the team morale has greatly improved. Now everyone is eager to make progress. Tianyu, while eating, asked, Uncle Gu, is there anything I can do to help? Gu Chenyu thought for a moment.
Well,
if you're willing, you can help us run some tests. We have an automated testing system, and you can try writing some test cases. Great, Tianyu clapped excitedly. I love writing tests. Lin Weiwei shook her head helplessly. You too. After dinner, Gu Chenyu played a programming game with Tianyu for a while Lin Weiwei handled some work emails. Under the warm light, the atmosphere in the ward was very cozy. Suddenly, Tianyu remembered something. He took a drawing from the bedside table. Uncle Gu, this is for you. The drawing showed a man and a boy, both colored with markers, sitting in front of a computer, surrounded by code and circuit diagrams. Although the drawing was simple, it was full of details. This is a picture of us, Tianyu said seriously. You teach me programming and actually, you understand everything, so I don't have much to teach you. Gu Chenyu took the drawing with gentle eyes. No, Tianyu, you've taught me a lot. You made me realize that sometimes the simplest ideas are the most effective solutions. He carefully stored the drawing. This is the best gift I've ever received. Tianyu smiled happily, then suddenly yawned. His body was still weak after surgery and easily tired. It's time to sleep, sweetheart, Lin Weiwei said as she covered her son with a blanket. Gu Chenyu stood up. I should go now. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. At the door of the ward, Lin Weiwei softly said, Thank you, Chenyu. Not just for the project, but also for Tianyu. Gu Chenyu looked at her. Weiwei, Tianyu is a special child. His talent might change many things. We should nurture him well. I know, Lin Weiwei nodded. But I'm a little worried. He's too special, and I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. Gu Chenyu gently held her hand. I'm here. I will protect you and support you. His hand was warm and strong, and Lin Weiwei's heart beat faster without her control. She looked up and met his deep eyes, forgetting to speak for a moment. Rest early, Gu Chenyu said softly as he let go. See you tomorrow. Watching his back as he left, Lin Weiwei's heart stayed restless for a long time. This man always appears when she needs him most, giving her support and strength. His care and guidance for Tianyu also moved her deeply. Back in the hospital room, Tianyu was already asleep, a sweet smile on his face. Lin Weiwei gently kissed her son's forehead, feeling a mix of emotions inside. She took out her phone and sent a message to Gu Chenyu. Thank you for everything. Good night. Soon a reply came. You're welcome. Good night, Weiwei. Seeing the words on the screen, a smile appeared on Lin Weiwei's face. Maybe some things are quietly changing. Maybe she can try to believe in Gu Chenyu and in the future. Outside the window, the moonlight was gentle. On this quiet night, some seeds were quietly beginning to sprout. For Lin Weiwei, her son's talent made her proud but also worried. But with Gu Chenyu's support, she felt that everything might get better. The next day, good news came from the project team. Thanks to Tianyu's parallel computing plan, the encryption module's performance increased 5 times, fully meeting the project requirements. Engineer Zhang specially made a video call to thank Tianyu on behalf of the whole team. On the screen, more than 10 engineers bowed to thank Tianyu, a scene both touching and a little funny. Tianyu shyly hid behind his mother, but his pride was obvious in his eyes. When Gu Chenyu arrived at the hospital, he brought a surprise, a high-end laptop. This is a gift for our technical advisor, he said with a smile to Tianyu. You can use it to learn and research. Tianyu's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Thank you, Uncle Gu. Lin Weiwei hesitated a little. Chenyu, this is too expensive. This is what Tianyu deserves, Gu Chenyu said seriously. The technical problems he solved for us are worth much more than this computer. He knelt down and said to Tianyu, but you have to promise, Uncle, that you can only use it for 2 hours each day and listen to your mom, okay? Tianyu nodded firmly. I promise. Looking at her son's happy face, Lin Weiwei finally decided not to refuse anymore. She knew that for Tianyu, this was not just a computer, but also a sign of approval and encouragement. In the afternoon, Gu Chenyu helped Tianyu try out the new computer and taught him some basic coding skills. Lin Weiwei watched from the side, feeling warm inside. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Wang Mingyuan calling. Manager Lin, I heard your son is a tech genius. Wang Mingyuan's tone was a bit strange. A mother of such talent. No wonder he's so impressive. Lin Weiwei frowned. Manager Wang, is there something you need? It's nothing, just wanted to show some respect. Wang Mingyuan chuckled. But I also want to remind you the project schedule is tight. You can't keep taking leave to stay with your child. Don't worry, Manager Wang, Lin Weiwei said calmly. Tianyu will be discharged tomorrow, and I will return to the company the day after. That's good. Wang Mingyuan paused. Also, the special attention from President Gu towards your son has become known in the company. Some people are not saying nice things. You should be careful. Lin Weiwei's heart sank a little. Thanks for the reminder, but I do things honestly and upright. I'm not afraid of what others say. After hanging up, her good mood was somewhat spoiled. Gu Chenyu noticed her change in expression. What's wrong? Lin Weiwei shook her head. It's nothing, just work stuff. But Gu Chenyu seemed to guess something. Did someone say something about me and Tianyu? Lin Weiwei was silent for a moment, then nodded. Gu Chenyu's face grew serious. Weiwei, don't mind those things. Tianyu's talent is real, and my support for him is sincere. If anyone says anything, they can come directly to me. But, no buts, Gu Chenyu held her shoulder. In this world, talented people will always attract jealousy. We can't give up doing what's right just because of others' opinions. His eyes were firm and sincere, and Lin Weiwei's heart gradually settled. You're right, she took a deep breath. I won't let gossip affect me or the kids. Gu Chenyu smiled happily. That's right. Remember, with me here, no one can hurt you or the children. Tianyu looked up curiously and asked, Mom, Uncle Gu, what are you talking about? Gu Chenyu patted his head and said, We are talking about our little Tianyu, who is a genius. He will be amazing in the future. Tianyu happily smiled and then went back to coding on his computer. Watching his son's focused side profile, Lin Weiwei felt a mix of emotions. She knew Tianyu's talent meant he wouldn't be an ordinary child. The road ahead might be tough, but with Gu Chenyu's support, she felt brave enough to face it. As the sun set, golden light filled the hospital room. On this warm afternoon, the three of them felt like a family, sharing each other's company and support. For Lin Weiwei, this was a new beginning. She decided not to hold her son back out of fear, but to support him bravely, to be with him so he could fully develop his talents. All these changes started because of that man's appearance and support. Watching Gu Chenyu patiently teach Tianyu, Lin Weiwei's heart softened naturally. Maybe this was fate. Maybe she could try to believe in this feeling, believe in this future. After Tianyu was discharged, Lin Weiwei returned to her project team. The team's attitude toward her had changed from doubt to respect and admiration. This was not only because she solved a technical problem, but also because her son's miracle assist showed everyone her real skills. But beneath the calm surface, trouble was brewing. On the third day back at the company, Lin Weiwei noticed some unusual signs. The main code repository for the project had strange commit records, all late at night, with vague comments. "Engineer Zhang, take a look at this," Lin Weiwei called Zhang over, pointing at the code change logs on the screen. "Did you make these commits?" Zhang examined it carefully and frowned. "No, I finished work at 10 last night. These commits are from around 1 or 2 a.m. They looked at each other, both realizing the seriousness of the issue. The core code of the Nebula project was a top secret of the company. Any unauthorized access was a serious security breach. "Let's not make this public yet," Lin Weiwei whispered. "We need to investigate quietly." She checked the server access logs and found that all these late-night accesses came from the same IP range, belonging to the company's internal network. However, the specific workstation still needs further investigation. "Should we notify the IT security department?" Engineer Zhang asked. Lin Weiwei paused for a moment. "Let's wait for now. If it's an internal person, alerting them might cause trouble. We'll set a trap." She designed a clever honeypot plan, embedding special data structures and algorithms into the codebase. These codes look important, but are actually traps to track visitors. "These codes will record visitors' habits and device information," Lin Weiwei explained to Zhang. "As soon as someone touches these codes, we can identify the suspect." Zhang looked at her with admiration. "Manager Lin, your idea is really clever." After setting the trap, Lin Weiwei acted normally, even pretending to be troubled by a technical problem during a meeting. "The data synchronization module's performance is still not ideal," she said with a frown. "I might need to redesign the whole system." Wang Mingyuan immediately offered. "Manager Lin, can I help? I have some experience with distributed systems." Lin Weiwei hesitated but kept a calm face. "Thank you, Manager Wang, but I want to try on my own first. If I can't solve it, I'll ask for your help." After the meeting, Lin Weiwei stayed late in her office, creating opportunities for the potential visitor. Sure enough, early the next morning, the honeypot caught some activity. Someone accessed the trap code around 2 a.m. and tried to copy the algorithms. "Got the suspect," Lin Weiwei said as she tracked the source. The access came from a workstation in Research and Development Zone 3. Engineer Zhang looked serious. "Zone 3. That's where Wang Mingyuan's team is." Lin Weiwei's heart sank. Although she had suspected this, confirming it still shocked her. Wang Mingyuan was an old employee of the Gu family, trusted by Mr. Gu himself. Why would he do such a thing? "Let's not jump to conclusions," she said calmly. "It might be someone else from his team. We need more evidence." In the following days, Lin Weiwei continued to observe secretly. She found Wang Mingyuan's behavior somewhat suspicious, often staying late at the office, overly concerned with technical details of the project, and always trying to learn her solutions. What made her more alert was that Wang Mingyuan seemed to have connections with a senior executive of a rival company. One time, she overheard Wang Mingyuan on the stairs talking on the phone, mentioning the Nebula project and technology transfer. Evidence increasingly pointed to Wang Mingyuan, but Lin Weiwei decided to stay cautious. She planned to wait patiently and gather more information to find out who was truly behind the scenes. That afternoon, Gu Chenyu visited the project team to check on progress. Wang Mingyuan was very enthusiastic, actively reporting work and highlighting the team's progress under his guidance. Gu Chenyu listened to the report, nodding occasionally, but his eyes kept focusing on Lin Weiwei. After the report, he deliberately approached her workstation. "Manager Lin, can you come to my office for a moment? I want to discuss some matters about the project." Wang Mingyuan's face slightly changed, but he quickly smiled again. "CEO, do you need me to go with you?" Gu Chenyu replied calmly, "No need. You and Engineer Zhang can continue to push forward." In the CEO's office, Gu Chenyu closed the door and looked serious. "Weiwei, I've heard some rumors that there might be issues within the project team. Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. You've noticed too? Noticed? Comma. Gu Chenyu caught the word sharply. So, you've known for a while? Lin Weiwei nodded and shared what she had discovered and her trap plan with Gu Chenyu. Gu Chenyu listened and showed appreciation. Well done. But why didn't you tell me earlier? I wanted to gather more evidence, Lin Weiwei explained. And I suspect someone is behind Wang Mingyuan. Gu Chenyu's expression darkened. I think so too. Wang Mingyuan wouldn't act alone. Someone must be supporting him. They both paused, thinking about who the real mastermind could be. Grandpa has been acting strangely lately, Gu Chenyu suddenly said. He's more interested in the Nebula project than usual, and he keeps asking about you. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. Are you saying? I'm not sure. Gu Chenyu shook his head. But it's very possible. Grandpa has always opposed this project, especially you leading it. A cold feeling ran through Lin Weiwei. If Grandpa was really behind everything, the situation would become very complicated. So, what should we do? She asked. Gu Chenyu paused and thought. Play along with their plan. Keep pretending you don't know anything, so Wang Mingyuan thinks his actions are successful. I will send someone to investigate secretly and find solid evidence. Okay, Lin Weiwei nodded. I can add more tracking features to the trap code to record all access activities. Smart, Gu Chenyu said with a smile of approval. I knew giving you the project was the right choice. His trust made Lin Weiwei feel warm, but also increased her pressure. She knew this secret struggle affected the project's success and her future at Gu's company. Back in the project team, Lin Weiwei continued to act as the project manager troubled by technical problems, following the plan. She even deliberately left some holes in the code to give Wang Mingyuan a chance. Sure enough, Wang Mingyuan took the bait. A few nights later, the monitoring system caught him not only accessing the trap code, but also trying to copy some of it to an external device. The evidence is clear. Engineer Zhang looked at the footage with a grim face. I didn't expect Manager Wang to do this. Lin Weiwei also felt heavy-hearted. Although they had caught the evidence, she wasn't happy. It's always painful when a traitor appears in the team. Don't make it public yet, she told Engineer Zhang. Wait for President Gu's instructions. The next day, Gu Chenyu came to the project team, pretending to check the progress but actually coordinating with Lin Weiwei. At the meeting, he deliberately showed dissatisfaction with the project's progress. The Cloud Star project is behind schedule. Manager Lin, you need to improve team management. Lin Weiwei lowered her head obediently. Yes, President. I will do my best. Wang Mingyuan immediately seized the opportunity. President, some technical problems are really difficult to solve. Manager Lin has tried her best. This was meant to defend Lin Weiwei on the surface, but subtly implied her abilities were lacking. Gu Chenyu looked at Wang Mingyuan with a calm expression. Manager Wang, it seems you are quite familiar with the technical details. Wang Mingyuan was momentarily stunned and quickly explained, just from discussions among team members, I have some knowledge. After the meeting, Gu Chenyu deliberately kept Wang Mingyuan alone for a talk. Lin Weiwei, through a pre-installed listening device, overheard their conversation. Manager Wang, you've been at Gu's for many years, right? Gu Chenyu's voice was very calm. Yes, President, it's been 15 years. The old man trusts you a lot, Gu Chenyu said knowingly. He often praises your skills in front of me. Wang Mingyuan's tone was a bit nervous. The old man is too kind. I am just doing my job. Really? Gu Chenyu's voice grew colder. Can you explain why you've been accessing the Nebula Project's code repository late at night recently? There was silence on the other end of the line. Lin Weiwei could imagine Wang Mingyuan's expression right now. President, I was just working overtime. Overtime copying code to external devices? Gu Chenyu's voice was sharp like a blade. Wang Mingyuan, do you really think I don't know what you're doing? President, Wang Mingyuan's voice trembled. I was forced. The old man. Enough. Gu Chenyu interrupted him. I don't want to hear excuses. You have two choices now. First, cooperate with us to find out who is behind this. Second, I will report you to the police now for industrial espionage, which carries a serious sentence. After a long silence, Wang Mingyuan softly said, I choose the first.
Good.
Gu Qinyu's tone softened slightly. Now, tell me everything you know. Through Wang Mingyuan's confession, the truth gradually came to light. It was indeed the old man pulling the strings. He was stealing project secrets to sabotage the project at a critical moment, aiming to make Lin Weiwei lose Gu Qinyu's trust. What shocked Lin Weiwei even more was that the old man had contacted a rival company, planning to sell the stolen technology to them. Why would the old man do this? Lin Weiwei asked in disbelief. The Nebula project is also very important to the Gu family. Gu Qinyu's face looked grim. For him, control was more important than the company's profits. He couldn't tolerate me breaking free from his grip, and he certainly couldn't accept you, an outsider, gaining an important position. Lin Weiwei felt a cold wave in her heart. She never imagined that business conflicts could be so cruel, even family members turning against each other. What should we do now?
She asked.
Gu Qinyu thought for a moment. Play along with his plan. Let Wang Mingyuan continue reporting to the old man, but provide him with false information that we have modified. We need to lure the enemy out and catch solid evidence. Thus, a carefully planned counter-espionage operation began. Lin Weiwei prepared a revised technical plan, which included some carefully designed mistakes and traps. Wang Mingyuan followed instructions and passed this false information to old Master Gu. To gain his trust, they also intentionally created some accidents to make the information seem more real. A few days later, the competitor company indeed took action. Based on the confidential information they received, they adjusted their technical approach and even announced a product preview early. They've taken the bait, Gu Qinyu said while watching the competitor's live broadcast. He smirked, they're walking right into our trap. Lin Weiwei felt mixed emotions. Although the plan was successful, she didn't feel happy. The harshness of business competition made her tired. Once they invest a lot of resources, they'll realize that the so-called core technology is useless, Gu Qinyu said. At that point, they'll suffer heavy losses and damage their reputation with false advertising. At that moment, Gu Qinyu received a call from old Master Gu. Their conversation was recorded by the listening device. Qinyu, I heard the Nebula project is in big trouble. Old Master Gu asked with concern. Do you want me to help? I still have some contacts in the industry. Gu Qinyu spoke calmly. Thanks, Dad, but no need. Weiwei can handle it. That Lin Weiwei, old Master Gu said dismissively. A woman? How capable can she be? I think you should replace her soon, or she'll ruin the project. I believe in Weiwei's ability, Gu Qinyu said firmly. And the project is going smoothly, without major problems. Old Master Gu was silent for a moment, then said, That's good. But remember, the future of the Gu family can't be trusted to outsiders. After hanging up, Gu Qinyu's face darkened terribly. Lin Weiwei stood nearby, feeling complicated. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's not your fault, Gu Qinyu interrupted her. It's old Master's problem. He will never learn to trust or let go. He walked to the window and looked at the traffic outside. I was raised under his control. He planned everything for me, what school to attend, what major to study, even who to associate with. Now, he even wants to control my career and love life. Lin Weiwei listened quietly, feeling sad for Gu Qinyu. She didn't expect that this seemingly strong man also had such helplessness and pain behind him. Weiwei, Gu Qinyu turned around and looked at her seriously. I need your help. Not just for this project, but to break free from this control. Are you willing to help me? His eyes were sincere and firm, and Lin Weiwei's heart was touched. She knew this was not just a business fight, but a battle for freedom and dignity. I am willing, she nodded seriously. I will do my best to help you. Gu Qinyu smiled happily. Thank you. With you here, I feel brave enough to face everything. Their hands unknowingly held each other, sharing a warm strength. In this world full of schemes and betrayal, they found a trustworthy ally in each other. But they both understood that this fight was just beginning. The old master's influence was deep, and he wouldn't give up easily. The rival company wouldn't stop either. Once they found out they had been deceived, they would fight back fiercely. What worried Lin Weiwei even more was that Tianyu's talent had already attracted attention. She was afraid this business fight might affect the children. "Chenyu," she softly said, "can you promise me one thing? No matter what happens, please protect Tianyu and Tianxin." Gu Chenyu held her hand tightly. "I promise you. I will protect you all with my life." His promise made Lin Weiwei feel at ease, but also brought a greater sense of responsibility. She knew that from this moment on, their fates were closely linked. The sky outside gradually darkened, and city lights started to turn on one after another. On this night full of challenges and opportunities, Lin Weiwei knew her life was about to take a new turn. All of this stemmed from that seemingly ordinary project and that extraordinary man. The road ahead was long, but with each other's company and support, she believed they could overcome all difficulties. The shadow of industrial espionage was temporarily gone, but a bigger storm was brewing. For Lin Weiwei, this was not just a professional challenge, but a test of trust, courage, and true love. She took a deep breath, ready to face all challenges. Because she knew, no matter how tough the road ahead, she was not fighting alone. The wave of corporate espionage has temporarily calmed, but the pressure on the project team remains. Although the rival company was misled by false information for now, they could discover the truth at any moment and strike back. The Nebula project must achieve a real technological breakthrough before the enemy reacts. Lin Weiwei leads the team into the final sprint. Everyone works over 16 hours a day, with no weekends off, all nerves stretched tight. The encryption module's performance has met the standards, but the data synchronization delay is still too high, reported engineer Zhang during the technical meeting. In cross-region deployment scenarios, the delay seriously affects user experience. This is the last technical challenge for the Nebula project. Traditional solutions are either too costly or not efficient enough. Lin Weiwei stares at the architecture diagram on the whiteboard, her brow furrowed. She knows that if this problem isn't solved, the entire project could fail. "We've tried all known optimization methods," said an engineer helplessly, "including the latest edge computing and caching strategies, but the results are not satisfactory." The meeting room is filled with a sense of frustration. The continuous intense work has exhausted everyone, and the technical difficulties make things worse. At this moment, Wang Mingyuan suddenly suggests, "I know a top expert in distributed systems. Should we invite him as a consultant? I can find a way to cover the costs." His suggestion sounds reasonable, but Lin Weiwei keenly senses something unusual. After experiencing the corporate espionage incident, she is especially cautious about any external involvement. "Thank you for the kind offer, Manager Wang," she politely declines. "But I think we should try to solve this ourselves first. Bringing in outside consultants requires multiple approvals, and we don't have the time." Wang Mingyuan's expression flickers briefly, but he quickly recovers a smile. "You're right, I didn't think it through." After the meeting, Lin Weiwei immediately finds Gu Chenyu to report Wang Mingyuan's suspicious suggestion. "Your intuition is correct," Gu Chenyu affirms. "The old man definitely won't let this go easily. This is likely another trap." He pauses thoughtfully and says, "So, you should politely refuse Wang Mingyuan's proposal on the surface, but deliberately show strong interest in a certain technical solution. Let's see how he reacts." Lin Weiwei understood immediately. "Okay, I know what to do." Back in the project team, she deliberately emphasized a specific technical approach, the blockchain-based data synchronization plan. The idea was theoretically possible, but in practice, it had many problems and was not the best choice. Sure enough, Wang Mingyuan took the bait. He began to strongly promote this plan within the team, even secretly contacting a few key engineers to persuade them to support this innovative solution. "Manager Lin is too cautious," Wang told an engineer. "Blockchain is the future. We should try boldly." These words quickly reached Lin Weiwei. She became more certain that this was another trap set by her father, to make her waste time and resources on the wrong technology path. But Lin Weiwei played along. She showed interest in the plan on the surface and even organized several discussion sessions. In secret, she led the core team to research truly feasible solutions. A few nights later, when most people had already left work, a breakthrough finally happened. "Manager Lin, come quickly and see." Engineer Zhang called excitedly. We might have found a solution. On the screen was a brand new data synchronization algorithm. It combined traditional incremental synchronization with an innovative prediction preloading mechanism, allowing efficient data sync with very low delay. This idea is so clever, Lin Weiwei exclaimed. How did you come up with it? A young engineer shyly said, Actually, we were inspired by Tanu. He mentioned parallel computing last time, which made us think of using a similar method for data synchronization. Lin Weiwei felt a warm feeling in her heart. She didn't expect her son's idea to help the team once again. Let's test the performance now, she said eagerly. The test results were exciting. The new algorithm reduced delay by 10 times and cut bandwidth usage by 60%. It far exceeded everyone's expectations. We did it. Cheers filled the office. Days of exhaustion and pressure turned into joy and a sense of achievement at that moment. Lin Weiwei watched the smiles on everyone's faces, feeling deeply moved. Over these days, everyone had shared hardships and faced challenges together. Now, they finally achieved a breakthrough. Thank you all, she said with a slightly choked voice. Without your persistence and wisdom, we couldn't have made such a breakthrough. Engineer Zhang spoke on behalf of the team. Manager Lin, it is you who led us to this point. Your technical vision and leadership have benefited us all greatly. At that moment, Gu Qinyu arrived quickly after hearing the news. Seeing the test data, his eyes showed surprise and pride. That's amazing, he said excitedly. This far exceeds my expectations. Weiwei, you have once again created a miracle. Humbling herself, Lin Weiwei shook her head. This isn't just my achievement. It's the result of the entire team. Gu Qinyu turned to the team and said seriously, on behalf of Gu Group, I thank everyone for your hard work and outstanding contributions. This breakthrough is not only important for the Nebula project, but will also have a deep impact on the whole industry. The office erupted in warm applause. Everyone felt proud to be part of such a milestone project. However, amid the joy, Lin Weiwei did not forget the potential dangers. She pulled Gu Qinyu aside and whispered, Let's keep the news of this technical breakthrough secret for now, to avoid alerting our rivals. Gu Qinyu nodded. Understood. We need to act quickly to complete product development and market deployment before our competitors catch on. In the following days, the project team entered the final sprint. The excitement from the breakthrough boosted everyone's motivation, and work efficiency greatly improved. But at this critical moment, unexpected news arrived. An opposing company suddenly announced they had received strategic investment from a major international corporation and planned to release a similar product early. They've been fooled, Gu Qinyu said with a serious face. This is a declaration of war. Worse, the rivals started aggressively recruiting Gu Group's technical talents, offering salaries more than twice what we pay and promising various generous benefits. The team's morale began to waver. While most remained passionate about the project, the tempting offers made some people consider leaving. The first to resign was a key technical member. He approached Lin Weiwei with a troubled expression. Manager Lin, I'm sorry. The other company's offer is just too tempting. Lin Weiwei understood and nodded. I understand. People always want to improve themselves. That's natural. I wish you a bright future. What saddened her most was that, over the next few days, several key team members announced their departure. Although the number was small, it was a big to the project. Engineer Zhang angrily said, These people have no sense of professionalism. Leaving at such a critical time is like sabotaging the project. Although Lin Weiwei was also upset, she stayed calm and said, Don't blame them. Everyone has the right to choose their own path. She approached Gu Qinyu to discuss a plan. We need to stabilize the team quickly or the project might be affected. Gu Qinyu thought for a moment and suggested, I have an idea. Why don't we use this chance to rebuild a stronger, more loyal core team? So, a special team meeting was held. Lin Weiwei faced the issues honestly and openly. I know there are many temptations lately, she said, looking into everyone's eyes. I understand that everyone has their own reasons and choices. But I want to tell you all, the Nebula project is not just a project. It's an opportunity that could change the industry. She showed data and demonstrations of technological breakthroughs. Our achievements have exceeded everyone's expectations. This is not just a technical success. It's the result of our team's wisdom and hard work. Engineer Zhang stood up and added, Manager Lin is right. We are making history. This sense of achievement cannot be bought with money. Most team members expressed their willingness to stay and work together on this milestone project, which moved Lin Weiwei deeply. Manager Lin, we are with you, one engineer said loudly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make history. Yes. We're not leaving, others agreed. Seeing their determined expressions, Lin Weiwei's eyes welled up with tears. The shared hardships had created a strong bond within the team. Even more surprisingly, those who had been uncertain changed their minds after seeing everyone's resolve. Manager Lin, I want to stay too, said an engineer who had planned to leave. You're right, this is a rare opportunity. In the end, no one from the core team left. Such unity and loyalty are very rare in the business world. Gu Chenyu was deeply touched when he heard this news. He immediately held a senior management meeting and decided to give the project team special rewards and recognition. I have decided that after the success of the Nebula project, the team will receive 10% of the project profits as a reward, he announced at the meeting. At the same time, all core members will be promoted and granted stock options. This news greatly boosted the team's morale. Everyone worked more hard and prepared for the final challenge. The technological breakthrough greatly sped up the progress of the Nebula project. Tasks that normally took 3 months could now be completed in 1 month. Lin Weiwei led the team to work day and night on the final product development. Every detail was carefully refined to do the best. During this process, the team's unity reached an all-time high. They were not just colleagues but like comrades, facing challenges together and sharing the joy of success. One evening, while everyone was working overtime, Tianyu and Tianxin suddenly came to the company to bring snacks for their mother and uncles and aunts. Mom, Uncle was said you are doing amazing things, Tianyu said with a small face raised. My sister and I also want to help. Tianxin carried a small basket with cookies she and her brother made together. Uncles and aunts, you've worked hard. Please enjoy these cookies. The innocence and warmth of the children moved everyone deeply. Even the usually serious engineer Zhang showed a rare smile. Manager Lin, you have a wonderful pair of children, he said with emotion. Tianyu's talent and Tianxin's thoughtfulness are your blessings. Lin Weiwei looked at the children, feeling full of happiness and pride. She knew all her efforts were worth it, not just for the success of the project, but also to set a good example for her children. Gu Chenyu also came to the project team and distributed snacks with the children. Watching him interact closely with the kids, a warm feeling filled Lin Weiwei's heart. On this special night, the joy of technological breakthroughs, the touching unity of the team, and the warmth of family life blended into a beautiful scene. Lin Weiwei knew that the road ahead still had many challenges: opponents' retaliation, her father's opposition, market tests. But with the support of her team, the company of Gu Chenyu, and her children's encouragement, she had the courage and strength to face everything. Technological breakthroughs are just the beginning. The real challenges lie ahead. But she believes that as long as she keeps faith and keeps moving forward, she can create her own success. In the morning, sunlight streams through the large windows of the Gu Group Technology Park R&D Center, shining on Lin Weiwei's slightly tired face. She rubs her temples, having stayed late in the office again last night. The technical breakthrough of the Star Cloud project boosted the team's morale, but the pressure remained just as heavy. Good morning, Manager Lin, said Engineer Zhang, the technical director, bringing coffee. His brow was furrowed. I have some bad news. Lin Weiwei took the tablet he handed her. The screen showed a video of a press conference just released by their competitor, Tingyun Technology. Early this morning, Tingyun Technology officially announced the Star C project, claiming a major breakthrough in cloud computing. The news anchor's voice sounded sharp in the quiet office. In the video, Tingyun's CEO, Mr. Zhao, confidently demonstrated their new product interface, which looked very similar to the Star Cloud project. They released it early? Lin Weiwei's heart sank. And the features are so alike. Zhang sighed. Worse, They got the pilot cooperation with Yunport Group before us. Mr. Wang just called, saying that because Tingyun launched their product first, they might need to reconsider our partnership. The office suddenly felt frozen. Team members looked at each other, and a few young engineers, fresh out of school, looked very disappointed. After all our hard work for half a year, we got cut off like this. Tingyun is clearly copying our ideas. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She walked to the whiteboard and picked up a marker. Everyone stay calm. Zhang, get the detailed specs of Tingyun's product. Xiao Li, analyze their technical plan. Xiao Chun, check their patent applications. Her calmness inspired the team, and everyone immediately started working. But more bad news kept coming. At noon, the marketing department delivered the latest report. Tingyun Technology, using its first-mover advantage, has signed 3 major clients, including Huashuan Group, which was originally very interested in the Nebula project. Mr. Wang from Huashuan said. It's a pity, Assistant Xiaoyang whispered. They said in business, time is money, and they can't wait for our development progress. Lin Weiwei clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. But she quickly relaxed her hand and showed a firm smile. It's okay. Let them run for a while. We will catch up very soon. Despite her words, the pressure felt like an invisible heavy stone pressing on her heart. During the team meeting in the afternoon, the atmosphere was noticeably gloomy. Manager Lin, it's not that we're discouraged, a senior engineer said hesitantly. Tingyun is coming strong this time, and they are backed by the Lu Group, which has much more funding than us. More importantly, Engineer Zhang added, they have poached 2 of our core technical staff and are very familiar with our technical plans. Just as the meeting reached an impasse, Lin Weiwei's phone rang. It was Gu Qinyu. Come to my office. His voice was emotionless. In the CEO's office, Gu Qinyu pushed a document in front of her. The board's decision is that if we can't come up with a response plan by next week, the Nebula project might be put on hold. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened suddenly. On hold? Mr. Gu, we're so close to the final step. Business is like a battlefield. Gu Qinyu's eyes were sharp. Tingyun has already gained the upper hand. If we can't produce a more competitive product, investing more resources would be a waste. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city skyline. I give you 3 days. Either find a breakthrough, or... He didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Weiwei understood its weight. Back at the R&D center, the team was in chaos. Tingyun's product had already shown its first problem. A core module was unstable under high-pressure testing. Serves them right. Letting them copy our design, an engineer said angrily. But Lin Weiwei frowned. Wait, pull up detailed data on that problematic module. She stared at the code on the screen and suddenly discovered a terrifying issue. The solution Tingyun used was actually one they had discussed early on but ultimately abandoned because it had a fatal flaw. This vulnerability, her heart raced. If the user data reaches a certain size, it could cause the entire system to crash. Team members gathered around and the key technical staff quickly identified the problem. Oh my gosh, they really used this solution. This could lead to a big problem. Lin Weiwei immediately called a core team meeting. Everyone, this is our chance to turn things around. Tingyun's product has serious security issues, and our goal is to prove the superiority of the Xingyun plan. She quickly assigned tasks. Engineer Zhang, lead a team to do comparison tests. Xiao Li, prepare the technical white paper. Xiaoyang, contact the media to prepare a press release. Remember, we're not here to attack, but to show our professionalism. In the next 48 hours, the R&D center worked late into the night. Lin Weiwei hardly slept, leading the team to complete detailed comparison analysis. Sure enough, early on the 3rd day, Tingyun Technology faced a crisis. First, the Yungang Group reported system anomalies, then 3 clients complained about data loss. When the stock market opened, Tingyun's stock price hit the daily limit down. Manager Lin, Mr. Zhao from Tingyun just called. Xiao Yang's voice was excited. He wants to meet and talk. Lin Weiwei shook her head. Tell them we're focusing on improving our own product right now. She stood in front of the office whiteboard, filled with plans to optimize the Xingyun project. It was their strict technical approach that helped them avoid Tingyun's current trouble. Here's some good news, she told her tired but excited team. Mr. Wang from Huashuan just called, saying he still trusts our professionalism and is willing to wait for the official version. Everyone cheered. But Lin Weiwei remained alert. She knew this crisis, though temporarily resolved, was just the beginning. Tingyun's failure would shake the industry, and the Xingyun plan had to prove its value now. In the afternoon, Gu Qinyu called her again. This time, he looked pleased. Well done. The board has decided to increase investment and speed up the Xingyun plan. He handed her a cup of coffee. But I want to warn you, Tingyun won't give up easily. Mr. Zhao is very vengeful. Lin Weiwei took the coffee and smiled slightly. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Gu. However, I believe that as long as the product is good enough, there is no need to fear any competition. Back in the office, she looked out the window as the sky gradually darkened. She felt both the joy of victory and a faint sense of unease. Tingyun's failure was so sudden and complete that it made her feel something was not quite right. At that moment, her personal phone rang. It was Tianyu calling. Mom, her son's voice sounded a bit nervous. I saw some strange things online just now. Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What kind of things? Someone is selling technical data of the Gu Group on the dark web, including some code snippets from the Nebula project. Lin Weiwei's hand trembled, almost spilling her coffee. She suddenly understood why Tingyun failed so badly. Perhaps they were just pawns, and the real mastermind was still behind the scenes. Tianyu, can you trace the source? I'm trying, but the other side is very clever, using many layers of proxies. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath. Keep tracing. Tell me immediately if you find anything. Remember, don't get caught. After hanging up, she felt a chill. This crisis was far from over. She picked up the internal line phone. Engineer Zhang, come to my office. We need to recheck the security of all our systems. As night deepened, Lin Weiwei stood by the office window, looking at the city's countless lights. She knew that in this silent war, every decision affected the team's fate and the future of the Nebula project. A bigger storm was quietly brewing. The crisis at Tingyun Technology was like a sudden storm sweeping through the tech world. While everyone was watching to see how Gu Group would respond, Lin Weiwei made a decision that surprised everyone. Pause all marketing plans, she announced at the morning meeting. We need to focus all our energy on product improvement and customer service. The meeting room was filled with protests. The marketing director was the first to oppose. Manager Lin, now is the best time for us to seize the market. Tingyun has fallen, and customers are looking for alternatives. We should strike while the iron is hot, exactly because this is a critical moment. We must not rush, Lin Weiwei said, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Tingyun's failure has shown us that no matter how good the marketing, it can't replace the strength of a solid product. We need to prove ourselves with real product quality, not by stepping on competitors to get ahead. She turned to the technical team. Engineer Zhang, reorganize all the code, especially the security modules. Xiao Li, organize a red team to conduct testing. I want to see the most thorough test report. In the following week, the Nebula project team worked almost obsessively. During the day, they optimized the system and ran stress tests. At night, they analyzed user feedback and data performance. Lin Weiwei even stayed at the company, with the office sofa becoming her temporary bed. This focus quickly paid off. The first good news came from Yungang Group. Their CTO personally called. Manager Lin, your product performed amazingly in the stability test. Especially the security module, it exceeded our expectations. After the cloud system crashed, Yungang Group tested several alternative solutions. The Nebula project not only led in performance, but also stood out in security. We've decided to migrate all our business to your platform, the other party said with admiration, and I will recommend your product to the industry association. This news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The next day, Wang from Huashuan Group visited personally. Known for being very picky, the entrepreneur examined the technical structure of the Nebula project carefully and then made a decision on the spot. Let's proceed with the original plan to cooperate. Actually, I want to expand our partnership. What surprised Lin Weiwei even more was that Wang brought an unexpected gift. Next month's industry summit, I want you to give the keynote speech. Your product is so good, more people should know about it. Word of mouth began to spread. First through small-scale customer recommendations, then through proactive media coverage. Without flashy ads or exaggerated promotion, the Nebula project quietly gained popularity in the industry thanks to its excellent product quality. Manager Lin, our customer service line is almost overwhelmed, Assistant Xiaoyang reported excitedly. Many inquiries about cooperation, including several multinational companies. The most encouraging news came from recognition by competitors. A tech company that had previously worked with Tanu approached them voluntarily. We're willing to pay a premium to connect to your system as soon as possible. However, Lin Weiwei remained clear-headed. She reminded everyone at the team celebration, customer trust is our greatest encouragement, but also our biggest responsibility. We must live up to this trust. She made a decision to offer free security checks and system upgrades to both new and old clients. Shouldn't we charge for this now? The finance director asked, a bit confused. We are building long-term business, Lin Weiwei explained. Investing some resources now will earn us customer loyalty and good reputation. This decision again produced unexpected results. A medium-sized company, after receiving the free check, discovered a potential security risk. When the company owner shared this on social media, it quickly became a trending topic. Honest company of Gu Group and a responsible big company were some of the many positive comments flooding various platforms. Even Gu Chenyu called specifically. The board is very pleased. Your way of handling this has greatly improved the company's image, but Lin Weiwei didn't dwell on her success. She noticed a detail. The earliest clients who used the product all experienced business growth. This is not just a technical success, she pointed out at the team analysis meeting. Our product truly helps clients create value. That is the strongest proof. She asked the marketing team to gather success stories from clients and compile detailed reports. These reports had no fancy words, only real data and cases. One report about an e-commerce company using the Nebula plan showed a 70% increase in system stability and a 40% reduction in maintenance costs, which caused a stir in the industry. Manager Lin, the Wall Street Journal wants to interview you. Xiaoyang excitedly ran into the office. Even more surprisingly, several top investment firms reached out, showing interest in investing in the independent operation of the Nebula plan. Faced with these temptations, Lin Weiwei was very firm. The Nebula plan is part of Gu Group. We won't consider independent operation. But strategic investments are welcome. Her response earned praise from the company's senior leaders. Old Mr. Gu even personally called. Weiwei, you did very well this time. Not only did you improve the product, but you also protected Gu's reputation. However, beneath all these achievements, Lin Weiwei remained cautious. She remembered the dark web transactions Yu Tian discovered and the suspicious failure of Tingyun. One late at night, while she was still analyzing data in the office, she received a mysterious phone call. Manager Lin, there are some things you should know, the voice on the other end said after some processing. Tingyun's failure was not accidental. Your products. Be careful. Suddenly, the call was disconnected. Lin immediately called back, but found it was a network call that couldn't be traced. She quickly gathered the security team. From now on, increase security to the highest level. All code submissions must be double-checked, and all external interfaces should be encrypted and closely monitored. At the same time, she made a bold decision to open source some of the core code. Are you crazy? Zhang was the first to oppose. This is our main technical advantage. Exactly because it's core, we should open source it, Lin explained. Let developers worldwide help us find vulnerabilities. It's safer than working behind closed doors. Plus, it shows our confidence in our technology. This decision once again caused a stir in the industry. The tech community praised it as a pioneering open stance. Soon after open sourcing, an international security team discovered a very hidden vulnerability. If it hadn't been disclosed in time, it could have caused serious problems. Thank you, Manager Lin, they wrote in an email. Your open spirit has prevented a potential technical disaster. This event made the Star Cloud project famous across the global tech world. Even well-known international tech media covered it in special reports. But Lin didn't stop. She launched an even bigger plan to establish industry security standards. We need to improve the overall security level of the industry, she said in an internal meeting. This is not only responsible to our clients but also to the industry. Many companies responded positively to this initiative. Even some competitors expressed willingness to participate in setting standards. Gu Chenyu watched all this with admiration in his eyes. In a high-level meeting, he openly said, Manager Lin's vision and outlook are worth learning from for all of us. However, in Lin's heart, there was always a question. Who is the person behind that mysterious call? What was really going on with the underground tech exchanges? She approached Gu Chenyu and shared her concerns. Your intuition is right, Gu said seriously. I've also heard some rumors. This matter might be more complicated than we think. He handed Lin Weiwei an encrypted file. This is the latest report from the security department. Cloud Rising's failure might just be the beginning. Lin Weiwei opened the file and became more worried the more she read. The report showed that several groups were secretly watching the Nebula project, including some international organizations. We need to prepare for the worst, Gu Chenyu said. But at the same time, we must continue doing what we should. Back in the office, Lin Weiwei stood by the window, looking at the city that never sleeps. She knew that gaining clients' trust was a double-edged sword. The more successful they were, the more attention they attracted, and the more danger they faced. But she did not back down. Instead, she felt a new, strong determination. The next day, she sent an email to all employees. Thank you to every client for your trust, and thank you to our team for your hard work. We will not let you down. We will create better products to repay everyone. At the end of the email, she wrote, True recognition does not come from applause or fame, but from our inner persistence and pursuit of excellence. The employees shared this message on social media, sparking more discussion. Many people said they saw the original spirit and responsibility of a tech company in this message. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei and her team were working new technological challenges. She knew that client trust was not the end, but a new beginning. During a break, she called Tanu. Sweetheart, Mom might be home late again tonight. It's okay, Mom. Tianyu's caring voice made her feel warm. I'm being good at home. Also, I think I found something interesting. I'll tell you when you get back. Lin Weiwei felt a warm feeling inside. No matter how many storms outside, there was always a light shining at home for her. She took a deep breath and focused back on her work. The road ahead was long, but with client trust, team support, and family understanding, she believed no challenge was too great to overcome. And new challenges were already waiting nearby. As the industry summit approached day by day, the Nebula project team was filled with excitement and nervousness. This was their first time presenting at such an important event, and it was a chance to prove themselves to the entire industry. Manager Lin, here is the final version of the presentation PPT. Please review it. Shali handed the tablet to Lin Weiwei, sounding a bit nervous. Lin Weiwei carefully looked through each page, her eyebrows sometimes furrowing, sometimes relaxing. Suddenly, she paused at the page showing the technical architecture diagram. This needs to be revised. Highlight our advantages in the distributed algorithm, especially in comparison with the Tingyun plan. But Shali hesitated. Won't that seem like we're deliberately criticizing Tingyun? It's not about criticizing, but about making an objective comparison, Lin Weiwei said firmly. We should speak with facts, letting the audience draw their own conclusions. While the team was busy preparing, unexpected news arrived. Zhao from Tingyun Technology would also attend the summit and give a speech afterward. This is intentional, Engineer Zhang said angrily.
They want to use this chance to counter us.
But Lin Weiwei remained calm. Exactly. Having comparisons makes us more convincing. We just need to focus on doing our best. On the day of the summit, the venue was full. Tech industry elites gathered, and the air was filled with anticipation and competition. Lin Weiwei sat in the front row, feeling the various gazes behind her. Curious, skeptical, and hopeful. When the host announced the Nebula project team to the stage, polite applause filled the room. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath and confidently walked to the podium. Hello everyone, she said clearly and confidently. Today, I want to share not just cool technology, but a story about perseverance and choices. She didn't rush to show technical details, but started with the initial difficulties her team faced, the choices in their technical approach, and the doubts and challenges they encountered. The audience gradually became engaged, and the room grew very quiet. In our technical path, we faced a key decision. Lin Weiwei switched to the comparison chart. Should we choose a seemingly easier route with hidden risks, or take a more difficult but safer path? The screen clearly displayed the technical comparison between the Nebula project and Tungyun's plan. There was no deliberate criticism, only objective data and facts. Our choice is... She pressed the remote control, and a diagram of the Nebula project appeared on the screen. We invested 3 times more development time in distributed algorithms and adopted a 5-layer security system, and one technical detail after another was explained clearly, and whispers began to spread among the audience. Some technical experts nodded frequently, and some even started taking notes. When Lin Weiwei showed actual usage data from clients, the atmosphere in the venue reached a high point. System stability increased by 70%, maintenance costs decreased by 40%, and there were no security incidents. These real numbers are more convincing than any fancy words. Finally, I want to say, Lin Weiwei looked over the entire audience. Technological innovation is not the goal, but a means. True value lies in creating benefits for clients and setting an example for the industry. At the end of her speech, the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. Many stood up to clap, which was the greatest recognition for the technical team. Next, General Zhao from Tungyun's speech seemed weak in comparison. Despite his efforts to defend, all explanations appeared pale against the achievements of the Nebula project. After the summit, Lin Weiwei was surrounded by media and colleagues. Business cards were handed out like snowflakes, and invitations for cooperation came one after another. Manager Lin, "Your speech was wonderful," said a senior technical expert, shaking her hand. "This is the attitude our industry needs." What surprised the team even more was that at the awards ceremony that evening, the Nebula project won 2 major awards: Most Innovative Product of the Year and Best Technical Practice. When Lin Weiwei stood on the stage under the spotlight, she felt a bit dazed. From being questioned to being recognized, it was truly not easy. "This award doesn't belong to me alone." Her voice choked a little. "It belongs to the whole team, to every member who stays true to their technical principles." Below, Gu Chenyu looked at her, a faint trace of pride flashing in his eyes. At the celebration banquet, the team was immersed in the joy of victory. The sound of opening champagne echoed repeatedly, and laughter filled the entire venue. "Manager Lin, look who's coming." Assistant Xiaoyang excitedly pulled her. Lin Weiwei turned around and saw Tianyu dressed in a suit, holding a bouquet of flowers, walking toward her with Gu Chenyu. Tianyu rushed into her arms, saying, "I knew you were the best." Lin Weiwei picked up her son, her eyes filling with tears. At this moment, all the hard work and effort felt worthwhile. Gu Chenyu handed her a glass of champagne. "Today, you impressed everyone." The old master called specifically to say you earned great praise. However, amid the happy celebration, Lin Weiwei remembered the warning from that mysterious phone call. She noticed a few unfamiliar faces watching them from the corner of the room. "Engineer Zhang," she whispered, "keep an eye on those people. I feel something's not right." Halfway through the celebration, an unexpected incident happened. A waiter accidentally spilled red wine on an important guest, causing chaos. Lin Weiwei quickly stepped forward to handle the situation but noticed the waiter's hands trembling and his eyes flickering nervously. "It's okay, just a small matter," she said with a smile, comforting the guest, while signaling to the security guards. Later, an investigation revealed that the waiter had been paid off by someone to create trouble at the event. Fortunately, it was caught in time and no serious damage was done. This incident cast a shadow over the joyful night. Lin Weiwei realized that her success was just the beginning. Her hidden enemies wouldn't give up easily. Back at the company, she immediately called a security meeting. From now on, all external events must be more cautious. Especially next month's international exhibition, we must be fully prepared. At the same time, she made a decision to donate part of her bonus to establish an industry safety fund. "We want everyone to understand, She said at the donation ceremony that technological progress should make the world safer, not create new risks. This act earned her respect in the industry once again. Many companies followed suit and joined this charitable effort. The moment of victory was brief, but its impact was deep. The Nebula project not only gained market success, but also won people's hearts. In the days that followed, invitations for cooperation poured in like snowflakes. Some former competitors even proactively proposed technical collaborations. Manager Lin, the Lu Group wants to discuss a partnership, her assistant reported, sounding surprised. The Lu Group was the main backer of Tanu Technology. This invitation was undoubtedly a strong signal. Lin Weiwei thought for a long time and responded, "We can talk, but only if you openly admit that your previous technical approach was wrong." This condition was strict, but surprisingly the other side agreed. At the negotiation table, the representative of the Lu Group honestly said, "We realize that rushing for quick success won't work. We hope to learn your true attitude toward technology." The victory seemed within reach. But Lin Weiwei knew the real challenge was just beginning. The industry spotlight was on them, and every move and decision would be scrutinized. That evening, she took Tianyu home. In the car, Tianyu mysteriously told her, "Mom, I found some information about that dark web account. It seems related to the Lu Group." Lin Weiwei's heart sank suddenly. If that was true, the cooperation invitation might be a trap. "Sweetheart, don't tell anyone about this yet," she warned her son seriously. "Let me handle it." Back home, she stood on the balcony, looking at the city night. The joy of the breakthrough faded, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. She knew that from now on, the Nebula project was no longer just a product. It carried the hopes of the industry and had become a key point in the struggle among different groups. But no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, she was ready. This time, she was not fighting alone.
Her phone rang.
It was a message from Gu Chenyu. "The old man wants to see you. Dinner at the house tomorrow." The anniversary celebration of Gu Group was held at the most iconic international conference center. Tonight, the place was brightly lit, luxury cars lined up, and business elites and tech leaders gathered. The air was filled with the scent of champagne and luxury. Lin Weiwei wore a custom evening gown and stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, adjusting her skirt nervously. It was her first time attending such a high-profile business event, and it was a highlight for the Nebula project team. "Relax." Gu Chenyu appeared beside her unexpectedly, handing her a glass of champagne. "Tonight, you are the star." His gaze lingered on her for a moment, with a hint of admiration. "This outfit suits you very well." Lin Weiwei blushed slightly and took the glass. "Thank you, Mr. Gu. Actually, I prefer to stay in the laboratory." "From now on, you need to get used to this kind of occasion," Gu Chenyu said meaningfully, "because starting today, your stage will be bigger." In the banquet hall, the crystal chandelier reflected bright light. Among the elegant guests, Lin Weiwei saw many people she usually only read about in finance magazines. When she entered, many eyes focused on her, filled with curiosity and evaluation. "Is that the person in charge of the Nebula project? She looks so young. I heard she's a tech genius and Mr. Gu really values her." In whispers, Lin Weiwei kept a polite smile. Engineer Zhang and his team approached, looking a bit nervous. "Manager Lin, this setup is so grand," Shaoli whispered. "I saw several CEOs from listed companies just now." "Relax," Lin Weiwei comforted her team. "Tonight, we deserve this honor." At that moment, Mr. Gu, surrounded by people, entered the venue. Although he was quite old, his sharp eyes were still like an eagle's. He went straight to Lin Weiwei, and everyone's gaze followed him. "Weiwei," Mr. Gu's voice was loud, "you've made the Gu family proud this time." Under everyone's watch, he personally awarded Lin Weiwei the Outstanding Contribution of the Year award. This was the highest honor in the Gu Group, usually given to senior executives. "Thank you, Chairman." Lin Weiwei respectfully accepted the trophy. "This is the effort of the whole team. Merit should be rewarded." Mr. Gu waved his hand. "I announce that from today, Lin Weiwei is promoted to vice president of the group, fully responsible for technological innovation." The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, but some people looked at her with surprise or disapproval. Lin Weiwei could sense that some senior managers were shocked or even unhappy. The promotion was too fast, too unconventional. Gu Chenyu stepped forward, smiling as he congratulated her. Well deserved. From now on, we will work side by side. The celebration reached its peak. The Nebula Project team was surrounded, with partnership offers and investment interests pouring in. Lin Weiwei handled the guests skillfully, showing impressive business talent. Ms. Lin is truly talented and promising, a real estate tycoon praised. Would you be interested in visiting our company for guidance? Mr. Wang chuckled. Lin Weiwei politely responded, Gu Corporation is like my family, and I still have much to learn. During the lively toast, she noticed a few suspicious figures. They seemed to be socializing, but their eyes kept shifting between her and the Gu family members. She quietly sent a message to the security chief. Halfway through the celebration, Old Master Gu called Lin Weiwei to a side room. Only a few key executives and board members were there. Weiwei, sit. Old Master Gu said seriously. Today, I called you here not just to celebrate, but because there is something more important. He signaled to his assistant to turn on the projector. The success of the Nebula Project has shown us bigger opportunities. The board has decided to invest 100 billion yuan to create a technology innovation fund, and you will be in charge. This decision made the executives gasp. 100 billion yuan is almost a year's profit for Gu Corporation. Chairman, this is a huge responsibility. Lin Weiwei felt a lot of pressure. I believe in your ability, Old Master Gu said firmly. But I want to remind you, this opportunity also comes with great risks. He switched the PPT, and several international company logos appeared on the screen. These companies are watching us. The success of the Nebula Project has touched some people's interests. At that moment, there was a sudden commotion in the banquet hall. A waiter hurried in to report, Chairman, a few reporters are outside, saying they want to interview Ms. Lin and ask some sensitive questions. Gu Chenyu immediately stood up. I'll handle it. But Lin Weiwei stopped him. Mr. Gu, let me go alone. Some questions are better faced than avoided. She tidied her dress and calmly walked toward the banquet hall. The reporters immediately surrounded her, cameras and microphones aimed at her. Ms. Lin, I heard you got promoted so quickly because of a special relationship with Mr. Gu. There are rumors that the technology behind the Nebula Project was stolen. What do you think? The questions grew sharper, and the atmosphere became tense. Lin Weiwei kept smiling, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. First, I want to thank everyone for their interest in the Nebula Project. As for my promotion, I want to say, in Gu Corporation, ability speaks. She took a microphone and spoke clearly and confidently. Regarding the source of our technology, all our code has complete development records and patent protections. If anyone questions this, they are welcome to verify at any time. At this moment, Engineer Zhang and his team stepped forward. We can testify. President Lin led us to overcome many technical challenges. That's right, Little Lee said excitedly. Those who spread rumors don't know how much effort we've put in. The support from team members left the reporters speechless. Suddenly, an unexpected voice was heard. I can also confirm that. Mr. Xiao from Lu Group appeared at the scene. As a former competitor, I must admit that the Nebula Project's technology is truly industry-leading. We lost with respect. This turn of events stunned everyone. A former rival, now standing up to speak in favor of Weiwei Lin. The celebration party's unexpected moment became the best publicity. The next day, major media headlines featured reports of Weiwei Lin calmly handling doubts, with titles like Tech Goddess Speaks with Strength and A True Industry Benchmark. But Weiwei Lin did not indulge in the joy of success. On the first workday after the celebration, she held a company-wide meeting. Everyone, the celebration is over. We must return to reality, she said seriously. The 100 billion fund is an opportunity, but also a responsibility. We need to use this money to do truly valuable work. She announced the formation of 3 special teams: the Cutting Edge Technology Research Group, the Industry Incubation Group, and the Security Ecosystem Group. Each team was led by top experts and received heavy funding for research and development. We are not here to follow trends but to lead, Weiwei Lin wrote on the whiteboard. In the next 3 years, We aim to make breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and blockchain. This ambitious plan made the team both excited and nervous. The 100 billion fund meant a hundredfold pressure. While various projects advanced smoothly, Weiwei Lin received a mysterious phone call. President Lin, the celebration was wonderful, the voice on the line said after some processing. But you need to be careful. The 100 billion fund is a trap. Someone wants to use it to ruin the Gu Group. Who are you? Weiwei Lin asked cautiously. I'm someone who doesn't want to see the industry destroyed, the caller replied before hanging up. Weiwei Lin immediately activated the emergency plan. She required all fund transactions to be triple-checked and all investment projects to undergo strict due diligence. At the same time, she made a bold decision to openly share the fund's usage plans and management processes. Are you crazy? The CFO immediately opposed. This will expose our business secrets. True advantage isn't about secrecy, but execution, Weiwei insisted. We should use transparency to gain trust. This decision once again caused a stir in the industry. Many experts praised it as an innovative way of managing funds. As expected, transparency brought unexpected results. More talented people and projects approached us, including several top international research teams. Ms. Lin, MIT's AI lab wants to collaborate with us, the assistant excitedly reported. Even more surprisingly, several well-known international investment firms expressed willingness to co-invest, expanding the fund to 20 billion yuan. The celebration gradually turned into motivation for the future. Weiwei knew that the real challenge was just beginning. A 10 billion yuan fund is like a double-edged sword. Used well, it can advance the industry, but misused, it could lead to disaster. That evening, she took Tanu home. During the drive, Tanu suddenly said, "Mom, I found some information about the person who called." Oh, Weiwei's heart tightened. It seems related to old Master Gu's past, Tanu whispered. But most of it is blocked by a strong firewall. Weiwei pondered silently. It seemed that inside the Gu Group, things were more complicated than she had imagined. The next day, she went to see Gu Chenyu and shared her concerns. Your intuition is right, Gu Chenyu said seriously. Old Master's past involves many interests. This fund might be part of a bigger plan. He handed Weiwei an encrypted USB drive. There are some files on here. Take your time to review them. Remember, only you should see this. Weiwei took the USB, feeling an unprecedented weight. Behind the business celebration, a complex game was hidden. But she did not back down. Instead, she became more determined. At the upcoming senior management meeting, she proposed a plan. I suggest using part of the fund to establish industry safety standards. This is not only a social responsibility, but also a long-term competitive advantage. This proposal received support from most people. Only a few executives looked surprised, including Vice President Wang, who had always been unhappy with Lin Weiwei's promotion. After the meeting, Vice President Wang deliberately approached her. Ms. Lin, you are so young and talented. You want to set industry standards so quickly. His tone was clearly sarcastic. Lin Weiwei responded calmly. Thank you for the compliment, Vice President Wang. Setting standards is not about monopoly, but about healthy industry development. If you have better suggestions, please feel free to share. Vice President Wang snorted coldly and turned away. Lin Weiwei knew this was just the beginning. There would be more challenges ahead, with both open and hidden conflicts. But she was ready. Behind her was a strong team and a goal worth fighting for. The celebration fireworks had faded, but the real journey was just beginning. The establishment of the billion-dollar Technology Innovation Fund caused a big stir in the industry. At the headquarters of Gu Group, Lin Weiwei's new office was on the top floor, overlooking the city's skyline. It used to be old Master Gu's office, but now it was her command center. Ms. Lin, here are the review results for the first batch of projects, Assistant Xiaoyang said, placing a thick stack of documents on her desk with respect. The expert panel recommended 37 projects in fields like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and biotech. Lin Weiwei quickly looked through the files, her brow furrowing. These projects are cutting-edge, but lack a clear strategic plan. We need a better direction. She pressed the internal line. Engineer Zhang, Inform all project leaders to attend a meeting in 1 hour. We need to revise our technical roadmap. In the conference room, the atmosphere was serious. Top experts from various fields were unhappy with Lin Weiwei's questions. Ms. Lin, these projects have been carefully reviewed, said an elderly professor with white hair. Now you want to replan? Isn't that too abrupt? Professor Lee, I respect your professional judgment, Lin Weiwei said, standing up and walking to the whiteboard. But we need to think about how these projects can work together. How to avoid duplicated efforts. Most importantly, how to ensure these technologies can be practically applied to create real value. She began drawing a large technical ecosystem map on the whiteboard. Artificial intelligence should not only have advanced algorithms, but also combine with blockchain to ensure data security and work with quantum computing to improve processing efficiency. The experts gradually became convinced by her vision and broad perspective. The meeting shifted from skepticism to brainstorming and eventually resulted in a more organized and complete technical plan. However, just as various tasks were progressing smoothly, the first challenge quietly appeared. Mr. Lin, something has happened. Engineer Zhang hurried into the office. The core team of our key quantum computing project has been recruited by a big tech company in Silicon Valley. Lin's heart sank slightly. When did this happen? Just last night. They offered 3 times the salary and promised top-tier lab resources. Zhang's voice was full of anger. This is clearly targeted poaching. Worse news followed. Over the next few days, 3 major projects faced similar situations. Some teams were entirely recruited away, and key technical talents were lured with high salaries. Mr. Lin, this can't go on, the finance director said worriedly. Our funds are strong, but we can't afford to lose so many talented people. Lin remained calm and analyzed the situation. This is not just about salaries. The other side has a detailed understanding of our project plans, and each recruitment hits the core. I suspect. She didn't finish her sentence, but her wary eyes revealed everything. Sure enough, an internal audit found some irregularities. Technical data for several projects showed unusual access records before the talent left, but the IP addresses traced back to virtual addresses with multiple hops. The other side is very professional, reported the cybersecurity manager. It's clear they planned this long in advance. While Lin was doing her best to handle the talent crisis, the second challenge arrived. The international tech giant Globetech suddenly announced an investment of hundreds of billions into the same field, directly competing with the Star Cloud project's technical approach. Mr. Lin, look at this. Xiao Li handed over a tablet showing a video of Globetech's press conference. In the video, Globetech's CEO arrogantly declared, "We will launch products surpassing the Star Cloud project within 3 months. Chinese technology can only follow and imitate." This open challenge immediately caused a big stir in the industry. More worryingly, Globetech, using its global influence, began lobbying governments to create technical barriers. Mr. Lin, the European market might shut us out, the overseas market director reported bad news. Globetech is pushing a new technical standard proposal. If it passes, it will be very hard for us to enter the European market. Under internal and external pressure, Lin Weiwei felt an unprecedented amount of stress. But she did not panic. Instead, she quickly activated her response plan. First, she formed a special team to retain talent. They not only increased salaries, but also created a better environment and growth space for technical staff. We need to make our people understand that this is not just a workplace, but a stage to realize their technical dreams, she said at a talent meeting. Next, she personally led efforts to communicate with international standard organizations to gain influence. For a week, she only slept 3 or 4 hours each night, holding video calls with experts from different countries, arguing her case. Technology should not have borders, she declared strongly at the International Standards meeting. True standards should be based on technological advancement, not political considerations. Her persistence and professionalism earned respect from many international experts. In the end, the technical plan of the Nebula project was included in the international standard discussions, breaking Globetech's monopoly attempt. However, the biggest challenge came from within. One late night, Lin Weiwei received an urgent call from Tanu. "Mom, I found something." Something terrible. She immediately rushed home. Tianyu was in front of the computer, looking pale. I tracked that dark web account. It's connected to a system inside the GU Corporation. Tianyu pulled up a complex string of code. Look here, this access record. It's from the CEO's office network. Lin Weiwei's heart sank sharply. If this was true, it meant that high-level executives inside GU Corporation were involved. Sweetheart, this matter ends here, she said seriously to Tianyu. Let me handle the rest. The next day, she cautiously approached Gu Chenyu and shared her discovery. Gu Chenyu's face turned very serious. This is more complicated than we thought. The old master's office does have some past matters. He handed Lin Weiwei a sealed file bag. These are some documents from when the old master started his business. Maybe they can help you understand certain current issues. Lin Weiwei returned to her office and carefully looked through the yellowed papers. The more she read, the more surprised she became. It turned out that when Mr. Gu started his business, he had complex technical collaborations with several international financial groups involving some questionable technology transfers. Could these old issues be related to the current challenges? She wondered thoughtfully. At that moment, the third challenge appeared. Ms. Lin, it's not good. Her assistant hurried in, looking worried. A lot of negative news has suddenly appeared online, claiming our fund is involved in benefit transfer and even saying you gained your position through improper means. Lin Weiwei opened her computer and saw that all major platforms were flooded with negative reports. Even more frightening, these reports included some edited photos and documents, making everything look very serious. Immediately start a crisis public relations plan, she ordered calmly. At the same time, have the legal department gather evidence and prepare to sue the rumor spreaders. However, the public opinion spread faster than expected. Soon, regulatory authorities arrived at the company, and all of the fund's projects were put on hold for review. Ms. Lin, if this continues, the fund will be finished, the project director said anxiously. Many partners are already starting to waver. Under great pressure, Lin Weiwei made a bold decision. She held a press conference to face all the questions directly. Dear media friends, she said confidently in front of the camera, I am here to respond to the doubts about the fund. She publicly disclosed all the fund's accounts and project review processes, showing everything transparently to the public. As for the rumors about me personally, she looked around the room, I believe that truth will come out. But if anyone continues to spread falsehoods, we will take legal action. At this moment, an unexpected person stepped forward. Mr. Xiao from the Lu Group suddenly appeared at the press conference. I can prove Ms. Lin's innocence. These rumors are clearly manipulated by someone. Even more surprising, Mr. Zhao brought evidence. Our investigation found that the source of these rumors is connected to an international short-selling organization. They are heavily shorting the GU stocks. This unexpected turn caused a stir at the press conference. Soon after, the Securities Regulatory Commission stepped in to investigate and found suspicious trading records. The crisis was temporarily eased, but Lin Weiwei knew the real challenge was just beginning. That evening, she stood alone by her office window, looking at the city lights. Her phone rang. It was that mysterious number. Ms. Lin, your performance today was excellent. The voice on the line said, still processed to sound distant. But be careful, this is just the start. The real storm is still coming. Who are you? Lin Weiwei asked calmly. Why are you helping me? I'm just someone who doesn't want to see technology be corrupted by greed. The voice paused. Remember, the next challenge will come from the most unexpected place. After hanging up, Lin Weiwei fell into deep thought. The most unexpected place. What could it be? The next morning, the answer was revealed. Ms. Lin, something big has happened. Engineer Zhang ran in looking pale. Our core system has a serious flaw. All products based on the Nebula project might be affected. Lin Weiwei's heart sank sharply. This was indeed the most unexpected challenge, coming from the technology itself. She immediately activated the emergency plan, and all technical teams went into urgent mode. But the investigation showed that the flaw was very hidden, seemingly existing for a long time, but deliberately concealed. This isn't just a normal bug, the technical director said, sweating. It's more like a bomb planted on purpose. The new challenge was more severe than she had imagined. But Lin Weiwei did not back down. She knew this was the true test. She picked up the phone and contacted all project teams. Everyone, the real fight begins now. Let's use our skills to prove our worth. Outside the window, the sunrise was rising, marking the start of a new day. And the new challenge had just begun.